Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 891 to Chapter 950. Carthage was not Rome. The many years of war with Syracuse had given his army rich experience in sieging cities, and he had sufficient technical capabilities to carry out the siege plan. Margot saw that the effects of the ballista attacks were not obvious. After some thought, he ordered the construction of a wall 100 meters away from Serenus. Not only did it have to completely surround Serenus, but its height must also not be lower than Serenus city walls. This way, not only could it prevent a surprise attack from Dionia, but it could also suppress the enemy's long-range attacks, which would be beneficial for the next attack. Under Margot's command, the entire barracks of nearly 100,000 soldiers and countless laborers transporting supplies began to move under the guidance of the engineers. The defenders of Dionia discovered the enemy's intentions. They had launched several surprise attacks outside the city, but were repelled by the well-prepared Carthage. 3 days later, the prototype of a mud wall surrounding Serenus rose from the ground. While the soldiers of Dionia were still in shock, in the residence of the governor of Serenus, the commander of the kingdom of Dionia, Leotychides, met with the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Miltiades. Ever since Leotychides incorporated the crew of the Sicilian fleet into his army without the approval of the Ministry of Military Affairs, violating the interests of the Dionian navy, and was discovered by the newly appointed Miltiades, the two sides fell out. Miltiades moved to the port and did not meet with Leotychides again. The reason why he came to the city to discuss this time was because he had no other choice. As Miltiades was worried about the occurrence of a storm, he stopped the warships patrolling the western waters of Sicily, allowing Carthage's army to easily land in Sicily. This was a huge military mistake. If Leotychides were to add insult to injury and report to the Ministry of Military Affairs, saying that he had repeatedly reminded the Sicilian fleet not to stop the blockade of the Western Sea because of the bad weather, but the commander of the Sicilian fleet stubbornly refused to listen, which led to a drastic change in the war situation in Sicily. This would not only increase the ill will of the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs towards Miltiades, but it could also ruin his military career in the future. That was why Miltiades had come with the mentality of admitting defeat. When Leotychides saw him, he did not mention anything about the Carthage army landing. Instead, he said directly, "Miltiades, I'm preparing to attack the Carthage camp at night. I need your navy's help." Upon hearing that, Miltiades' mind raced, and he hesitantly said, "A night raid on Carthage's camp? Are you preparing to launch a surprise attack from the sea? The Carthage have placed many sentries along the coast of Serenus. They are prepared. It is said that there are more than 100,000 people in the camp. How many soldiers do we have to send to launch a surprise attack to cause chaos in the Carthage camp? If we don't succeed, there is a risk of total annihilation." Leotychides could hear the hint of excitement in Miltiades' hesitation. In order to convince this colleague of his, he had to spend some time and patiently explained, "I won't let the soldiers land on the coast nearby. That would make it easier for the Carthage to discover us. The location I chose is here." Leotychides pointed at a rough sketch on the table that depicted the surroundings of Serenus city and the Carthage camp. Miltiades hesitated for a moment before moving closer to Leotychides. Upon a closer look, he realized that the spot he was pointing at was right between Serenus and Germ. Ever since he became the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Miltiades had been commanding the flagship to cruise along the south coast of Sicily to familiarize himself with the environment. This was also a skill that high ranking Diolian generals had to possess. At this moment, a rough image of the location appeared in his mind. There was indeed a small beach there, which was easy to land on. However, he reminded, the coast from Germ to Serenus is uneven. It's not easy to travel during the day, and I'm afraid it will be even more difficult at night. This is the reason why I chose to land here." Leotychides said confidently, "The coastal environment there is complicated. In addition, the Carthage have just landed in Sicily, and they are still unfamiliar with the coast towards Germ. This way, we can avoid being discovered by the enemy. I've asked the fishermen at the port. Tonight will be a full moon. After landing, the soldiers can use the moonlight to sneak into the forest near the coast. After about 2 hours of marching, they can approach the Carthage camp." Leotychides' finger moved to the pattern of the Carthage camp and continued, "According to my careful observation at the top of the city, as well as the reports from the soldiers who left the city for a surprise attack, I think that the Iberian army led by Margot should be to the north of us, and the army from Carthage is to the east and west of us. Most of their soldiers should be Namibians, and they are also the main force in building the wall these few days. They must be very tired after working hard during the day, and will fall asleep at night. And these days, the Carthage army has focused their entire defense on protecting the wall that is being built, and I'm afraid they have neglected to guard the rear of their camp. The possibility of our surprise attack is very high. When the time comes, I will also gather 10,000 heavy infantry in the city. When the surprise attack causes chaos in the Carthage camp, we will immediately rush out of the city, break through the wall, and attack the Carthage camp to receive them back to the city. If the situation is very favorable to us, we can continue to attack. What if the surprise attack fails? Miltiades suddenly interrupted him. Leotychides had already thought about it. He said unhurriedly, I will let them escape east into the mountains, and finally return through Minoa. Miltiades did not speak. He knew that there were allies in the mountains to the east, the Cycles. As long as they escaped into the mountains, the possibility of safe return was very high. He carefully looked at the sketch on the table, his eyes focused on the target of the night attack, which was located at the east of Selinus city, the Carthage camp. Perhaps because the Carthage had a strong military force, the camp was built a mile away from the city. Standing at the top of the city, one could roughly see the Carthage camp, so Leotychides was able to infer the general layout of the Carthage camp. He did not have much doubt. At this time, Leotychides said, I will send the 8th Legion's Light Armor Brigade and 1,000 reserve soldiers to carry out this surprise attack. I hope that the Sicilian fleet's infantry can also participate in this operation. No. Miltiades instinctively wanted to refuse, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately realized that it would be a good thing for him if the fleet's infantrymen were to participate in this night raid. It would make up for his previous mistakes, and he immediately changed his mind. Of course, that's not a problem. Our fleet's infantrymen are best at landing raids. I'll have them all join this raid. Previously, the 4th fleet that Miltiades led had 43 oared warships, 30 of which were Raven warships. Thus, there were 1,200 infantrymen, and in addition to those who survived the storm, he had about 3,000 infantrymen under his command. This way, the number of soldiers participating in the surprise attack would reach 5,000. Leotychides was satisfied. This was one of the main reasons he called Miltiades over. And with the participation of the infantry in this night attack, Miltiades also became more proactive. He spent a long time perfecting the surprise attack plan with Leotychides. Margot was awakened from his sleep. He was shocked to hear the news of Dionia attacking the camp. At this time, faint sounds of fighting reached his ears. He hurried out of the tent and asked anxiously, which camp is under attack? How many enemies are there? It should be in the middle of the east camp. I don't know how many enemies there are. The adjutant replied hurriedly. Margot walked out of the tent. The sounds of fighting and screams became clearer, and there were constant exclamations. The night attack of the Dionia had begun to alarm the soldiers in the other camps. Margot looked to the east. Even with the moonlight shining, the camp of nearly 100,000 troops stretched for more than 10 miles. Just the central camp alone was a few miles away from the scene of the incident. At a glance, it was dark and he could not see anything at all. Margot listened carefully for a while. Although the shouts and screams were getting louder, he did not panic. During the conquest of southern Iberia, he had encountered too many night attacks and was already very experienced. He immediately decisively said to his adjutant, send messengers to the camps and inform the generals to control the soldiers in their camps and prepare for defense. Without my orders, no one is allowed to lead troops to rescue without my orders. If anyone disobeys my orders, I will crucify him. The reason why Margot was so harsh was because the eastern camp was mainly garrisoned with the army formed by Carthage, and most of its generals were nobles of Carthage. Margot had left Carthage for more than 10 years, and some people might ignore his existence and act without authorization. The messengers rushed away, and the generals of the central camp quickly rushed to the big tent after receiving the urgent summons. Margot once again directly ordered them, immediately gather your soldiers. Except for Tarka, who will lead his troops to defend the camp, the rest of the army will follow me to rescue the attacked camp. Before Margot's voice died away, a deafening roar suddenly came from outside the tent. Some people in the tent heard it and their expressions changed. The adjutant rushed in and shouted eagerly, "Sir, the Dionia sent troops from the city and attacked the camp in the east." Margot looked calm and even showed a smile, listening to this sound. "I'm afraid the Dionia sent a lot of soldiers." "That's great. We can catch them all in one fell swoop, and then it will be much easier to attack Sarina city." The strong military force gave Margot enough confidence. He didn't care about a few casualties, and his words also made the generals excited. Margot then said to his adjutant, "Immediately send someone to inform Ademaika in the southern camp. Let him organize 10,000 soldiers and rush to the eastern camp as our backup." "Yes, sir." Margot looked around at the crowd and said in stiff Celtic language, "Lutham, you and your people will be the vanguard." The Celtic leader Lutham, whose appearance and attire were obviously different from the others, replied in a low, muffled voice, "Oh." Lutham was a Lusitanian, a fierce and warlike race that lived widely in the northwest of Iberia. They had once caused great trouble for Margot's expansion in the Iberian Peninsula, and even threatened his rule in the southern part of Iberia. In the end, Margot had no choice but to sign a peace treaty with them. This time, he moved several large tribes of the race with generous benefits, and they formed an army of about 8,000 men to follow Margot to conquer Sicily. Lutham was only one of the leaders of the tribe. Since the battle at night relied more on individual strength, it was advantageous for them to perform well. About 10 minutes later, the army of the Central Army left the southern gate of the camp. They followed the mud wall and advanced towards the eastern camp that was in chaos. When evening came, Leotychides went up to the eastern wall and watched Carthage's camp attentively. He waited until the opposite camp was filled with battle cries and clamor before he temporarily heaved a sigh of relief. He then immediately ordered the 8th Legion and reserve soldiers to form 10,000 heavy infantry to rush out of the city and continue attacking the enemy's camp that was in chaos. At the same time, the meticulous Leotychides did not forget to send a small team of scouts to climb over the mud wall and hide in front of the various camps of Carthage while the enemy's attention was distracted by the night attack. They reported what they saw in time so that he could understand the enemy's situation in detail. Therefore, even when he learned that the ambushing troops had already converged and completely crushed the enemy's resistance, he did not feel excited. On the contrary, he felt uneasy when he found out that most of the soldiers in Carthage's camps in other regions did not rush over to help after gathering. Instead, they were stationed at the borders of their respective camps. As expected, the assault troops wanted to drive the defeated soldiers to destroy the neighboring camps and continue to spread the chaos, but their progress was a little slow. At this moment, another urgent message came. Carthage's central camp had already sent out troops, and they were rushing to the east along the earthen wall. Leotychides immediately realized that Carthage's people wanted to cut off the night raid's way of retreat and surround and annihilate them. The Dionia soldiers who participated in the night attack were the main forces under Leotychides' command. She had been standing at the top of the city wall, observing the progress of the battle, in order to prevent such a thing from happening. Woo! 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 The buglers who had been standing at the top of the city walls for a long time immediately blew the bugles for retreat. Before they set off, the assaulting soldiers, who had been repeatedly warned by their commander, heard the horn sound. They reminded each other to stop chasing after the routed soldiers. Before they retreated, they did one last thing, which was to burn down the camp. The reinforcements led by Margot had not arrived yet. The news that the Dionia people had retreated back to the city was indeed beyond his expectation. In his opinion, after the Dionia people succeeded in the night attack, they would definitely take advantage of the victory to chase after the routed soldiers and expand the victory. This would give him time to surround them. However, the calmness and decisiveness of the Dionia people made his plan fail, and the reinforcements that came in a hurry had to become a firefighting team. As the vanguard, the Lusitanians chased after the routed soldiers unwillingly, but they were attacked by the long-range attacks of the well-prepared defenders at the top of the city wall. After paying some casualties, they had to retreat resentfully. In this night attack, the Dionia people only suffered more than 400 casualties, but it caused nearly 4,000 deaths and injuries in the Carthage army, half of which were caused by the Carthage soldiers pushing and trampling each other as they fled at night. At the same time, 1/3 of the eastern barracks area was burned to the ground. The Carthage army could be said to have suffered heavy losses. After Margot returned to the main tent, he couldn't sleep. He was still brooding over this failure. The tenacious fighting spirit and tactical flexibility of the Dionia people, who were far inferior to him, shocked him. It also made him realize that the huge force numbed him and made his reaction to the battle slow. After learning from the painful experience, the next day he used this reason to forcefully dismiss most of the Carthage generals. He let the senior team officers who had followed him in the Iberian Peninsula for many years take over the Carthage army and began to reorganize and train them. At the same time, he suspended the construction of the earth wall and stepped up the repair of the simple camp. Of course, the fire last night caused the Carthage people to lose a lot of supplies. Margot also sent a messenger to inform the governor of Lille, Imazir, to send a batch of supplies to the camp. There was no shortage of supplies in the city of Lille for the time being, but there was a lack of manpower, so they had to temporarily recruit labor from the port. When the transport team was about to arrive at the Carthage camp, there was an accident. A laborer from the port, on the excuse of stomach discomfort, left the transport team and tried to escape from the team. Halfway through, he was discovered by the patrolling cavalry. Under their pursuit, the laborer jumped off the cliff and fell into the sea. For the Carthage people, this was a trivial matter, and no one mentioned it after the transport team arrived at the camp. These 2 days, Miltia's uneasy mood improved a little, because the Sicilian fleet had made a great effort in the night attack the night before. Not only did they win a big victory, but they also suffered light casualties. He believed that the Ministry of Military Affairs would be less dissatisfied with him after receiving the news of this victory. After breakfast, he prepared to go to the dock and command the fleet to leave the port and cruise the waters west of Sicily. Although the Carthage army had landed in Sicily, to support such a large army, it was not enough to rely on the help of the Carthage allies in the west of Sicily. More supplies needed to be continuously transported from the Africa continent across the sea. This required the Sicilian fleet to cut off the shipping route between Carthage and Sicily. As time passed, the Carthage army would fall into a predicament of insufficient supplies, so Miltiades did not dare to slack off any longer. But before he could leave the house, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open, and a guard rushed in. "General, good news. Lord Sicarian is still alive." He's back." Miltiades was shocked. Looking at the excited guard, he asked subconsciously, "Who did you say is alive?" "Miltiades, with the blessing of Hades, of course I'm still alive." Along with this familiar voice, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "Ah. Lord Sicarian." Miltiades hurriedly gave a military salute. At this time, Sicarian's face was thin, and he looked exhausted. He was tightly wrapped in a red cloak. He said urgently, "Hurry up and get me something to eat. I'm starving to death. Inform the kitchen to reheat the oatmeal and bread, and fry a few fish." Miltiades hurriedly ordered the guard. "Reheat what?" "Just bring the bread and oatmeal over." "I'll fill my stomach first," Sicarian said impatiently. Then, he turned around and said to the fleet soldiers who had accompanied him here, "Brothers, hurry back to carry out your mission. You'll be punished if you delay. After I've rested, I'll have a good chat with you." The large group of sailors who were crowding outside the door listened to Sicarian's persuasion. They reluctantly left the house and returned to the dock. The news that Sicarian had returned alive quickly spread throughout the fleet. Every crew member was excited because the Navy commander and hero that they thought was dead had returned. This was simply a miracle. Looking at Sicarian wolfing down his breakfast, Miltiades' words were stuck in his throat. Sicarian burped and stopped eating. He placed his hands on the wooden table and stared blankly at the clay pot filled with oatmeal. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "On the way here, my brothers told me Flarios died in battle, and the entire Sicilian fleet was destroyed by the storm. Many of our brothers drowned." Miltiades watched Sicarian's body slowly lean forward as if he was going to collapse on the wooden table. Just as he was about to speak, a loud bang was heard. Sicarian slammed his right hand on the wooden table, almost knocking over the clay pot. He straightened his back. "However, we still have a few dozen warships that survived, while the Carthage fleet was completely annihilated. We also seized the opportunity to occupy Serenus, so the Sicilian fleet won the naval battle." Confidence and disdain returned to Sicurian's face. Of course, Miltias wouldn't argue with him about whether it was right or wrong to fight the Carthage fleet on a stormy day. Instead, he took the opportunity to raise the doubts in his heart. "My lord, we've been looking for you all this time, but we couldn't find you. Where did you go?" "I'm in Lily," Sicurian replied calmly. You were captured by the Carthage fleet?" Miltias was shocked. Why didn't the Carthage fleet mention this when they came to exchange captives? "Of course not," Sicurian recalled painfully. "After the storm, I woke up to find myself lying on the beach, surrounded by drowned and unconscious sailors. I wanted to save them, but I saw the Carthage fleet rushing to the beach. I didn't want to be captured by them, so I swam back into the sea. But I was tired and hungry. But at that time I was tired and hungry. Not long after I swam, I felt weak. Coincidentally, there were a few slow-moving Carthaginian ships searching for survivors of the shipwreck nearby. I had no choice but to dive into the water. Under the cover of the darkness of the night, when the Carthaginians weren't paying attention, I grabbed the side of a large ship that was about to return. As a result, I was brought into the port of Lily. I was able to make my way quietly to the quay because of the storm and the shipwreck, and, with the help of my Greek compatriots in the harbor, I was able to lie in wait at Lil Lebo. I have since come to think that the beach on which I was lying may have been between Mazara and Lil Lebo. As the people of Lily were worried about being attacked by our army, the city was heavily guarded, and it was difficult for me to go out. If it wasn't for the fact that the Carthage fleet needed us to transport their supplies, I'm afraid I would still be waiting in Lily for an opportunity. But..." He turned to look at Miltias with bright eyes and reprimanded him loudly. "Miltias, ever since the establishment of the Dionysian navy, it has been a tradition of our navy to charge forward bravely. However, you did not follow the established plan to patrol the waters west of Sicily because you were afraid of the strong winds and waves. You missed the opportunity to land the Carthaginian army in Sicily and deal them a heavy blow. I am very disappointed in you." Miltias was still listening attentively to Cyprian's adventures. He sighed inwardly. If it weren't for this old officer's good luck, his superb stamina, and his swimming skills, ordinary sailors would have become Carthage's captives. When he suddenly heard the last few words, his face flushed. He did not argue, but lowered his head in shame. "Fortunately, I'm back now," Cyprian said in a low voice. "You can return the command of the fleet to me." Miltias suddenly raised his head. After meeting Cyprian's sharp gaze, he immediately avoided it. After a moment, he met Cyprian's gaze again and summoned his courage to say, "My lord, the command of the Sicilian fleet was granted to me by His Majesty and the Ministry of Military Affairs. I dare not transfer it without permission, because it's against military law." Miltias' objection stunned Sicurian. His face showed some displeasure, and he tried his best to speak in a calm tone. "You don't understand what I mean. You can continue to be the commander of the Sicilian fleet, but I will be commanding the fleet. You have to know that if it weren't for me being trapped in Lily, you wouldn't have become the commander of the Sicilian fleet." What Cyprian said was indeed the truth. The letter that the Devers wrote to the Ministry of Military Affairs specifically mentioned the appointment of the commander of the Sicilian fleet. That was why Miltias was initially appointed as the acting commander of the Sicilian fleet. However, due to the failure to find Sicurian and the drowning of Flerios, the Ministry of Military Affairs finally decided to appoint Miltias as the official commander of the Sicilian fleet. As the former commander of the Dionysian navy, Cyprian had won every battle since the founding of the Dionysian navy. He had a high prestige in the navy, and the three commanders, Mytilades, Flerios, and Miltias, were his subordinates. It was inevitable that Miltias would feel nervous when facing the powerful Cyprian. However, Miltias had been in charge of the Fourth Fleet for so many years, and was no longer the captain of the Devers flagship. He had gained some confidence and authority. This was one of the reasons why the Devers split the navy into four. More importantly, Miltias thought about the huge mistake he had made, and was now thinking about how to make up for it in future battles. If he were to hand over the command of the fleet to Cyprian now, it would be a mistake that could not be made up for by the end of the war. Everyone would credit the victory to Cyprian, and he would become the laughingstock of the navy. Miltias had already considered the pros and cons of the situation, so he calmed down and spoke in a more forceful tone. Lord Cyprian, you were once my superior and also an elder of the Senate. I still remember what you said, as the captain of a warship, you must set an example for your crew. Fulfill your duties, command your crew, and fight bravely. I believe you know very well that since the founding of the kingdom, there has never been a general in the army who did not fulfill his duties and enjoy the benefits of a promotion. I don't want to be the first. Miltiades said with a serious expression, and then he smiled bitterly. Of course, if you think I'm incompetent, you can apply to the Ministry of Military Affairs to remove me from my position as the commander of the Sicilian fleet. Cyprian's face darkened, and his gaze on Miltiades sharpened. Miltiades faced him calmly without fear. The two stared at each other, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Even the servants who were cleaning the table hurriedly left. After a moment, Cyprian's face twitched a few times, and he squeezed out a smile. Very well, Miltiades. As a commander, you must have this kind of imposing manner. Although Cyprian was powerful in the Dionian navy, he was not unreasonable. If Miltiades did not cooperate, he could not forcibly usurp the command of the fleet. That was not only a violation of military law, but also the laws of the kingdom. Given the temperament of the king of Devers, he was likely to be sent to prison in anger. As for directly requesting to the Ministry of Military Affairs to remove Miltiades and replace him as the commander of the Sicilian fleet, that was too overbearing. It would arouse the disgust of some people in the Royal Navy, and damage his own image. Cyprian had been in a high position for more than 10 years, and was no longer the young and impulsive poor sailor. Naturally, he had a lot of concerns. After a while, he said disinterestedly, in a while, send a fast ship to send me back to the naval base in Catania. I should also pay my respects to Flerios and the brothers who died in battle. Miltiades did not know what was going on in Cyprian's mind, but he was relieved that Cyprian had stopped pressuring him. Of course, he could not wait for Cyprian to leave, so he did not urge him to stay. Yes, my lord. I will arrange it immediately. With that, he quickly left the tense room as if he was avoiding the plague, and strode towards the courtyard. At that moment, the wooden door was pushed open, and Leotychides' adjutant, Mukru, walked in. General Miltiades, Commander Persosus invites you to the governor's mansion. He has an urgent military matter to discuss with you. When Miltiades heard this, he was delighted that a pillow had been delivered to him just when he wanted to doze off. He did not ask about the urgent military situation and turned around. Sir, I have to make a trip to the city to discuss the battle plan with the army. Without affecting the overall strategy, we must protect the interests of our fleet as much as possible. Theodore walked out of the living room leisurely. On his way here, he had already heard about how Leotychides had incorporated tens of thousands of crew members into the legion, so he reminded him of this. Mukru stared at him with wide eyes, and shouted in surprise, Sir Cyprian, you're still alive? As soon as the two highest officers of Dionia in Sicily met, Leotychides said, Agrigento has sent an urgent request for help. There are tens of thousands of Carthage troops attacking Agrigento city. On the way here, Tagra did not reveal any urgent military matter to Miltiades, so when he heard this, he was a little surprised. Tens of thousands of Carthage soldiers attacking Agrigento city? That's impossible. These few days, our patrol ships on the coast east of Serenus did not find any traces of Carthage's army advancing east, and Minoa city is also very peaceful. Carthage's army did not go through the south coast. They are most likely going through the central mountains. A trace of regret appeared on Leotychides' face. We were tricked by that Carthage general Margo. He besieged Serenus to attract our attention, but secretly sent some troops over the mountains to attack our allies in the rear. Aren't there Sicels in the mountains? Why did they let Carthage's army pass so easily? Miltiades remembered this Dionia ally that he had not yet met and asked doubtfully. I was careless this time. Although the Sicels haven't sent any news, I'm afraid they have already been defeated. Some of the soldiers that Margo brought from Iberia are very good at fighting in the mountains. The fall of Seldom is a good example. Leotychides' voice was slightly anxious. Agrigento has lost many soldiers in the Battle of Minoa. A few days ago, because Carthage besieged Serenus, they also sent some reinforcements. I'm afraid that Agrigento city is now empty of troops. We need to help immediately. There are no extra ships in the port. I need your fleet to immediately send 6,000 reinforcements to Agrigento's port. Miltiades knew the urgency of the situation. Once Agrigento fell, not only would the neighboring Gela and Minoa be in danger, but the Dionysian army's land route would also be cut off. Under the attack of Carthage's army, the situation on the south coast of Sicily would become complicated. Thus, Miltiades did not say anything like the Sicilian fleet is used for battle, not to transport troops. Instead, he immediately replied, I'll go to the port now and get the fleet ready. When the soldiers you sent arrive, immediately send them to Agrigento. Miltiades' straightforwardness made Leotychides heave a sigh of relief. He then asked, I heard from Tagru that Thurian is still alive and has returned to Serenus port. Yes, it's the blessing of the Hades. He's going to Catania's naval base, to stay for a while and pay his respects to his fallen brothers. Miltiades wanted to show his joy, but he remembered that Thurian wanted to take over the fleet, so his expression was a little strange. Leotychides looked at him and said faintly, Thurian must have suffered a lot during this period. He should take a rest. Thurian's return would naturally involve the issue of command of the Sicilian fleet. Compared to Thurian's forcefulness, Leotychides was more willing to work with Miltiades, who had become proactive after making a mistake. Thus, his words revealed a hint of support for Miltiades, which made Miltiades happy. After all, if the Ministry of Military Affairs really considered this issue, they might also consult Leotychides' opinion. After Miltiades left, Leotychides immediately said, Tagru, quickly inform the reinforcements to head to the port immediately. Yes, Commander. Tagru received the order, but did not execute it immediately. Instead, he asked doubtfully, isn't it too risky for the Carthage people? They've sent tens of thousands of troops to cross the mountainous region where transportation and food transportation are inconvenient. Separated by Serenus and Minoa, they want to take down Agrigento. Once our reinforcements arrive, their plan will fail. These tens of thousands of Carthaginians may not even need us to attack. They may collapse because of the lack of food supply in time. Yes, this Carthage commander Margo is really daring. It seems that he has great faith in the ability of his army. Leotychides looked at the wooden map hanging on the wall, his eyes gleaming. That's why our reinforcements must be fast. Ever since the Dionysian army occupied Serenus, half of its port had been quickly transformed into a simple military port. Not only could the warships of the Sicilian fleet dock for supplies, but they could also be pushed ashore for maintenance and repairs. This gave the fleet a stable and safe foothold in the west of Sicily, making it convenient for them to patrol and attack the western seas. Now, more than 150 warships of the Sicilian fleet were docked at the port. Soldiers from Minoa, Agrigento, Gela, Camalina, Econome, and other friendly cities on the south coast, as well as 1,000 soldiers from the Dionia Reserve Corps, a total of 6,000 soldiers were boarding the warships in batches. In order to transport the reinforcements to the port of Agrigento in one go, Miltiades did not even let the soldiers board the Corvus warship in order to make more space for the warships. He felt that the entire fleet could not be used to transport the soldiers. At least half of the warships needed to be used as escorts. This was a precaution that a naval commander must have. Miltiades, on the other hand, retorted that only half of the warships had to be used for transport. Now that the enemy was in a critical situation, if Agrigento was breached due to a lack of troops, who would bear the responsibility? Moreover, after the transport of the troops, the Sicilian fleet had to cruise to the west, so it could not be delayed. Both sides parted on bad terms again. So Thurian simply boarded the first ship to leave the harbor. Out of sight, out of mind. In order to save time, as soon as every warship was loaded with soldiers, they would immediately depart. Thus, when Miltiades boarded the flagship and left the port, the entire fleet stretched out 4 to 5 miles to the east, forming a single straight line. Because every ship was fully loaded with soldiers, the speed at which they sailed was slow. Miltiades was also a little anxious. He looked at the soldiers lying on the deck and estimated the time it would take to get from Serenus to Agrigento at this speed. By the time the transport was completed, it would already be afternoon, and the fleet would not be able to patrol. At this moment, he actually hoped that there would be a stronger northwest wind like the day Carthage's army landed. That way, they would be able to greatly shorten the voyage time. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a cry of alarm suddenly rang out from above his head. Attention! Attention! There's enemy activity in the southeast. Miltiades was shocked, but then he felt puzzled. Carthage's warships had been destroyed, so how could there be enemy activity in the southeast? Just as he was puzzled, the lookout on the mast anxiously shouted again, "The clippers have raised 2 blue flags." 2 blue flags. Blue flags meant that it was not Carthage's warships that appeared, or else the clippers would have raised their yellow flags. But 2 blue flags meant that there was a fleet nearby, and their numbers were comparable to the Sicilian fleet. Regardless of whether they were hostile or not, they posed a considerable threat to the Sicilian fleet. Miltiades panicked. He clung to the side of the ship and tried to look southeast, but he could only vaguely see a few small dots on the sea in the distance. Among the commanders of the 4 great fleets, Miltiades and Flerios did not have the experience of independently commanding a large-scale naval battle. During the war in southern Italy, Miltiades was only the captain of a 3-oared warship. After the establishment of the 4th Fleet, the Ministry of Military Affairs had provided the Devers with many candidates for the position of fleet commander. Their qualifications, achievements, and abilities were similar, so the Devers had a hard time choosing. In the end, he chose Miltiades because Miltiades had once served as the captain of the Devers ship. The Devers still had some impression of him, which gave him extra points. After becoming the commander of the 4th Fleet, Miltiades spent most of his time leading the fleet to patrol the Adriatic Sea, fighting pirates, and helping the army transport supplies. The only so-called naval battle was when Dionia conquered Messapi and Pucetti and attacked the Mapu Alliance's fleet. As the opponent was too weak, it did not take much effort to defeat them. Now that Miltiades might encounter his first major naval battle, the situation was so complicated. He could not tell whether the other party was friend or foe, so he could not make a sudden decision to fight. Not only did his fleet not have a formation, but every warship was filled with soldiers, which slowed down the speed and weakened their combat ability. The entire fleet was now in the sea near Germ, so it was difficult for them to retreat. As a small town, Germ's small and crude port could not accommodate the Sicilian fleet. Under such circumstances, he could not help but panic. He tried to calm himself down and gave his first order: raise the flag of Apollo and sound the bugle. As the bugle sounded, the golden flag was raised to the top of the mast and fluttered in the wind. When the warships in front of the flagship heard the bugle and saw the fluttering flag, they turned around and moved closer to Miltiades' flagship. The flag of Apollo was, with the flagship as the center, moved closer to it. The distance between the warships will be shortened, making it easier to command and defend. Miltiades' current idea was, with the fleet full of soldiers, it was not conducive to battle. His flagship was closer to Serenus, and when all the warships moved closer to him, if the unfamiliar fleet launched an attack, he could lead the fleet back to Serenus first. The Dionysian fleet stretched too far out on the sea, especially the warships in the front. The lookouts could not see the flag on the flagship at the rear, nor could they see the signals from the fast ships cruising behind. They could only see the warships at the rear making tactical movements before they could make corresponding changes. The transmission of such information was a little slow at this critical moment. As the fast ship that Sicarion was on was the first to leave, it was already a distance away from the rest of the fleet. As he sat at the bow of the ship, the crew could tell that he was in a bad mood and no one dared to disturb him. The entire ship was abnormally quiet. At that moment, his expression suddenly froze. He touched his ears and asked the captain, who was observing the situation, "Did you hear that?" "I think there's a bugle." The captain shook his head blankly and listened carefully for a while before replying honestly, "My lord, I didn't hear it." The captain's words did not make Sicarion feel at ease. He stood up and looked behind him, then raised his head and asked, "Is there any movement from the warships at the back?" After a while, the lookout at the top of the mast replied, "There's no change." "My lord, perhaps you heard wrong," the captain said. Sicarion did not seem to hear it. He felt uneasy. Perhaps this uneasiness had been buried when he learned that Miltiades had ordered the entire fleet to be filled with soldiers without guarding the warships. But now, the uneasiness had become stronger. He no longer hesitated and said decisively, "Turn around and take a look." The captain complained in his heart that Sicarion was being paranoid, but he did not dare to object. After all, Sicarion was once the commander of the navy, an ever-victorious general and a hero worshipped by his crew. His prestige was too high. As the Dionia warships turned around and headed back, the fleet was also approaching the Sicilian fleet. Many small black dots appeared in Miltius's vision, making him shudder with fear. At that moment, he heard the lookout at the top of the mast exclaim, "Two yellow flags." 2 yellow flags were raised. Enemy! Enemy! The last bit of hope in Miltius's heart was shattered. Now that the other warships had not completely closed in, it was too late to retreat to Selinus. Fortunately, he had already prepared a plan while waiting. Blow the bugle again. Let the warships dock at the nearest beach, drop off the soldiers, and return to battle. Of course, these words could not be expressed with flag signals, so his flagship had to take the lead and let the other warships follow suit. So after giving the order, the flagship headed straight for the coast. The Dionia warships that were patrolling the southeast side of the fleet did not recognize the approaching fleet. However, as the enemy warships continued to close in, the formation slowly unfolded, the sails lowered, and the oars began to move faster. This was the standard preparation process for a fleet to enter battle. Of course, it was the enemy without a doubt. It turned out that the fleet did not come from Carthage, but from the eastern Mediterranean region of Phoenicia. Ever since the storm destroyed Carthage's navy, Carthage had completely lost their naval superiority. The Dionia Sicilian fleet rampaged on the sea. Not only did they cut off Carthage's communication with Sicily, but they also began to threaten Carthage's maritime trade. In this moment of life and death, while Carthage sped up the construction of new warships, he also thought of his motherland. Carthage's mother, Tyre, did not hesitate when he received the request for help from Carthage's messenger. He quickly contacted the other neighboring Phoenician city-states, such as Sidon, Acca, Avadi, and so on. In the end, they all agreed to help Carthage. After all, one of the main reasons why the Phoenicians were able to live a relatively comfortable life under the rule of Persia was that they offered a large amount of gold and silver to the Persia royal court every year. These gold and silver were mainly traded to them by Carthage at a lower price. Although there were not many Phoenician city-states under the kingdom of Persia, and their territory was not large, they had hundreds of warships. Because the people of Persia were located inland, they were not good at sailing. Therefore, its navy was provided by foreigners, mainly from the Phoenicians and the Greeks of Asia Minor. In recent years, the king of Persia had the intention to take back Egypt, so he had been preparing for war. The Phoenicians were the main force of the Persia navy, and they did not lack training. However, there was an important problem. The Phoenician city-states in the eastern Mediterranean Sea were under the rule of Persia, and their warships were also under the Persia navy. Of course, they could not leave without permission and go to the western Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, Tyre, Sidon, had to send messengers to the Persia royal court to seek permission. From Artaxerxes, the king of Persia. Ever since the signing of the Great Contract, the Greek city-states, which were Persia's biggest enemies, not only did not become enemies with Persia, but they also allowed Persia to act as an arbitrator to mediate the conflicts and disputes between the Greek city-states. This was equivalent to expressing their allegiance to Persia. Artaxerxes felt that he had achieved great feats that the great kings of the past had never achieved. Moreover, the political situation in Persia at that time was stable, and all the barbarians had submitted to him, so his throne was very secure. Therefore, he was full of satisfaction, and thought of a plan to attack Egypt. Though he suffered a small setback, he was not seriously injured. Under his order, the kingdom was making more thorough preparations to attack Egypt. Tyre's messengers met with Artaxerxes and conveyed the request of the Phoenicians. This was not the first time Artaxerxes had heard of the name Dionia. Although the two countries were thousands of miles apart, the prosperous sea trade in the Mediterranean Sea made the news spread quickly. The magical story of the rapid rise of Dionia was also widely spread in Asia Minor. Naturally, it was also spread in Persia. The reason why Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, began to pay attention to this newly rising kingdom in the far west was because his intelligence department found out that Dionia was originally a country established by the Greek mercenaries who followed Cyrus the Younger in the rebellion. After all, the story of the Greek mercenaries fighting for thousands of miles in Persia and finally successfully escaping was widely spread in Greece. It was also spread in Asia Minor, but it was a humiliation for Artaxerxes and his Persia army. After further investigation by the Royal Intelligence Department, Artaxerxes learned more. For example, he knew that the kingdom of Ionia, like Persia, was more tolerant towards the gods and religions of other races. He also knew that the kingdom of Ionia, like Persia, exercised stricter control over the conquered lands. He even knew that not long ago, Ionia and Egypt had formed a military alliance. Therefore, in Artaxerxes' heart, the kingdom of Ionia was the enemy of Persia. It was just that this country was too far away, and its strength was too insignificant. Artaxerxes and many Persia officials thought so he did not pay much attention to it in the past. But now that Ionia was involved, of course, Artaxerxes was willing to give it some trouble. Therefore, he did not think too much and agreed to the matter of the Phoenicians sending a fleet to aid Carthage. He also generously allowed them to use the flag of Persia if necessary. With the promise of the king of Persia, the East Phoenicians quickly sent a fleet consisting of 130 warships of various sizes. Among them, 90 were three-oared warships, and 30 were cargo ships carrying food supplies. Under the flag of Persia's navy, the fleet sailed westward along the coast of Asia Minor without any hindrance. Along the way, the Greek city-states who saw the fleet felt a little nervous. They all secretly speculated that the Persia was planning a major military operation again. The people of Athens were undoubtedly the most nervous, because at this time, they were allied with the Thebes against Sparta. The Persia fleet sailing westward at this time could not help but panic. Could it be that Persia wanted to support Sparta and join the war? If that was the case, the future of Athens would be very bad. The East Phoenician fleet was like a stone falling into a water bottle, stirring up waves. However, it did not attract too much attention from the people of Ionia. Because Ionia was fully focused on dealing with several wars, they could not spare the energy to pay attention to the Eastern Mediterranean. Moreover, in the hearts of the people of Ionia, they believed that the Persia fleet would not attack the Western Mediterranean. The more chaos they caused in the Eastern Mediterranean, the better. Moreover, it was almost autumn, and the farmlands in Ionia were about to have a bumper harvest. The merchants of the kingdom no longer bought food from the Eastern Mediterranean. Instead, they transferred a lot of manpower to the Latin region in central Italy, in an attempt to obtain new business opportunities and more profits from this newly conquered land. Naturally, the number of Ionia merchant ships shuttling on the Eastern Mediterranean's trade routes had decreased significantly. This also caused the Ministry of Military Affairs to not get much information about the Persia fleet. Later, the East Phoenician fleet docked at the port of Kydonia in Crete. This made the people of Athens even more nervous, because the city-states of Crete were allies of Sparta, and Kydonia was closer to the mainland of Greece. However, a few days later, the people of Athens received news that the Persia fleet had disappeared from Crete. This made them puzzled, but no one saw any trace of the fleet on the coast of the mainland of Greece. In fact, after the East Phoenician fleet rested in Kydonia, one day when a strong north wind blew on the sea, they quietly left the port and sailed southwest, avoiding the commonly used route of Greek merchant ships. They reached Cyrenaica, a substate of Sparta, and then continued west along the coast of Africa to the easternmost colony of the Phoenicians in Africa, Leptis. After arriving here and being warmly welcomed by the people of the town, the crew of the Phoenician fleet finally relaxed. The fleet continued westward, eventually arriving at Hadramedum. This Phoenician city-state attached to Carthage was just south of Carthage, but it was rarely visited by foreign merchant ships. After the Phoenician fleet docked at the port, they no longer headed west. This was because the shrewd East Phoenicians, after talking to their compatriots along the way, realized that the Ionian navy they were about to fight was strong, so they refused to enter the city of Carthage. They did not want to be forced to confront the navy of Carthage because they could not refuse the pleas of the Carthage people. Instead, they wanted to choose the right time to attack. Of course, there was another reason that they did not say. Although the East Phoenicians had close commercial relations with Carthage, there had been few high-level political and military exchanges between the two sides for decades. On one hand, it was because of Persia. On the other hand, the East Phoenicians, especially the Tyre nobles, had always resented Carthage for taking away all their colonial trading points in the Western Mediterranean. They did not want to enter the city of Carthage, which was known as the center of Western Phoenicians. Later, the East Phoenician fleet that stayed in Hadramedum refused to provide protection for the Carthage army when it landed in Sicily, because it would inevitably mean that they would have to bear the crazy attack of the Dionian navy. It was not until the Carthage army risked landing in Sicily that the attention of the Dionian navy was focused on the west of Sicily. Under the suggestion of Carthage commander Margo, the Senate of Carthage and the East Phoenician fleet finally agreed to Margo's plan. The fleet quietly left Hadramedum, sailed north, and reluctantly entered Caesarea. Causula was a small island belonging to Carthage. There was a Carthaginian town of about 2,000 people on the island and a small port on the south side of the island. The island was located between Sicily and Carthage, facing the city of Serenus to the north. The East Phoenician fleet crowded the island of Caesarea. After staying for a few days, the fast ship sent out to investigate brought back news. Sure enough, as Margo had expected, the warships of Dionia were leaving the port full of soldiers. How could the East Phoenician fleet let go of such a great opportunity to annihilate the enemy? So the warships left the port, raised their sails, and sailed north with the help of the weak south wind. Finally, they caught up with the Dionysian fleet in time. The East Phoenician warships lowered their sails and began to speed up. The entire fleet gradually spread out to both sides as they advanced, but they did not implement any special tactics. The situation of the Dionysian fleet in front of them was not worth their time. They just tried to increase the number of warships in the front as much as possible, striving to sink as many enemy ships as possible in the first attack. Now, the Dionia fast ships in the outer patrol position, from west to east, had raised 2 yellow flags one after another. The rough information of the enemy's situation had been spread throughout the fleet. The warships near Miltia's flagship had begun to retreat to the coast, while the warships in the east had just received the signal to approach the flagship. The entire fleet was in disarray, unable to coordinate, and the warships had almost lost the ability to fight, causing the crew to panic and low morale. At this moment, Xianxia, who already knew the enemy's situation, directed his fast ship to catch up with a 3-oared warship that was returning. Then he anxiously ordered the fast ship to approach immediately. Then, he stood at the bow of the ship and shouted, "I am Xianxia, who is the captain of this ship?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clamor in the cabin of the opposite warship. "Did you hear that? It's Lord Xianxia's voice." "Don't panic, Lord Xianxia is here. With Lord Xianxia here, we don't need to fear any enemy." At the same time, there was a commotion on the deck. These soldiers from the various towns and cities of Dionia obviously knew of Xianxia's reputation, but they didn't respect him as much as the Dionia sailors. A man wearing leather armor and a helmet quickly walked out from the deck. He approached the side of the ship and saluted, "My lord, I am the captain of this ship, Ilias of the First Fleet." Upon hearing that it was one of his former subordinates, Xianxia felt a great deal of relief. He immediately said, "I know you, Elias. Every single time, during the fleet's battleship training, the results of your 3-story fast paddle battleship are always at the top of the rankings. Right now, I order you to immediately have all the soldiers on your ship jump into the sea. Then, take your battleship and follow me to meet the enemy." Ilias was shocked and hesitantly said, "But Miltias raised the flag of Apollo and told us to." "Miltias is an idiot." Xianxia angrily interrupted him and roared, "The enemy is already here, and all the ships are filled with soldiers. They don't have the ability to fight at all. What's the point of gathering together? Is it convenient for the enemy to crash into us? As the commander of the First Fleet, I order you to immediately carry out my orders." "Yes. Yes." Ilias loudly replied. From the bottom of his heart, he absolutely agreed with Xianxia's decision. This was because the First Fleet had always believed in attacking under Xianxia's influence and would never be passive. However, when the soldiers on the deck heard the conversation between the two, they began to clamor. They didn't want to be chased off the ship. Ilias had no choice but to face them. He loudly advised, "Warriors of Dionia, our fleet has encountered a strong enemy. The situation is urgent. However, because the ship is carrying all of you, it is unable to fight. Either you jump into the sea and allow us to fight, repel the enemy, and then come back to rescue you. Or you continue to stay on the ship and wait for the enemy ships to come and sink this warship. Then, all of you will become prisoners together. Please make your choice now." The deck suddenly became silent. Soon, a man walked forward. "Division leader." The soldiers shouted earnestly, focusing all their gazes on him. "Brothers, if the marine is finished, we will be in big trouble." The captain said firmly, "Take your shields, we will jump into the sea and let the marines see that they are not the only ones who can swim." After he finished speaking, none of the soldiers objected. One by one, they picked up the long shields on the deck one after another. This was the strict discipline of the Legion of Dionysia, even if this was just a preparatory division. "Please help us preserve the other armors and weapons first," the platoon leader reminded Ilias. Then, he carried his shield and jumped into the sea with a splash. The rest of the soldiers followed closely behind. During this process, Ilias saluted. After Sequelion gave the order, he did not stop by the battleship. Instead, he continued to chase after the other battleships. Due to the slow speed of the battleships loaded with soldiers, it was not difficult to catch up with them. After stopping a few battleships in succession, he discovered a situation. All the battleships he encountered were from the First Fleet, that is, the battleships that broke into the port of Selinus during the storm and escaped disaster, and the soldiers loaded on the battleships were mostly the reserve soldiers of the Dionians. Sequelion thought for a moment and understood that this was not a coincidence. In order to save time, Miltiades ordered that as long as the warships were fully loaded with soldiers, they could set off first. The reserve soldiers of the Legion were more well-trained and disciplined than the other city-states' militia. Therefore, they were able to board the warships in the shortest time possible. At the same time, Miltiades had to supervise the entire boarding process, so he was the last to set off. Any military commander would have a habit of gathering his most trusted troops around him. This way, it would be more convenient to command and play a greater role in battle, even if this was just a transportation of soldiers. Miltiades habitually ordered the First Fleet's ships to dock first, so the Fourth Fleet's ships that had followed him for more than a decade would set off later and be closer to him. This unintentional arrangement of Miltiades made things easier for Shikarion. He could smoothly make the First Fleet's warships and the Legion's reserve soldiers carry out his orders. If there was a fast three-story or warship, all the soldiers on it would jump into the sea. If there was a crow warship, 40 soldiers would remain and the rest would jump into the sea. Of course, Sequelion would also encounter friendly soldiers on the ships. They would obviously resist this order, and some even threatened to take over the ship by force. The captain could only patiently persuade them. At the same time, the soldiers on the nearby ships would jump into the sea as an example. In the end, most of the friendly soldiers obeyed, but because of this, time was delayed. While Sequelion was anxiously persuading the eastern ships to obey his orders, the East Phoenician fleet was speeding up to catch up with the retreating Dionia warships. The Dionia sailors paddled with all their might, but the ships were full of soldiers, which seriously affected the speed of the warships. Gradually, the East Phoenician fleet, which had accelerated to its maximum speed, closed the distance between them and the East Phoenician fleet. The East Phoenician warships were like tigers and wolves, pouncing on the fat sheep in front of them. The Dionia warships that were lagging behind saw that they could not escape, so they simply turned around and bravely charged at the enemy warships. However, the Dionia warships that had lost their speed and agility were no match for the lightly armed East Phoenician warships. They either had their oars broken or were hit by the warships. Many Dionia sailors and soldiers cried out as they jumped into the sea. Of course, there were occasional exceptions. These East Phoenician sailors had learned about the situation of the Dionysian fleet from their colonial compatriots, but after all, they had not experienced it themselves. A few East Phoenician warships were caught by the 12-meter-long suspension bridge of the Crow warship when they were charging head-on. The friendly soldiers, who were already equipped with armor and weapons, swarmed over like bees. The other Phoenician warships that saw this terrible scene quickly learned their lesson. When they faced the Crow warship again, they avoided the bow and attacked the stern. Due to the excessive number of soldiers, the Crow warship was not agile, and its speed was slow. Without the protection of the fast three-layer or warship, it became the main target of the Phoenician warships. Miltiades' warship was rushing to the beach, which happened to be the beach where the fleet's infantry landed a few days ago. It was just a mile away, and the distance was getting closer. However, Miltiades did not look happy. He was suffering in his heart. Originally, he had been sitting at the stern, observing the situation of the other warships following behind. But what he saw was countless enemy ships rushing over at lightning speed and attacking the warships that were lagging behind. Although these warships stubbornly resisted, they were either sunk or damaged. They floated stiffly on the sea and were bullied by the enemy. The startled cries of the crew never stopped, and more crew members and soldiers fell into the sea. This scene made Miltias feel like a knife was being twisted in his heart. These were the warships that he had shamelessly applied to the Ministry of Military Affairs for more than 10 years. He had carefully maintained and repaired them every day, and they were all gone in the blink of an eye. And these brothers who had been with him day and night for more than 10 years, who had trained so hard, he brought them to Sicily. They had not fought a single battle, and now they were about to lose their lives. He could not help but stand up and shouted, "Stop the ship immediately! Leave 40 soldiers behind." The rest of the soldiers immediately jump off the ship and swim to the beach. Quick! Quick! At this time, Miltias's order was the same as Sicarian's. In fact, he had thought of this before, but at that time, he was still hopeful. Besides, he was worried that if he drove the soldiers on the ship into the sea, it would lead to protests from his allies, which would be disadvantageous to him. After all, he had made a big mistake. A single mistake caused the Sicilian fleet to be in trouble, and now he regretted it. The friendly soldiers on the deck did not argue like the friendly soldiers on the East warship because they had seen the terrible situation on the sea behind them. Staying on the ship was not necessarily safer than staying in the sea, so they quickly followed the order. Miltias did not command the flagship to rush directly to the enemy's ships. Instead, he quickly steered to the nearby warships. He needed to gather the nearby warships as soon as possible so that they could fight against this unknown enemy fleet. In fact, due to the critical situation, some of the soldiers on the Dionia warships had already jumped into the sea without Miltias's reminder, so that the warships could participate in the battle. However, the first wave of attack from the East Phoenician fleet destroyed at least 10 Dionia 3-decker warships, which had already torn the rear of the Dionysian fleet into pieces. The subsequent warships chased after the scattered Dionia warships in an attempt to capture the rear of the Dionysian fleet in one fell swoop. Miltias's flagship, which had a white hull and a red blood flag fluttering on top of the mast, naturally became the main target of the East Phoenicians. A total of 5 Phoenician warships were speeding towards it, which forced Miltias to stop his original plan. Miltias immediately made a decision. He issued an order to a Crow warship and a fast 3-decker warship gathered on both sides of his flagship. Soon, the Crow warship and his flagship quickly turned around and steered towards the coast, while the fast 3-decker warship made a turn and steered parallel to the coast, pulling away from them. Seeing this, the East Phoenicians immediately sent one of their warships to pursue the fast 3-oared warships, while the other 4 continued to pursue the 2 Raven warships. As the East Phoenicians saw the Raven warships heading straight for the coast, they understood that the enemy warships intended to stop at the shallow beach. This would undoubtedly cause their plan to sink the Raven warships to fail, so they increased their speed again. In the process of the chase, they gradually formed a formation with 2 warships in front and 2 behind. The sailors of the Raven warships gradually slowed down, giving the East Phoenicians the illusion that they were gradually closing the distance between them and the Raven warships. Miltias stood at the stern of the ship, his eyes fixed on the approaching enemy warships. His ears listened to the lookout on the mast continuously reporting the distance between the enemy warships and the flagship, as well as the distance between the 2 warships. Miltias stared at the approaching enemy warships, his face covered in tiny beads of sweat. When the distance between the flagship and the enemy warships was only about 15 meters, he suddenly shouted, "Turn!" The crew who had been waiting immediately began to move. The helmsman swung the rudder, the sailors on the inside rowed harder, and the sailors on the outside slowed down. The entire crew moved in unison, causing the flagship to suddenly turn outwards. It was too late for the Phoenician warships to change course. The strong inertia caused the warships to continue moving forward even after the sailors stopped rowing. The Raven warship next to the flagship also turned to the outside of the hull at almost the same time. When they had just turned their bows, the 2 Phoenician warships at the front had already brushed past them. "Continue turning inwards." Miltias and the captain of the Raven warship next to him gave the same command. It turned out that when the 2 Phoenician warships saw the Dionia warship in front of them turn, they immediately turned their bows and charged forward diagonally. The target of the bronze ram was the raised tail of the Dionia warship. The reason why Miltia's flagship and the Raven warship sped up and spun was to avoid the tail of the warship and let the bow of the ship face the enemy warship. If the warship was still fully loaded with soldiers, Miltia's wouldn't have dared to make such a tactical maneuver. But now that the warship had unloaded too many soldiers, it had regained its usual lightness. The results of the crew's years of training were displayed at this moment. When the enemy ship approached, the flagship's bow was already tilted towards the enemy ship. The deck operator seized the opportunity and lowered the 12-meter-long drawbridge that had been installed on the foremast. Boom! Boom! The flagship and the other Raven warship had both successfully captured the enemy's ship. Quick! Quick! Kill them! The bosun loudly reminded the 40 Allied soldiers in the cabin. It was the first time these soldiers experienced the legendary Dionia style of naval warfare. They rushed to the deck excitedly and swarmed over the drawbridge, killing their way onto the deck of the enemy's ship. Damn it! These idiots forgot to pull out the drawbridge. Miltia's cursed. He had asked the bosun to remind the Allied soldiers a few times, but the soldiers were too hot-blooded and had obviously forgotten that. They were unreliable without any experience of fighting with the Raven drawbridge. Why did the soldiers pull out the drawbridge once they crossed it? Because there were 3 other Phoenician warships not far away from the flagship, and the nearest one had already begun to turn its bow. If the flagship was still connected to the enemy ship, it would only be able to ram into it. So, 2 of the flagship's deck operators immediately ran across the drawbridge. There were a total of 5 to 8 deck operators on a Raven warship, and struggled to pull out the spikes at the lower end of the drawbridge. The other operators quickly pulled up the drawbridge, and the helmsmen and sailors began to steer the flagship away from the screaming enemy ship. But no matter how fast the flagship was, it still needed time to move. At this moment, the lookout was already shouting anxiously, "The enemy ship is coming. It's rushing towards our stern." Miltia stared nervously at the enemy ship that was charging at them from behind. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh, but he was completely unaware of it. His ears were filled with the shouts of the sailors. They were doing their best to get out of danger, but it took time for the warship to go from a stationary state to a fast-sailing state, and that was exactly what the flagship lacked the most right now. Seeing that the bow of the enemy ship was about to collide with the rear of the flagship, the lookout who was hugging the mast tightly, in a naval battle, the lookout should logically come down from the mast to avoid falling to his death during the collision, but at this moment of life and death for the flagship, they could not care less, shouted again, "Our warship! Our warship!" He saw a warship cutting through the waves like an arrow flying into Miltia's field of vision. Before he could see it clearly, he heard a loud bang. The warship had collided with the side of the enemy ship, cutting in like a sharp dagger. It was the fast 3-tiered warship that had lured the enemy ship away. It led the enemy ship in a big circle, then used its speed to shake off the enemy ship and quickly rushed to rescue the flagship. Beside him were the screams of the Phoenicians, and behind him were the screams of the Phoenicians. Miltia's was still in high spirits as he shouted, "Quick! Quick! Turn around!" Because the crisis had not been resolved, the Phoenician warship that had been chasing the fast 3-tiered warship also followed closely behind. The flagship struggled to turn around, but it was too late. Miltia's could only watch as the bow of the enemy ship collided with the rear of the fast 3-tiered warship that had rescued the flagship. This special warship of the Dionian Navy had a narrow, slender hull, shaped like a willow leaf. Speed was its strength, but resistance to collisions was its weakness. In order to protect the flagship, this warship ignored its pursuers and bravely collided with the enemy ship that threatened the flagship. It placed itself in the most dangerous situation. Because there was an enemy ship in front of it, the fast 3-tiered warship had no room to cushion the impact. It bore the full brunt of the impact. The bow of the enemy ship had completely cut into the warship, and the rear of the warship had split open. The seawater was quickly dyed red with blood. "Speed up!" Miltia's gritted his teeth and shouted. The sailors in the cabin did not know what was happening outside. They continued to row at the fastest speed, causing their arms to be a little numb, but they gritted their teeth and persevered. The flagship rushed over, and the drawbridge fell, smashing into the deck of the enemy ship. "Pick up your weapons and follow me," Miltia shouted towards the cabin. The sailors were a little stunned. They had always been responsible for rowing, and killing the enemy was the task of the fleet's infantry. "What are you waiting for? Obey my orders," the boatswain urged. The sailors suddenly understood and picked up the bayonets and swords that the soldiers who had jumped into the sea had left behind. "Kill!" Miltiades angrily brandished the sword he had picked up and personally led the sailors to charge at the enemy ship. At that moment, the other Raven warship did not retreat in time, and was hit by the Phoenician warship that had turned around. Although the damage was not great, the influx of seawater forced the sailors to urgently block it. This affected the speed and agility of the Raven warship, and it was difficult to escape the danger of being hit again. The 3 warships led by Miltiades faced the attack of 5 enemy ships, and actually managed to obtain a 4-3 ratio. This was enough to show that the Sicilian fleet was well trained and coordinated. However, due to Miltiades' mistake, most of the Dionia warships in the rear of the fleet were scattered, and when faced with the attack of the East Phoenician fleet, they were in a dangerous situation. This was especially so for the Raven warship. Without the protection of the other warships, not only could it not display its powerful jumping ability, but its weaknesses such as slow speed and inflexible turning were also exposed. One by one, the Dionia warships sank, and a few warships directly rushed onto the beach. At the same time, the East Phoenician fleet was also moving east, and like adding fuel to the fire, the Dionia warships that were returning to the west were surrounded by the Phoenician warships. Seeing that the situation was not good, the warships at the back began to retreat east. It was not easy for the East Phoenician fleet to find such a good opportunity to annihilate the enemy. How could they let them escape so easily? Some of the warships split up and chased after the enemy. The soldiers on the Dionia warships jumped into the sea to reduce the weight of the warships so that they could escape. Even so, the Raven warships were caught up due to their speed, and they had no choice but to fight back. The battle lasted for less than half an hour. The middle and rear of the Sicilian fleet had been defeated by the East Phoenician fleet. Other than some warships that were still struggling to deal with the enemy ships, the rest had either sunk or fled. The defeat of the Sicilian fleet seemed to be certain. The Phoenician warships pursued eastward and were about to reach the surface of the Minoan Sea. At this moment, the faint sound of a bugle came from the front. Several watchmen on the fast 3-decker warships that were retreating eastward shouted almost at the same time, "Our fleet! Our fleet is here!" The captains, who had been nervously watching the enemy ships behind them, turned their heads and looked east. They saw dozens of Dionia warships in the distance. They lined up in the familiar starship formation and were speeding towards them. The captains immediately became spirited and shouted to the sailors in the cabin, "Brothers, keep your spirits up. Our reinforcements are here." When the sailors heard this, they gripped the oars tightly with renewed strength. They steered the warships to the sides to make way for the fleet to attack. At this time, the Phoenician warships also noticed the abnormality in front of them. They stopped chasing and began to move closer to each other. This Dionysian fleet that was moving rapidly from the east to the west was made up of 35 of the 42 warships of the First Fleet's Second Fleet. Among them, 25 were the Raven warships, and 10 were the fast 3-decker warships. Their commander was Stephacas. However, the real commander of this fleet was not Stephacas. Instead, it was Sicilian on the Raven warship in the center of the fleet. He stood at the bow of the ship and looked ahead with a determined gaze. The captain behind him was giving orders loudly, "Speed up. Keep going straight." The lookout at the top of the mast also shouted loudly, "There are about 40 enemy warships in front of us. They're forming a double column. There are more coming from the distance. Time is of the essence, let's finish this wave first." Sicarian muttered, raising his head to look at the drawbridge beside the foremast. The Phoenician warships that were hurriedly getting into formation also quickly picked up speed. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Sicilian stared unblinkingly at the incoming enemy warship in front of him. The Raven warship maintained a high speed, but it was not sprinting. It charged straight towards the enemy's bow. When the two warships were 30 meters apart, the enemy warship suddenly turned to the side. Clearly, the Phoenicians knew the power of the Dionysia's Raven warship. Sicilian sneered. The warship he was on did not care about the Phoenician warship that had evaded and continued to move forward. Just as the Phoenician warship went around Sicilian's warship, it suddenly saw the Dionia warship in front of it charging towards the side of the warship like a swordfish. The Phoenician warship had no choice but to turn again and narrowly avoid the crisis of being hit. However, when the two ships brushed past each other, someone shouted, "Pull back the oars! Pull back the oars!" Both sides ordered at the same time. The sailors of the Dionysian warship were already prepared, and the sailors of the Phoenician warship had been rowing with all their might just a moment ago, allowing the warship to avoid the danger of being sunk. There was no time for them to react, and the wooden oars were pushed by the Dionysian warship against the ship's windows. With a crack, the oars broke. After breaking the oars on one side, the Dionia warship ignored them and continued to sail forward. But before the crew of the Phoenician warship could recover from this shock, another Dionysian warship sailed towards them. This was a Raven warship. It had taken advantage of the fact that the Phoenician warship lacked oars and easily set up the drawbridge on its deck. The reserve soldiers on the warship were not the soldiers of their allies. They obeyed their orders and rushed over the drawbridge without hesitation. The Phoenician sailors who had been injured quickly returned to the warship under the command of a squadron leader and pulled up the drawbridge. The starship formation that Sicilian had set up was different from the past. The traditional starship formation had Raven warships arranged in intervals at the front, while the fast three-oared warships at the back waited for an opportunity to attack. This time, the starship formation had Raven warships and fast warships arranged in intervals. Their purpose was to speed up the pace of the attack and seize the time to rescue the besieged warships. In the middle of the formation, Stephakis's warship fluttered its blood-red flag high, reminding the surrounding warships to fight to the death. Sicilian's warship, which was charging at the front, encouraged the crew to advance bravely. The East Phoenician fleet had succeeded in their sneak attack, but this was the first time they were fighting the Dionysian fleet. Their traditional naval tactics were completely unable to adapt to the new naval tactics that Dionia had developed after years of training. Even though they had more warships, their hastily arranged battle formation could not withstand the attacks of the high-spirited Dionia fleet. After fighting for a while, 10 Phoenician warships were either captured or damaged. Meanwhile, the Dionia fleet only paid the price of 4 warships before completely defeating the Phoenician fleet. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Phoenician warships retreated. The fast warships of Dionia did not give chase, because Sicilian had discussed with them before the battle. The current situation was that the enemy outnumbered them, and the warships could not split up. Otherwise, if they advanced too quickly and separated from the main force, it would be easy for them to be surrounded. Hence, the warships of Dionia gradually returned to their positions as they advanced at a relatively fast speed, maintaining a complete formation. The Phoenician warships along the way had long received the news and retreated westward, allowing some of the Dionia warships to escape and join the Dionia fleet. The number of warships of the Dionia fleet that had just experienced this battle did not decrease, but instead increased, reaching 45 warships. Cough. Cough. Miltias coughed repeatedly. The crew beside him hurriedly helped him up and patted his back so that he could spit out the seawater. "General Miltias, are you all right?" the crew asked with concern. Miltias waved his hand but did not speak. He faced the sea and stared blankly at it. There was no trace of his flagship, only the top of the mainmast sticking out of the sea like a rotten branch floating in the air. He had led his flagship to deal with the enemy for a while, but in the end, it could not escape the enemy's encirclement and was sunk. Fortunately, it was closer to the beach, and they swam ashore. Looking at the surrounding sea, there were a few such rotten branches, mostly near the coast. Further away, there were even more wreckages of warships floating on the surface of the sea. Most of them were Dionians' warships. Only a handful of warships seemed to be floating on the surface of the sea, but they were drifting uncontrollably with the waves. Those were the Phoenician warships that had been destroyed by the Raven warship. Looking at the wreckages of the warships and the countless floating heads on the sea, Miltias felt his heart clench tightly. The Sicilian fleet, and his 4th fleet, were all gone just like that? He stood there for a long time, letting the tide wash over his legs. Most of the crew around him were like him, staring blankly at the sinking flagship. After being together for so many years, they could not bear to part with it. "Hey, you guys are from the Dionysian fleet, right?" Someone walked towards them. Yes, we belong to the 4th Fleet of Dionia. This is a crew member beside Miltius said loudly. Miltius slapped his shoulder hard, stopping him from continuing. As the person in charge of this transport operation, Miltius felt that he was responsible for this fiasco, and he was somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, he had just arrived in Sicily, and not many people knew him. The person just glanced at him, then said to the crew member who spoke, "There are still many crew members from the 4th Fleet there." Following the direction of his finger, Miltius saw that more than 1,000 people had gathered on the beach to the east. The person continued, "I'm the commander of Gela's reinforcements, Friarchas. This place is too close to Serina city. In order to avoid being discovered by Carthage's people, we can't stay here for too long. We have to head east as soon as possible. After passing Germ, we can reach Minoa city to ensure our safety." The crew member turned to look at Miltius, and Miltius nodded. The crew member immediately said, "All right, we'll head over now." Friarchas glanced at the downcast Miltius again. He had seen similar expressions on the faces of several Dionia captains who had swum ashore. After all, ever since the storm destroyed the Dionysian fleet, the Dionian navy had suffered another huge loss. The legend of the Dionian navy, which had never been defeated since its establishment, had come to an end. This was a huge blow to these admirals. Friarchas could understand this, but at the same time, he was worried. With the Dionian navy in Sicily in such a difficult situation, what could Gela do? He sighed in his heart, turned around, and walked towards the main fleet. The crew members followed behind him, looking back at the sea from time to time. Suddenly, someone said, "The enemy ships can't be seen on the sea anymore. Have they retreated?" Miltius almost fell to the ground. He would have preferred to see the enemy ships still patrolling on the sea, because it meant that the Sicilian fleet was still fighting. Now that all the enemy ships had left, could it be that the Sicilian fleet had been wiped out? Miltius' face was ashen, and his heart was in even more pain. At this moment, there was a loud noise in front of him. "Enemy! Enemy! The Carthage people are here. Run!" The crew was shocked. They saw many Numidian cavalry coming out of the woods to the north of the beach. They rode their horses down the slope and rushed toward the main force in front of them. Behind them, there were even more heavily armed Carthaginian infantry. Since the last night attack, Margot had strengthened the patrols along the coast from Serenus to Germ. The battle between the Sicilian fleet and the Phoenician fleet near Germ would certainly be discovered by the Carthage cavalry. Upon receiving the news, Margot immediately sent a mixed army of 5,000 cavalry and infantry to attack the Dionia sailors and soldiers who had escaped ashore because their ships had sunk. At the same time, they had to prevent the Minoans from coming out of the city to rescue them. Most of the Dionia sailors and friendly soldiers on the beach were unarmed, and it was inevitable that they would panic. When the Numidian cavalry rushed forward, javelins were thrown into the crowd. Blood splattered and screams were heard, causing the people to turn around and flee in panic. The Numidian cavalry screamed and took the opportunity to charge forward, speeding up the retreat of the Dionia sailors and friendly soldiers. "General, we must escape to the sea immediately to escape the enemy's pursuit." The flagship captain's voice trembled as he shouted at Miltius. "Go ahead," Miltius said with a blank expression, but he continued to move forward. The captain of the flagship anxiously grabbed him and shook him violently, yelling in his ear, "Miltius, the enemy is coming. We must escape. There are enemies everywhere. Hiding in the sea will only end up as a laughable captive. The 4th Fleet is gone. It's all my fault. I betrayed His Majesty's trust." Miltius' faint words were filled with endless regret. He raised his head and looked forward. "Only by dying on the battlefield can I reduce the people's mockery of me. Only then can the elders' doubts about His Majesty be reduced." After hearing this, the captain was stunned. After a moment, he suddenly puffed out his chest and said in a deep voice, "General, for the past 10 years, you've been the commander of the 4th Fleet. You've taken care of us like a father. How can we abandon you and run for our lives today? Please allow me to follow you and fight bravely like before. My lord, please allow me to follow you and fight the enemy." "Me too. Don't forget me." The crew members expressed their stance one after another. Their determined expressions showed that they were not just saying it for show. Miltius was finally moved. He looked around at the crew and finally revealed a relieved smile. "Very well, then let us head to Elysium together." As he said that, he raised the dagger that was chipped after cutting down many Phoenician sailors and shouted, "Increase the speed of the oars and charge forward. Our target is the Carthage cavalry." "Yes." More than 100 crew members shouted in unison and lined up in a row. With Miltias at the head, they strode forward and sang the Song of Hades. "I sing your praises, O great Hades. You are the master of the night, the master of law, the protector of the kingdom of Dionia." While Carthage's army was massacring the sailors and friendly soldiers of the Ionia-Sicilian fleet along the coast from Germ to Minoa, the East Phoenician fleet did not return victorious as Miltias had expected. They received the news that the Dionia fleet had attacked from the east and defeated some of the Phoenician warships. They hurriedly gathered their scattered warships and sailed east in preparation for battle. Tyre, Sidon, and the other Phoenician city-states had provided the Persians with their navy for many years. The sailors of the Phoenician region, which had a strong commercial atmosphere, did not have a strong will to fight. Therefore, in the decades of war between the Persian navy and the Greek navy, mainly the Athenian navy, the Phoenicians did not achieve any brilliant results. Judging from the results of the battle today, the East Phoenician fleet had easily obtained a brilliant victory. They were skilled in calculation and sophistication, so they could stop now and boast about this achievement to Carthage. However, this fleet was jointly formed by Tyre, Sidon, and the other Phoenician city-states. Once they were forced to retreat from the sea by the Dionysian fleet, it meant that they could not clean up the battlefield, take away the damaged warships, and rescue the Phoenician sailors who had fallen into the sea or been killed by the soldiers on the Raven warships. Abandoning their own compatriots in a foreign land thousands of miles away and becoming prisoners of another race was unacceptable to many in the fleet. When they returned to the Phoenician region, they would also be accused by the citizens of the city-states. This was why they decided to continue fighting. Of course, there was another reason. The East Phoenicians believed that they had far more three-tiered warships than their opponents, and could completely defeat them. In the end, the Phoenician fleet gathered 97 warships and met with the fleet led by Sicerion on the sea between Germ and Minoa. At this time, the Dionia sub-fleet was advancing, and the fleeing Dionia warships joined in. The number of warships had already reached 51. At this time, the Phoenician warships were almost twice the number of Dionia warships, and half of the Dionia sub-fleet's warships were more or less damaged. However, the Dionysian fleet was not afraid at all. The flagship of the First Fleet and Second Fleet, located in the center of the fleet, raised 3 long blood-red streamers on the top of the mast under Stephakas's command. This meant, fight to the end, never retreat. The Raven warship that Sicerion was on was still in the lead, charging ahead. All the sailors on the warships, regardless of fatigue, rowed with all their might and steered the warships forward. They wanted to wash away their previous embarrassment and humiliation, and bring pain and death to the enemy. The original plan of the East Phoenician fleet was to use the advantage of having more ships, increase the width of the fleet, and not engage the Dionia warships when they attacked from the front. Instead, they would take the initiative to retreat and lure them deeper. Then, the 2 warships on the flanks would launch an attack. This was a variant circumnavigation tactic. However, when the 2 fleets met, usually both sides would first get into formation before launching an attack. Who knew that the Dionia warships would charge directly at them in a mess? The East Phoenicians were not familiar with the Dionia's starship formation and thought that they had not gotten into formation. The East Phoenician fleet could only respond hastily, and the previous battle plan was not fully implemented. At first, the East Phoenicians still had the mentality of dealing with the Dionysian fleet first, and slowly spread out their formation to carry out the original battle plan. Who knew that the Dionysian fleet's attack was fast, fierce, and efficient? As soon as the warships of both sides came into contact, the 2 Phoenician warships at the front were in danger. One was hooked by the Raven warship, and the other was destroyed by the fast warship. The Dionia warships rushed forward and backward, breaking into the center of the East Phoenician fleet and disrupting the order of the entire fleet. Soon, both sides fell into a fierce melee. The crew of the Dionysian fleet fought with the determination to die. During the battle, even if the hull of the ship was damaged and the seawater seeped in, they would still charge at the nearby enemy ships while blocking the attack of the enemy ships. When the soldiers of the Raven warship rushed onto the enemy ship and did not have time to return, the crew would not hesitate to pull up the drawbridge and smash it into another enemy ship that was preparing to attack them. Then, the sailors would pick up the weapons left by the soldiers who had jumped into the sea and board the ship to fight. Even when the warship was hit by the enemy, the first thing the crew thought of was not to plug the gap and escape, but to throw a number of hooks from the deck and hook the enemy ship. Then, the crew would jump to help. It was precisely because the crew of the Dionia broke out with a strong fighting spirit that they were not afraid of death that they were able to fight evenly with the East Phoenician fleet despite the great disparity in the number of warships. Their terrible fighting spirit deterred the East Phoenicians, who had always been vassals of Persia and rarely fought independently. Therefore, after more than an hour of fierce battle, the East Phoenicians chose to retreat with fear. Although the crew of the Dionia were very tired, they still had to complete an important task before they could return to Cyrrhinus, which was to clean up the battlefield and rescue their fallen comrades. This was also the reason why they fought with their lives on the line. The first person to be rescued was Thurian. The warship he was on was charging at the front, so naturally, he was besieged by the Phoenicians and eventually sank. However, because the battle was fierce at that time, the surrounding warships could not rescue him in time. Now, he was quickly rescued on Stephakas's warship. After soaking in the sea for dozens of minutes, he was still full of energy. The moment he got on the ship, he asked, "Has the enemy really retreated?" Stephakas, the commander of the B squadron, immediately reported, "My lord, I've already sent many fast ships to follow the enemy. If there's anything unusual, they'll report back immediately. I've also ordered 8 warships to maintain combat alert here, just in case." The arrangements are very detailed and reasonable. Much better than that bastard Melchias. At the mention of Melchias, Thurian was furious. He immediately asked loudly, "Have you found that bastard Melchias? There's no news of him yet. Looks like he's too ashamed to see me and has gone into hiding." Thurian's face was full of mockery. He then asked, "How many warships do we have left?" 25. Among them, 18 are Raven warships, 7 are fast warships, and 6 aren't too badly damaged. If we tow them back to the naval base, they should be able to be repaired," Stephakas said in a heavy tone. "This is all Melchias's fault. More than 100 warships. It was his mistake that caused more than 100 warships to be rammed and sunk by a bunch of cowardly enemies. Many of the crew did not even engage in a real battle before they watched their warships sink. This is really..." Sigh. Thurian was heartbroken, even shedding tears. Not only did he grieve for the losses in this naval battle, but he also remembered the great storm that he could not bear to recall. Indeed, the navy of Dionia, which had once boasted of being the number 1 in the western Mediterranean Sea, had 4 major fleets and more than 850 warships. However, in the few months after the war with Carthage, they had continuously suffered heavy losses. The first, second, and fourth fleets had been reduced to the size of the navy when it was first established. How could he not cry in pain? Although Stephakas felt the same, he still consoled him, "My lord, we've captured some enemy ships and brought them back to the base. After some minor modifications, they can be added to the fleet and augment our strength." "How many?" Thurian immediately asked. "The exact number is not clear yet." Stephakas's answer was understandable because this was not the only battlefield. There were battlefields everywhere from Minoa to Germ. Therefore, Thurian did not criticize Stephakas. Instead, he looked up at the sky and said, "It's still afternoon. Let the brothers carefully search every corner of the sea. Try not to miss any of our brothers who have fallen into the water. Also, don't miss any warships. Then let them pilot the captured enemy ships and return to Cyrrhinus together." "Yes, my lord." In their conversation, the two did not mention the matter of sending reinforcements to Agrigento. In the current situation, it was impossible to rush to Agrigento, and they urgently needed to return to the port to rest. The pursuit of Carthage's army on the coast caused many of the Dionia crew members who had already swum ashore to be forced to swim back into the sea. After soaking in the cold water for an hour or two, some of the crew members were already exhausted. Thanks to the mutual assistance of their comrades, they struggled to hold on until the arrival of the warships. Only when the sun set and night fell did the incomplete Sicilian fleet slowly enter the port of Serenus with the captured warships and Phoenician sailors. In this battle, only 43 of the 130 warships of the East Phoenician fleet remained, while 31 of the 150 ships of the Dionia Sicilian fleet remained, including 6 that were damaged. At the same time, they captured 23 Phoenician warships. In addition, only 2,000 of the 6,000 soldiers the Sicilian fleet transported safely returned to Serenus. Most of them were reserve soldiers. The Dionia Sicilian fleet won a Pyrrhic victory in the end, but they lost strategically. Because on this day, Hasdrubal led about 17,000 soldiers from the Iberian army to attack Agrigento again, using only black logs and scaling ladders. Faced with the dilemma of running out of food and starving if they could not take down the city, the soldiers bravely took the lead and fought to the death. In particular, the ferocity of the Lusitanian warriors and the Celtic warriors in the northern mountains of Iberia caused a lot of trouble for the defenders of Agrigento. Agrigento's militia had already suffered considerable losses in the Battle of Minoa. Later, because of Carthage's army besieging Serenus and Leotychides, Agrigento once again sent reinforcements. As a result, there were not many defenders in the city. Although they repelled the enemy's attack in the battle yesterday, they also lost many soldiers. Today, reinforcements did not arrive for a long time. The bloody battle lasted until the afternoon, and the Agrigento people finally could not resist the enemy's attack. The city was breached by Carthage's people. Hasdrubal allowed his soldiers to loot and kill wantonly in the city. Apart from some of the Agrigento people who escaped to the port on their ships, the rest were slaughtered. On the morning of the second day, Sicorian arrived at Serenus mansion and saw Leotychides, who was waiting in the hall. "Persosus, long time no see. I hope you didn't call me here to borrow the fleet's infantry, or to convert our idle sailors into light infantry," Sicorian said, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with Leotychides' actions. Leotychides did not react to his mockery. He glanced at him indifferently and said, "Miltiades died in battle." Sicorian immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "Who told you that? We searched for a long time yesterday, but we couldn't find it." "Where did you get it?" "Look at this," Leotychides interrupted him coldly and pushed the wooden box on the table. Sicorian's gaze immediately focused on the wooden box that did not seem to be of Greek style. A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He walked forward with heavy steps and carefully opened the lid. Commander Carthage Margo sent a messenger. He said that when their army attacked our sailors and soldiers who swam ashore, only Miltiades led his unarmed crew and bravely attacked them. Before he died, he cut down 2 of Carthage's soldiers. A Celtic leader from Iberia admired his bravery and chopped off his head as his spoils of war. After Margo learned of this, he specially ransomed him back, but his body could not be found, so he could only send his head to us. With Leotychides' flat and lifeless voice ringing in his ears, Sicorian stared at the face in the wooden box that he could still vaguely recognize. After a moment, he cursed in a low voice, "Miltiades, you idiot." Then, he gently closed the box. After sitting back on the wooden chair, he could no longer suppress the resentment in his heart. The war in Sicily has only started a few months ago, but not only did the Ionian navy suffer heavy losses, we even lost 2 fleet commanders, Phralios and Miltiades. Damn Carthage! Damn that Margo! Sicorian cursed loudly to vent the grief in his heart. The messenger from Carthage also brought a request. Leotychides ignored his anger and continued, "They captured thousands of our sailors, hoping to exchange them for the Phoenician sailors we captured. The Carthage can dream on. I haven't let the Phoenicians who ambushed my fleet suffer enough." Sicorian said hatefully. "So you're saying that you're going to reject the suggestion from Carthage?" "No, I'm exchanging with them." Sicorian raised his eyebrows. "The lives of our sailors are very precious. How can the Phoenicians from Persia be compared to them? Let them go. I believe that in a few days, they will become our captives again." After the naval battle, the Sicilian fleet brought the captives back to Serenus. After interrogation, Sicorian was temporarily relieved. It turned out that the fleet was reinforcements from Tyre, Sidon, and other Phoenician cities in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. It was not a batch of warships that Carthage had built earlier than Dionia. With the state of Carthage's mother state, it was obviously impossible for them to frequently send fleets from thousands of miles away to aid Carthage. After a while, you and I will both send people to discuss with the messenger from Carthage. We will complete the exchange of captives as soon as possible. Okay. Mac-Elian answered straightforwardly. He then asked sensitively, why are you in such a hurry? What happened? This morning, a messenger from Cyprus brought bad news. Cultivation has been occupied by the people of Carthage. Cultivation? Sicorian was puzzled. He had been in the naval base in Tarentum and had only been in Sicily for a few months. He had been busy with the affairs of the Sicilian fleet, so he was not very clear about the internal situation of Sicily. The name of the town was completely unfamiliar to him. Cultivation is a town of the Xianxia people. It's in the inner mountains of Sicily, northwest of Agrigento. It's on the border between the kingdom and the people of Carthage and Sicily, bordering the territory of the Xianxia people. Leotychides gave a rare explanation. Sicorian tried hard to recall the location of the town. When his adjutant, Mukalou, saw this, he immediately fetched a map of Sicily and placed it on the table beside Sicorian, pointing out the location of the town. This town of the Xianxia people used to be the base of the Tannic tribe. What Leotychides said next left an impression on Sicorian. After all, the matter of Laodigian back then had caused a huge storm in the kingdom's politics. How did you lose it? Sicorian's interest was piqued. According to the messenger, a few days ago, when Carthage's army surrounded Serenus, more than 2,000 Xianxia people invaded their territory. The Xianxia people have always maintained a strong stance against the Xianxia people, so they did not hesitate to gather 4,000 warriors to crush them. Leotychides pursed his lips, as if mocking the stupidity of the Xianxia people. However, during the battle, the army of Carthage suddenly appeared, and the Xianxia people suffered a crushing defeat. The people of Carthage took advantage of their victory and successfully occupied Cultivation. After that, the people of Carthage and the Xianxia people continued to attack Enna city. The leader of the Tannic tribe, Arcones, who had fled to the west of Sicily, became the guide for the people of Carthage. He even helped the people of Carthage persuade the tribes of Xianxia to surrender. This caused the people of Xianxia to waver. Although Cyprus has already ordered Crelou, the governor of Hina, to send reinforcements to Enna, the situation there is not optimistic. Furthermore, since we did not send reinforcements to Agrigento yesterday, I am also worried about the situation of Agrigento city. If it falls, tens of thousands of Carthage soldiers will be able to gain a foothold in the middle of the south coast. Not only will it threaten the safety of the neighboring cities, it will also threaten our safety. Sicorian sat up straight and looked at Leotychides. He asked seriously, you want the navy to send reinforcements to Agrigento again? Of course I do. You are now the highest-ranking military officer of the Sicilian fleet. Although Sicorian is not the commander of the Sicilian fleet yet, the new commander has not been appointed after Melchia's death. As the commander of the First Fleet, McLean has the highest military position in the fleet, so he naturally becomes the leader of this fleet. As the commander of the First Fleet, of course I need to discuss with you. With the current situation of the fleet, can we carry out the mission of sending reinforcements? Leotychides asked seriously. Of course. Sicorian answered straightforwardly. In the face of military affairs that concerned the kingdom's interests, he had always been able to weigh the pros and cons. I can use the captured Phoenician warships as transport ships and use the Sicilian fleet as escorts. Yesterday, the Phoenicians were defeated by us despite having the upper hand. I'm afraid they will hide in the port for the next few days. If they really dare to come, we can annihilate them all. But this time, we can't transport that many soldiers. Even if you can transport them, I don't have that many reinforcements. Just 2,000. Although Leotychides said it in a flat tone, Sicorian could feel the helplessness in his words. He once again looked at the commander of the Sicilian army whom he rarely interacted with. Then he said, it's not a problem to transport 2,000 people. I'll go back and get ready to leave as soon as possible before noon. Leotychides did not express his gratitude. Instead, he continued, there's one more thing you need to know. When the messenger returns to Catani, bring a message to Cyprus and ask him to send a fleet here as soon as possible to transport the troops here to Gela. By then, I'll need the Sicilian fleet's escort. Sicorian was shocked. you're giving up on Selinus? Of course we can't give up on Selinus city. Otherwise, the Carthaginian army of 100,000 can easily pass through here and march east. You will also lose your naval base in western Sicily, and the threat to the western coast of Sicily will be greatly reduced. Leotyzides explained with rare patience. However, our main forces have always remained within Selinus city, allowing the Carthaginians to boldly attack our defenseless areas without any worries. This is not good either. My plan is to leave a few thousand soldiers to defend Selinus while I lead the 8th Legion's main force of 10,000 soldiers to Gela. We'll join forces with our allies and defeat Carthage's army that's attacking Agrigento. We'll wipe out their threat to Ionia and our friendly city-states. Leaving only a few thousand soldiers to defend Selinus can stop Carthage's army? Sicarion was a little worried. We've been reinforcing the city's defenses. It shouldn't be a problem to defend it for more than a month. By then, the situation might change, Leotyzides said calmly. Sicarion pondered for a while before making up his mind. Since you've decided to carry out this plan, as a military force protecting Sicily, the Sicilian fleet can promise you two things. First, our fleet will do our best to cooperate with the garrison of Selinus to defend this city. For example, we will intercept the Carthaginian grain transport ships, dispatch the infantrymen to harass the rear of the Carthaginian army, and even during the most dangerous times, we will dispatch the infantrymen to assist you in defending the city. Second, I can guarantee that if Selinus is breached, our navy will do our best to evacuate the remaining garrison safely and return to Catania. Thank you very much. Leotyzides was moved. Even his voice wavered. If you want to thank me, hurry up and defeat Carthage's army that's attacking Agrigento, Sicarion replied with his head held high. After sending off Sicarion, Leotyzides stood at the entrance of the hall in a daze for a while. Beside him, Muculu said with a smile, "It's said that Lord Sicarion is arrogant and not easy to talk to, but it seems that he is actually very understanding." Leotyzides did not continue the conversation. He returned to his seat and picked up the map to study it carefully. Muculu snickered to himself. Compared to the famous Thurian in the navy, this commander in front of him was even more difficult to approach. Muculu knew that Leotyzides would only need to look at the map for half a day, so he quickly ordered the servants to send breakfast to the hall. Leotyzides quickly finished his breakfast and asked Muculu to arrange for reinforcements to go to Agrigento. Muculu had just walked out of the hall when he bumped into Sicarion, who was hurrying towards him. "Lord Sicarion, what are you? I just received a report from the Clippers. Carthage's people have already occupied Agrigento." Sicarion said solemnly as he walked into the hall. "Agrigento has fallen?" Leotyzides suddenly stood up. Not only did Carthage's people occupy Agrigento, but they also massacred the entire city. Only a small portion of Agrigento's people escaped to Xianxia by boat, Sicarion said in a serious tone. "Your plan to transport reinforcements can no longer be carried out." Although the sudden news disrupted Leotyzides' plan, he did not panic. He thought for a while and said, "Please continue with the transport plan, but change the destination to Gela." After the Carthaginian army occupied Agrigento, the city-state to the east was Xianxia, but this small city had no defense at all. Next to it was Gela, and to the west was Minoa. Why did they only reinforce Gela and not Minoa? Sicarion understood. After Carthage's army besieged Selinus, Leotyzides considered that Minoa was also facing a threat from Carthage's people. Germ between Selinus and Minoa was just a small town without walls, so there were no troops stationed there, so Leotyzides did not ask for reinforcements. The city's defenses could at least hold out for a while. Thinking of this, he asked solemnly, "After sending reinforcements to Gela, do you still want to continue with the plan?" Leotyzides did not hesitate. "As long as Carthage's army in Agrigento continues to attack Xianxia or Gela, we must go and fight it. This is our only chance." Sicarion stared at the expressionless Leotyzides and suddenly admired his decisiveness in the face of a difficult situation. He felt that he was somewhat similar to Leotyzides in some aspects. He coughed, stood up, and said, "All right, when you're about to lead your army to attack, please inform the Sicilian fleet to escort you." After Sicarion left, Leotyzides turned to Muculu and said in a low voice, "Send a messenger to Catania immediately." Tell Cypros to apply to the Ministry of Military Affairs to transfer the 7th Legion to Sicily. Ah? Mucrator was a little surprised. Through this period of contact, he knew that Leotychides was a proud commander. If it was not a critical moment, he would not ask for help from the 7th Legion. Was it already a critical moment? Leotychides did not seem to realize that his words had stirred up waves in the adjutant's heart. He continued to explain expressionlessly, after occupying Agrigento, Carthage's army does not only have two options, attacking Ecconum or Minoa. They can also directly enter the mountains in the north again, meet up with the army there, seize Enna, and then advance eastward, break through the defense of Hina and Hebida, and invade the Catania plains. After hearing Leotychides' analysis, Mucrator felt nervous. He thought for a moment and said, "Isn't it too risky for Carthage's army to directly attack the central mountains instead of the south coast?" "It is a little risky, but we still have to be on guard." Leotychides pointed at the map and said, "Right now, our main force is in Serenus, and there are only a few thousand soldiers in the Catania plains. They also have to guard against Syracuse in the south, so they have no spare forces to support the Cycles. To be honest, the Cycles are far more important to me than the Greek cities on the south coast. Once Carthage's army occupies this area, a large area from Naxos to Leontini will be under the threat of Carthage's army, and it will be difficult for us to stop them from invading. Therefore, to ensure the safety of Sicily, to ensure that the people can harvest their crops smoothly during the autumn harvest, and to allow the 8th Legion to fight Carthage's army without fear, we can only send the 7th Legion south to guard the Catania plains." "I understand. I will make the arrangements immediately," Mucrator replied. In the central tent of Carthage's encampment, Margot frowned and said, "We can exchange the sailors, but not the soldiers." "My lord, but the Dionia captured nearly 10,000 Phoenician sailors, far more than the Dionia sailors we captured. That's why they want us to exchange the Greek soldiers as well. Are you my messenger or the Dionia's messenger? Do you think I'm an idiot to let these soldiers go and increase the strength of the Dionysian army? I don't agree to this condition. Go back and talk to them." Seeing that Margot was angry, the messenger could only agree. Margot sat on a chair and panted heavily as he watched the messenger leave the tent. After he calmed down a little, he said to the adjutant beside him, "Tell him that I agree to this condition. Arrange for the prisoners to be exchanged immediately." "My lord, didn't you just say, just do it? It's just 2,000 Greek soldiers. Give them to them. I'd like to see how the Dionia can resist the attack of my 100,000 strong army." "Lord Margot, what made you so angry?" Pamilka opened the tent and walked in. "Of course it's the Phoenicians from our mother country." Margot glared at him and said sarcastically, "Even when they had the upper hand, they were still defeated by the Dionysian fleet. They wasted such a great opportunity for nothing. These people are really idiots. This naval battle is indeed very regrettable. The mother country's fleet obviously underestimated the Dionia, but after this battle, I'm afraid the Dionysian fleet will not be able to harass the western seas for the time being. We, Carthage and the surrounding allies can all breathe a sigh of relief. For this reason alone, we should thank the mother country's fleet that came all the way here to help us." Pamilka reminded him with a smile, "Besides, our mother country did not only bring a fleet. They also promised to continue providing us with gold, silver, and supplies to help us defeat the Dionia in the end." Margot snorted. It was precisely because he thought of this that he changed his mind. Otherwise, if these people protested to the Carthage Senate every day, it would only affect his prestige. "Why did you call me here?" Pamilka asked again with a smile. "Oh, I see." Margot suddenly remembered and gestured for Pamilka to sit first. He then said solemnly, "Although the Phoenician fleet was defeated by the Dionysian fleet, they still succeeded in stopping the Dionia's plan to reinforce Agrigento in time. Although I haven't received any news yet, I believe that Hasdrubal, with more than 20,000 soldiers, will be able to take down the city of Agrigento in no time. Now that the situation is in our favor, our large army should not be gathered under Silenus. Instead, we should seize this favorable opportunity and continue to expand our victory. So, I hope that you will lead the army to attack Minoa." Pamilka was taken aback and asked, "Aren't we going to take Serenus first?" Margot blushed slightly, but he still said seriously, after this period of siege, I believe you also know that Serenus is not only strongly defended, but the main force of Dionia is also in Serenus. Their morale is very good. Even if our soldiers far outnumber them, it will take us more time to take the city, and time is very important to me. Pamilka then remembered the promise made by Margot in the Senate. He no longer hesitated and immediately expressed his willingness to go to war. Margot smiled and said generously, you will lead 10,000 Carthaginian militias, 15,000 Phoenician militias, and 25,000 Numidian soldiers, a total of 50,000 people. This is 10,000 more than when Mont Adano attacked Minoa. I hope you will lead the army to Minoa tomorrow, and don't make the same mistake as Mont Adano. Take Minoa as soon as possible. Pamilka was not excited about leading such a large army. Instead, he asked with concern, Lord Margot, according to this arrangement, you will not have many soldiers left with you. What if the Dionia in the city attack again? Pamilka did not say anything more, but he had already expressed his concern. In his opinion, if he left according to Margot's proposal, Margot would only have less than 20,000 troops brought from Iberia. This multi-ethnic army seemed to be very effective, but it was not easy to manage and lacked loyalty. There were also nearly 10,000 militia formed by the Western Sicilian allies. These Sicilians lacked training and were more suitable for carrying supplies, building camps, and other chores rather than fighting. The remaining nearly 10,000 Numidian soldiers were the soldiers of the camp that had been attacked at night. Obviously, the attack of Dionia had frightened these dark-skinned Numidians. In order not to let their panic affect the morale of the other troops, Margot had specially separated them. These days, they had been busy training, and even prepared to be sent to Lille to replace the garrison there. However, Margot was not worried about this. He said confidently, if the people of Dionia act as you said, that's exactly what I want. Pamilka did not try to persuade him further. He accepted the order. In fact, even if he didn't accept it, Magund would force him to accept it. This was because he had forcibly replaced a lot of Carthage's generals and replaced them with officers of the Iberian army that he trusted. Not only did this make the soldiers of the army formed by Carthage feel very uneasy, when the news reached Carthage, it also caused criticism in the Senate. The Hanoverian party even attacked his approach, claiming that he was doing this to turn the entire army into the private army of the Magund family, so that it would be convenient for him to dictate. Margot asked the neutral elder, Pamilka, to temporarily take over Carthage's army, both to appease the soldiers and to reassure the elders. The next day, Pamilka led the army out of the camp and marched eastward along the coast. Margot did not hide this military action, so the large-scale mobilization of Carthage's people in the barracks was clearly seen by Leotychides on top of the city wall. He was a little anxious because he could guess why the Carthage army left. It was not that he had not considered taking this opportunity to lead the whole army out of the city to attack the Carthage army that was still in the camp, but the previous night attack had already sounded the alarm for the Carthage people. Since they still dared to do so, they were obviously prepared. Leotychides held the only main force of the kingdom of Dionia in Sicily. In the case of the enemy being outnumbered, he could only take action with a high chance of winning, so he was now anxiously looking forward to the arrival of Catanai's fleet. Hasdrubal allowed his soldiers to pillage and slaughter the whole of Agrigento, partly to pay tribute to his father, Similco, who had once led an army to conquer Agrigento, so that his soldiers could be freed from the hardships of marching and fighting in the mountains, and partly to get enough food. He had achieved his goal. Agrigento's territory was either mountainous or hilly. Though it was not known for agriculture, it was a famous city of livestock in Sicily. That was why Hasdrubal acquired a large number of livestock, enough to feed an army of 20,000 for half a month. So after a day's rest, while Pamilka marched to Minoa, Hasdrubal left 1,000 soldiers in Agrigento and led 16,000 soldiers eastward along the coast. Their target was Gela. The army had to pass through the city of Ikonom on their way. Why did Leotychides not send reinforcements to this city, and why did Hasdrubal not set the city as his target? Because it was a small Greek city, only slightly larger than Germ. The low walls could only be used to stop wild beasts, not enemies. So Leotychides did not have high hopes for it, and Hasdrubal did not see it as a hindrance. Note, in history, the tyrant of Agrigento built a new city on the Cape of Ikonom 100 years later. A few decades later, during the First Punic War, the largest naval battle in ancient Western history took place near this cape. Carthage and Rome sent in 680 warships, carrying about 290,000 sailors and soldiers. In the end, Rome won. Sure enough, when Hasdrubal arrived with his army, the residents of Ikonom had already fled, leaving only an empty city. Carthage's army successfully moved in. After a night's rest, the army marched eastward the next day, and entered the territory of Gela at noon. Gela had a long history. It was only 4 or 5 years after the founding of Syracuse. It was founded by colonists from Rhodes and Crete, and named after the Gela River in their territory. The Gela River washed down a large amount of soil from the mountains, forming a fertile river plain in Gela's territory. After decades of successful transformation of the river and swamp, Gela became prosperous. At that time Agrigento had just been founded, and Syracuse was still limited to Ortygia. So 100 years ago, Hippocrates, the tyrant of Gela, and his successor Dillon, launched a war of conquest to the east. In the end, from Messina to Camalina and other Greek colonial cities in eastern Sicily surrendered to Gela. Dillon had his eyes on the geographical location of Syracuse, and moved there. He let his brother Hilon take over Gela, and moved half of the population of Hilon, where he was born, to Syracuse. Thus, the start of Syracuse's prosperity. After Dillon's death, Hilon moved to Syracuse. Since then, the tyrants of Gela had abandoned their original cities and made Syracuse their own center of governance. Gela, which used to be the most powerful Greek city-state in Sicily, began to decline. However, at that time, Gela had established a close relationship with Syracuse. The first conflict between Gela and Syracuse occurred more than 20 years ago. On the way to attack Syracuse, Carthage's commander, Hamilco, first occupied Agrigento, and then surrounded Gela. Dionysius promised to send reinforcements, but in the end, the reinforcements did not arrive, and Gela was occupied. The conflict deepened after the Gela people returned to their homeland. Syracuse had become the overlord of the Greek city-states in Sicily. Dionysius exploited and oppressed the people of his allies, including Gela. The people of Gela were very dissatisfied with him, but they could only obey him because they were afraid of his powerful force. It was not until Dionia defeated Syracuse that the Gela people were grateful to Dionia, but at the same time, they were wary of outsiders who entered Sicily. After 10 years of friendly relations between Dionia and the surrounding city-states, the Gela people finally let down their guard. In this war between Dionia and Carthage, Gela actively provided material assistance and sent troops to participate in the war. Now, Carthage's army had reached the city. This not only made the Gela people nervous, but it also shocked Syracuse and Catanai. After all, compared to the series of battles that happened in the west, Gela was much closer to them, so it could attract more people's attention. "Commander, Chalcidas is here," Mukalu reported to Leotychites. "Invite him in." A middle-aged officer wearing a purple helmet strode into the hall of the governor's mansion. His name was Chalcidas, and he was born in Catanai. After Dionysius conquered Catanai, he became a refugee and fled to a settlement in the mountains for a while. Later, he quietly returned to Port Catanai and sold his labor for a living. He was not afraid of violence, helped the weak, and handled matters fairly. Therefore, he had a high reputation among the refugees and freedmen in Port Catanai. During the war in southern Italy, Androporus hid in Port Catanai and received great help from him. Later, when Catanai caused a riot, the freedmen he led were also one of the main forces. After Catanai successfully recovered, he also led his troops to help the First Legion chase after Macias's defeated army. However, after the war ended and Catanai was incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, this hero in the hearts of the Gela people refused to become a royal official or a member of the city council. Instead, he volunteered to be a protector. Every year, he was elected by the Gela people to participate in the kingdom's protector conference because of his outstanding performance. At the same time, he was also the captain of the 1st Brigade of the 8th Legion, and was highly regarded by Leotychites. "Commander, Chalcidas reporting for duty." Chalcidas gave a powerful military salute. Leotychides showed a rare smile and asked, "How's the situation in the barracks today?" Ever since they had occupied Selinus, Leotychides had temporarily taken on the responsibility of managing the entire city, although most of the people in Selinus had been escorted to Kadnai. Naturally, he did not have much time and energy to invest in the army. Hence, he usually let Chalcidas manage the barracks for him. So far, there had been no major mistakes. Everything is going well. The defeat of the navy did not affect the morale of our brothers. On the contrary, they hope that you can let them attack the enemy camp again and gain more military merits, Chalcidas replied. Leotychid shook his head lightly. The Carthage people have already been tricked once. It will be difficult for the same trick to work again. However, I am preparing to carry out a large military operation. Saying this, he looked at Chalcidas. Chalcidas stood there with a calm expression. He did not appear to be in a hurry. Leotychides praised him in his heart, but his expression was as cold as ever. Now, the Carthage people have divided their army into 4 parts. One is besieging Selinus, one is attacking Minoa, one is attacking Enna, and one is attacking Gela. The situation is very serious. If you were me, what would you do at this time? For a high-ranking officer like Chalcidas, the information obtained by spies and clippers was usually open to him. Hence, Chalcidas understood the current situation of the battlefield better and had his own thoughts. He thought for a while and said, "The Carthage army far outnumbers us, but since they are attacking separately, we can use our advantage in the sea to attack them one by one." Attack them one by one, Leotychides asked calmly, "Where do you think we should attack first?" Gela, Chalcidas said without hesitation. Chalcidas said without hesitation, "It's said that the Carthaginian army there isn't a lot of soldiers. They're alone and close to the coast. It's the best target." Leotychides nodded. "You and I are thinking the same thing. I am going to lead the 8th Legion and 4th Cavalry Legion to Gela and defeat the Carthage army as soon as possible. After I leave, you will lead 5,000 reserve soldiers to guard this place." Chalcidas did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked hesitant. This made Leotychides feel strange. After a while, Chalcidas said resolutely, "Lord Commander, 5,000 soldiers are too many. 3,000 will be enough. This way, you will have more soldiers to defeat the Carthage army. I am confident that we can hold on until you return with victory." Leotychides was slightly stunned. He sat on the wooden chair and looked at Chalcidas for a while. Then, he stood up, walked in front of Chalcidas, and patted his shoulder. "After I leave Selinus, I am not only going to defeat the Carthage army in Gela. I am afraid that I will not be back for a long time. Also, Selinus is very important to us, so we must do our best to defend it. That is why I left so many soldiers for you. You don't have to worry about the small number of soldiers I lead. When we reach the east, I have plenty of soldiers to use." After hearing this, Chalcidas immediately said solemnly, "Lord Commander, please rest assured. As long as I am here, Selinus city is here. I will defend Selinus to the death." Leotychides' face twitched. His tone was a little gentle. "If you really can't hold on, there is no need for you to defend it. There is a fleet of the navy at the port to take the soldiers home safely. This war will be very long. In the future, we will have the chance to take Selinus back." Kadnai's fleet arrived at the port of Selinus. Leotychides led the army and was about to board the ship when they bumped into the messenger sent by Minoia asking for help. It turned out that after Pamilca led the Carthage army to the Minoia territory and set up camp, they began to attack Minoia city. Unlike Monadino, Pamilca personally went to the front line to supervise the siege. Coupled with the iron-blooded command of the Iberian army, the soldiers did not dare to slack off. They attacked fiercely, putting a lot of pressure on the Minoia garrison. At this time, when Leotychides received this news, he did not have any good ideas. He could only comfort the Minoia people and ask them to hold on for a while. He would lead the army to rescue them as soon as possible. Under the escort of the Sicilian fleet, the fleet of Leotychides' army entered the port of Gela without a hitch. At the same time, Breru, the commander of the 7th Legion in the Lochley barracks, received an order from the Ministry of Military Affairs. The 7th Legion will head to Kadnai within the next day. Urgent. It's finally our turn. Breru's strong body jumped up from his seat and shouted excitedly to his adjutant, "Quickly send someone to inform Administrator Lochley and ask them to prepare for the expedition." Also, inform all the brigades of this news and ask them to recall their soldiers immediately. Yes, Legion Commander. Not long after, there were continuous cheers in the barracks. After Brero heard this, he smiled. Brero was once the broody leader of Ciudad Abyssinia. Later, Abyssinia was merged into Dionia and he became a senator. However, he did not engage in government affairs like Bagalipi and chose to join the Legion of Dionysia. During the Southern Italian War, he was the first captain of Legio IV. In the end, he was captured by Dionysius together with Legion Commander Dracos. Dracos was killed, but he was imprisoned because of his former identity as the broody leader and was eventually rescued. As the only high-ranking officer of the Legion of Dionysia who was captured by Syracuse during the Southern Italian War and survived, he regarded this as the greatest humiliation. He fought bravely in the subsequent wars and was promoted to the commander of the 7th Legion because of his merits. In this war, all the other legions had participated, but only the 7th Legion was still idle. Brero had repeatedly written letters to the Ministry of Military Affairs to complain about this injustice. Not long ago, the Ministry of Military Affairs sent a message saying that Carthage's army had once again landed in Sicily and reminded him to make preparations. Brero began to send out an order to gather the 7th Legion to the surrounding towns. Now, the 7th Legion in the barracks was fully equipped and the morale of the soldiers was high, waiting to go into battle and kill the enemy. But soon, the reply from the Lochley City Hall poured cold water on Brero because there were not enough passenger ships to transport troops in Lochley port for the time being. They needed to wait for another day or two to make preparations. Brero was depressed. At this time, the adjutant reminded him, there are no ships in Lochley. Isn't there still Legion? Brero's eyes lit up. In the past, the soldiers of the 7th Legion came from Lochley, Hibernian, and Colonia. But last year, after Legion and its son Barina were completely integrated into the kingdom, these two cities were also included by the Ministry of Military Affairs as the source of the 7th Legion's troops. But because the relationship had not been straightened out and because of the outbreak of war, the 7th Legion had not yet sent out a notice to let the military training officers of Legion and Barina arrange for their citizens to participate in rotation training in the Lochley barracks. Although there were no citizens of Legion in the 7th Legion for the time being, as a port city guarding the Strait of Messina, Legion would not lack ships and could definitely help transport troops. Brero immediately said, send a messenger to Legion as soon as possible and ask for their support. The next day, Legion responded to the 7th Legion's request. Nearly 200 passenger ships sailed into Lochley port at dusk. On the morning of the third day, Brero left the barracks with more than 8,000 soldiers of the 7th Legion and entered the city of Lochley. The citizens of Lochley gathered on both sides of the street to bid farewell to their loved ones. Unlike the citizens of other cities in the kingdom who bid farewell to the troops, they rarely yelled, were not overly excited, and did not rush into the streets to obstruct the troops. Instead, they stood on the side of the street in a more orderly manner and kept waving. Although after joining the kingdom of Dionia, Lochley no longer implemented the cruel laws set by Zelychus, and there were no more disabled people appearing in more than 10 years, the citizens of the city had integrated restraint and obedience into their blood. At the same time, after Lochley, which was originally an enemy of Dionia, was incorporated into the kingdom, it did not cause any trouble to the king of Devers and the Senate. Of course, an important reason was that the citizens of Lochley who believed in Persephone and paid attention to the rule of law were easy to identify with the kingdom of Dionia. Before the troops entered the port, they passed by the shipbuilding workshop of Lochley. There were 7 to 8 large dry docks juxtaposed on the beach, and many shipbuilders were building 3-deck oared warships. Stacks of thick tree trunks were stacked on the sand in the open air. From time to time, there were teams of carriages carrying trees into the workshop. In a number of temporary wooden sheds, carpenters were working non-stop on the rough tree trunks into pieces of flat and smooth ship planks. The people in the workshop were focused on their own work, and few of them were distracted to look at the 7th Legion passing by. This lively and orderly shipbuilding scene was not only seen in Lochley, but also in other seaside towns that had shipbuilding capabilities, such as Thurii, Crotone, Trine, Silatina, Legium, Tarentum, Catanae, Naxos. The entire kingdom of Dionia was doing its best to build more warships as soon as possible, so that they could continue to gain the upper hand in the war with Carthage. In the morning, the fleet of ships carrying the soldiers of the 7th Legion left the port of Lochley and sailed to Catanai on the eastern coast of Sicily. After receiving the order from the King of Devers, although the Middleades was very excited, he did not immediately lead his fleet to attack Corsica. This was because he wanted to attack Alenia first. Compared to the small strongholds that the Phoenicians had scattered all over Corsica, Alenia, as the only Phoenician town in Corsica, had a small but fertile agricultural land, rich mining, and a relatively large port. Without a doubt, this gave the Middleades an advantage. However, he also knew that Alenia wasn't an easy city to attack. According to the information he obtained from the intelligence department, there were more than 3,000 militia in the city, and it had a 67-meter-tall city wall. Once a battle broke out, the Third Fleet, which only had 6,000 infantrymen, would have to pay a hefty price to attack Alenia. Moreover, Middleades was good at sea battles and had no experience in land battles. Middleades knew his own strength, so he didn't act blindly. Instead, he gathered his subordinates for a discussion. The commander of the fleet's infantrymen, Maeontid, gave his suggestion: lure the Alenian soldiers out of the city and eliminate them. This would weaken their defensive power, and it would be easier to attack the city. There were 4 commanders of infantrymen in the Dionysian army. They belonged to each of the 4 main fleets, and they were the second in command of each fleet. They had to listen to the command of the fleet commander, and they had the power to manage and train all the infantrymen in the fleet. In times of war, they could command the infantrymen to land on the coast and attack the enemy's territory. The number of infantrymen in the commander's fleet wasn't fixed, and it depended on the number of Raven warships in the commander's fleet. The way to lure them out was to disguise themselves as Etruscan pirates and attack Alenia's silver mines. For the past century, the 2 most famous pirate groups in the Italian peninsula were the Illyrians from the Adriatic Sea, and the Etruscans from the west coast. Unlike the Illyrians who became pirates for the sake of survival, the Etruscan pirates were initially formed privately by the Etruscan city-states in order to fight against the Greeks who were constantly colonizing the Italian peninsula and began to threaten the Etruscan hegemony in central and northern Italy. As the wave of Greek colonization in the western Mediterranean weakened and the final sphere of influence between the 2 sides was determined, the Etruscan pirates decreased significantly. However, 30 years ago, the number of Etruscan pirates increased again. This time, it wasn't because of the government, but because the Celts in northern Italy began to invade the south and took over the Etruscan lands. This was especially so when the Celtic army swept through the entire Etruscan territory more than 10 years ago and even captured Rome. Many Etruscans fled to the sea and became pirates. Even after the Gauls were defeated, there were still some Etruscans who had tasted the sweetness of reaping without sowing and wanted to continue plundering the west coast of Italy. However, during this period, due to the establishment of the Third Fleet of Dionia, which strengthened the patrolling of the coast of the Kingdom of Dionia and its allies, the number of Etrurian pirates who were frequently attacked was greatly reduced again. They could only hole up in the north of the west coast of Italy, not daring to go south. Although Carthage had once formed an alliance with Etruria and still maintained a tacit understanding of not attacking each other, Alenia had been attacked by Etrurian pirates many times in the past. After Maeontid's suggestion was accepted, Middleades began to make meticulous preparations. He even went to the newly conquered Etruscan city of Kestura to learn about the Etruscan pirates in detail. He even borrowed a few Etruscan cargo ships and the armors and weapons of its soldiers. 2 days later, dozens of warships of the Third Fleet were fully loaded with fleet soldiers. They quietly approached the beach between Alenia and the Etruscan town of Mariana in the north at night. 4,000 infantrymen of the fleet landed on the shore and snuck into the mountains. On the second day, a few Etruscan ships suddenly broke into the coastal waters of Alenia and approached the northern beach of Alenia. More than 200 Etruscan pirates landed on the shore and charged towards a famous silver mine in the mountainous area northwest of Alenia. Ever since the Dionia army landed in the Latin region, the Alenians had been on tenterhooks. However, after 1 or 2 months, the Dionia army didn't land on Corsica's soil. They didn't even see a trace of Dionia's warships in the coastal waters. The Alenians were temporarily relieved. They thought that the Dionysian army was still stuck in the war with Rome and couldn't get out of it. They didn't expect the despicable Etruscan pirates to appear at this time, and they wanted to rob a large silver mine in Alenia, which was an important source of income for Alenia's treasury. After a detailed investigation by the fast ships, they didn't find anything unusual in the coastal waters. Considering how troublesome the Etruscan pirates were, for safety's sake, a lenient judge Carthage decided to get rid of them as soon as possible. So, he urged the city hall to quickly gather 800 Athenian citizen soldiers. He led this army out of the city and quickly headed towards the silver mine. When they attacked the Etruscan pirates who were robbing the silver mine, 4,000 fleet infantrymen suddenly appeared behind them and surrounded them. The Athenian army was quickly defeated. Judge Carthage died in battle, and the soldiers were either killed or captured. The fleet infantrymen first separated the captives and interrogated them separately. Then, they gathered them together and escorted them to the beach. Along the way, the Athenian captives who were at the front of the convoy suddenly started a riot. They knocked down the soldiers who were escorting them, and these captives, whose faces were covered in blood and dirt, turned around to save their companions. Suddenly, the entire convoy fell into chaos. Many Athenians seized this opportunity to escape. When the fleet infantrymen calmed down the riot, more than 200 captives had already escaped to Athenia city. So, the fleet soldiers started to chase after them. The captives ignored their fatigue and ran as fast as they could. When they reached the bottom of the city, they shouted hysterically, "Open the gate! The Dionia army is here! Open the gate!" For the past 100 years, the Athenians had lived a peaceful life under the protection of Carthage. Other than fighting against the pirates, the Athenians had been living a peaceful life. When they suddenly heard the news that the Dionia army was here, the guards on the top of the city wall were at a loss of what to do. They saw their compatriots who looked disheveled, and the people who were shouting were all familiar faces. Smoke billowed in the distance, and it was obvious that the enemies were approaching quickly. So, they opened the city gate without hesitation and urged the deserters to hurry in. As soon as the captives ran into the city, dozens of fleet infantrymen hidden among them took out the short swords that were tied to their backs. These short swords were hidden by the loose inner clothes, and they stabbed at the captives beside them. The city gate was instantly plunged into chaos. The gate was blocked, and the gate couldn't be closed immediately. The main force of the fleet infantrymen arrived and took advantage of the situation to charge into the city. After a period of fighting in the city, Athenia fell. At dusk, a deep and heavy bugle sounded outside the city of Saturnicum, and the Dionia soldiers who were attacking the city retreated like the tide. In a large tent in the barracks, Tormid was reporting to the Devers, "Your Majesty, we have been attacking Saturnicum for the past few days. The Rome's defense is very tenacious, and we haven't been able to make any progress. The casualties of the soldiers are close to 3,000, and the continuous hard fighting has made the soldiers tired, and their morale is low." Tormid, you are wrong. The morale of our brothers is still very high, and they are eager to attack the city and avenge their dead comrades. Besides, we have casualties, and the Rome army has also suffered a lot of casualties. They have fewer people than us, and if we attack for a few more days, they won't be able to hold on. Amyntas retorted loudly. Tormid didn't argue, and he just looked at the Devers. The Devers' expression was solemn, and he tapped his fingers on the table. After a while, he said, "The Rome army is different from other enemies. They are well disciplined and have a tenacious fighting spirit, and they are not inferior to our soldiers. Besides, their commander, Camillus, is very strong. These days, they have made several sudden attacks during the defense, and they have created a lot of trouble for us. For an army with a tenacious fighting spirit, the fiercer our attack, the fiercer the resistance will be. Besides, Tormid is right. Ever since our soldiers landed in Latin, we have fought many big battles in the past few months, including sieges, surprise attacks, and pursuit battles. In just a few months, we have defeated the Rome army and conquered such a large territory. It's time to slow down. The soldiers are made of flesh, not iron. Even if they are iron, they will bend after repeated collisions. So, I have decided to stop attacking the city tomorrow and continue to besiege Saturnicum. I think, the last football game in Rome was very popular with the soldiers, so we can continue to play football and football games in the camp. We can expand the scope of the games. First, we will play between the battalions of the legions, and the winning team will participate in the competition between the legions. Whether it is the winning team within the legion or the champion team between the legions, they will get a generous reward. Let the soldiers relax and be happy. When it came to the soldiers' favorite sport, the legion commanders all smiled and said yes. According to the military concept of the people of Rome, war was the most important event related to the survival of the city. The citizens gathered for the battle, killed the enemy, and returned with all their strength. There had never been a game in the camp. But since the last game, Sextus had been fascinated by this new game. At this moment, his face was full of joy, and he asked, "Your Majesty, will you still bring us to the game this time?" According to Sextus' military position, he was not supposed to appear in the military meeting of the Dionysian army. However, now that the reserve force of Rome had become a force to be reckoned with in the Dionysian army, Tormid had to inform him every time the Devers held a military meeting. Absolutely not. Matones objected loudly, and his attitude was extremely firm. "Your Majesty, you cannot participate in the game. Otherwise, the other legions will not be able to take the game seriously. Don't worry. This time I will only be a spectator." The Devers smiled at the anxious Matones and then looked at the slightly disappointed Sextus. However, the soldiers of the reserve force really don't know how to play football, let alone football. It is not very fair for your legion to compete with them. Divers seemed to have remembered something. He turned around and looked at his son, who was standing beside him. "Croto, I have a mission for you. Bring a few staff officers to the camp of the reserve team and teach the soldiers how to play football and football. I will ask Talmud to postpone the game of the reserve team as much as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. I will teach them as soon as possible." After Clotocatax solemnly answered, he couldn't help but ask, "Can I go on stage with them?" "You will have to ask your uncle Matones." The Devers smiled at Matones again. Facing Clotocatax's eager gaze, Matones chose to give in. "Of course, you can." After the celebration in Rome, Sextus now knew that Clotocatax was the son of the king of the Devers, which showed how much importance the Devers attached to the reserve brigade in Rome. He welcomed Clotocatax with open arms. "Your Majesty, we will not attack Saturnicum for the time being." "What about Antium and Alet?" Olivers asked. "For the time being, we will send the cavalry to keep an eye on them. We will discuss this after the football and football games." Although the Devers said that, he already had a plan in mind. He planned to attack Antium next. There were not many soldiers in Antium, and it was a port city. Conquering it would make it easier for them to transport supplies by sea. At the same time, it would put pressure on the garrison in Saturnicum. "Your Majesty, Carthage's army has landed in Sicily. This time is different. Our army in Sicily will face a great threat. Shouldn't we end the war with Latin as soon as possible and go to Sicily to rescue them?" Amyntas was unwilling to give up, so his tone was a little harsh. Divers looked at him, and his expression became serious. "I've said it before. Soldiers are made of flesh, just like us. They are not made of iron. They need proper rest and entertainment to relieve their melancholy and war weariness. Go back and look at your first legion. There are so many new faces compared to when you first came to Wolsey. Don't you feel guilty at all? Since you said that Carthage's army is a threat to Sicily, then we can indeed end the war with Latin as soon as possible if we pay the price of countless casualties and forcefully take Saturnicum. But do you think we can defeat Carthage's army with such a half-crippled army?" The Devers' voice was not loud, but everyone could feel the anger in his words. It was as if a gust of cold wind had blown into the tent, and almost everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Amyntas blushed, but he didn't dare to make another sound. Upon seeing this, the Devers slightly smiled and softened his tone before slowly saying, "Just because we're not storming Saturnicum doesn't mean that we'll leave it alone. The encampment must continue to advance to the bottom of the city to clear the traps and tighten the encirclement. The ballistae must bombard the city walls every day and throw fireballs into the city. We must build the siege ramparts as soon as possible so that the light infantry can attack the Roman soldiers from afar. In short, we must keep the Roman army in a constant state of tension and exhaustion." Speaking up to this point, the Devers suddenly looked at Sextus in the far corner and asked softly, "Sextus, before we attacked Saturnicum, we once asked the Roman family who came down from Capitoline Mountain to persuade them to surrender. Why didn't it work?" Everyone's eyes shifted to the Roman general. The young Sextus did not feel nervous because of his family background. He said with a complicated expression, "I think this may have something to do with Camillus. He is very respected by the citizens of Rome, and he is also a role model for them to learn from. He brought back the family that your majesty gave to him at the bottom of Rome. Some of the citizens in the city must have learned from him. The nobles of Rome protect the interests of their clans and will try their best to gain honor for their families. So in the past, surrendering to the enemy will be seen as a disgrace by them. Therefore, many people may learn from Camillus's method. Even if others have other ideas, they will temporarily follow suit. Moreover, we attacked too quickly, and the defenders in the city resisted with all their might. Naturally, no one will quietly leave the city to surrender. Camillus is an amazing person from Rome. No matter how he behaves, no one can criticize him. Moreover, he is good at learning at such an old age. Look at the defensive facilities he set up under the city. He learned from us and even made some improvements. He made us suffer a lot. Unfortunately, according to the testrons, he is paralyzed in all 4 limbs. It is said that it is a little difficult for him to speak. It seems that he will not live for long. Devers said with a sigh. When the commanders heard this, they were more or less a little unconvinced. Sextus, on the other hand, showed a bit of sadness on his face. Devers did not linger on this topic. He looked at Sextus and said, "It is now the beginning of August, the harvest season is approaching. Usually, at this time, the people of Dionia are running out of food and are waiting for the harvest. I think the Latin people should be the same." Camillus led the army to retreat to Saturnicum in a hurry. Even if he has a certain amount of food reserves, I believe there won't be too much. I believe that it won't last long to feed tens of thousands of soldiers. When that time comes, he will ask his family members to go to the city every day to persuade them to surrender. Do you think the tired, hungry, and nervous soldiers of Rome will still be able to uphold their honor? Sextus thought about it seriously and answered honestly, "I don't think many people can do it." Yes, they can't do it. Starvation is more painful than death. Devers raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "As long as a small number of people choose to leave the city and surrender, it will affect the rest of the Rome garrison. Their morale will rapidly decline until they finally collapse. Sometimes, it is more effective to kill people with a soft knife than to fight head-on. Your Majesty is right. If we don't attack head-on, it will be easier for us to take down Saturnicum. We can also greatly reduce the casualties." Tormid immediately praised. The other legion commanders also expressed their agreement. Only Amyntas didn't say anything. He didn't agree with Sextus. Devers saw this, but he didn't care too much. When he saw Marcius walking into the tent, he asked, "What is it?" "Your Majesty, General Mytilades sent a messenger." "Let him in." The messenger of the Third Fleet bowed to King Devers respectfully and said excitedly, "Your Majesty, our Third Fleet conquered Alenia in Corsica yesterday." Everyone in the tent was shocked when they heard this news. Alenia was the largest city in Corsica, and it was no smaller than Aetium or Antium. The Third Fleet only had 6,000 infantrymen, and they didn't have any heavy infantrymen. How could they conquer Alenia in such a short time? "How did you conquer Alenia?" Devers asked curiously. The other commanders also pricked up their ears. The messenger immediately explained the whole process of conquering Alenia. He is good at listening to his subordinates' suggestions. Once he made a plan, he would implement it seriously. Mytilades did a good job. Devers praised loudly. He should make the most effective battle plan according to the situation of the enemy and us, instead of acting rashly. This way, we can achieve victory with minimal casualties. From this point, Mytilades is already an excellent commander. Also, the infantryman commander of the Third Fleet is called. His name is Mamontid, Tormid immediately reminded in a low voice. Mamontid. I'll remember it. He is also very good. Devers praised seriously. The other legion commanders also congratulated the victory, but their expressions were a bit complicated. After all, the navy successfully conquered a city without the help of the infantrymen. Amyntas, on the other hand, felt that what Devers said just now was a warning to him. "Your Majesty, Commander Mytilades hopes to get your approval to attack the Phoenician towns in Sardinia." Seeing that Devers was happy, the messenger immediately struck while the iron was hot. Go back and tell Middleades that I told him before that he can choose the target to attack according to his own situation. Devers was in a good mood. He smiled and said, now that he has conquered Alenia and gained a firm foothold on the Tyrrhenian Sea, of course he can choose the target to attack according to his own situation. However, go back and tell him to keep using his brain to reduce the number of casualties, just like when we conquered Alenia. Your Majesty, I will remember. After the messenger left, Devers looked around at the crowd and said in high spirits, everyone, Alexis has conquered Cottam and Beneventum. The Cotini people have been completely defeated, and the Hilpini tribes have succumbed to us. The Caracini and Pentini people have retreated deep into the mountains and are unable to fight back. The Battle of Simone is coming to an end. As for Latin, almost all of the cities in Latin have surrendered, and the surrounding forces have also expressed their friendliness to us. The assists have governed Rome well, and they have maintained stability. When the autumn harvest comes, the people of Rome will benefit again, and their support for Dionia will increase. The entire royal army's food supply will also be greatly improved. Just now, the Third Fleet had sent another piece of good news. The Carthaginian forces in Corsica had been eliminated, and they were about to march into Sardinia. Now, the war in Dionia, north of Lygum, had stabilized. Either they had a great advantage in every battlefield, or they were about to end. In a situation where the overall battle situation is favorable to us, Carthage's army has actually landed in Sicily again. In my opinion, this is not a bad thing, but a good thing. The Sicilian fleet has the advantage of the sea, and both Plessis and Cypros are very capable. They can completely resist the attack of Carthage's people for a period of time, and stall the Carthage army, wearing down their spirit. When we end the Battle of Rome, we will gather the army, rush to Sicily, and annihilate the Carthage army. At that time, I don't believe that Carthage still has the ability to send out another large army. The Devers' words greatly excited the generals. On the third day after Leotychides led his army to Gela, he was already preparing to leave the city to meet the enemy. He did not even have time to wait for the reinforcements from Paxinus to arrive. Why was he in such a hurry? This was because Leotychides had once again received an urgent request for help from Minoa. Carthage's army had been attacking ferociously for days, and the siege weapons they had created had caused great casualties to Minoa's defenders. Minoa was almost at his breaking point. At the same time, he had also received news from Serenus. The news that he had led his army to leave Serenus port could not be hidden from the Carthage's sentries who were patrolling the coast. The next day, Carthage's army launched an attack on Serenus city. All of this made Leotychides eager to get rid of the Carthage army outside Gera as soon as possible. So, after discussing with the people of Gera and the reinforcements from Camalina, he decided to launch a decisive battle against the Carthage army. In the early morning, Leotychides led 8,000 soldiers from the 8th Legion, 1,000 cavalrymen from the 4th Cavalry Legion, 5,000 soldiers from Gera, and 3,000 reinforcements from Camalina, a total of 17,000 soldiers out of Gera city. After marching 4 miles to the west, they faced the Carthage barracks and got into formation. The arrival of the huge military fleet at Gera port could not be hidden from the Carthage army, which was building a camp near the coast. So, for the past 2 days, Carthage's army did not attack the city. Instead, under Casego's repeated persuasion, Hasdrubal summoned about 2,000 soldiers from Hegemon, leaving only a few hundred behind. In addition, he also issued an order to the Carthage army that was under his command, which had participated in the siege of Enna. So, he ordered 1,500 soldiers to trek through the mountains, traveling day and night. Casego's words moved Hasdrubal. According to the sentry's observation, there are no less than 200 military ships from Dionia. So, at least 10,000 Dionia soldiers have entered Gera. In this way, the number of defenders in the city is about the same as our soldiers. Therefore, the people of Dionia will not only defend the city, but also want to defeat us. Because compared to the huge army led by Lord Margot, our numbers are small, and we are the closest to the territory of Dionia, so we are a great threat to them. As long as we can defeat the Dionysian army, we can achieve the goal that Lord Margot promised in the Senate as soon as possible. We can drive the Dionia out of Sicily, and you, Hasdrubal, will be praised by the people of Carthage. Therefore, when Hasdrubal learned that the Daionia army had left Jera, he could not wait to assemble his troops in the camp. While the Daionia allied army was getting into formation, Hasdrubal led his army out of the encampment. He came to the opposite side of the Daionia allied army and got into formation. Hasdrubal's army consisted of 10,000 mixed Phoenician and Namibian soldiers, 4,000 Iberian soldiers, 2,500 Lusitanian soldiers, 600 Celtic soldiers, and more than 1,000 special soldiers, for a total of about 18,500 soldiers. As the battlefield was a flat grassland, they could see everything within a few miles. The Daionia allied army was the first to get into formation, so it gave Hasdrubal and Kasego a chance to observe. The Daonian allied army was arrayed in a battle formation that was about 3 miles long. They were all heavy infantry, stacked one after another like a long iron wall. Because the unique black helmets and black armor of the Legion of Dionysia were unusually conspicuous in the formation, they first attracted Hasdrubal's attention. He found that the Dionysian army was mainly concentrated on the right side of the formation, the left wing of the Daionia allied army. Therefore, after a brief discussion with Kasego, he began to arrange the formation. 7,000 mixed Phoenician and Namibian troops were on the left wing, facing the Daionia Legion soldiers. This army was specially formed by the Maganid clan after they went to Iberia to develop. Due to various considerations, they did not recruit the people of Carthage at that time. Instead, they recruited many poor and refugees from the Phoenician allies in the Namibian region and the coast of North Africa. At first, there were 20,000 people, and at its peak, there were 40,000 people. They were the main force of the Maganid clan in Iberia to establish a foothold and expand their territory. For more than a decade, under the leadership of Kasego and Maganid, they had fought countless battles with the fierce indigenous people of Iberia. They were the most important force of the Maganid clan. For this attack on Sicily, Kasego brought 20,000 people and 10,000 soldiers to stay in southern Iberia. In the middle, Hasdrubal was going to let the remaining 3,000 Phoenician and Namibian soldiers and 2,000 Iberian infantry guard. The Iberian infantry was composed of the indigenous people living in southern Iberia. Although they were not as fierce as their distant relatives, the Lusitanians, they had a large population and were more united. They had once caused a lot of trouble for the Maganid clan in the conquest of southern Iberia. It took about 6 or 7 years to make most of the tribes surrender to Kasego. Therefore, Kasego did not dare to enslave the southern Iberian races like Carthage had enslaved the Namibians. Instead, he listened to his nephew Hakar's opinion. As long as they surrendered, they would not be deprived of their territory, and they would be allowed to live freely in the area under their jurisdiction. They would not be taxed, and they would not interfere with the internal affairs of the tribes. They would also trade daily necessities with these tribes at a lower price, but these tribes also had obligations that they had to abide by, not to violate the laws of the colony. This law was not Carthage's law, but Hakar's law based on the situation in southern Iberia. When the Maganid clan launched a war, they needed to provide a source of soldiers. Of course, if they won, they would also receive generous rewards. In addition, wars were not allowed between the tribes. Once there was a conflict, it was handed over to the Maganid clan to mediate and resolve it. This was tantamount to the Maganid clan becoming the great leader of the tribes in southern Iberia. The interests of the tribes were not harmed, but instead received a lot of benefits. Naturally, the resistance against Kasego was greatly reduced. At this point, Kasego's territory in southern Iberia not only remained generally stable, but also had a large number of free soldiers, greatly reducing the military costs of maintaining the territory's security, and also reducing the number of mercenaries, mainly referring to the Phoenician and Namibian troops. In this landing, Kasego brought 15,000 Iberian infantry. The right wing was composed of 2,500 Lusitanian soldiers and 2,000 Libyan soldiers. The right wing had the least number of soldiers, but Hasdrubal pinned his hopes of victory on the right wing, because of the presence of the Lusitanian soldiers. The Lusitanians were actually a branch of the Celts. They were tall and strong, fast and powerful, and good at using large shields and Fakata daggers. Their use of weapons was similar to their relatives, the Iberian infantry, except that the Iberian infantry was more stable, while the Lusitanians were more violent and more suitable for attack. So Hasdrubal arranged them at the far right end, hoping to use them to open up the road to victory. As for the 600 Celtic warriors, Hasdrubal left them at the back of the middle path. It wasn't because he had the habit of keeping a reserve force, but because he had vaguely noticed that there were quite a number of riders in the Dionian army. Hasdrubal and his uncle Casego had carefully studied the past battles of the Dionia and found that cavalry played a very important role. They even used it in the conquest of southern Iberia, using cavalry many times to defeat the enemy and turn the tide of the battle. After all, Carthage's cavalry was very rich. Carthage cavalry, Numidian cavalry, Mauritanian cavalry, and even the Lusitanians had a lot of cavalry. This time, the army led by Casego had more than 7,000 cavalry. But because Hasdrubal had to lead the army across the mountains, ambush the cycles, and then attack the rear of the Dionysian army, the cavalry became a burden, so there was no cavalry in the army. So he had to leave the Celts behind to protect another unit, jointly defending against the Dionia cavalry's attacks on the flanks of the army. Of course, the Celts were rebellious, and it was difficult for them to cooperate with other units in battle, which would only hinder the attack. This was also the reason why they were singled out. For this reason, Hasdrubal also let Casego guard the rear of the middle road, and one of the tasks was to restrain this Celtic unit. After these arrangements were completed, Hasdrubal ran to the right flank. He wanted to personally attack the enemy with the Lusitanians. The leader of a Carthage army was actually lined up with a group of indigenous people, and he was even at the front of the army. This was indeed unprecedented for the Carthage nobles, and even Casego could not do such a thing. But because of this, Hasdrubal won the respect of the Iberians, Lusitanians, and even the Celts. Everyone was willing to listen to his command. When Leotychides received the report from the scouts, and learned that the Carthage army had left the camp, he felt relieved. The battle today would definitely continue. He began to make a more detailed formation. The 6,000 heavy infantry of the 8th Legion lined up from the right flank to the center, and there were only 8 horizontal rows. This way, the 8th Legion occupied half of the army's length. The Gela heavy infantry connected with the 8th Legion, and they increased the number of horizontal rows to 14. On the left of the Gela were the Camarina heavy infantry, which also had 14 horizontal rows. The formation of the Dionia coalition army was like a chopper, with a thin wooden handle on the right and a thick blade on the left. Leotychides had no choice but to make this arrangement. The Legion of Dionysia and their allies on the south coast had fought together for a few months, and he had a deeper understanding of the Greek city-states' armies. Most of them were skilled in heavy infantry combat, and they were brave in battle. However, they were less disciplined, and could not fight for long. When they encountered a setback, they were more likely to collapse. Out of concern for them, he thickened their formation. This way, even if the soldiers in the front line, who were wearing thick Greek heavy infantry armor, wanted to retreat, they would be pushed by the soldiers in the back, and had no choice but to move forward. Otherwise, they would be more likely to die from the enemy's attacks and the trampling of their own comrades. Furthermore, Leotychides took into account that there were many older citizens among the soldiers of Gela. The people of Gela had come out in full force to protect their homeland, so he deliberately thickened the formation so that it would not be easy for the enemy to break through the front. At the same time, he took into account the weakness of the Greek heavy infantry. If the flanks were attacked, they would be easily defeated. Therefore, Leotychides placed the left wing close to the coast. This would prevent Carthage's army from making a detour from the left and attacking the flanks of their allies. Another purpose of thickening the formation was to shorten the length of the formation. Although the land to the west of Gela was flat, it was not wide. It was only 7 to 8 miles from the coast to the mountains. Leotychides needed to leave enough space for the cavalry to gallop outside the right wing. He had pinned the chance of victory on the right wing of the Dionia's army. This was because the 8th Cavalry Regiment, which he trusted, was there. There were also 1,300 cavalrymen, 1,000 cavalrymen from the 4th Cavalry Regiment and 300 cavalrymen from Gela and Kamalina, who could attack the flanks of Carthage's army at any time. He learned from the people of Gela that there were no cavalrymen among the Carthage's army that came to attack the city. The scouts of Dionia had also confirmed this news. After careful consideration, he understood the reason. That was why he dared to fight against Carthage's army so soon. The cavalry was his biggest reliance. Leotychides and his adjutant, Mukaloo, rode in front of the army, watching the situation of Carthage's army on the opposite side. There were also scouts reporting to him about the entire formation of Carthage's army. Although Dionia's intelligence department did not collect much intelligence on Carthage's army in the Iberian region, this was because in order to protect the source of its precious metal mines, Carthage had clearly stated in the previous peace agreement with Dionia that Dionia merchant ships were not allowed to trade with Carthage's territory in Iberia. At the same time, Margo's control of his territory was also strict and he was vigilant against outsiders. It was quite difficult for Dionia's intelligence personnel to enter the southern part of Iberia, where Carthage belonged. Leotychides roughly knew that the infantry wearing pointed helmets, white linen breastplates, outer chainmail, and holding spears and shields were Phoenician and Namibian infantry, the infantry wearing flat helmets, white lining with purple edges, outer armor, and holding long shields and short swords were Iberian infantry, and the soldiers wearing black robes, armor, and also holding long shields and short swords might be the rumored Lusitanian warriors. After roughly understanding the situation of the Carthage army's formation, Leotychides breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He turned to Mukroo and said, "It seems that the Carthage people are really worried about the attack power of our legion soldiers, so they specifically placed their main force in Iberia on the left flank. In this way, we will first set up the formation and use the 8th Legion to attract the opponent's main force and reduce the pressure on the friendly soldiers." The reason why he said this was because Mukroo had reminded him before that it was best not to set up the formation before the enemy arrived, because it was mentioned in the military law of Dionia that it was best not to let the enemy know their own formation deployment before the battle, so as not to have the opportunity to make targeted arrangements. At this time, Mukroo did not blindly agree. He reminded, "Sir Commander, the Carthage people have placed those Lusitanians on their right flank. In the past, it was rumored that the Messapi, the Lucanians, and the Simonians were very fierce. But they did not pose much of a threat to Dionia. Now, it is rumored that the Lusitanians are very fierce. I think we should not blindly listen to these rumors. Let's see how the battle goes first." There was a hint of disdain in Leotychides' calm tone. He reminded Mukroo in turn, "The biggest advantage of the Greek heavy infantry is that their frontal defense is very strong, and their attack power is not weak either. This is precisely the area in which our coalition army is superior to them other than the cavalry. Therefore, as long as it is a frontal battle, we will not be at a disadvantage." At this time, the messenger of the 8th Legion rushed over and reported to him that the legion had finished setting up the formation. Leotychides immediately looked back to the left. The noise was still incessant, and he could not help but feel a little dissatisfied. Immediately send someone to urge the Gelans and Kamalina people to speed up the formation. After saying that, he turned his horse around, passed through the gap in the formation, and returned to the back of the middle road. Woo! More than 10 minutes later, the Dionia coalition army blew the horn to attack. The entire army began to move forward slowly, and the fastest was the light infantry of the 8th Legion. They passed through the gap in the chessboard formation of the 8th Legion, and rushed towards the enemy in a loose formation. They wanted to use arrows and javelins to give the enemy the first wave of attacks, to disrupt the enemy's formation, and to pave the way for the subsequent attack of the heavy infantry. Hasdrubal and Kisego knew about the past battles of Dionia, and naturally knew about this set of heavy infantry tactics of Dionia. When they saw the black helmets and black armor of the 8th Legion on the opposite side of their left flank, they were prepared. Therefore, when the light infantry of the 8th Legion rushed out of the formation, Kisego also responded by sending out the army that had been waiting at the rear of the left flank. There were about 1,700 men in this army, and 500 of them were Lusitanian harpooneers dressed in black robes. They held a kind of javelin with a hook. This kind of javelin was difficult to pull out after piercing into the human body. Therefore, the Lusitanian harpooneers were feared in Iberia. The 1,200 soldiers behind them were dressed in unlined white clothes, with a heavy sack tied around their waist and a dagger. They did not wear helmets or armor, and were even barefoot. They only held a catapult made of wool and linen in their hands. Yes, they were catapults from the Balearic Islands. The Balearic Islands were a series of islands in the western Mediterranean near the east coast of the Iberian Peninsula. The inhabitants of the islands had a tradition of training catapults. Children were trained as soldiers from an early age, and their mothers did not even give their children bread in the beginning, until they hit a distant target with a catapult for the first time. The Balearic people, who lacked resources and materials, used a large number of cheap catapults to defend the security of the island, and residents with superb catapult skills often used this skill to obtain meat and improve their lives, such as using catapults to hit birds. Margot occupied the southern part of Iberia, mainly the southeast, which was adjacent to the Balearic Islands. He obtained the loyalty of the Balearic people by providing them with sufficient food. In the process of conquering Iberia, the Balearic catapults played a big role. This time, Margot brought 1,500 Balearic catapults to the expedition to Sicily. After the Balearic people walked out of the army, they stopped moving forward. They put their hands into the sack around their waist. The sack was divided into 3 compartments, each containing 3 types of lead shot. They took out the lightest lead shot, put it into the bag of the catapult, and then began to swing it. Because the Dionia coalition forces had just begun to advance, after the 8th Legion's light infantry rushed out of the army, they were still more than 400 meters away from the opposite enemy, so they were moving forward quickly. Before the formation had completely dispersed, they suddenly saw a dark cloud flying in the sky in front of them. "Watch out for flying stones. Protect your head." The captain of the light infantry shouted hoarsely, and his face changed a little. With the reminder of the team officers, the light infantry, who had never been attacked by the catapults, lowered their heads and covered their necks with their hands. Although the Dionia light infantry wore unlined clothes, they were all equipped with leather helmets. After the lead shot fell, there was a loud groan, but there were not many casualties. "Hurry up. Close in on the enemy." With the reminder of the team officers, the light infantry, whose bodies were aching from the flying stones, sped up. In the process, they were hit by a few more rounds of lead shot. Due to the shortening of the distance, the Balearic catapults had replaced the small lead shot with the medium, and finally with the large. Since the Lusitanian harpoon gunners had rushed up, and the Dionia light infantry, of course, had also begun to attack, it was impossible for them to cover their faces with their hands. This caused their injuries to skyrocket, especially the archers. Due to their long range, they became the main targets of the Balearic catapults. Archery was a delicate sport that required a lot of physical strength. It required most of the muscles of the archer's upper body to work together in order to pull the bowstring and shoot a precise and powerful arrow. Even if the lead shot did not hit the head, it would still damage the muscles and tendons of other parts of the body, which would seriously affect the archer's combat effectiveness. The opposite Carthage had catapults? Leotychides was slightly shocked after listening to the urgent report of the cavalry scout. "Sir Commander, this may be the Balearic catapults mentioned in the intelligence," Mukherjee reminded. The Ministry of Military Affairs had previously mentioned that there were Balearic catapults in Margot's Numidian army. But this time, after the army led by Margot landed in Sicily, whether it was the siege of Serenus, the sneak attack on the Cycles, the siege of Enna, and the siege of Gela, they did not use this unit. Therefore, Leotychides had neglected their existence for a while. At this time, he immediately issued an order: let the bugler blow the bugle horn on the right flank to speed up the advance. Let the soldiers of the 8th Legion engage the enemy as soon as possible to prevent the catapults from disrupting our formation. Woo woo woo. The bugle horn sounded hurriedly from the rear. Upon hearing the bugle, the officers of the 8th Legion of all levels immediately ordered the companies and platoon flag bearers to wave the raised military flags forward. The soldiers of the entire right flank gradually advanced forward. The light infantry brigade was at a disadvantage in the long-range contest with the enemy, but they still gritted their teeth and held on. As a member of the entire legion, the light infantry officers knew very well that they had to buy time for their heavy infantry comrades in the rear. They could not allow the enemy catapults to attack the phalanx of the legion. When the captain shouted retreat, the light infantry quickly retreated as if relieved of a heavy burden, reaching the rear through the gaps in the phalanx. At this time, they still had about 700 people, and almost all of them were more or less injured. When the 8th Legion was 50 meters away from the Carthage army, they slowed down and quickly changed their chessboard formation into a tight phalanx. The Balearic stone throwers and Lusitanian harpooneers also took the opportunity to withdraw from the narrow space between the two armies. They had suffered nearly 200 casualties and had a slight upper hand. When the soldiers of the 8th Legion saw the enemy light infantry retreat, they slowed down and drew their javelins at the same time, getting ready. At this time, the Phoenician and Numidian infantry on the opposite side, under the orders of the team officers, suddenly began to move forward, ready to charge at the 8th Legion. This action of the Phoenician infantry disrupted the offensive rhythm of the 8th Legion. After throwing the first round of javelins, the soldiers had no choice but to charge and fight the enemy. Compared to the frenzied advance of the right flank, the middle and left flank of the Ionia coalition army were still advancing slowly, while the middle and right flank of the Carthage army were still motionless and even in formation. Compared to the well-trained Phoenician infantry, both the Iberian infantry and the Lusitanian warriors seemed a little slow. Fortunately, Hasdrubal was in the right flank. Under his loud shouts and commands, the Iberians and Lusitanians on the right flank could not wait to advance after getting into formation. This was especially true for the Lusitanians on the far right. They were running very fast. At this time, the two sides were 100 meters apart. The left flank of the coalition army was still advancing at a steady pace, but through the narrow eye holes of the Corinth helmet, the Commonlina soldiers found that the enemy had rushed up to them in the blink of an eye. Only then did the team officers hurriedly give the order to charge, but before they could fully accelerate, the Lusitanian warriors crashed into them. The powerful force passed through the round shields to their bodies. If not for the thick formation behind them as support, the Commonlina soldiers at the front would have been knocked away. But even so, they were knocked to the ground and lost their best defensive posture. Of course, the Lusitanian warrior would not let go of this great opportunity. The sharp Fakata dagger in his hand stabbed forward fiercely. The Commonlina soldiers screamed and fell one after another, and the soldiers who had defended against this attack were still fearful of the tall, burly, and fierce-looking enemies in front of them. When the two sides in the middle finally approached each other, the battle between the Ionia coalition army and Carthage's army had entered a full-scale battle. The battle formation of the two sides was completely diagonal, with the army in the north facing the west and the army in the south facing the east. The battle line, which was more than 3 miles long, was shrouded by the dust stirred up by the soldiers of both sides. Shouts, sounds of fighting, and screams could be heard everywhere. In such a vast and noisy battlefield, Leotizides could not even catch a glimpse of the situation. The only thing he could rely on was the scouts at the rear of the formation. They would report the situation of the battle to Leotizides, who was at the rear of the middle from time to time. Are the soldiers advancing or retreating? Are there more casualties on our side or on the other side? The first problem was easily observable, while the second problem required the scout's own judgment. Mukalu would record the information reported by the scouts on a wooden board he carried with him to judge the outcome of the battle. Lord Commander, look, Mukalu raised the wooden board to Leotizides' eyes with a serious expression. This is the situation at the beginning of the battle. This is the situation now. Our left flank has retreated a lot, the middle has retreated a little, and our right flank of the 8th Legion has not advanced much. Leotizides stared at the wooden board full of data. In fact, he had heard the reports of the scouts and had a rough idea of the situation, but the drawing on the wooden board was more intuitive and clear. Leotizides' already cold face became even more gloomy. At the beginning of the battle, he was quite relaxed, because his initial plan had been realized. Carthage's men had indeed followed the formation that he had set up, and both sides were facing off against each other with heavy infantry. He thought that with the Greek heavy infantry's superior defensive capabilities, they would be able to maintain a stalemate for a long time, and thus consume more of the enemy's stamina, which would be beneficial to the next step of his plan. What he did not expect was that after only half an hour of battle, the left flank was at a disadvantage. He felt that he had taken Carthage's army very seriously, but the enemy's performance was still beyond his expectations. Let the cavalry attack. He thought for a while, and gave the order. Mukalu was slightly surprised. He knew that the original plan was not like this, but to wait until both sides had fought for a long time and were a little tired. Moreover, the 8th Legion on the right flank still had a clear upper hand, and the 4th Cavalry Regiment's attack was the final step that would decide the outcome of the battle. But now, it was used prematurely. Of course, Mukalu did not dissuade them. He knew that the situation was slightly disadvantageous to the Allied forces. Wait a minute. Leotizides hesitated for a while, and then said decisively again, "Let the light armor brigade and the light infantry brigade follow the cavalry and attack the flanks of Carthage's left flank together." Muculu was stunned. This time, he could not help but remind the commander, "Commander, the light armor brigade is our only reserve force. The Carthage's men have stone throwers, and they are a great threat to the cavalry." Leotychides said calmly, "The reserve force is used at the crucial moment, and now is the crucial moment." Mucula did not say anything else. When he sent the messengers to inform the three troops, he felt a little uneasy. After all, Leotychides had bet all his chips on the left flank of Carthage's army, and from then on, he had lost the ability to interfere with the overall situation of the battle. The 4th Cavalry Regiment and their allies, who had been waiting for half an hour at the rear of the right flank, could not wait any longer. Therefore, when they received the order to attack, the regiment commander took the lead, and the other cavalrymen followed closely behind. The 1,000 cavalrymen of the 4th Cavalry Regiment formed a long column of 4 horses, followed by 300 of their allies. The 4th Cavalry Regiment of Dionia was the weakest of the 4 major cavalry regiments in the kingdom. In the territory of Greece, Bruttii, Messapi, and Pacheti were considered races that were good at raising horses, and had the ability to provide cavalry. However, the territory of Sicily did not have such conditions. Moreover, raising a war horse was different from an ordinary horse. Not only did it need a lot of fodder, but it also needed a lot of beans to ensure that it had enough strength to carry the cavalry. At the same time, frequently riding a war horse, whether it was in battle or during training, it was extremely easy for a horse to get injured. Therefore, usually, a family of cavalrymen would raise at least 2 horses to meet the basic needs of training and battle. Obviously, raising a war horse was a huge burden even for the wealthy citizens of Dionia and those who specialized in raising and selling horses. There was no tradition of raising horses in the territory of Sicily. Moreover, most of the people in the territory were refugees who had been persecuted by Syracuse many times. There were not many rich people, so when the 4th Cavalry Regiment was first established, there were very few citizens who signed up. After years of development, the lives of the people in the territory of Sicily had greatly improved. In addition, the kingdom's Senate had passed many preferential bills for the citizens who became cavalrymen. For example, the families of cavalrymen did not have to pay land tax, and every month, the Ministry of Military Affairs would give a certain amount of subsidies to each cavalryman. It could be said that the cavalry was the only army in Dionia that had a fixed salary. Under the stimulation of these favorable factors, the 4th Cavalry Regiment only had a little more than 1,000 people, far from being full. All these years, the 4th Cavalry Regiment had been living in the barracks and had not experienced any war. Since the beginning of this war, they had only played a supporting role and had not made any significant contributions. The cavalrymen were eager to prove themselves, so they bypassed the right flank of the enemy's formation and drew a long arc a few hundred meters behind the enemy's left flank. Under the influence of the extremely excited soldiers around him, Acidames deliberately ignored Leotychides' warning. Instead of waiting for the arrival of the light armor brigade and the light infantry brigade, he decided to launch a tentative attack first. After receiving the order to attack, the cavalrymen began to move their horses at a slow pace. However, before they could pick up their pace, they were attacked by the Balearic stone throwers. Even from a few hundred meters away, the Balearic stone throwers were still quite accurate. Moreover, they deliberately focused on the horses. Compared to the cavalrymen in leather helmets and armor, the war horse was a sensitive animal. As soon as it was hit by a lead pellet, it immediately neighed and jumped, abandoning the soldiers riding on it and running in all directions in a panic. In an instant, the sound of horses neighing could be heard everywhere. The cavalrymen who fell to the ground hurriedly chased after their war horses. The scene was chaotic, and the attack was forced to stop. After a rough calculation, Acidames found that he had lost more than 90 cavalrymen, which amounted to 1/10 of the total number of cavalrymen in the regiment. He could not help but feel a great pain in his heart. He no longer dared to act rashly, and instead waited for the arrival of reinforcements. More than 10 minutes later, the 2 brigades arrived. While they were waiting, the cavalrymen did not slack off. Acidames sent out a small team of cavalrymen to investigate. After paying a price of some casualties, they returned with the general situation of Carthage's left flank. The enemy's stone throwers were arranged in a loose linear formation 100 meters away from the enemy's formation, facing the 4th Cavalry Regiment. In front of them were hundreds of javelin throwers and hundreds of light infantry guards. As most of the Celts were bare-chested and did not wear armor, the Daionia cavalry thought that they were light infantry. Thus, when the 2 brigades arrived, Acidames took out the battle plan that he had already thought of. After discussing and perfecting it with the 2 captains, they began to execute the plan. The light armor battalion was at the front, and the light infantry battalion was behind them after distancing themselves from them. As for the cavalry, they stayed where they were, waiting for the 2 battalions to entangle the enemy. Then, they would circle around the enemy's flank and attack. The soldiers of the 8th Legion's light armor brigade raised their leather shields diagonally above their heads to defend against the enemy's flying stones. They charged at the enemy with a wide front. The light armor brigade, which was mostly made up of cycles who had become citizens of Daionia, advanced quickly. The Balearic catapults had just thrown 2 rounds of large lead pellets when the light armor brigade, which had suffered light casualties, had already reached the enemy. Most of the Lusitanian harpooneers did not seize this opportunity to throw the javelins in their hands. Because this kind of heavy hooked javelin was not easy to make, each of them only carried 3 javelins, which had been used up in the previous battle with the light infantry. They only had 1 left in their hands, and they wanted to use it as a weapon to deal with the next battle. The Lusitanian harpooneers did not move, but the Celtic warriors could not hold themselves back. They roared in anger, holding wooden shields in their left hands and greatswords in their right as they swarmed forward. When the Daionia harpooneers saw a group of fierce-looking, half-naked men with unkempt hair charging towards them, they could not help but feel apprehensive. They ran like horses, roared like thunder, and raised their greatswords high in the air. According to the training of the light armor brigade, they should take the initiative to approach the enemy and unleash the power of their short swords. However, many of the light armor brigade were intimidated by the enemy's aura and hesitated, not daring to approach them. In the blink of an eye, the Celtic warriors arrived in front of them, their greatswords whistling through the air as they slashed down. The light armor brigade raised their leather shields to block. Bang! It was as if a large rock had smashed into their shields. Their entire left arm felt a jolt of pain, and the numbness made it impossible for them to muster any strength. They could only use their shields to block and retreat. Some of the Celtic warriors' greatswords even slashed into the leather shields, almost injuring the arms of the light armor brigade. One could imagine the shock in the hearts of the light armor soldiers. They could not help but retreat. The Celtic warriors relied on their height and long legs, and they were like maggots attached to bones. The greatswords in their hands chased and slashed continuously, breaking the leather shields of some of the lightly armored soldiers. Some of the lightly armored soldiers were even injured. As the greatswords used by the Celtic warriors were extremely powerful, the wounds they caused were extremely terrifying. The injured soldiers lay on the ground and wailed in pain, which affected the morale of the lightly armored soldiers. If it were not for the strict military laws of Daionia, some of the soldiers would have already fled. The light armor captain was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, complaining about the scouts' mistake. "How are these light infantry? They're even scarier than heavy infantry." He racked his brains for a countermeasure. Disperse. Start running. Lure the enemy away. The role of Daonia's light-armored soldiers was never to fight in formation, but to use their light footwork to attack the enemy's weakness and chase after the defeated soldiers. Therefore, speed training was the focus of military training, and armed long-distance running was one of the most common events. Just as the officer began to relay the order, the lightly armored soldiers who were barely holding on under the pressure of the Celtic warriors immediately turned around and ran. However, they did not expect the Celtic warriors to be as strong as them. Even though the greatswords and wooden shields in their hands were heavier than theirs, their running ability was not any weaker than theirs. Even when they ran at full speed, they could not pull apart the distance between them. Of course, the lightly armored soldiers who were still in shock did not know that these Celtic warriors lived in the mountains of northern Liberia. They mainly hunted and looted for a living. Long periods of chasing prey in the mountains had given them great stamina. However, the combative and easily angered Celtic warriors obviously did not have a sense of the bigger picture. Most of the warriors were in a hurry to chase after the Daionia light-armored soldiers, forgetting the mission they were supposed to carry out. The Balearic stone throwers had lost their protection, and the 8th Legion's light infantry brigade was already in front of him. The battle between the stone throwers and light infantry began once again, but this time, the distance between the two parties was much closer. Some of the Dionia javelin throwers saw that the Balearic stone throwers only had a dagger with them, so they simply held their javelins and braved the rain of stones to rush forward and engage in close combat. Fortunately, there were still nearly 300 Lusitanian javelin throwers mixed in with the Balearic stone throwers. They rushed out in time and used their javelins as spears. The Lusitanians were obviously much stronger. Relying on their height and strength, they had the upper hand in the battle. For the Balearic stone throwers, their advantage was not only in long-range attacks, but also in close-range accurate throws. On the battlefield where both parties were fighting, the Balearic stone throwers split up and searched for their own targets. They used large lead pellets to throw at the Dionia archers and javelin throwers who were only 30 to 40 meters away, increasing their lethality by several times. Therefore, when Asidames, the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, saw that the light armored soldiers were being chased by the foreign warriors and that the light infantry were at a disadvantage, with soldiers falling one after another, he became very anxious. He immediately urged the cavalry to speed up, and while the attention of the Balearic stone throwers was distracted by the light infantry brigade, they circled behind them and defeated them. The Carthage left a few hundred foreign warriors at the back to protect their Balearic stone throwers. Our light infantry brigade was actually forced to retreat. When the adjutant, Mukru, heard the news from the scout, he could not help but feel shocked. He quickly looked at Leotychides and said, "Lord Commander, the Carthage have actually learned to use reserve troops. Now that the Commalinas are obviously unable to hold on, what should we do?" Leotychides did not seem to hear it. He sat on his horse like a statue, but his eyes were fixed on his right front. That was the 8th Legion that he had high hopes for. However, the surging black tide had encountered a reef, causing the speed of their advance to slow down. It was very likely that the 8th Legion had suffered a lot of casualties after the Battle of Minoa, and they had to replenish a lot of reserve troops, causing their combat effectiveness to drop. Of course, this also showed that the mixed Phoenician and Namibian infantry that they were facing was not a weak army. It was all because of the weak performance of the Carthage army in the Battle of Minoa that caused him to subconsciously misjudge the combat effectiveness of the Carthage army this time. At such a critical juncture, Leotychides could not help but search for various reasons that caused his misjudgment. Ever since he had participated in battles as an adult, including the battles in Sparta, he had not experienced defeat so far, so it was inevitable that he would lose his composure. He gripped the reins tightly with both hands and suddenly turned around and shouted, "Get me a long shield and a spear." The guard behind him immediately handed him his own. He reached out and took it, jumped off the horse, and waved it a few times. Then he raised his spear and shouted, "Soldiers, follow me to kill the enemy." According to the military law of Dionia, the commander of the legion had 50 guards, and the regional commander had 100 guards. As the commander, Leotychides should have 100 guards, but in fact, he only had 1 legion. In order to let his soldiers participate in the battle as much as possible, he did not increase the size of his guards. These 50 guards immediately responded to Leotychides' call. He raised his shield and spear and led the way forward. With every step he took, his body became more familiar with the shield and spear. That's right, he was not just a general, he was also an excellent warrior. He was the only one in the Sparta royal family who had participated in the Cruelagog training since he was young. He was also the one who amazed the senior squad officers of Dionia with his excellent skills during the new recruit training camp of Dionia. Just as his blood began to boil, a war horse rushed out from the side and blocked his way. Mukru shouted from the horse, "Lord Prososus, you are the commander. Please stay in your post and command the army. Don't leave without permission." Leotychides looked at him coldly, "I can no longer command the army. The only thing I can do now is to join the battle and increase our chances of victory. Don't waste my time, get out of my way. Lord Prososus." Mukru did not move, but his tone was firm. It's written clearly on the first page of the military law of Dionia. A leader cannot be arrogant because of victory, cannot be discouraged because of failure, cannot be blinded by anger, cannot be weakened by sorrow. Eliminate all external interference like a god, and calmly analyze the situation of the battle. This is the quality that a great general must have. Lord Prososus, you are the commander of the Kingdom of Sicily. Your responsibility is to protect the entire territory of Sicily. You should not be too concerned about losing 1 or 2 battles. If you abandon your duty, if the battle really fails, who will command our soldiers to retreat safely? Who will minimize the casualties of our soldiers? If the 8th Legion suffers heavy losses, will we still have the strength to defend Sicily? Mucker's words were like the morning bell, causing Leotychides to be stunned on the spot, his expression uncertain. After a while, he silently returned the shield and spear to the guard, then flipped over the horse and shook the reins. Under his control, the war horse began to trot to the right. Lord, you are going to. Mucker was shocked, thinking that his advice did not work. I am going to the right flank to supervise the battle. The outcome of the battle is still uncertain until the last moment. Leotychides said with a cold face as he rode the war horse to the north. Mucker relaxed a little and urged his horse to catch up. The company captain Diocassus's 4 squads were stacked in front and behind, forming a section of the right-wing formation that was about 26 or 27 meters long. Located in the center, he had been paying close attention to the battle of the soldiers at the front. Compared to the battle in Minoa, the level of danger was far less. The enemy on the other side did not look tall or strong, and their attacks were not fierce. The impact of the formation was not very strong, and the pressure on the soldiers was not too great. But after a long period of close observation, Diocassus knew that the soldiers under his command had encountered a strong enemy. First of all, the enemy on the other side had a strong defense. They were very good at using shields for defense and cooperated well with each other. Second, they were very experienced in dealing with the soldiers' dagger attacks, so the close-range dagger fight that the Legion of Dionysia's infantry was proud of was not very effective. Third, they were experienced in combat and had a good grasp of the rhythm of the attack. They did not easily wave the spears in their hands, but first focused on using long shields to defend against the soldiers' fierce attacks, and used appropriate retreat to cushion the impact. When the enemy's momentum slowed down, they would immediately counterattack with their spears, forcing the enemy to retreat or even stab them. Therefore, the company commanded by Diocassus had always been in a state of advancing 3 steps and retreating 2 steps. Their progress was slow. Of course, he would not know that the reason why the Magonid family recruited the Phoenician and Namibian refugees was that they were cheap to hire and could endure hardships. Moreover, they did not belong to any city-state or tribe, so it was easy to cultivate loyalty. After undergoing rigorous training, the Phaeno infantry had indeed become the main force of the Magonid family's campaign on the Iberian Peninsula. Because the enemies they faced for more than a decade were fierce indigenous people, the Phaeno soldiers, who did not have the advantage in strength and speed, relied on tenacious defense and tacit cooperation to wear down the enemy in a protracted confrontation, or to tie down the enemy's main force. Then, the swift Namibian cavalry or Mauritanian cavalry would circle around the enemy's rear to attack, and finally defeat the enemy in one fell swoop. This had become a common tactic used by generals such as Mago and Hasdrubal to deal with the Iberian indigenous people. Since the Iberian natives mostly used Fakata daggers, the Phiro infantry naturally had a lot of experience in dealing with dagger attacks. As the high-ranking officer of the legion, Diocassus was anxious. Before the battle, Leotychides had already briefly explained his intentions to them. The 8th Legion was the key to victory for Dionysia's allied forces in this battle. However, when Diocassus looked at the soldiers who were fighting hard in front of him, he guessed that the situation of the other companies would be the same. Since the beginning of the battle, not only had the 8th Legion not opened the door to victory, but they had also fallen into a fierce battle. It was likely that they would not be able to see the light of victory in a short period of time. Just as Diocassus was lost in his thoughts, a familiar shout came from behind him, "Warriors of the 8th Legion, I am your legion commander. I order you to intensify your attacks, defeat the enemies in front of you, and win glory and rewards for yourselves. Warriors of the 8th Legion." This was indeed the voice of the legion commander Prososus. Diocassus was surprised at first, but then he felt uneasy. In his impression, Prososus's personality was relatively cold and lacked passion. Whether it was during training or in previous battles, he had never loudly encouraged the soldiers. But this time, he had suddenly changed his attitude. Could it be that the entire battle situation was disadvantageous to us? Some of the officers who were as sensitive as Dio Cassius also felt the same uneasiness. However, when the majority of the ordinary soldiers of the 8th Legion heard the voice of the Legion commander who had been with them for 10 years, who had strict requirements for them, but had brought them victory and glory, they were all excited and their morale was raised once again. His shouts were met with roars like a tidal wave. Hades! Hades! Fight! Fight! While the soldiers of the 8th Legion were encouraged by Leotychides to intensify their attacks, behind Carthage's left flank, the Daionia cavalry was rushing towards the Balearic stonecutters from both sides. Although the Balearic stonecutters were engaged in long-range attacks with the Daionia light infantry, they were constantly on guard against the Daionia cavalry. Therefore, when they noticed that the enemy cavalry was moving towards them, they immediately ignored the light infantry in front of them and concentrated on dealing with the cavalry. At this time, there were still more than 1,000 stonecutters. They were divided into 2 groups, and dense lead pellets flew towards the charging cavalry in a futile attempt to shoot them down. For a moment, the sound of horses neighing and men screaming could be heard. Cavalrymen kept rolling on the ground. However, since the 4th Cavalry Legion had already launched their attack, it was impossible for them to stop. Otherwise, it would bring about greater losses. They roared and rode on their war horses. They swept past their comrades who were wailing on the ground and charged towards the enemy who was still swinging their catapults. Infected by the courage of the 4th Cavalry Legion, the Allied cavalry followed closely behind. Looking at the enemy cavalry that appeared from the dust cloud and charged towards them with a threatening momentum, the Balearic stonecutters finally panicked and began to retreat. The Daionia cavalry rushed to the front and used their spears and horses to completely disperse the stonecutters. Then, they purposely drove the stonecutters to flee towards Carthage's battle formation. Hundreds of routed soldiers were forced to charge at the rear of Carthage's left flank, which was in the midst of a battle. The Philo infantry at the rear had no choice but to turn around and kill these routed soldiers to prevent them from disrupting the battle formation. At the same time, they had to carefully deal with the javelins thrown by the Daionia cavalry. This inevitably distracted them from facing the 8th Legion's attack head-on. At this time, the soldiers of the 8th Legion were doing their best to launch a new wave of attacks under the encouragement of Leotychides. Originally, the Philo infantry were not afraid of this. Instead, they were secretly delighted because the enemy had exhausted their remaining strength too early. It was their turn to counterattack. But now, they were somewhat unable to resist and had no choice but to retreat. On the right flank of Carthage's army, it was the Daionia coalition army that was retreating. The number of soldiers in Carthage's army was greater than that of the Daionia coalition army, and their formation was the same length as the opponents'. This meant that the formation of Carthage's army on the right flank was even thicker than the opponents'. The soldiers of the Daionia coalition army were weaker than the Lusitanian soldiers in terms of individual combat strength. They were also inferior to the opponent in terms of overall strength. Therefore, after more than an hour of fierce battle, the advantage that the Lusitanian soldiers had at the beginning of the battle had become extremely obvious. Although the attacks of the Lusitanian soldiers were much weaker than at the beginning, the resistance and counterattack of the Commonlina and Gela soldiers were much weaker. From time to time, the screams of their comrades falling increased the panic in their hearts. Therefore, the left flank of the Daionia coalition army kept retreating under the pressure of the Lusitanians' attack. During the retreat, the originally dense formation became more and more sparse. The Lusitanian soldiers took the opportunity to squeeze into these gaps and attack the enemy from the side. They kept widening the gap, and the flames of war spread to the rear of the Commonlina and Gela formation. Finally, fear overwhelmed their will to fight. Some of the Commonlina soldiers at the back of the formation began to turn and run. Their escape immediately affected the morale of their comrades, who were similarly shaken. Everyone followed suit and ran. Defeat was inevitable. The left flank began to retreat. Although Leotychides was mentally prepared, he was still a little absent-minded when he heard the news. After a moment, he pulled himself together and looked forward. In order to better understand the situation of the battle, he was now at the rear of the formation of the 8th Legion. Riding on his horse, he could even see the faces of the enemies fighting with the soldiers. Although the enemies were retreating with large strides due to his supervision and the attacks of the 4th Cavalry Regiment that he sent out from the rear, they did not show any excessive panic on their faces. The 8th Legion's thin formation could not seize this opportunity to push forward and carry out a more effective breakthrough. Therefore, judging from the current situation of the battle, the stalemate on the right flank would continue for some time, and what the 8th Legion lacked now was time. Having stayed in Sparta for more than 20 years, he knew very well that once the traditional Greek heavy infantry soldiers on the left flank started to flee, it would not take long before the entire left flank completely collapsed, and then the middle would be affected. Leotychides made a prompt decision: order the entire army to retreat. Although Leotychides was still expressionless, the volume of his voice revealed the change in his mood. Beside him, Mukalu had mixed feelings as well. When he repeated the order again, even his voice was a little shaky. Quick! Blow the bugle for retreat. Since the bugle sound for retreat from Dionia was different from that of the Greek city-states, the buglers had to blow it twice. When the bugle sounded, the soldiers of the 8th Legion couldn't believe it. The enemy hadn't retreated yet, and the bugle sounded at this time. Did it mean we lost? Although it was hard to accept, the strict military discipline that they had developed over the years made them obey the order. After the sudden attack, the soldiers quickly turned around and retreated. Order the soldiers to retreat faster. Enter the city from the north and east gates of Gela. Leotychides continued to give the order. He did not lose his mind because of the failure. He knew very well that once the Allied forces were completely defeated, most of the panicked soldiers would instinctively rush to the west gate of Gela, which was the closest to them. This would inevitably cause congestion, and they would become easy targets for the enemies to kill. Although the north gate was far away, it would allow the soldiers to enter the city faster because the road was clear. Most of the soldiers of the 8th Legion were on the right flank, which was closer to the north gate than the middle and left flank. Yes, sir. Mukalu ordered his messengers to run around and yell at the retreating legions. Leotychides, on the other hand, was already running towards the north gate with his guards. He needed to get back to the city first and make the best arrangements with the Gela soldiers. He needed to reinforce the retreating legions and prevent the enemy from attacking the city during the chaos. The flag-bearers among the guards held up the legion's flag, which fluttered in the wind. It pointed the way for the retreating soldiers of the 8th Legion. The enemy's defeat seemed to have injected a burst of energy into Hasdrubal's tired body. He followed the Lusitanian soldiers and chased after the fleeing enemies. At this time, the Lusitanians' ability to run was fully displayed, while the heavy armor of the Greek heavy infantry made it easy for the enemy to catch up to them. Hasdrubal led his soldiers in a killing spree, and in the end, they were all covered in blood. By the time they reached the city and tried to take the opportunity to enter, javelins and arrows rained down from the top of the city walls, causing them to suffer many casualties. Hasdrubal saw the black helmets and black armor on top of the city walls, and did not dare to continue attacking the fleeing soldiers. Instead, he turned around and chased after the fleeing soldiers in other directions. It was not until dusk that Carthage's army returned to camp. In this battle, Dionia's 4th Cavalry Regiment lost half of its cavalry, while the 8th Legion suffered about 1,300 casualties. Among them, more than half of the light armor and light infantry were lost. The Gela soldiers suffered more than 2,000 casualties, and the Kamennina army suffered the most casualties. Of the 3,000 soldiers who went out to battle, only about 300 managed to escape. The Allied army suffered about 7,000 casualties. On the other hand, Carthage's army suffered more than 2,000 casualties, with the Balearic catapults suffering the most casualties, more than half of them. Due to the retreat of the Dionia Allied army, most of the injured soldiers did not manage to escape. In the Battle of Gela, the Kamennina and Gela's militia were severely damaged, making the troops that Leotychides could command even more difficult. More importantly, the news that Carthage's army had defeated the Dionysian army, which had been winning all this time, was like a stone thrown into the seemingly peaceful political situation of Sicily, causing waves in some of the city-states. After the Battle of Gela, despite the Minoans' repeated requests for help, Leotychides continued to stay in Gela, resting and reorganizing his troops while defending against Carthage's attack. In a situation where the forces under his command were getting smaller and smaller, he was even more unwilling to break them up and station them in different city-states. This would only cause the Carthaginian army to destroy them one by one. Moreover, compared to Minoa, he felt that Gela's strategic position was more important. Of course, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing about Minoa, so he sent messengers with Minoa's messengers to Paxenus to ask for help. On the fourth day after the Battle of Gela, Cypros, the governor of Sicily and Catanae, received an urgent report from Chelophanes, the head of the kingdom's intelligence department in Sicily. There was a military mobilization in the city of Syracuse, and the motive was unknown. As a precaution, Cypros immediately sent a messenger to inform the 7th Legion, which had been ordered to go to Hina after arriving in Catanae, to quickly return and station at the new barracks near Leotini to prevent any accidents. But an accident still happened. Paxenus promised to rescue Minoans and sent 3,000 reinforcements. Not long after they left the port by ship, they suddenly encountered the fleet of Syracuse. In recent years, the eastern waters of Sicily had been the domain of the Second Fleet of Dionia. The navy of Syracuse, which once dominated Sicily, had long since shrunk into a small fleet of only 33 tiered warships and a total of 50 warships. Usually, they only patrolled the waters near their own city-state, but suddenly appeared in the waters near Paxenus and launched an attack on the transport fleet. As the Sicilian fleet of Dionia had been stationed in Cyrrhinus all this time, guarding the western waters and concerned about the battle in Cyrrhinus, they did not send any warships to escort them. Of course, the people of Paxenus did not make any requests to Catanae. After all, it was far from the battlefield, and the nearby waters had always been very safe. It had a close relationship with Dionia, and its neighbor, Syracuse, was also in harmony. They believed that the voyage from their city-state to Minoans should be safe. Therefore, the people of Paxenus only sent the only 5 three-tiered warships in their city-state to escort them as a symbolic gesture. In the end, after being ambushed by the Syracuse fleet, although the warships of Paxenus resisted stubbornly, they were outnumbered. Other than 4 transport ships that managed to escape back to the port, the rest were all rammed and sunk. At the same time, Syracuse sent out an army of 12,000 soldiers. It did not march north to attack Tanis, which was very close to it. Instead, it turned south and quickly rushed to Camalina. It announced to the public that it was going to help the people of Camalina defend against the invasion of Carthage's people. After the people of Camalina rejected the request of Syracuse's army to enter the city, the army of Syracuse immediately changed its attitude and surrounded Camalina. They pretended to attack the city while sending messengers into the city, threatening the people of Camalina that Syracuse had formed an alliance with Carthage. If they chose to submit to Syracuse, then they would be safe when Carthage's army arrived. If not, Syracuse would attack the city. After the city was breached, the people in the city would be dealt with by Carthage's people. As Camalina had already sent out most of its citizen soldiers to aid Gela, there were only about 500 Camalina soldiers left in the city who could fight. They were weak and could only helplessly say that they needed time to think about it. The messengers of Syracuse only gave them a day's time. After the messengers returned, not only did Syracuse's army immediately block the road from Camalina to Gela, but Syracuse's warships also blockaded the port. At this time, the victorious Carthage army had already moved their camp to the east and strengthened the siege on Gela. Therefore, Leotychides was busy dealing with Carthage's attack on the city and was completely unaware of the changes in Camalina. After half a day, a Dionia merchant ship that ventured into the port brought news that Syracuse's fleet had attacked the transport fleet of Paxenus and had blockaded the ports of Paxenus and Camalina. When Leotychides heard this, he was shocked. Syracuse had finally joined the battle. The addition of Syracuse had undoubtedly worsened Dionia's predicament in Sicily, especially on the south coast. Not only were the Dionia's allied forces at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were also in a dangerous situation of being attacked from 2 sides. Even if Leotychides wanted to reinforce Camalina, he could not do so for now. There was the threat of Carthage's army by land and the obstruction of Syracuse's fleet by sea. Without the escort of the fleet might not even be able to enter Camalina's port before it became food for the fish. Leotychides sent out the Dionia's fast ship that was docked in Gela's port and immediately rushed to inform Sicorion in Cyrrhinus. A day later, the bewildered Camalina people saw the black mass of Syracuse soldiers carrying ladders and pushing tall siege equipment towards the city walls. They were terrified. Afraid of the tragic fate that befell Agrigento, the Commolina people finally chose to surrender. More than 10 years had passed. Due to the power of the Kingdom of Dionia and the long-term friendly relations with the Commolina people, there were almost no citizens in Commolina who were pro-Syracuse. This caused the people of Syracuse to temporarily be unable to support a government that was close to them. To prevent a rebellion, they demanded that the Commolina people hand over many of their hostages. At the same time, 3,000 Syracuse soldiers were stationed in the city. To put it nicely, once Carthage's army arrived, they would be able to effectively stop them from destroying Commolina. In addition, the people of Syracuse also requested that the remaining 500 Commolina soldiers be transferred to join the Syracuse army in battle. The Commolina people, who were now meat on someone else's chopping block, finally agreed to these conditions. After the Syracuse army obtained the allegiance of Commolina, they did not lead their army west to rendezvous with Carthage's army that was besieging Gela. Instead, they entered Commolina and left 3,000 soldiers to guard the city. The rest of the soldiers took ships to the coast of Paxenus and disembarked. They immediately surrounded Paxenus and sent messengers into the city, requesting that it submit to Syracuse. The messengers of Syracuse threatened that if Paxenus refused, not only would Syracuse immediately execute the more than 2,000 citizens of Paxenus, after Syracuse's fleet sank the Paxenus military fleet, they did not leave. Instead, they rescued the Paxenus militia that had fallen into the water and captured them. They would then lead their army to attack the city of Paxenus. After the city was breached, all the citizens in the city would be sold to the people of Carthage as slaves. Syracuse's threat frightened the citizens of Paxenus. Their city was surrounded by Syracuse's army, and the port was blocked by Syracuse's warships. The citizens on the city walls looked down at the thousands of their relatives who were tied to the ground with tears in their eyes. The panicked citizens of Paxenus held an emergency meeting and quickly came to an agreement. Paxenus, which had always been a vassal state of Syracuse before the people of Dionia entered Sicily, would once again submit to Syracuse. In a few days, Syracuse had successively incorporated Paxenus and Commolina into its alliance. In the blink of an eye, the entire southeastern corner of Sicily had once again become Syracuse's sphere of influence. The citizens, who had always dreamed of reliving the glory of Syracuse, were all overjoyed. The chief general of Syracuse, Theagenes, who had proposed this plan and forcefully carried it out despite the opposition of his colleagues, was greatly praised by the people, and his reputation soared. However, at the same time, there were also people who expressed dissatisfaction with Theagenes' actions. For example, General Hyctas publicly questioned, for the sake of obtaining 2 small city-states, Syracuse is taking a huge risk and angering the powerful Dionia. This is very dangerous. Theagenes, don't forget that Carthage is far away in Africa, and we, Syracuse, are right next to Dionia. Theagenes replied confidently, the war between Dionia and Carthage in Sicily has involved all the cities in Sicily. Can we, Syracuse, be an exception? Of course not. Carthage's army is approaching Gela, and Dionia's army is stationed in Leontini. We must make a choice, or we will be crushed by the power of both sides. However, we will not become true allies with Carthage, who have been our mortal enemy for decades, nor will we challenge Dionia, who have taken away our hegemony. What we need to do is seize every opportunity in this fierce war and regain the glory of Syracuse. That was what Theagenes said, and what he did. When Cypros of Catanae sent an envoy to the Syracuse council, he questioned angrily, the Syracuse fleet attacked the fleet of Paxenus and led troops to attack Commolina. This is a provocation to Dionia. You must immediately stop this dangerous act and withdraw from Commolina. At the same time, you must compensate Paxenus and promise not to do anything similar in the future. Otherwise, Dionia will not sit idly by and do nothing. Theagenes replied calmly, may I ask if Dionia, Paxenus, and Commolina are allies? Of course not. You do not have an alliance with these 2 cities, not even an agreement. But we do, and it is a full-fledged military alliance. As Commolina spoke, he had someone bring over the newly signed alliance agreement and showed it to the envoy of Dionia. He said with a hint of mockery, I am grateful for Dionia's concern about the recent events, but this is an internal matter between us and our allies. We can resolve it ourselves. There is no need for an outsider like you, Dionia, to worry about it. The envoy of Dionia was speechless. After a moment, he said with hatred, "Is Syracuse preparing to ally with Carthage? How could we, the people of Syracuse, ally with our mortal enemy, the people of Carthage? We just want to protect ourselves on this war-torn island," Theagenes said with a serious look on his face. The messenger of Dionia understood. He said coldly, "So you people of Syracuse want to be crows and eat the corpses of the beasts after the battle. But no matter how much carrion a crow eats, it's still a crow. May the peace and tranquility of Syracuse, which the heroes who resisted Dionysius' tyranny exchanged with their blood a dozen years ago, not be lost in your hands." The conversation between Theagenes and the messenger of Dionia was spread throughout the council. Many people praised their chief general for his toughness and wit in speaking to the messenger of Dionia. A few people were worried about the warning given by the messenger of Dionia. Just as the messenger of Dionia left the city of Syracuse, many people of Syracuse heard the news and came to scold and humiliate him, venting their dissatisfaction with Dionia. Theagenes had expected this. He did not want to openly offend Dionia for the time being, so he specially sent a patrol to escort the messenger. The messenger of Dionia left Syracuse with a swollen face and torn clothes. He saw it as a great humiliation. When Sequirion led the fleet to Gela, Leotychides already knew that Camelina and Paxenus had belonged to Syracuse. This forced him to cancel his original plan. At the same time, the successive changes had shaken his confidence in continuing to defend the south coast. So, as soon as he saw Sequirion, who had just arrived, he said directly, "Camelina and Paxenus have already surrendered to Syracuse. I don't think Minoa will be able to hold out for long. Now, we are at a complete disadvantage, but my army is scattered between Selinus and here, and can't do anything about the overall situation. So, I have decided to withdraw all the troops in the cities of the south coast. If Minoa and the people of Gela are willing to follow us, then we will return to Catania and rendezvous with the 7th Army. We will rebuild our strength and look for opportunities to continue defending against the attacks of the people of Carthage, and even Syracuse." Sequirion looked at Leotychides' serious expression and thought about it seriously. He said in a low voice, "We can evacuate the other places, but we must keep Selinus. The troops in other places have all been evacuated. Selinus has become a completely isolated city. How many days can Chalcidius hold out?" Leotychides did not seem to have much confidence in this. Sequirion was very confident. "These days, the people of Carthage have launched several attacks on Selinus, but they were all repelled. Furthermore, our losses in defending the city are not too great. I think Chalcidius has the bearing of a great general. He is not anxious and has a good way of defending the city. Selinus should be able to hold out. Of course, Chalcidius is very capable." Leotychides shook his head lightly. "Unfortunately, he has too few troops. Once we leave, Selinus will become the focus of the people of Carthage's attack. It won't be able to hold out for long." Sequirion said anxiously, "With the help of our navy, how can Chalcidius's troops be few? As long as he holds out for a few more days, after September, when the farmlands of Catania are harvested, I will transport thousands or even tens of thousands of sailors from the naval base who don't have warships there. Although these sailors don't have the ability to fight against Carthage's soldiers head-on, they can still assist in defending the city. Selinus is too important. As long as it is in our hands, our warships and sailors will have a foothold in western Sicily. Our fleet will be able to hunt in the western sea without worry, and the ships of Carthage won't dare to easily transport soldiers and supplies to the south coast. All right, we'll do as you say. Your Sicilian fleet will provide reinforcements to defend Selinus. The other cities and armies will all evacuate from the south coast." While Sicilian was talking excitedly, Leotychides interrupted him and said, "All right, we'll do as you say." Sequirion was stunned, but he immediately reacted. "Did you already have this plan in mind? Did you want to trick me into helping you defend the city?" Leotychides said expressionlessly, "Now, I'm going to persuade the generals of Gera to leave here and seek refuge in Catania. As for persuading the Minoans, I'll leave it to you, Sir Sequirion. Gera is guarded by the 8th Legion, so there won't be any big problems for the time being. However, the Minoans are in imminent danger, so I hope you can hurry up." I say, Persosus, you're not His Majesty the Devers. What right do you have to assign tasks to me? We should discuss this matter before making a decision. Sequirian loudly expressed his dissatisfaction, but Leotychides had already strode out of the hall. A day later, the fleet full of Minoan civilians sailed eastward along the south coast under the escort of the Dionysian fleet. As they passed through the southeast corner of Sicily, Sequirian was both nervous and excited. He sent out all the speedboats and ordered all the lookouts on the warships to open their eyes wide and carefully observe the abnormalities in the sea. However, to his disappointment, the Syracuse fleet did not appear. The entire fleet arrived at the port of Catania without a hitch. At the same time, the Minoan city was conquered by Pamilca's army, and all the Minoan soldiers who stayed behind were killed in battle. The Gellans also agreed to evacuate to Catania. It was not because Leotychides was persuasive, but because they had the same idea as the Minoans. If they were surrounded by the Syracuse people, the people who were reluctant to leave their homeland might consider surrendering. However, outside the city were the Carthage people and the ferocious-looking natives. The Agrisan people had been brutally slaughtered, and the Gellans did not want to follow in their footsteps. The Sicilian fleet quickly returned to the south coast from the Catania naval base, escorting this large fleet of ships. Not only were the ships carrying food supplies, but there were also 16,000 sailors. He was here to fulfill his promise with Leotychides. Originally, Sequirian planned to do this after the autumn harvest, but after a conversation with Cyprosus suggested, after all of you evacuate from the south coast, the garrison of Serenus will inevitably face greater pressure. Since this city is so important, don't delay it any longer. Send the sailors over as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about the harvesting of their farmland. I'll help them solve it. Sequirian accepted Cyprosus's suggestion. The fleet arrived at Serenus without a hitch. First, Sicilian unloaded the food and weapons from the fleet at the pier. Then, he stationed 10,000 sailors at the port to manage and defend the port while assisting Chalcidius in defending the city. This was to make up for the lack of defensive power. After a night's rest, he ordered the remaining 6,000 sailors to drive more than 30 Phoenician warships, captured during the battle with the East Phoenician fleet from Persia, that had been simply repaired. They followed the Sicilian fleet and other fleets to Gela. According to the notice given by the clippers, Leotychides led the soldiers of the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, a large number of Gellans, and the people of Agrisan who had previously fled to Gela. They lined up in an orderly manner and waited at the various ports. So as soon as the fleet docked at the port, everyone quickly boarded the ships. When Carthage's scouts told Hasdrubal that a large fleet had arrived at the port of Gela, he did not realize at first that the entire city of Gela was preparing to retreat. After the victory in the battle, Carthage's army had failed several times to attack the city. Even the day before yesterday, the Dionysius soldiers had come out of the city to attack Carthage, which caught Hasdrubal off guard and led to the crushing defeat of Carthage's siege force. This showed that the morale of the garrison in the city was very high. Hasdrubal had to let the defeated soldiers rest for the past 2 days. So, when he heard the news, Hasdrubal's first reaction was, "Oh no, the reinforcements from Dionia are here." When he personally ran to the coast and saw the ships full of people leaving the port, he realized that the Dionia coalition army that he had been fighting with for more than 10 days was actually trying to escape. Hasdrubal immediately rushed back to the camp and gathered his troops. By the time Carthage's army arrived at the city with the siege weapons, more than an hour had passed. More than half of the Dionia fleet had evacuated. Only about 400 citizens of Gela, who volunteered to stay and guard the city so that the others could leave safely, including some elderly who did not want to abandon their homes, fought to the end and successfully ensured the smooth evacuation of more than 30,000 people. On the way back, the Sicilian fleet looked more powerful, because there were more than 30 Phoenician warships among them, so the Syracuse fleet was nowhere to be seen. At dusk, the fleet entered the port of Catanae. Seeing the familiar port and the few people there to welcome them, the soldiers of the 8th Legion were a little disappointed, but they also felt relieved. For the past few months, they had been fighting outside. They had the glory of the Battle of Minoa, the pride of wreaking havoc in Carthage's Sicilian territory, the sympathy for the destruction of the navy by the storm, and the humiliation of being defeated in the Battle of Gela. After all, it was the worsening situation on the battlefield that forced them to come back, which made them feel a little embarrassed to see their families. Leotychides' ship stopped at a specific port. After he got off the ship, he saw Cypros, the wartime governor of Sicily and the governor of Catanae, coming to welcome him. "Welcome home, Commander Persosus." Cypros smiled and saluted. Leotychides returned the greeting with an indifferent expression and said, "A defeated general, what is there to welcome?" Cypros stared blankly for a moment, then sincerely consoled him, "Lord Prosus, you defeated the Carthaginian army in the Battle of Minoa, defeated the Carthaginian army, captured Serenus, and created chaos in the western part of Sicily controlled by the Carthaginians. You completely disrupted the plans of the Carthaginians, and forced them to postpone their attack on Sicily for a few months. Your performance has exceeded His Majesty's expectations, and you have successfully completed the task that he had given you." These words were not said by me, but by His Majesty in his letter. His Majesty wrote a letter? At this time, Leotychides was a little surprised. "Why would I, the governor of Sicily, lie to you?" Cypros joked and took out the letter. Leotychides immediately took the letter and began to read it. In the letter, the Devers did praise Leotychides and his army for their outstanding performance. At the same time, he also reminded them that the Carthage had launched another large-scale attack on Sicily, and that the Dionia coalition was too deep into the enemy's territory. Not only was it not advisable to fight them head-on, but they also had to retreat at the right time to avoid being ambushed by the Carthage's army. In a disadvantageous situation, they could even give up the friendly city-states on the south coast and defend the territory of the kingdom. This letter had almost shockingly predicted the development of the war in Sicily during this period. While Leotychides was shocked by the Devers' superb strategic vision, he also had a lot of complaints. Why didn't this letter come earlier? Oh, it's a letter from His Majesty. While Leotychides was still savoring the memory, the letter in his hand was already taken away by Cypros behind him. When His Majesty wrote this letter, he didn't know that you were still alive and had returned to the fleet. Otherwise, the letter. Cypros explained. It's better to know later. Cypros replied casually, but the image of Miltiades who had died in battle appeared in his mind. He exhaled and quickly looked down at the letter. Oh, His Majesty also said that they have occupied Rome and obtained a large area of land in Latin. They have also gained the allegiance of most of the Latin city-states. The remnants of Rome's army have retreated to a few small towns. It will only take a month or two to end the war in Latin. After that, he will lead the army south and rush to Sicily to fight the Carthage's army to the death. He hopes that we can defend against the attack of the Carthage army during this period of time and prevent them from destroying the territory of Sicily. Cypros seized the opportunity and said, "In order to complete the task given by His Majesty, we will hold a military meeting later to formulate a new plan to deal with the attack of the Carthage army. I have already informed the commander of the 7th Legion, Beru. He is rushing here from the new barracks." Leotychides' expression changed slightly. "I have no objections. Wait for me." Cypros turned around to look for his subordinates. "After the soldiers and civilians disembark, do not wait for me. Immediately return to the naval base in Catania to rest and reorganize." Cypros interrupted him. "Lord Cypros, before you let the fleet return to the base, please let them assemble on the shore and take a tour around the city of Catania. Lord Leotychides, the soldiers of the 8th Legion and the 4th Cavalry Legion, please also line up and enter the city." "What do you mean?" Cypros was a little puzzled. Leotychides also looked at Cypros in confusion. Although the war is far from over, the people of Catanae are already waiting in the city, ready to warmly welcome the returning soldiers and sailors to thank them for fighting bravely for the past few months and ensuring the safety of our home. Cypros explained solemnly. Although the war is far from over, the people of Catanae are already waiting in the city, preparing to warmly welcome the returning soldiers and sailors to thank them for fighting bravely for the past few months and ensuring the safety of our home. Upon hearing this, Cypros and Leotychides looked at each other. Be it the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, or the 2nd Fleet of the Sicilian Fleet, more than half of the soldiers and crew were from Catania. Since the beginning of the war, there had been a lot of casualties, especially for the fleet, which had even lost 2 commanders. So the crew was a little afraid to see the people of Catania, afraid to hear the cries of the people who had lost their loved ones. But Cypros had organized such a simple triumphal return, which was undoubtedly a good opportunity to boost the morale of the soldiers and crew who had been defeated and forced to return home. So Leotychide said coldly, "I will gather the soldiers and let them line up into the city, but I will not participate." "Me too." Cypros thought of something and turned back to point at the people who were disembarking from the ship in the distance. "Don't forget about them." Cypros understood what he meant. These refugees from Minoa, Gela, and Agrigento had lost their homes and loved ones, and were crying in pain and at a loss. But Catanai was cheering for the return of the soldiers. "What would they think of him?" Cypros said unhurriedly. "Don't worry. I have sent officials to take care of them. They will not be allowed to enter the city for the time being." In the evening, 5 people were sitting in the executive meeting room of Catania City Hall. They were Cypros, the governor of Sicily, Leotychides, the commander of Sicily, Cypros, the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Breru, the commander of the 7th Legion, and Acidames, the commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion. In fact, Breru had already arrived at Catania, but he did not go to the port with Cypros to greet him, so Cypros had to make up a white lie. But after meeting Leotychides, Breru still expressed his admiration for the battles that Leotychides had carried out during this period of time. His tone was also more appropriate, but he didn't mention anything about the 7th Legion coming to Sicily will have to listen to Leotychides' command or anything like that. Cypros coughed a few times, glanced at the other 4, and said, "My lords, you have all read His Majesty's letter. How to resist the attack of Carthage's army in the next 1 or 2 months and prevent them from causing damage to the territory of Sicily, in order to welcome the arrival of His Majesty's army to counterattack and encircle Carthage is the problem we will discuss today. Everyone, please share your opinions first. I don't have any suggestions now." Breru took over the conversation, but said humbly, "Because according to the principles of the military law of Dionia, we must understand the specific situation of the battlefield in order to make the right battle plan. Our 7th Legion has just arrived at Catania and is completely unaware of the situation here. Lord Persosus has been in Sicily for so many years, and led the army to fight against Carthage for a few months, so he must have a very deep understanding of the army of Carthage. Can you please give us a detailed introduction of the situation first?" Cypros frowned slightly. Although Breru spoke very politely, this politeness showed a kind of equality between the two, but the reality was that according to the orders of the King of Devers and the Ministry of Military Affairs, Breru led the 7th Legion to Sicily to be under the command of Leotychides, and they were in a superior and subordinate relationship. Leotychides' originally expressionless face did not show any abnormality. He said very straightforwardly, "These few days, I have seriously thought about the battle experience with Carthage during this period of time, and made some analysis and summary. Just in time for you to listen, so that you will not be at a disadvantage in the future battles." Leotychides stood up, looked at Breru, and said seriously, "In these few months, Carthage has sent 2 armies to attack Sicily, and in terms of combat power, the First Army and the Second Army are completely different. In the Battle of Minoa, apart from Carthage's Sacred Legion that caused us some trouble, the rest of Carthage's troops were simply unable to withstand a single blow, especially the army composed of Namibians, whose morale was very low. A single charge from our heavy infantry could cause them to retreat, so our army was able to easily break into the west and forced the Carthage people to hole up in their respective cities for a long time, not daring to come out to fight. During this period, we did not find the opportunity to fight with the Iberian army that had been stationed in Palmos. When Carthage sent a second army to land in Sicily, the situation changed. First of all, the commander of Carthage was the Iberian governor, Margo. He had been fighting in Iberia for a long time and had a lot of battlefield experience. Combining all the information, Margo brought more than 20,000 soldiers from Iberia. Adding the 20,000 Iberian soldiers in Palmos, there were more than 40,000 Iberian soldiers in Sicily. Most of them were Carthage's mercenaries. They had followed Margo to fight in Iberia for a long time, so their fighting strength was very strong. In Gela, I led the 8th Legion, the 4th Cavalry Legion, and allied troops to engage in a battle with the Iberian army. The difference in numbers between the two sides was not big, and the 8th Legion attacked the Iberian heavy infantry fiercely. There was even the 4th Cavalry Legion supporting the attack from the flank, but the other side always defended tenaciously and did not retreat. "Oh?" When Breru heard this, he sat up straight with a surprised look on his face. Although the 8th Legion's serial number was behind the 7th Legion, the 8th Legion had pacified the Xianxia region a few years ago and defeated the Sacred Legion, which was called the strongest heavy infantry by Carthage people in Minoa. Its actual combat experience was richer than the 7th Legion, which had not fought for many years. Although Brerer did not admit it on the surface, he faintly felt that the 8th Legion's fighting strength might be a little stronger than the 7th Legion. Now, an Iberian heavy infantry army was actually able to remain undefeated under the joint attack of the 8th Legion and the Cavalry Legion. This really surprised him. And in this Carthage army, many of them are likely native warriors of the Iberian Peninsula. They are tall, fierce in attack, and are also disciplined. The most noteworthy thing is that they all hold a long shield in one hand and a short sword in the other, similar to the soldiers of our legion. They directly defeated the phalanx of Gela and the Kamalina heavy infantry, which ultimately led to my defeat at Gela. When Leotychides mentioned this, his expression and tone did not change, as if he was talking about something that had happened to someone else. But in the conference room, not only Breru, but even Cypros were surprised. It seems that the fighting strength of the Iberian heavy infantry in Carthage's army is not weaker than that of our legion. Cypros could not help but say. Like Cypros, he only roughly knew about the process of Leotychides' defeat in the Battle of Gela. He did not have the time to understand it in detail, so it was inevitable that he felt uneasy when he suddenly heard the details. Not only the heavy infantry, but the light infantry of Carthage's Iberian army is not weak either. During the battle, they had a group of thousands of catapults that may have come from the Balearic Islands. The lead pellets they threw were accurate and ruthless, not weaker than the catapults of our 1st Legion's light infantry. They caused a lot of casualties to the 8th Legion's light infantry. They also had hundreds of javelin throwers made up of Iberian natives. The javelins they threw were not only heavy, but also had curved hooks. Once hit, it was very difficult to pull them out, and the resulting wound was very large, causing a lot of bleeding and death. The medical camp did not have a good way to deal with this. At this point, Leotychides' tone became slightly lower. It seems that only our cavalry can be stronger than Dionia. After listening to Leotychides' words, Cypros could not help but sigh, but he did not expect a cough to come from the side. He turned his head to look at the embarrassed commander of the 4th Cavalry Legion, Acidames, and suddenly remembered that Carthage occupied the Numidian region, and there were many Numidian cavalry in his army. He remembered that the Numidian cavalry had caused the Dionia cavalry to suffer a great loss in the southern Italian war. As expected, Leotychides continued, it may be because this Carthage army had to cross the mountains to raid the rear, so they did not let the cavalry accompany them. However, the intelligence shows that among the Carthage army that landed in Sicily, there were 6,000 to 7,000 cavalry, most of them Numidian cavalry, with some Carthage cavalry, Mauritanian cavalry, and Iberian cavalry. Their number exceeds the total number of our 4 major cavalry legions. The heavy infantry and light infantry of the Carthage army from Iberia are not weaker than our legion's soldiers, and their cavalry is slightly stronger than ours. It seems that this is our formidable enemy. Berua's expression was solemn. In his previous career in the legion, he had fought against the army of Syracuse, Messapi, and Pucetti. The armies of these city-states and races always had some flaws, which made him proud of the strength of the legion of Dionysia. This was the first time he had heard of an army that was not weaker than the legion of Dionysia in any aspect. While he felt uneasy, there was also a hint of excitement in his heart. He asked cautiously, in addition to the army from Iberia, how is the combat power of the other Carthage army? According to the intelligence, in addition to more than 40,000 soldiers from Iberia, there are about 60,000 soldiers from the city of Carthage, the Phoenician allies in Africa, and Namibia among the enemy troops who landed in Sicily this time. Among them, the Namibians make up the majority. After the Carthage army surrounded Serenus city, I let the army take the initiative to attack and carried out a night attack on the Carthage army, which was successful. According to the soldiers who came back, many of the enemies they killed were Namibian soldiers. These Namibians could not organize an effective defense after being attacked. Most of them only knew how to run away. When Leotychides said this, he saw that the expressions on the faces of the others had become much more relaxed, so he continued, then this army was sent to attack Minoa. We all know that the Carthage army had attacked Minoa city before, but they had never made progress, which led to me leading the army to rescue them. This time, the Minoans clearly felt the pressure. They frequently sent messengers to me for help, and in the end, they had no choice but to evacuate from Minoa city. I asked the refugees in Minoa. They said that the dark-skinned Namibians attacked the city wall without any regard for their lives. After repelling one wave, another wave would quickly rush up, constantly consuming their few defending forces, leading to the final failure of defending the city. From this, it can be seen that the combat power of this army is not weak. From the night attack to the fall of Minoa, it is completely like two armies. I guess that Brother Ma must have done something during this time to boost their morale. Leotikites calmly analyzed, 100,000 people. 100,000 soldiers with decent combat power. Bruro could not help but sigh softly. This time, Carthage's army is more than 100,000 people, Cyprian interjected. When I was at the port of Lily, I had privately inquired about it. There are more than 10,000 soldiers in Lily City, and cities like Mazara, Eryx, Palmos, and other Phoenician cities have at least a few thousand militias. If they are all gathered, the number of Carthage's army is far more than 100,000. Cypros took a deep breath, rubbed his chin, and pondered for a while. He said, such a large army, the military supplies they need must be very large. Lord Cypros, you have hit the nail on the head. Cyprian praised, then pointed to the map of Sicily placed in the center of the wooden table, and said loudly, that is why we must defend Serenus. As long as we have it, our fleet can frequently attack the western seas, attack their merchant ships, cargo ships, and cut off Carthage's route to western Sicily, making it difficult for Carthage's army to supply food. I can even send the fleet's infantry to land and attack the rear of Carthage's army. After all, from the current situation, compared to the army, our navy has a greater advantage against Carthage. Sicilian looked at Leotikides and said confidently, even though the Carthaginian navy is on par with us in terms of courage and maneuvering ability, and is more familiar with the sea conditions of the Western Sea, they are still using traditional naval tactics. It's impossible for them to change in a short period of time. As long as the number of warships in the Sicilian fleet is restored, I can even seal off the port of Carthage. Cypros reminded him helplessly, the Senate has passed a resolution on this matter, and all the port cities in the kingdom are building warships. However, time is too short, and we can't build hundreds of warships to meet your requirements. But there is one thing you can help with, Cypros said seriously. Currently, the naval base in Catania is docked with 20 warships that Phralios captured on the surface of Theridium, as well as the 30 warships that I captured on the south coast. After some repairs and modifications, some of these warships can be incorporated into our fleet and go out to sea to fight. In this way, the number of warships in the Sicilian fleet can reach 60 to 70 in a short period of time, and we can continue to maintain our advantage over the Carthage navy. So, I need Lord Cypros to gather all the shipsmiths in the cities of Sicily to the naval base, and help us modify these Phoenician warships as soon as possible. This time, Durian spoke with sincerity. Once the meeting is over, I'll send someone to do it, Cypros agreed without hesitation, and Cypros thanked him profusely. Cypros looked at Leotikides and said in a low voice, we don't have to worry too much about the problems at sea, but on land, how are we going to deal with Carthage's army? Without hesitation, Leotikides pointed at the map on the table and slowly explained the plan that he had long thought of. Now that Carthage and Syracuse have colluded, all the friendly city-states on the south coast have been occupied by them. It won't be long before Carthage's army converges at the southeast corner and attack our southern border, as well as our two allies, Leontini and Tanis. This time, Carthage hasn't made any moves to attack the north coast, and I think they won't attack the north coast for the time being. Doing so will disperse their forces, and the north coast's terrain is narrow, which is not conducive to the deployment of their forces. Although the city-states there are smaller than those on the south coast, it will take a lot of time for Carthage to conquer them one by one. As long as we have enough forces in Malay, we can keep Carthage out of our territory for a long time. What I'm most worried about is the central part of Sicily. Leotikides pointed at the icon of Enna on the map with his right hand and said in a low voice, there are many races in Carthage's army who are good at fighting in the mountains, and with the Tannic tribe who are familiar with the terrain leading the way, the cycles are no match for them at all. So, they have occupied Caphaloician, and now they are besieging Enna. I've decided not to reinforce Enna, but to retreat with the cycles who are willing to follow us. You're giving up on Enna? Cypros was shocked, and solemnly reminded him, more than half of the cycles have gathered there, and I'm afraid most of them are unwilling to leave their homes. Cypros's words were tactful, but in fact, he knew very well that once the Dionysian army stopped reinforcing Enna, the cycles there would probably all fall to Carthage's side under the threat of Carthage's army. This was because the measures Dionia had taken against the cycles for the past 10 years were different from the measures it took against the Samones. As for the Samones, on the surface, Dionia maintained an alliance with this mountainous race, but in fact, through trade, culture, and even religion, they had drawn and assimilated the Samones tribes, especially in the Abenalum and Niconia regions. That was why the Samones tribal alliance and the high priests panicked and finally took the initiative to start a war. This was in fact what the Devers hoped for, because the expansion to the north was the strategic focus of the kingdom of Dionia. As for the kingdom of Dionia's Carthage to the south, according to the Devers' original strategic plan, Dionia did not want to become enemies with the kingdom of Carthage before they occupied the entire Italian peninsula. Therefore, maintaining peace with Carthage became the top priority of the kingdom of Carthage. Therefore, the kingdom of Carthage signed 2 peace treaties with Carthage. Hence, even though the cycles had formed an alliance with Dionia, Dionia's Sicily territory still used trade to rope in the cycles due to the attitude of the Carthaginians. This was to avoid provoking the cycles and causing a conflict, which would then give the Carthaginians an excuse to attack the Carthaginians. However, after the rebellion of the Tannic tribe was quelled, the fact that the kingdom of Carthage was secretly supporting the Tannic tribe was exposed. The Devers then changed their approach and began to strengthen their control over the cycles. They directly annexed the 2 towns of Hina and Hebida to the kingdom of Dionia, thus splitting the cycle region into 2. As the eastern region, which was dominated by Aegilian and Cantrippa, was adjacent to the kingdom of Sicily, it became a region that Dionia focused on drawing in and assimilating. Most of the tribes in this region had close and friendly relations with Dionia. On the other hand, a portion of the cycles in the western region, led by Enna and Cephaleution, had less contact with Dionia. Some of the tribes were punished by Dionia for participating in the rebellion of the Tannic tribe. There were also a few tribes that voluntarily migrated to Enna from the eastern region in the past 2 years. This was because their leaders could not stand the increasing control of the eastern region by Dionia. Dionia did not ignore the western region of the cycles. Instead, it used its position as the leader of the alliance to coordinate and resolve conflicts between the tribes. It used trade and aid to restrain the tribes, and when war broke out, it used the tribes' warriors to control them. Previously, the cycles that assisted the 8th Legion and participated in the war were mainly from the tribes in the western region. It was obvious that Dionia adopted a gradual approach. They first focused on assimilating and absorbing the cycles in the eastern region before turning to the western region. However, they did not expect the war with Carthage to break out so soon after a few years. The assimilation of the eastern region had just begun. I agree with Lord Persosus. The decision to abandon Enna is the right one. Brewer stood up and looked at the map. Look, Enna is in the center of Sicily. It's closer to Cephaleution, but further away from our sphere of influence. After Carthage's people occupied Cephaleution, Agrigento, and Gyra, this town became too prominent. It's already surrounded by Carthage's people. If we send less reinforcements, it won't be of any use. Enna will still be easily taken by Carthage's people. And if we send more reinforcements, it will weaken the defenses in other places. Carthage's people can bypass Enna and attack other defenseless towns. For example, they can send troops north from Gyra and attack Henna directly. So, we should be more straightforward. Withdraw all the troops and tighten our fists. Brewer finished and looked at Leotychides. Leotychides did not look at him. Instead, he said to Cyprosus, the next battle will be very fierce. It concerns the safety of Sicily. Any small mistake will lead to a major failure. Now that Carthage's people have the upper hand, I have doubts about whether the cycles in the western region are still loyal to the kingdom. If they suddenly rebel when we support Enna, Cyprosus was silent for a moment. He sighed. All right, I agree with you. Abandon Enna and retreat to the eastern region with the tribes that are willing to follow us. So, what's next? Leotychides then said to Breru, Lord Breru, your 7th Legion will be responsible for defending the southern line of defense. What do you think? You mean the line from Paragonia to Tanis? Breru could say this so quickly because his legion happened to be stationed in the new barracks near Lake Leotini to the north of Leotini, so he had some understanding of the area. Yes. Leotychides nodded and continued. The 8th Legion will be stationed in Aegilion and will be responsible for defending the western line of defense from Henna to Herbida. Breru carefully looked at the map again and found that the western region was basically filled with cycles, towns and settlements. He immediately thought, I've just arrived, I'm completely unfamiliar with the cycles, and I have no prestige among them, so it'll be difficult to intimidate them. If something goes wrong. The southern line of defense is basically within the Catania Plains, and the two allies are both Greek city-states that have been dependent on Ionia for more than a decade, so it'll be more convenient for us to fight. He pretended to ponder, then said, I basically agree with your defense plan, Lord Persosus. But from the current situation, the southern line of defense may become the focus of Carthage's attack. The 7th Legion only has a little more than 8,000 people, so it's a little insufficient. Not only the southern line of defense, but the two towns of Henna and Aegilion may also become the focus of Carthage's attack. Leotychides pointed at the map and said, the entire territory of Sicily can still deploy at least 20,000 more citizens to fight. If there's too much loss, we can immediately replenish them. Let me remind you, Cypros interrupted, it'll be the autumn harvest in a dozen days. I hope that you will not recruit any more citizens before this, so as to ensure that there is enough labor in the territory to complete the harvesting of the farmland in the shortest time possible, so that we will have enough rations for the future battles. I don't think we'll recruit any more soldiers in the short term. If Carthage wants to attack us, I think it'll be at least 10 days later. We can definitely use our current troops to hold out until the autumn harvest, but we have to be careful of Carthage's cavalry entering the Catania Plains and causing damage to our farms and villages. When Leotychides finished, Breru said seriously, I have no more questions. The 7th Legion will hold the southern line of defense. I have a question, Sicorian said loudly, what's going on with Syracuse? Is it confirmed that they're colluding with Carthage and participating in the war against Ionia? Syracuse is indeed in contact with Carthage, but we can't be sure if they're going to declare war against Ionia, Cypros said solemnly. I've sent messengers to the council of Syracuse to question them, and from the reply of their chief general, Diogenes, I can tell that Syracuse wants to take advantage of the war between us and Carthage to gain benefits for themselves, but they don't want to completely fall out with us and become Carthage's accomplices for the time being. So, it's best that we don't provoke Syracuse. We just need to be on guard against them, and focus on defending against Carthage first. Leotychides and Breru both nodded in agreement. This was the safest course of action. Only Sicorian was still complaining. As long as we take precautions? That's easy for you to say. The route from Catanae to the western part of Sicily will be frequently used by our fleet in the future. Whether it is our warships patrolling and cruising to the western sea, or our fleet transporting supplies and soldiers to Serenus, they will all have to pass through Syracuse. Their fleet is like a lurking viper that may attack us at any time. How can our fleet guard against them? Cypros's expression became serious. He said in a deep voice, your Sicilian fleet needs support in terms of supplies and personnel. As long as I can do it, I will do my best to help you. But controlling the waters of Sicily and ensuring the safety of the territory's coast is the responsibility of your fleet. You have also been praised by His Majesty as the great naval hero of the Kingdom of Ionia. This should be something you should consider, but you are asking a layman like me. Sicorian was speechless. Cypros looked at Breru again, and his expression became gentle again. Lord Breru, on behalf of the people of Sicily, I am very grateful to you for leading the 7th Legion to reinforce us. I believe that you will be able to work together with Lord Persosus and successfully complete the task given by His Majesty. Make a glorious contribution. Cypros's words were rather clever. He took into account Breru's age, qualifications, and status in the kingdom. Breru was a senator and one of the representatives of the Bruttii people, far from being comparable to Leotychides who had no background, so he did not mention that Breru should listen to the command of the Sicilian commander, Leotychides. He believed that Breru, who had been in the legion for more than 10 years, would act according to military law no matter how reluctant he was. Since the establishment of Dionia, there had never been an instance of a high-ranking general disobeying orders. "Don't worry. We, the 7th Legion, have come to Katanai to fight. I will act strictly according to military law," Breru said bluntly. Leotychides heard this and nodded. After Hasdrubal took over Gela, he did not continue to the east because he might encounter Syracuse. He vaguely remembered that Senator Carthage had sent messengers to talk to Syracuse several times. Without knowing the details, he did not know how to deal with Syracuse. So he simply stayed in Gela and waited for Margo's army to arrive. At the same time, he sent a part of his army to the north to besiege Enna. After the Carthage army led by Pamilca captured Minoa, they also stopped to rest. When Margo received the news that his troops had captured Minoa, Agrigento, and Gela, and Syracuse had recovered Camillina and Paxenus, he was very happy because it meant that Carthage's army could smoothly pass through the south coast and directly attack Dionia's territory in Sicily. However, he was also very depressed because Selinus had not been captured yet. Selinus' defenders not only fought tenaciously but also responded well. They had repelled the attacks of Carthage's army several times, forcing Margo to rest and restore the army's low morale. Judging from the current situation, it was unlikely that Margo could capture Selinus in a short period of time with his current 40,000 troops. From a safe point of view, he should first capture Selinus and then march east. But that would delay a lot of time. Not only would it give the Dionysian army, who had suffered successive defeats, precious time to rest and reorganize, but it would also create variables over time. More importantly, he had promised in the Senate to capture the whole island of Sicily within a year. He had to hurry. After thinking about it, Margo finally made a decision. He would leave behind 5,000 Fenu infantry and 1,000 Libybian cavalry. He would also let the Lord of Libya, Imazir, organize 5,000 soldiers from the Sicilian alliance to be stationed in the camp and continue to besiege Selinus. He would lead nearly 40,000 troops and march east along the south coast. Accompanying him were not only slaves and freedmen, but also a large number of people from Mazara, Arax, Segesta, and other city-states. They were not only responsible for transporting food supplies to the entire Carthage army, but also for survival. Because the Dionysian army had harvested and destroyed the farmlands of these city-states on a large scale, except for Palmos and Sauris on the north coast, they were facing the danger of famine. Margo announced to them that as long as they transported supplies to the Carthage army, he would allow them to harvest the farmlands of Minoa, Agrigento, Gela, and other Greek city-states along the way based on their performance as food reserves for the next year. That was why they were so eager to participate. Margo solved the problem of transporting supplies for the army, but it also made the entire marching team too bloated and slow. It took them 2 days to reach Minoa. After meeting up with Pamilca's army, they continued to move forward. When they arrived at Agrigento, they received good news. Hasdrubal had captured Enna, and most of the Sicar tribes there had chosen to submit. Margo's joy did not last long before he received bad news. The Dionia attacked his supply convoy. It turned out that the Carthage army was too large, and Margo was in a hurry. The entire convoy meandered for more than 20 miles on the south coast, and the supply convoy fell behind. As a result, the Dionia Sicilian fleet landed on the beach between Minoa and Agrigento. The infantry of the fleet attacked the convoy, killing many laborers and Phoenicians, and burning a lot of food supplies. If it were not for the arrival of the Numidian cavalry, the Carthage army would have suffered greater losses. This forced Margo to slow down the march and send troops to protect the supplies. 10 days later, the Carthage army finally arrived at Gela. After a day of rest, Margo led nearly 100,000 troops and continued to march eastward, finally surrounding Camillina. Syracuse was shocked when it heard the news. It hurriedly sent an envoy to see Margo, telling him that Syracuse had formed an alliance with Carthage, and Camillina was now an ally of Syracuse. It was not hostile to Carthage, and would let the Carthage army pass smoothly. It hoped that it would not be attacked. Margo did not agree with the envoy's request. He proudly said, as the military commander of Carthage, "I don't know when Syracuse became an ally of Carthage. If the people of Syracuse really want to do this, ask your general to come here and talk to me in person." the messengers from Syracuse brought the news back to the council. The generals and councillors were in an uproar after hearing it. Many of them thought that the Carthaginians had crossed the river and wanted to break the agreement. They were preparing to take the opportunity to attack Syracuse. Some people took the opportunity to blame Chief General Theagenes, saying that he thought he had earned benefits for Syracuse, but had angered the people of Carthage. Now that Carthage's army was approaching Syracuse, if a war was started, Theagenes must bear full responsibility. Theagenes argued that Margo had been in Iberia before, and might not know about the secret diplomatic exchanges between Carthage and Syracuse. He was willing to talk to Margo in person to clear up the misunderstanding between them. The next day, Theagenes rushed to Commonlina. Before he entered Commonlina's territory, he already saw the camp of Carthage's people. Countless tents were connected, and one camp was connected to another, covering an area of many miles. If it were not for the countless strong soldiers walking among them, he would have thought he had entered a vast city. The more Theagenes looked, the more shocked he became. Under the guidance of Carthage's guards, he walked for a full hour before arriving at Margo's tent. Just as Theagenes expected, after he saluted Margo and said his name, the rough-looking Carthage general did not show enough politeness and enthusiasm. Instead, he said casually, "It seems that you people of Syracuse are taking this matter very seriously. You actually sent your chief general to negotiate. This will save us some time. After we reach an agreement, we can implement it immediately. Syracuse and Carthage have already reached an amicable agreement." "General Margo may not know much about it," Theagenes explained. "No, I know it very well. Someone in the Senate told me." Margo raised his eyebrows and looked straight at Theagenes. "He said that your attitude during the negotiation has been vague. Although you will never join Dionia and attack Carthage, you are not willing to lead your army to attack Dionia either. You are only willing to provide material assistance, allow us to set up camp in Syracuse's territory, and ensure that we can safely pass through Syracuse and its allies' territory." "That's right. This is the agreement that your envoy of Carthage has agreed to and signed." Before Theagenes finished, Margo roared, "This is a *T agreement. Do you see the army outside? We don't need Syracuse to provide the materials, we can rob them. As for allowing us to pass through Syracuse safely, that's a joke. Even if you don't allow it, my huge army can pass through safely. But that will mean war. A war with Syracuse. While Carthage is fighting against Dionia, he will also have to defend against Syracuse's attack from the rear. This will undoubtedly slow down your progress in conquering Catanae, allowing Dionia's reinforcements from Greece to arrive in time," Theagenes replied calmly. Margo sneered. "If that happens, will Syracuse become Dionia's ally?" Theagenes hesitated. "If Carthage sees Syracuse as an enemy, we, of course. You are willing, but that depends on whether Dionia is willing or not." Margo sneered. "I don't know much about Dionia, but I do know that they hate breaking agreements. Tarentum had to become a free city of Dionia. The Simonians are still at war with Dionia. Syracuse took advantage of the time when Dionia was fighting Carthage to secretly occupy Commonlina and Paxenus. I don't think Dionia will forget this. Even if they can't deal with you because of our attack, they will retaliate against you in the future." Theagenes was stunned. He quickly explained, "Paxenus and Commonlina are not allies of Dionia, nor have we signed any agreements with them. On the contrary, they have always been allies of Syracuse. We did not occupy them, but merely renewed the agreement." His tone became tough again. "I believe Dionia will understand what we are doing. Even if they don't understand, we will try our best to become their ally, even if we have to accept some harsh conditions. Because if Carthage wants to destroy Syracuse, we can only choose survival." Margo's eyes were wide open. His gaze was as sharp as a spear. Theagenes stared back at him without hesitation. The atmosphere in the tent became tense. After a while, Margo spoke again. "Carthage and Syracuse have been enemies for decades. The hatred is too deep. Just based on the contents of the previous agreement, I can't lead my army to attack Catanae without worry and expose my back to you people of Syracuse." Margo's words were straightforward, but Theagenes did not know how to respond. While he was considering his words, Margot said impatiently, if Syracuse wants to form an alliance with Carthage, they must do the following. First, send an army to assist Carthage in fighting Dionia. Second, send a navy to fight Dionia's navy and escort Carthage's transport ships. Third, open the port and allow Carthage's ships to enter. Fourth, allow Carthage's army to station in Syracuse's territory. Fifth, provide Carthage's army with material support. As long as Syracuse can do these things, we, Carthage, will form an alliance with you under Baal-Harmon's witness. We will maintain a long-term peace after the war. We will also recognize Camelina and Paxenus as allies of Syracuse. Although Margot's demands were harsh and made Tiagenes frown, he could feel Margot's desire to form an alliance with Syracuse. So, he cheered up and started negotiating with Margot. Margot clearly did not have the patience to do so. He quickly passed the task to Pamilca. On the second day, the two sides reached an alliance agreement. The agreement stated that Syracuse had to organize an army and attack Dionia from the direction of Tanis. Syracuse's fleet had to attack at the right time and threaten Dionia's ships from Cartagena to the south coast so that they could not easily go to Serenus or the Western Sea. When Carthage's fleet arrived, they had to cooperate with it. Carthage's army could build camps in Syracuse, but they were not allowed to destroy, loot, or even harm Syracuse's citizens. When Carthage's army encountered supply problems, Syracuse was obliged to provide aid, and Carthage would double the amount of compensation. During the war, neither side of the alliance was allowed to make peace with the enemy. When the war was 1. Carthage would allow Tanis, Leontini, Camelina, and Paxenus to become Syracuse's vassals. Tiagenes's idea was that since they could not avoid a direct battle with Dionia, Syracuse's army would choose to attack from the direction of Tanis. Due to the narrow coast, they could avoid being surrounded and attacked by the Dionysian army. It was relatively safer. After the war, they gained the two city-states of Tanis and Leontini. This not only expanded Syracuse's sphere of influence, but also placed Syracuse in the center of these city-states. With a buffer zone, they did not have to face the threat of other forces, which made them safer. This agreement basically achieved the goal of the negotiation. For Margot and Pamilca, the reason why they made some concessions in the negotiation was that even if Carthage drove the Dionia out of Sicily, the kingdom of Dionia, which occupied the entire southern part of Italy, was still strong and could make a comeback at any time. Moreover, Carthage was far away in Africa, and sometimes it was beyond their reach. Now that they had Syracuse, which was relatively strong, as an ally, to stand in front and delay Dionia's attack, it would give Carthage more time to prepare. Before Tiagenes left, he suggested to Margot that it would be more conducive to the conclusion of the alliance agreement if Carthage's army pretended to march towards Syracuse. Margot agreed. Tiagenes returned to Syracuse with the draft alliance agreement. As expected, many members of the council objected. Some even criticized Tiagenes. He claimed to restore Syracuse's former glory, but in reality, he had sold out Syracuse's interests to Carthage. This was treason. Tiagenes used today's Sparta as an example to defend himself. He claimed that Sparta and Persia had been enemies for decades, but during the Corinth War, Sparta was able to put down their hatred and form an alliance with Persia. Now that they had become the overlord of Greece, Syracuse could do the same. Carthage finally agreed to sign the agreement, not only because of Tiagenes' defense, but more importantly, because Carthage's army was approaching. However, they still added an additional condition to the agreement. Carthage's army could only enter Syracuse after the autumn harvest. In fact, it was already September, and there were only a few days left before the harvest. Margot agreed to this additional condition, so he targeted Herna first. In the kingdom of Dionia, especially in Greece, the people did not seem to be shrouded in worry and anxiety. On the contrary, as September came, the fields turned golden, and the joy on their faces never faded. The drought last year had made everyone deeply aware of the threat of hunger, so this year's harvest was even more cherished. From Catania in the south to Lusnia in the north, families, men, women, and children, could be seen harvesting their own wheat fields, singing cheerful songs. Of course, agricultural officials in various cities could also be seen urging the kingdom's slaves to help the families who lacked labor because their masters were away on war expeditions. While the people of Dionia worked in the fields, the temples of Demeter in various places were at their peak. Every day, people came to worship from morning till night, to thank the earth goddess for her blessings. September was not only a time of harvest for wheat, but also ripe fruits, especially olives, which were extremely important to the Greeks. Many hills were also bustling with activity. People used long wooden poles to knock on the olive trees that were full of fruit. The olives fell like raindrops, then were picked up into wooden baskets and sent to the oil presses, or placed under the sun to dry. At this time, the number of sacrifices to Athens increased. The joy of the people naturally affected the elders of the kingdom. Since the drought and the outbreak of war, the food problem that had been plaguing them had finally been alleviated. The elders were greatly relieved, so the atmosphere in today's Senate meeting was relatively relaxed. We received a letter from His Majesty today, informing us that our army has occupied Antium. The war in Latin will probably end within a month, said Vespa, who was on duty in the middle of the hall with a smile on his face. In the middle of the venue, the rotating chairman, Vespa, said with a smile, also, you have all heard that His Majesty does not agree to our proposal to suspend this year's football competition due to the war. He requests that it be held as usual. Does anyone have any objections? After a whispered discussion, Cornelius stood up and said, we originally made this proposal because everyone considered that the kingdom has to deal with 3 wars at the same time. A large number of citizens have been transferred to fight, and the officials of various cities are also working intensely for these wars. The Kingdom Rugby Finals is a grand celebration. Not only does it require the coordination of various departments and a lot of effort, but it also requires strict security and good order. Under the current circumstances, everyone is worried that our officials do not have more energy to organize this celebration, and it may even attract hostile countries to cause trouble. The chaos during the Hades celebration more than 10 years ago is a lesson learned. Lord Cornelius is right. We are thinking the same thing, some of the elders immediately agreed. Cornelius coughed twice and continued, but His Majesty is thinking long-term. The war has been going on for almost a year, and the war with Carthage will continue. In a state of war for a long time, the people will become more and more anxious and fearful, and eventually become war-weary. This will have a great impact on us trying our best to achieve the final victory. So, at this critical time, a grand celebration can show the people the belief that the kingdom will win, dispel their concerns, and make them more enthusiastic to support this war to determine the hegemony of the Western Mediterranean. So, I support His Majesty's decision. Looking at Cornelius sitting down shakily, some elders cursed in their hearts, what a slippery old man. At this time, scepter priest Plesinus stood up and said loudly, His Majesty's decision is absolutely correct. When you made this proposal before, I did not agree with it. Now, I solemnly repeat that the Kingdom Rugby Finals is not an ordinary game. Since Hades became the patron saint of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Kingdom Rugby Finals has become the most important part of Hades' celebration, and to please this great god. It has never stopped all these years, and the kingdom has never lost in war. This is the result of His Majesty's wisdom and the blessings of Hades. If the game is suddenly stopped this time, once it angers Hades, who will bear the consequences? Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. The senators' hearts tightened, but no one refuted. Over the years, the faith of Hades had become more and more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. 2 years ago, a judge in Crotone suddenly died in his sleep. His widow turned herself in at the city hall the next day, saying that her husband had accepted bribes several times and made unjust judgments. As a result, he was severely punished by Hades. This matter was widely spread throughout the kingdom, and the people respected the just and strict Hades even more. This made the officials even more respectful towards this gloomy and solemn god, including the senators. At this moment, Plesinus saw someone standing up not far away. It was Marigi. He thought that Marigi was going to object and was surprised. Marigi smiled at him and said, of course, I also support His Majesty's decision. However, from the perspective of trade, I want to say that His Majesty's decision is correct. Due to the 3 wars that broke out one after another, especially the war with Carthage, even though the flames of war have not spread to our main territories, it has already caused the number of foreign merchants that used to come to Dionia to do business has decreased. The commercial taxes of various cities have also decreased in these few months. This is because these foreign merchants are not optimistic that Dionia will be able to obtain the final victory in these 3 simultaneous wars, so they dare not come into contact with the kingdom again. We dare to hold a grand celebration like the rugby finals during the war precisely to show them our kingdom's confidence in victory, thus allowing trade to return to prosperity. Furthermore, the rugby finals itself can increase a lot of tax revenue, improving the tight state of the treasury. Finance Minister Mirzas interrupted while using his fingers to forcefully knock on the armrest of the wooden chair. He reminded in a dissatisfied manner, Everyone. You must now understand that the biggest problem in the kingdom is no longer food, but the treasury. It's the treasury that is running out of money. Wespa asked in surprise, Sir Mirzas, during this period of time, His Majesty has already transported a large amount of wealth obtained from Rome and other conquered cities to the port of Turiai. In the end, it has all been placed into the treasury. I heard that there are at least a few thousand taglientes. Also, after Alexis's army occupied Caudum, Beneventum, Lola, and other Samanese towns, they have also transported a lot of wealth back. How can the treasury still be short of money? Sir Vespa, you only see the treasury collecting money, why don't you see the treasury spending money? Mercy snorted coldly and complained loudly, the previous drought had already depleted a lot of the national treasury's savings. At the start of the war, the Sicilian fleet was almost completely destroyed. His Majesty and the Senate made a decision to immediately build a few hundred warships. Do you know how much it will cost? Tens of thousands of soldiers and sailors died in battle or drowned. There were also many citizens who were severely injured and disabled. Do you know how much compensation will be needed? 11 legions were fighting with nearly 100,000 people. How many javelins and arrows would be used in a battle? How many spears were broken? How many short swords, shields, and war horse were destroyed? How many weapons and armors do I have to buy to ensure that the soldiers can continue to fight? Doesn't this cost money? His Majesty and Alexis's spoils of war have only just wiped out the previous expenditure on the treasury. But the war is far from over, and the treasury will continue to be depleted. Therefore, we should not let go of any measures that are beneficial to the treasury. Vespa laughed dryly. It seems that the war has a huge impact on the kingdom's trade and finances. But the autumn harvest is about to end. Once the citizens pay the land tax, the finance department should feel a little more relaxed. A few elders in the hall sneered. They felt that Vespa did not understand the kingdom's finances at all. The land tax money was simply a drop in the bucket for this war. Antares stood up and looked around with a dignified gaze. He could not allow anyone to look down on the authority of the rotating chairman. Although he despised Vespa's incompetence, as the rotating chairman, they were on the same side on this issue. Are there any objections? Antares said loudly. If there are no objections, then hurry up and carry out His Majesty's decision. It will be September 9th in a few days. We must start preparing immediately. The hall returned to silence. Vespa nodded to Antares to express his gratitude. He then said loudly, since everyone agrees with His Majesty's decision, then this year's football finals will continue. After saying that, he raised a small hammer and knocked on the small bell on the table, making a crisp sound. He then turned his gaze to one of the 5 rotating chairmen in the front row, the governor of Turin. Lord Lucius, you are still in charge of the football tournament this time. What difficulties do you need us to solve? Lucius pondered for a moment before saying, I also support His Majesty's decision. You know that during this period of war, many citizens of Turin have died or been injured. The people's emotions are quite depressed. Holding a football tournament will help them release their emotions. And on the day of the Hades celebration, I hope that the ceremony to pay respect to the fallen soldiers at the Hall of Valhalla can be grandiose to appease their families. That's how it should be. I will arrange it. Lord Lucius, you can rest assured. Plazinas responded. In order to prevent accidents, I hope that the Department of Inspection can send more patrols to maintain the security inside and outside the city of Turin. Also, the Ministry of Military Affairs can send more soldiers to maintain the order in the city square and the temple on the day of the celebration. After receiving positive responses from Helos and others, Lucius continued, more importantly, due to the outbreak of the war, our Senate has not given a definite answer on whether to hold this year's football finals. I'm afraid that the cities are not ready yet. We must inform them as soon as possible and let them send teams to participate as soon as possible. Otherwise, the tournament schedule will have to be postponed if the teams can't arrive on time. Also, in the past, friendly city-states have been invited to the ceremony every year. Should we still invite them this year? I think we should continue to invite them. Just like what Lord Marigi said before, we need to show these allies and friendly city-states the confidence of Dionia's victory in order to gain more support from them, the Foreign Affairs Minister Ansitanos suggested seriously. And according to the war report from Sicily received yesterday, friendly city-states such as Agrigento, Gela, and Minoa have all been destroyed. We should invite them to send envoys to participate in the ceremony. We can take the opportunity to show Dionia's determination to not give up on them, so as to appease their fleeing citizens. Lord Ansitanos. Antares asked loudly, is Egypt one of the allies that you are going to invite? During the drought and war, Egypt gave us great help, allowing us to get through the most difficult months. That's right, that's right. Although Egypt is our new ally, they have helped us the most. Why didn't anyone mention inviting them before? I'm afraid it's too late to invite Egypt now, some of the senators said regretfully. Don't worry, lords. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has just received news from the Eastern Mediterranean. The Pharaoh of Egypt has sent an envoy to visit Dionia. It is estimated that he will arrive in Turiai before the ceremony, Ansitanos immediately responded. Why didn't you mention such an important thing earlier? Cornelis complained. Lord Ansitanos, Egypt is our important ally. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs is responsible for receiving the Egyptian envoy. If there is anything that you need the Senate to do, just say it. In short, make sure they are satisfied. Also, inform His Majesty immediately and let him know about this. Ansitanos nodded in agreement. After Cornelis gave his instructions, he said to Vespa, who was in the middle of the hall, since everyone has agreed to host the rugby finals, quickly send messengers to inform the governors of each city. Invite the alliance and friendly city-states to attend the ceremony as in previous years. Vespa nodded and called the clerks who were in charge of taking minutes of the meeting. He asked them to immediately start writing letters. After stamping them with the seal of the Senate, they were handed to the messengers who were waiting in the side hall to be sent to various places. As the Senate of Dionia held meetings almost every day, some proposals could be passed at any time. Therefore, the Senate had fixed messengers to accurately convey the decisions of the Senate to the people who should be conveyed in a timely manner. After making these arrangements, Vespa breathed a sigh of relief and asked as usual, Lords, do you have any new proposals? The Minister of Military Affairs, Helos, stood up and said with a serious expression, the Ministry of Military Affairs has received information these days. The former Prince of Pucheti, Bardalka, is gathering the remaining forces of Masapi, Pucheti, and Downey in Peloponnesus. They are preparing to attack our Apulia region. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Vespa also swept away his previous carelessness and asked anxiously, is this information accurate? It has already been confirmed by Aristides. Helos only gave a simple reply, and everyone no longer expressed any doubts. Although many senators kept a respectful distance from this intelligence officer of the King of Devers, his ability to obtain information was unquestionable. Lord Helos, do you know how many enemies there are? Vespa asked loudly again. According to the information received last time, there are less than 4,000 people. Helos said seriously, it is estimated that they will land in Apulia in the near future. These stray dogs are really good at choosing the right time. They took advantage of the time when Alexis led the army expedition to the Samani Mountains, the Fourth Fleet left the Adriatic Sea for Sicily, and the entire Apulia region was defenseless. Before Sidorum's voice trailed off, Felicius interjected, the 9th Legion is still stationed in Apulia. Because of His Majesty's reminder, the Ministry of Military Affairs specifically asked the 9th Legion to stay in Uda and not follow Alexis to the Samani Mountains. This is to prevent such a thing from happening. I believe that Commander Tegtinos will be able to defeat the enemy easily. I believe that our legion can easily defeat the rabble, but I'm worried that these former fugitive leaders of Masapi, Pucheti, and Downey will cause unrest in this region when they return to Apulia, just like what happened in Briti during the Southern Italian War. Sidorum spoke of the past with mixed feelings. The chaos in the Brity region gave him the opportunity to show his talents, laying the foundation for him to become the rotating president of the Senate. However, the turmoil and riots also caused the entire Brity region to fall into war, the population was greatly reduced, and many tribes disappeared. Please rest assured, my lords. The Puchetti region has been annexed to the kingdom for almost 10 years. The people there live in freedom, prosperity, and pride themselves as citizens of Dionia. It is impossible for them to be incited by these long-forgotten stray dogs to start a riot and return to the era of poverty under the rule and control of the king-in-chief. On the contrary, they will cooperate with the kingdom's army to drive out these thugs who are trying to take away their happiness. The speaker was the former leader of the Silvam tribe in the central town of the Puchetti region, Prince Adoris's future father-in-law, Torlex. Not only was he the leader of the Puchetti elders, but he also had a lot of prestige among the people of Puchetti, so his words made the elders feel a lot more at ease. Then, another influential elder of Masapi, Aparosia, who was also the father-in-law of Henoboris, the court clerk, stood up and said loudly, "We, Masapi, have been annexed to Dionia for a long time. I can assure you here that the people of Masapi will only see these former Masapi people as outsiders, as thugs who want to destroy their peaceful lives. The people will fully support the kingdom's army to defeat them." Puchetti and Masapi's words made the other elders unconsciously focus their attention on another elder, Sembran. The identity of this elder from Downey was not to be underestimated. He was the former king of Downey. For years ago, during the war between Dionysia and Downey, he had surrendered early in Lusnia, allowing Alexis to conquer the Downey region without any problems. In order to appease the people of Dionia and stabilize their hearts, Semblan was warmly received by the Devers and was entertained at a banquet. It did not take long for him to become the senator of Dionia, and he became the youngest senator of the Senate. He was only 27 years old at that time, and only 31 years old now. After joining Dionia, the former king of Downey, who had a weak personality and could not convince the people, had always been content with his place. He was not very enthusiastic about politics. Attending the regular Senate meetings had always been routine, and he rarely spoke or argued. Instead, he devoted all his energy to the sport of football. Not only did he often practice, but he also spent money to form a team to participate in the football competition in the Turii region. Therefore, he was jokingly called the Senator of Football by the Turii people. It was rare for him to receive such attention in the Senate, and he could not help but feel a little nervous. He said softly, You don't have to worry about Downey, because not many people of Downey escaped." What Sembran said was the truth. In the Apulia region, it took the shortest time to conquer Downey. They only fought a battle at the Orfanto River and a siege battle at Sipentum. After that, the towns and tribes of Downey surrendered one after another. Of course, Sembran's surrender played a big role in this. After his reminder, the senators came to a sudden realization, and they felt more at ease. Once these thugs land in Apulia, I suggest that we let Torlex, Aparosia, and Sembran go to Puchetti, Masapi, and Downey respectively to assist the governor of the region to appease the people and organize the defense. Sidorum said his opinion loudly. Most of the senators agreed to this proposal, and Torlex and Aparosia did not object either. Only Sembran was very reluctant, but under such an atmosphere, he did not dare to refute, and could only accept it silently. Since the entire Apulia region is preparing for the game, does this mean that we don't need to inform the towns of Apulia to participate in the rugby finals this time? Lucius asked. Absolutely not. Torlex immediately expressed his objection. He reminded with a serious expression, even if the remaining forces that have fled outside attack the Puchetti region, it will not cause panic among the people. However, if they are not allowed to participate in the rugby finals, I'm afraid that it will really cause unrest in the entire region. It's the same for the Masapi region, Aparosia said immediately. Aparosia also said immediately, the people have already regarded the rugby finals as a major festival, and they will never allow their town's team to be absent. I think it's a mistake for the enemy to choose to attack Apulia at this time. The people will be even more angry and fight back against these thugs who spoil their enjoyment of the game. I've long heard that the people of Apulia are obsessed with rugby games. It seems that it's not a rumor. Lucius sighed and took back what he had said before. the Masapi and Puchetti were both relatively fierce races. After being conquered by Dionia, the people were still unwilling, and the rugby finals became the best place for them to express their unyielding and resistance. Therefore, in the first few years, their players were not skilled in rugby, and their tactics were even simpler. However, relying on their tenacious spirit, they repeatedly reversed the situation and defeated the strong Greek teams in the finals. After the winning team returned to the city, the players would be pursued by the people, which further promoted the development of rugby in the region. Although in recent years, as the people of Apulia had completely integrated into Dionia, this kind of antagonism no longer existed. However, rugby had become the most popular sport in the region, even more so than Turii. Just when some senators who still did not know much about the Apulia region were listening to the senators who had served as the governors of the towns in the region whispering about the reasons why the people of Apulia loved rugby, they suddenly heard Sidorum ask Helos, "Did the remaining forces of Apulia attack us with the support of Sparta? If so, did Sparta also send troops to participate?" Many of the senators were nervous. Helos said with a smile, "The rebels led by Vardalka could gather troops in the Peloponnesus region, which means that they must have gotten the consent of Sparta. But so far, there is no information that shows that Sparta or other cities of Peloponnesus have joined in. I think the most important reason is that Sparta is now busy fighting against the new alliance formed by Athens and the Thebes." After hearing this, Vespa let out a long sigh of relief and said repeatedly, "That's good, that's good." An elder in the meeting hall teased, "Lord Vespa, don't worry. Lord Bagul is not satisfied. I'm afraid he still wants to capture a few Spartans in Udir." As soon as the people in the hall laughed, Antares stood up and said with hatred, "Sparta is now in a difficult situation, but they still don't forget to cause trouble for us. It seems that their hostility towards the kingdom has never changed. When we get rid of Carthage, we must let the people of Sparta know how powerful we are." These words received the unanimous approval of the elders. After the Senate's regular meeting ended, Vespa did not accept Hegemon's invitation to have a few drinks at Christoia's restaurant in the city. Instead, he went straight back to his mansion. As soon as he entered the backyard, he met his daughter-in-law, Andrea. "Father, you're back." Andrea came up to him and said with concern, "Today's Senate meeting ended much later than usual. You must be tired." Vespa looked at her and said naturally, "There were more topics today, and everyone's debate was more intense. One of the topics had a lot to do with Bagul." "What is it?" Andrea asked immediately. When the kingdom conquered Apulia, the people of Masapi, Puchetti, and Donadori who fled to the mainland of Greece had already assembled an army. Vespa did not hesitate at all to tell Andrea the secret that should have been kept a secret. Even though the kingdom of Dionia was more tolerant towards women, it rarely allowed women to participate in politics. This was even more so in the tradition of Lucania. Andrea was also a daughter-in-law of a different race, so Vespa's requirements for her were relatively strict. The reason why there was such a drastic change was that his sense of superiority as the leader of Lucania was no longer there. Dionia was getting stronger and stronger, and there were many new people in the Senate, which made him constantly feel threatened. On the other hand, as the right-hand woman of the former queen, Christoia, Andrea had received great training over the years. Since Bagul was working outside all year round, Vespa often had to rely on his daughter-in-law to analyze the situation for him and listen to her advice. After listening, Andrea did not show the same worry that Vespa had when he first heard about it. Instead, she comforted him, "Father, don't worry. Since the Ministry of Military Affairs has made sufficient preparations, and the Senate has made meticulous arrangements, there will be no trouble in Apulia. Bagul will be very safe. And I think this is a good thing. The kingdom can take this opportunity to catch all the fugitives and completely stabilize Apulia." Vespa looked at his daughter-in-law's calm and confident face, and was stunned for a moment before murmuring, "Yes, yes, you're right. Father, the hot water is ready. Go and take a bath first." "I'll ask the servants to prepare dinner," said Andrea. In the beginning, the establishment of the hot springs in Turin could be said to have changed the living habits of the people of Dionia. Coupled with the strong recommendation of the doctors in the Turin hospital, the people of Dionia began to regard bathing as a way to relieve fatigue, eliminate diseases, and benefit the body and mind. This was especially true for the elderly. Most of the senators were people who practiced what they preached. However, the hot springs on the banks of the Tino River were relatively far from the city of Turin, and it was not very convenient to go back and forth every day. Therefore, building a good bath in their own mansions became the goal of the ministers and the rich of the kingdom. Still, it was the king's Devers, who was favored by Hades, who proposed an effective method. After a period of experimentation, he successfully created a new type of family bathroom similar to the hot springs. Once again, it became the target of the people of the kingdom. This kind of bathroom used the principle of cold and hot convection. Not only could it quickly heat the whole pool of water, but the hot air produced when boiling water could also be effectively used to heat the bathroom floor. It was convenient and comfortable. Soon, it was popularized in the kingdom. Ever since this kind of bathroom was built at home, Vespa fell in love with it. Taking a bath became a daily habit of his before going to bed every night. After listening to his daughter-in-law's words, Vespa nodded and looked at the bathroom on the side of the main building. Just as he was about to step in that direction, he suddenly felt that something was missing, so he asked, "Has Lysias come home from school?" "School ended a little early today, but he went to play with Eunice and Apox. Princess Kristoya asked him to stay for dinner, so he will come back later. This child has a good relationship with the royal family since he was a child. It seems that when he grows up in the future, we don't have to worry too much about him." Vespa sighed with relief for a while. Suddenly, he turned his head and said, "I want to resign as the rotating president of the Senate." "What do you think?" Andrea was stunned for a moment. She looked at her father-in-law and asked softly, "Father, why do you suddenly have this idea?" "I'm getting old, and I don't have much energy left. There are too many things to handle in the kingdom, and I can't handle them all." Vespa sighed. Since he had already spoken his mind for a long time, he decided to continue. "I used to occupy this position because I wanted to give the Lucanians, to give my family more benefits. Later on, Lucania municipality developed very well. Sima, Ureza, Lazaru. They all became senators, and our family also established a firm foothold in the kingdom. Bagul and assists have always been valued by His Majesty. I've long since given up on this position, but I'm still here. Do you know why?" Andrea had been with Vespa for more than 10 years, so she had a rough idea of what was going on. However, she shook her head, pretending not to know anything. "That's because of Butler," Vespa said heavily. He then looked at Andrea and said in a serious tone, "All these years, Bagul has been working outside, and the time he spends at home is too short. It's time for him to come back to Turii and reunite with our family. But with his current position in the kingdom, other than the rotating president of the Senate, no other position is suitable for him. But it's not that easy to become the rotating president. Only one senator from Lucania can hold this position. If I quit early, it's very likely that another senator will take the position, and Bagul won't have a chance." At this point, Vespa thought of Hemang. He hesitated and said to his daughter-in-law, "You are so close to Princess Kristoya. Could you let her mention it to His Majesty when she has the chance? After I resign from the position of chairman, I can let Bagula take over. That way, I can rest assured." Andrea heard this and felt awkward. Under Vespa's gaze, she said tactfully, "Father, as far as I know, His Majesty has a strict order not to let his family interfere with politics. Princess Kristoya has never mentioned this in front of His Majesty." Andrea saw Vespa's disappointed expression and quickly said, "But I'll try my best to get the princess to help me." "That's right. When Butler comes back, you and your wife can have a good reunion. I'm still waiting for another grandson." Vespa smiled. While the Sparta army was fighting hard in central Greece, King Agesilaus of Sparta was living his days leisurely in the rear. On this day, his good friend Xenophon came to visit him and was warmly welcomed. "Xenophon, you haven't come to see me for a long time. I thought you thought I was old and useless." Agesilaus held his arm excitedly and patted his shoulder with his other hand. "I've been busy writing about the Greek mercenary expedition to Persia. I just finished writing yesterday, so I came to visit you," Xenophon explained. "Mercenary expedition to Persia? You're talking about how you were hired by young Cyrus 20 years ago to help him fight against Artaxerxes, right? I wonder if I have the chance to read it?" Agesilaus asked with a smile. King Agesilaus, you've been fighting in Asia Minor for many years and have a deep understanding of the Persia army. I'd like you to read it and help me point out any mistakes, Xenophon said seriously as he took out a book made of papyrus. It's fine if you want us Sparta warriors to teach you how to lead an army to war, but isn't it a joke if you want us to teach you how to write? Agesilaus teased. He laughed as he took the book and flipped through a few pages. Gradually, he was attracted by the words in the book and began to read attentively. Seeing this, Xenophon was more confident in the book he wrote. He sat quietly at the side and waited. After nearly half an hour, Agesilaus raised his head and rubbed his tired eyes. He looked at Xenophon and praised, "Very well written. Very interesting. If you weren't here, I would really want to finish reading it in one go. In that case, I can leave now." Xenophon pretended to be serious as he stood up. The two of them laughed. "You've told me about young Cyrus in the past and that you hold him in high regard. But in my opinion, at least in terms of military affairs, he's still relatively inexperienced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his life and put the entire army in danger when he had the upper hand." Agesilaus patted the book on the table and expressed his opinion. Xenophon nodded and did not say anything. "I've roughly flipped through it and realized that in this book, you've described more about the Devers than the others, and there are also many signs and prophecies about him," Agesilaus said slowly as he touched the book. Xenophon said honestly, "That's true. In fact, the Devers played an important role in the mercenaries breaking out of the siege of Persia's army and finally returning to Greece. Even Charles Thorpes did not contribute as much as he did. This is an undeniable fact. But to me, I believe that the Devers have indeed received the blessing of Hades. Otherwise, it's hard to believe that a recruit from a village in Thessaly, who has never received any education and almost never participated in a war, suddenly became a smart, flexible, and calm general when our mercenaries were in a desperate situation. This should be God's blessing for our mercenaries, our fortune. Yes, it used to be the fortune of the mercenaries, but now it has become the biggest headache for Sparta." Agesilaus sighed. Xenophon did not say anything. He suddenly recalled the scene when he first met the Devers. The seemingly ordinary young man talked non-stop about the shortcomings of the regime in Athens and Sparta, and it really amazed him. He still remembered that when he could not help but ask, "Where is the best regime in the world today?" the young man merely smiled and did not answer. Could it be that the kingdom of Ionia today was the answer he gave? "I've heard some news recently. The people who escaped from the other side of the Adriatic Sea to Peloponnesus more than 10 years ago are gathering an army and preparing to cross the sea to reclaim the territory they once lost. It is said that they have the support of Sparta. Although Ionia is currently at war, I don't think this is a very wise move for Sparta," Xenophon reminded tactfully. "I also raised an objection in the Elder Council, but they did not listen. Sigh, you know my current situation," Agesilaus said helplessly, looking a little down. Xenophon knew what he was referring to. A few months ago, Agesilaus defended Sfordelas, the general of the Sparta garrison in Thespia, who had plotted to attack the port of Piraeus in Athens, but failed, allowing Sfordelas to not receive any punishment. In the end, the angry people of Athens formed an alliance with the Thebes and declared war on Sparta. This made it difficult for the Sparta allies to fight in central Greece. The people of Sparta regretted it. They began to blame Agesilaus, believing that it was his protection that allowed the foolish Sfordelas to not be punished, resulting in the terrible situation today. Although the people of Sparta did not have as much influence on the government as other democratic city-states, their dissatisfaction still affected the Elder Council and the censor. The censor talked to Agesilaus and Sfordelas several times, wanting to investigate whether there had been any bribery between them. The Elder Council made a decision, claiming that Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, had served in the army for 40 years. The citizens of his generation had long since retired from the battlefield, but he still continued to fight for Sparta. This was truly admirable and a role model for the citizens. However, he was already in poor health, and now that he was getting old, for the sake of his health, the Elder Council decided not to let the Honorable Agesilaus lead the army into battle anymore. The Elder Council said that it was for Agesilaus' good, but the current political system of Sparta had developed so much that the king did not have much power left. As the commander of Sparta, leading the army into battle was their greatest power, and also their greatest source of prestige. Without it, Agesilaus was equivalent to being idle. Although Xenophon did not agree with Agesilaus' actions of shielding the selfish and foolish general who attempted to plunder Athens, this was Agesilaus, a king who valued friendship very much. Xenophon had no choice but to comfort him. Now, Cleombrotus, another Sparta king, has led his allies to fight in central Greece for several months and has not been able to make much progress. If the war continues to be in a stalemate, it will not be beneficial for Sparta. Some of the city-states who were originally dissatisfied with Sparta might join the alliance of the Thebes of Athens and strengthen the resistance against Sparta. By then, the Sparta people may remember you again. Agesilaus did not respond to Xenophon's words. On the one hand, he did not want to see Sparta fall into such a predicament. On the other hand, he did not want to judge the performance of another Sparta king in central Greece and appear to be narrow-minded. So he changed the topic and said half-jokingly and half-seriously, "Xenophon, you are from Athens. Do you want Athens to be defeated?" Xenophon said seriously, "I do not want Athens to be defeated, nor do I want Sparta to be defeated. Athens and Sparta have their own strengths and complement each other. They should not be enemies. If the two city-states unite, then the whole of Greece can be united, and we can compete with other powerful forces in the Mediterranean." Very good idea, Agesilaus looked at Xenophon and finally said. After sending Xenophon off, Agesilaus returned to the house and saw the book on the table. He was in a daze for a while. He did not tell Xenophon the truth about Sparta supporting the fugitives to counterattack Apulia because he did not oppose it in the Council of Elders. More than 500 warships, 100,000 soldiers. Agesilaus muttered in a low voice. When he first heard about the number of troops that the kingdom of Ionia had sent after the outbreak of war, Carthage's side did the same. He was indeed frightened. He had carefully estimated that even if Peloponnesus, central Greece, and northern Greece were united, they would barely be able to gather such a huge number. However, Ionia could do it relatively easily. This made him feel fearful because he knew very well that although Sparta and Ionia were still allies, due to the close distance between them and their ambitions, there would inevitably be a war due to the conflict of interests. Therefore, he hoped that Carthage would win this war. Although it was a foreign race, Persia was also a foreign race. Weren't they working well together now? After all, the current situation in the western Mediterranean was different from the era when Dionysius dominated Sicily. Thinking of this, Agesilaus felt that time was running out again. Just as Xenophon said, Cleombrotus had led the army to fight in central Greece for so long, but there had been no significant progress so far. If this continued, it would be very disadvantageous for Sparta. Should he take some action? Due to the looting of Sparta's generals and their subsequent acquittal, Athens declared war on Sparta and formed an alliance with the Thebes. Soon, Chios, Byzantium, Rhodes, Euboea, and other city-states joined this new alliance. This new alliance was named the Second Athens Alliance. After all, the establishment of the alliance was led by Athens, and most of the city-states that joined the alliance were city-states that had allied with Athens in recent years. In order to distinguish it from the Delian alliance established by Athens during the Peloponnesus War, the alliance declared that the purpose of the alliance was to protect the independence of the Greek states and resist the oppression of Sparta. In order to recruit and hire more soldiers to fight against Sparta, the Athens Assembly also passed a resolution to resume the collection of property taxes. In order to collect taxes more quickly and easily, the Athens government also reformed the collection method. The newly established Thebes government focused all its energy on military affairs. They relied on the strong city defense to resist the first wave of attack from the Sparta coalition. With the arrival of autumn, the soldiers of the Sparta coalition returned to their respective city-states to prepare for the autumn harvest. King Cleombrotus of Sparta had less than 3,000 Sparta warriors left under his command. He did not want to waste the precious Sparta warriors in the siege, so he temporarily led the army to retreat to Plataea. The Thebes government seized this precious time to mobilize the people of the city to surround the city of Thebes, digging trenches, building ramparts, taking all measures to strengthen the city defense to defend against the next attack of the Sparta coalition. At the same time, they also actively united with the neighboring city-states of Boeotia that had become independent and actively assisted them to strengthen their defense in order to block Sparta outside the territory of the Thebes. At the same time, the Sparta government also gathered the citizens in the city and conducted military training every day. The person in charge was Epaminondas. His outstanding performance in the previous battle had won the recognition and respect of the people of the city. Everyone actively participated in the training plan that he had formulated, and no one questioned the plan. However, Epaminondas was not satisfied with just defending the city of Thebes. He realized that only by defeating the Sparta in the battle could it be possible to completely remove the threat that Sparta posed to the Thebes. Only then could the Thebes usher in a real rise. Therefore, while he was busy training the citizens, he also made a new proposal to Pelopidas, which was to establish an elite heavy infantry company that could compete with the famous King's Guard of Sparta in Greece. He even proposed that the Thebes should be composed of homosexual couples, based on the fact that there were more homosexuals among the citizens of Thebes. He believed that it was because of the intimate relationship between these couples that they could motivate each other in battle, help each other, and go through life and death together. Although homosexuals were highly respected in Greece, an army specifically composed of homosexuals had never appeared in any of the Greek states before. If this proposal was made in other Greek states, or even Athens, it might be questioned by many people. However, the new Thebes government was composed of radicals led by Pelopidas. They were young, energetic, passionate, adventurous, and innovative. Therefore, when they realized that Epaminondas' plan could greatly enhance the combat effectiveness of the Thebes militia, they immediately approved it and carried it out. Pelopidas and Epaminondas personally selected the citizens of the city, and soon formed a heavy infantry company of 300 people, 150 couples. These soldiers were about 20 years old, all born into noble families of Thebes, and basically all had undergone long-term training in wrestling schools. They were all tall, strong, and agile. Epaminondas began to give them more rigorous heavy infantry training. In Sicily, Carthage's army officially began the attack on the territory of Ionia. Hasdrubal led 30,000 soldiers straight north from Gela, and began the attack on Hina. At the same time, Margo personally led more than 50,000 soldiers from Camalina into the territory of Syracuse, and set up camp in the northwest of the territory. Their target was Paragonia, which was not far from the camp. Syracuse also gathered more than 10,000 soldiers, led by General Philippus, through the Ixa Gate, and attacked Tanis, which was not far to the north. The southern border of Ionia's territory in Sicily was attacked by 3 armies, but the cities of Sicily and their allies of Ionia did not panic, and they methodically defended according to their previous deployment. When Hasdrubal led his army to Hina, he was in a bit of a pickle. Not only was Hina built on a hill, it was also bordered by 2 sizable lakes to the north and south, which made it difficult for Carthage's army to surround it. His army could not spread out during the attack, and his advantage in numbers could not be fully utilized. At the beginning of the war, the governor of Hina, Crelu, under Leotychides' suggestion, mobilized the people, and used the 2 lakes to dig a wider moat under the hill. This was an obstacle for the siege weapons of Carthage's army to approach the city. In addition, Leotychides sent 3,000 soldiers of the 8th Legion to Hina, and the militia in Hina. There were more than 5,000 soldiers in the city. After several days of careful preparation, Hasdrubal began to attack the city with all his might. However, after a day of fierce fighting, he did not even manage to break through the top of the city wall. The attacks that followed were also failures. Due to the large number of casualties, Hasdrubal had to stop the attack and rest. Margo's army was also in trouble. For months, the Ionia soldiers who stayed in Paragonia had been building defensive facilities with the help of the people of Catanae. They laid traps outside the village, built watchtowers outside the traps, dug trenches outside the watchtowers, and set traps outside the trenches. Like this, they extended for a few miles to the south, guarding the only flat area between the south coast and the mountains of Catanae. In order to open up this road, Margo's army was tortured by the traps and harassed by the watchtower archers. After a few days, they only managed to clear less than 1/3 of the roadblocks, but the morale of the soldiers was low. After 2 days of rest, Margo finally decided to change the route of attack. He crossed the mountains and went to Leontini. On the east coast, Syracuse's army had already arrived at the city of Tanis, but it took them 5 days to build their camp. After the first attack failed, they stayed in the camp and did not make any movements. Saturnicum, the unfortunate Volsci town, was attacked and occupied by the people of Rome last year. This year, it was besieged by the Dionysian army for nearly 2 months. Recently, every day, the families of Rome's citizens, under the custody of the Dionysian army, would shout at the soldiers on the city wall to persuade them to surrender. From them, the defending soldiers learned that Antium had been captured by the Dionysian army, and Saturnicum was the only 2 Rome towns that were still resisting. This caused a stir in the hearts of the soldiers. Under such circumstances, Quintus took the liberty of hiding from Camillus and disregarding the opposition of the other generals. He secretly led 4,000 soldiers out of the city at night in an attempt to attack the Dionia camp, hoping to win a victory to boost the morale of the soldiers. However, not long after they left the city, they were discovered by the mountain reconnaissance brigade's hidden sentries outside the camp. The Devers quickly mobilized the army to encircle and suppress them. Quintus saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly ordered a retreat. He personally led the army to stop the pursuing army. In the end, he died on the battlefield. Nearly half of the army he led were either killed, wounded, or captured. The failure of this sneak attack caused a great blow to the morale of the Rome soldiers. They began to doubt Camillus's words, "As long as we hold on, our chance will come," which they firmly believed in before. In September, when the people of other city-states were rejoicing, the city of Saturnicum seemed lifeless. The sentries on the city wall rarely patrolled back and forth. Most of them were leaning against the city wall, leaning or sitting, lost in their own thoughts. They rarely even talked to their teammates. On the streets of the city, filthy vomit could be seen everywhere, and soldiers lying on the sides of the road in 2s and 3s. The area outside the barracks for wounded soldiers in the square was packed with people. They ignored the pungent smell and the flying mosquitoes and insisted on seeing a doctor. Their heart-wrenching coughs could almost be heard throughout the entire square. In the bedroom of the Castellan's mansion, Camillus suddenly opened his eyes in a nightmare. The confidant slave who was standing restlessly in front of the bed immediately shouted with joy, "Sir, you are awake." Camillus moved his neck with difficulty. He looked around and whispered in a hoarse voice, "Water, water." The slave hurriedly picked up the water bottle that had been prepared, then held his head with one hand and fed him water. After Camillus drank some water, he felt a little better and asked in a low voice, "How long did I sleep this time?" 2 days. The slave said with a slightly dejected expression. Hearing this, Camillus's face darkened. The time he spent unconscious was getting longer and longer, and he felt as if his organs were starting to decay. This gave him a sense of urgency. "What's the situation outside?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he was being silly. How could a slave know this? So he changed his words and asked, "Where is Lucius?" "Master Lucius is sick." The slave's body trembled. Camillus was taken aback. He was more concerned about Saturnicum than about his son, so he asked, "Go and get Titus." Titus was temporarily in charge of the army for him, and often reported to him. "Master Titus is sick too." "He hasn't come to see you for 2 days, the slave said urgently. His face was pale. "Even Titus is sick?" Camillus was stunned again. Decades of experience in the war had given him a sense of vigilance. He immediately asked, "And, who's sick?" "Lord Licinius." "Lord Servius?" "I heard that there are many soldiers." "Lord, could it be, could it be?" The slave's face was filled with panic and fear, but he did not dare to say the word. Camillus's face was frighteningly pale. He said in a deep voice, "Go get all the generals who are not sick, cough cough, immediately." "You suspect it's the plague?" Hearing the word from Meges' mouth, Camillus suddenly opened his cloudy eyes, and his dry throat let out the loudest sound he had ever made since he woke up. Even though he had a trace of suspicion before, he still did not want to believe it was true. "Lord Dictator." Meges, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, looked very panicked at the moment. He said with a trembling voice, "In my decades of military career, I have seen 1 or 2 plagues, and this is very similar to the previous ones, the same fever, headache, vomiting, diarrhea, weakness, and soldiers are constantly showing the same symptoms." Camillus closed his eyes in pain. Meges, Aulus, and the other generals did not speak any more. They all looked helplessly at the old man who had completely lost the ability to move. After a long time, Camillus slowly opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. His face was full of sadness. He murmured, "The great Jupiter. Are you going to give up on Rome?" As soon as he finished speaking, all the generals in the room shed tears. Camillus turned his head with difficulty and looked at the generals surrounding his bed. His expression was terrifyingly calm. Surrender to Olivia, Aulus, Megis, and the other generals were shocked when they heard this. They subconsciously objected loudly, "Lord Dictator, we must not surrender. We can still continue to fight." Camillus let out a long sigh and said in a low voice, "Before the plague spreads to the whole city, surrender to Dionia. At least we can save the lives of some people. This is Camillus's last order as the dictator of Rome." After saying this, he closed his eyes. 2 streams of turbid tears flowed down his face. The room was silent. After a while, the generals walked out of the bedroom. Each of them was thinking about their own matters and walked out of the governor's mansion in silence. "Are we really going to listen to the dictator's order and surrender to Dionia?" A general finally could not help but ask loudly. "What else can we do if we don't surrender? We are trapped in the city with nowhere to run. In the end, we will only be infected by the plague. Our souls will not be able to find peace after we die." Another general could not bear the pressure in his heart and lost control of his emotions. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He loudly questioned the god he worshipped, "Jupiter, aren't you the protector of Rome? Now that Rome is about to fall, where are you?" When the others heard this, no one went to stop their colleagues' blasphemous behavior. Instead, they looked even more sorrowful. At this time, Aulus suddenly said, "The plague can infect the soldiers of Rome. Of course, it can also infect the people of Dionia. We can use the opportunity of surrendering to let the Diorians also get infected by the plague. Maybe this will be a turning point for Rome." Megis and the others were stunned. Their eyes immediately lit up. The main force of the Dionysian army was under the city. If they were infected by the plague and most of the soldiers died, would they still have the ability to control the Latin region that they had just conquered? In the big tent of the Dionia camp, the Devers were reading a battle report that had just been sent from Campania. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. "Your Majesty, is it Alexis who sent good news?" Henoboris asked softly with some curiosity. "The great leader of the Pentni has sent a messenger to Alexis, asking for a truce and peace. The Catini have also sent a messenger to Xanthoparis, expressing the same intention." The Devers patted his arm lightly with the letter in his hand. His tone was very light. "There are no Caracini?" Henoboris asked. Among the 4 major Samnite tribes, the Caracini are the most conservative and stubborn, but they are also the weakest. This time, their losses are not small. They think that we can't do anything to them because they are hiding in the mountains. Don't forget, without the help of other tribes, the neighboring mountain tribes, such as the Maxi and the Hernasai, will be very willing to settle old scores with them. The Devers smiled contemptuously. "At that time, the Caracini will take the initiative to find us." As he spoke, he handed the battle report in his hand to Henoboris, then asked Crotocatax beside him, "Crotocatax, how do you think we should deal with the 2 Samnite tribes, Catini and Pentni?" Since the Devers had already described his initial plan of dealing with the 4 major Samnite tribes, Crotocatax had also thought about it carefully these days. Therefore, in the face of the Devers' test, he said with some confidence, "Father, the Samni were once our allies, but they tore up the alliance, started a war, and wantonly plundered the people of the kingdom and the allies. Therefore, this time, we must increase the punishment and control of the Samnite tribe to prevent them from rebelling again in the future. My suggestion is that the chief of Pentni and Catini must go to Turiae to receive severe punishment, and the other tribal chiefs must also be punished accordingly. At the same time, the tribes must offer hostages. Like you said before, Father, the Pentni and Catini tribes must become the vassals of the kingdom. All the land of Catini that we have now will belong to the kingdom. The Catini tribe will only keep the land north of the Volturno River as a buffer between the kingdom and the Sidicini, Aurunci, and other mountain tribes. The new chief of the Catini tribe must be chosen from the original Niconia tribe. We have not captured much of Pentni's land, but Pentni must cede the mountains adjacent to Downey so that we can build a city there. Also, these two tribes must not restrict the priests of the kingdom from building temples in the mountains, and must not restrict the people of the kingdom from trading with the Samonite tribes. Your Majesty, Prince Clotho's explanation is very comprehensive and meticulous. Tormid praised. The Dever smiled and nodded. It seems that after the last examination, although you have been busy with me in Latin these days, you have also been thinking about how to deal with the Samonite tribe. In this suggestion, you have completely considered the problem from the perspective of the kingdom's interests. The plan you gave is more detailed, specific, and operable. Very good. Receiving his father's praise, Krotokatax showed a happy smile. It's just that. The Devers paused and said gently, I used to say that you're too gentle, but this time, you're a little more intense. Katini's chief, Segavani, has been captured by us, and his head has been chopped off to appease the Naconians and Campanians. However, punishing Pentini and the chiefs of the two tribes may make the people happy, but in fact, it may cause the people of the two tribes to be dissatisfied, making the Samonite war unable to end soon. This is not what we want. You have to know that the tradition of the Samonite people is to respect the strong. Pentini and these tribal chiefs lost the war and lost their land, so they will lose prestige and appeal among their people. If we forgive them and support them to continue to be tribal chiefs, not only will we get their gratitude, but it will also be more beneficial for us to control the Samonite people. We can add a clause to the covenant. The chief of the Samonite tribes must be confirmed by the kingdom before he can officially exercise power in the tribe. This way, we can establish the kingdom's authority in the Samonite tribes. Of course, you proposed that the new chief of Katini be chosen from the Naconians. Very good. I think we can let the young chief of Naconia who first rose against the Katini in the Battle of Lola be called. Your Majesty, his name is Vasink. He belongs to the second largest tribe in the Naconia region, Avangam. He has just been elected as the tribal chief by the people because his father was killed by Segavani. However, he seems a little too young, only 20 years old. Tormid gave a brief introduction of this person's situation and reminded them. It doesn't matter if he's young. As long as he trusts Dionia, then Dionia will support him, and he can become the chief. The Dever said proudly. Your Majesty is right. In the future, the Samonite tribe will not be able to survive in the mountains without the support of the kingdom. Hennaboris expressed his support loudly. Klotokatax and Tormid were deep in thought. In addition, there's another very important thing that I forgot to mention last time. Kroto, you didn't notice it either. This time, the reason why the Samonite people were able to start the war, other than the agreement of the four chiefs, who else played a big role in it? Devers asked again. High Priest Samone. Klotokatax blurted out. That's right. High Priest Samoni and his priest group are above all tribes and have a great influence on the Samoni tribe. I even suspected that they were the main instigators of this war, because the kingdom's Hades priests entered the mountainous region to spread their faith, which violated their fundamental interests. Therefore, we must ask them to disband the priest group, and each tribe will elect their own high priest. Similarly, it must be confirmed by the kingdom. The holding of the Samoni Savone sacrificial ceremony must be coordinated by the kingdom, and the four high priests will take turns presiding over it. Krotokatax carefully pondered over what the Devers said, understanding the use of political wisdom in it. He nodded frequently, but he was also a little doubtful. Father, this involves the Samoni people's faith and tradition for many years. I'm afraid they won't agree easily. Gurney will definitely agree. The Abalumians have been bullied by the priest group, and I'm afraid they have long wanted their own high priest Savone. The Caputini people have to agree because this tribe has suffered heavy losses and is almost destroyed. The Pentine people have to agree because their central town has been besieged for so long and is about to be attacked. As long as we change the tradition, we can exchange it for the survival of the tribe. I think they will agree in the end. As for Caracini, the Dever sneered. The other tribes have their own high priests, and the Samoni priests they have can only be used for themselves. The Samoni race originated from Caracini's territory, and there is a sacred mountain there, which is also where the Samoni priests are entrenched. If we don't solve this problem while the Samurai people are at their weakest, the Samurai people may bring a lot of trouble to the kingdom in the future. I understand. Kroto-Katax replied with great sincerity. Henny, write a letter to Alexis based on the contents of my conversation with Clotho, and let him talk to the Pentine and Caputini people according to the letter. The Devers finished speaking, but there was no response. Father, Uncle Henny just went out. Kroto-Katax pointed outside the tent and reminded the Devers. The tent flap was lifted, and Henoboris walked in again. Your Majesty, there are 2 more battle reports. One is from the Third Fleet, and the other is from Sicily. Oh. The Devers took the letter and opened it. The joy on his face disappeared in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, is it bad news? Henoboris asked curiously. It's not too bad. The Devers quickly calmed down and said calmly, the infantry of the Third Fleet went ashore to attack a Phoenician village in Sardinia, but they encountered the prepared Phoenician army. The battle broke out, and the Third Fleet lost more than 400 people. Fortunately, they managed to retreat in the end. More than 400 people? That's not a small loss. Henoboris was a little shocked. The Devers knew that Sardinia was different from Corsica. It was a large island with a large area of land, many large rivers, and fertile hills and plains, which could be used for grazing and farming. Therefore, there were many Phoenicians on this island, and they had established Saint Iberia, Albia, Saros, Calaris, Nora, Swerki. These were relatively large city-states. They had enough young and middle-aged citizens to build an army of more than 10,000 people. The news of the Third Fleet conquering Alenia could not be hidden from the Phoenicians of Sardinia, which was not far from Corsica. It was normal for them to be prepared. However, Middleades had underestimated them because of their previous victory. After suffering such a setback, he would be more clear-headed in his future actions. Your Majesty, how should we reply? Henoboris asked. Just say that I already know. I hope that they can learn from their mistakes and be more flexible and cautious in future military operations. We have to use the advantage of the Navy to expand the scope of the attack to the entire island, so that the Phoenicians cannot predict the Third Fleet's movements. Father, are we not going to send reinforcements to support the Third Fleet? Kroto-Katax interrupted. The Phoenicians of Sardinia have been protected by Carthage for many years. They are greedy for peace and only want to protect their own territory. They have no ambition, and they will not pose any threat to us. This is not a problem that we need to solve urgently. The Third Fleet will be enough to hold them off. The Devers waved another letter in his hand and sighed softly. Our biggest threat still comes from Sicily. Although the news that Thurian is still alive has given me joy, Miltius has died in battle, the Fourth Fleet has been crippled, the friendly cities on the south coast of Sicily have fallen one after another, and Syracuse has suddenly sent troops to declare war. All these bad news make me feel uneasy. The Carthage army led by Margo is very imposing. Our Sicilian territory will be violently attacked by them. The Devers said worriedly. After putting the letter on the table with a solemn expression, he did not say anything else. Instead, he put his hands behind his back and paced back and forth in the tent. Henoboris picked up the letter curiously and read it carefully. Kroto-Katax was not as bold as him. After all, he had received military training and understood military law. He knew that peeking at military intelligence without permission would be severely punished. Hence, even though he was curious, he only glanced at Henoboris. The Carthage army and Syracuse have launched an attack on our Sicilian territory together. Hina, Paragonia, and Taunus have been attacked at the same time. Henoboris said softly to Kroto-Katax after reading the letter. How many enemies are there? The letter says that there are at least 100,000 people participating in the attack. Our army in Sicily only has a little more than 20,000 people, right? To be precise, there are about 30,000 people, from the 7th and 8th legions, and the Sicilian legion's reserves, the two of them discussed in low voices. The Devers stopped and said, Clotho, go and call Tormid over. It seems that it's time to take down Saturnicum. Yes. Kroto-Katax walked out of the tent excitedly. Your Majesty, isn't it a little too early to attack Saturnicum now? The last time we attacked Antium, although the Rome army only had 3,000 defending soldiers, we still paid a heavy price. There are more Rome soldiers in Saturnicum than in Antium. Henoboris couldn't help but remind him. According to the observation of the scouts in the mountain, the number of patrols on the city walls has decreased significantly. When the families of the Rome soldiers persuaded them to surrender, they leaned on the battlements and listened. Their officers didn't stop them either. This has never happened before. It means that the morale of the defending soldiers in Rome has dropped significantly. I originally thought that the defending soldiers in Rome would surrender on their own, but we can't wait any longer. The sooner we end the war here, the sooner we can rescue Sicily. The Devers' tone was firm. Henoboris didn't try to persuade him anymore. Instead, he followed the Devers' instructions and started to write a reply to Alexis. At this time, the captain of the palace guards, Marcius, walked into the tent and said, "Your Majesty, Legion Commander Martones wishes to see you for an important matter." "Let him in." Martones walked into the tent happily and said loudly, "Your Majesty, Saturnicum has sent an envoy from Rome. They are requesting to surrender." "What did you say?" Devers thought they had misheard. "Your Majesty, we don't have to attack Saturnicum anymore. The people of Rome are about to surrender." Henopolis repeated joyfully. The reason why the Devers lost their composure just now was because once Saturnicum surrendered, the lady, who had less than 3,000 soldiers, would not be able to defend the city alone. It was almost certain that Rome would be completely destroyed. Devers felt like he was in a dream when he thought about how Rome, which had dominated the Mediterranean Sea in his previous life, would soon be destroyed by him. He pressed his hand on the hard table to calm himself down. Then he said in a deep voice, "Summon all the senior generals to the main tent. Let them witness the moment of Rome's surrender." Aulus was dressed in a white linen shirt with a fitted dark red leather armor. He also had a bright red robe draped over his shoulders. The corner of the robe was pulled over his left arm, and he held a papyrus scroll on a wooden spool in his hand. There was originally a short sword hanging from his waist, but it was removed by the guards before he entered the tent. Thus, he placed his right hand on his waist, raised his head, and walked resolutely into the Dionia tent. As soon as he entered the tent, he saw 9 people standing on both sides. Most of them were wearing black military uniforms and helmets with purple and red tassels. Aulus had led the army to fight for Dionia for several months, and he knew that those who wore such attire were high-ranking generals of the Dionysian army. However, one of them was wearing the attire of a Roman officer, and he also had the appearance of a Roman. Aulus felt that this person was somewhat familiar, and he immediately thought that this person might be the commander of the Roman rebel army, Sextus, who was often scolded by the soldiers. He took a deep look at him. Sextus met his gaze without avoiding it. Aulus immediately collected his thoughts and focused his gaze on the center. The king of Dionia was also dressed in military attire, sitting upright on a wooden chair and looking at him with a serious expression. Aulus immediately bowed and said in Greek, "Honorable King of Dionia, I am the envoy sent by the dictator of Rome, Camillus. I am the commander of the Roman army, Aulus Comnenius Cassius. On the orders of Lord Camillus, I present you our letter of surrender." The Devers were surprised. "Letter of surrender? As for surrendering, aren't you going to raise some conditions and come to an agreement before surrendering?" "He surrendered just like that?" "The reason is stated in the letter. You'll understand after reading it." Aulus raised the wooden scroll in his hand. Henoboris quickly took the scroll and handed it to the Devers. While the Devers were reading it carefully, Oliver suddenly chuckled and said to Georges beside him, looking at the attitude of this envoy from Rome when he walked into the tent, "I thought he was here to tell us that the people of Rome wanted to fight to the death with us. I didn't expect him to be here to surrender." Georges considered the mood of the envoy from Rome and did not reply. However, Matones said, "That's right, it's really disappointing." The siege on the war horse was about to begin, and the brothers were still looking forward to breaking the city and making contributions. Aulus turned a deaf ear to the mocking words between the high-ranking generals of Dionia. He only stared at the Devers in front of him while suppressing the nervousness in his heart. It was not that he and Meges had not considered sending an envoy to negotiate first, raise some conditions, and finally come to an agreement to surrender. This would be more beneficial to them and would also be less likely to arouse the suspicions of the people of Dionia. However, the plague had spread too quickly in the city. In just one day of their negotiation, many soldiers had fallen sick, and using the method of negotiation would undoubtedly waste too much time. By the time the surrender agreement was reached, most of the people in the city would probably have fallen, and it would be impossible to hide it from the people of Dionia. Therefore, they chose to use the name of Camillus to write a letter of surrender. This could speed up the process. So that's how it is. The Devers placed the letter on the table, looked at Aulus, and said, "Your rations have run out, and many of the soldiers of Rome have lost their will to fight." They actually ran to Camillus's residence and caused a ruckus, demanding that the city gates be opened to let them go home. Aulus, is the situation in Rome really that bad? From what I remember, the people of Rome are tenacious and will not surrender easily. When the Celts occupied Rome, didn't you also defend Capitoline for half a year? Why did you surrender so easily this time? The invasion of the Gauls was completely different from this one. The brutality of the Gauls made all the city-states and races in Latin angry, but you people of Dionia. Aulus glanced at Sextus and sighed unwillingly. I have to admit, you people are able to make many city-states surrender to you, including a large number of civilians in Rome. Right now, we can only fight alone. I can't see any hope. Aulus' words came from the bottom of his heart. The Devers looked at him and asked, "How is your dictator, Camillus?" "I heard that he fainted during the battle, and he has already fallen into a coma." Aulus calmly said, "Lord Camillus is not in a coma. He is only paralyzed and bedridden, but his mind is clear. He can speak, give orders, and command deployments without any problems." This letter was written under his dictation. Henoborus suddenly asked, "In the letter, you said that there is a shortage of rations in the city, but from your complexion, it doesn't seem like there is a shortage of rations." Aulus raised his head again. "I have already introduced myself. I am the commander of the army. If the commander of the army is starving, how can I command the soldiers to fight? Don't the generals of the Roman army suffer together with the soldiers?" Georges couldn't help but ask. "The Senate of Rome has such a rule, but it depends on the cultivation of the generals of Rome. This person belongs to the Cominius clan, which is the largest noble in Rome." Sextus suddenly said. "Ha, I really didn't expect there to be a Roman in the big tent of Dionia," Aulus said contemptuously. But in his heart, he was grateful to Sextus for explaining for him. "In this letter, Camillus believes that I can give the surrendered soldiers of Rome a good way out." Devers pointed at the letter, smiled, and said, "Since you belong to the Cominius clan, I believe you have heard from the families of Rome about how we deal with the surrendered nobles of Rome. For a large clan like the Cominius, it will be completely broken up and scattered to various places in the kingdom. Can you accept this?" Aulus' expression changed, but he immediately said proudly, "I believe that the people of our clan can live well anywhere we go." Devers nodded slightly and asked, "About the surrender, have all the soldiers in the city already known and completely accepted it?" They did not clearly express their opposition. When Devers heard this, he no longer had any doubts in his heart. He raised his eyes and glanced at the generals around him. Then, he raised his voice and said, "Well, let us talk about how to accept your surrender and the arrangements after the war." Aulus heaved a sigh of relief. Devers left Tormid and Henoborus behind and began to discuss the surrender with Aulus. After Matones, Olivers, and the other generals walked out of the tent, they began to discuss the surrender of the defenders of Saturnicum. They all seemed to be regretful and excited. They were regretful because they could not personally lead the army to attack Saturnicum and completely defeat the Rome army. They were excited because the war in Rome was about to end, which meant that the army would soon move south to fight against the powerful Carthage army. At this moment, Matones saw Catissus, the captain of his army, hurrying towards the tent. Behind him was Stesichordas, the head of the medical camp and an elder of the Senate. Catissus, who was anxious, also saw his superior. He hurried over and before Matones could ask, he whispered a few words into his ears. Matones' expression changed drastically. He immediately looked at Stesichordas and asked, "Are you sure?" "There's only one person." "I can't be completely sure," Stesichordas said with a serious expression. "Come, follow me to see His Majesty," Matones said and rushed toward the tent. Although the other generals did not know what was going on, they also felt that something important had happened, so they quickly followed behind him. Aulus wanted to end things quickly, so the negotiations progressed very quickly. When everything was settled, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly stood up, preparing to bid farewell to King Devers. Matones quickly walked into the tent and rushed to the Devers' side. He whispered a few words to him, "Your Majesty." The smile on the Devers' face was immediately covered by a layer of frost. He knocked on the table with his fingers, making rapid and forceful sounds. A moment later, he looked at Aulus with a sharp and dignified gaze. His voice was slow and powerful as he said, "Aulus, there's a plague in Saturnicum." "What?" Henoborus, Tormid, and the others exclaimed in shock. Aulus felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It turned out that after Aulus, Megis, and the others finished their conspiracy, they took into consideration that Aulus could speak Greek, so they made him the messenger. As a great noble of Rome, Aulus believed that even if it was a fake surrender, it could not tarnish the prestige of Rome. It had to be carried out according to the traditional etiquette of Rome. Otherwise, it would arouse the suspicion of the enemy. Therefore, he chose a group of soldiers who were checked to be healthy as his followers. He also strictly asked them not to talk about anything happening in Saturnicum after they entered the Daionia camp. After these people were allowed to enter the Daionia camp, Aulus went to meet the Devers. The small group of Rome's soldiers were left near the entrance of the camp. They were surrounded by many Daionia soldiers, which made them nervous. One of the Roman soldiers had a mild fever before they set off, but he did not say it out loud. This was because any soldier who had a fever in the past 2 days would be transferred out of the original team and disappeared without a trace. As a result, after he entered the Daionia camp, he was extremely nervous. Coupled with the fact that he had been standing still for a long time, his body was rapidly exhausted. He suddenly began to vomit and fainted on the ground. When the other Roman soldiers saw this, it was as if they had seen a ghost. They fled in panic. Although Aulus, Megis, and the others had taken some measures in the city to slow down the spread of the plague and forbid the soldiers from spreading rumors to prevent chaos, there were too many soldiers who had fainted in the past 2 days. The soldiers had more or less heard about it. The abnormal behavior of the Roman soldiers immediately attracted the attention of the Daionia team. Besides, Daionia also had the obligation to treat the Roman soldiers who had fainted on the ground, so they called for a doctor. The doctor was none other than Kratos, who was praised by the Devers on the medical forum of Greece for his ability to study. For the past 2 years, he had been learning from Hippocrates, who had stayed in Thurii and specialized in medicine. Hippocrates had a deep understanding of the plague, so Kratos naturally had a deep accumulation of medical knowledge in this area. However, because there had not been a plague in the kingdom of Daionia so far, he had not had the opportunity to put his theory into practice. After carefully examining the physical condition of the soldier who had fainted and the vomit, Kratos was suspicious. He was so excited that he immediately called for Stesichotus to confirm it. The two exchanged opinions on the spot and finally decided to report it to the Devers immediately. When Kratos learned about the situation at the scene, he was shocked. He wanted to immediately bring his men to arrest these Roman soldiers and interrogate them. However, considering that doing so would cause a serious diplomatic incident, he immediately separated these Roman soldiers and rushed to the main tent with Stesichotus. In the end, the Devers suddenly lied to Aulus, and he let the cat out of the bag. Despite his subsequent denials, the Devers threatened that if Aulus did not tell the truth, Daionia would not accept the surrender of the garrison of Saturnicum and would leave them to be destroyed by the plague within the city. Under the pressure, Aulus had to admit that Saturnicum might have been attacked by the plague. However, he immediately argued that this was just the beginning and the situation was not serious, so they did not pay too much attention to it. Devers, on the other hand, told him sternly that the kingdom of Daionia's medical expertise was very advanced, and they had a lot of experience in curing plagues. However, everyone in Saturnicum had to follow Dr. Daonia's instructions to be saved. In the end, Aulus, whose plot had been exposed, chose to surrender, because there were quite a number of Comnenius clansmen among the defenders. He obediently began to discuss with Henoborus, Tormid, and the medical chief Stesichotus about the treatment of the defenders after their surrender. After that, Aulus dejectedly brought the agreement back to the city and discussed it with Megis and the others. After Aulus left, the Devers immediately announced that the entire Daionia camp was on high alert. Stesichodes was to lead the doctors of the entire camp to examine the physical conditions of all the soldiers in the camp in detail. The focus was on the Roman soldiers who had sneaked out of the city, and they were to be isolated. At the same time, the engineering camp led the soldiers to boil a large amount of quicklime and sprinkled it around the camp again. The supply camp was to make countless thick linen strips for the soldiers to cover their mouths and noses with and wear them all day. All competitions and training were to be stopped immediately. The soldiers were not allowed to gather together, and they were to wear them in tents during the day as much as possible. In addition, they were to eliminate the rats and mosquitoes in the camp. In fact, some of the measures had always been strictly followed by the Dionysian army. This time, it was just re-emphasized. The Devers also ordered the soldiers in the camp to take turns to build 3 simple, smaller camps further away from the camp. The Devers also asked the officers of the various legions to tell the soldiers honestly that there was a plague in the city of Saturnicum, and the defenders would surrender. They did not have to be afraid. The doctors had made meticulous preparations. His Majesty also prayed to Hades and received blessings. Since the founding of Dionia, the Devers had always attached great importance to the development of medical care in the kingdom. Through the health knowledge he had from his previous life, he also knew that the plague was actually an acute infectious disease. As long as the environment was kept clean and as much as possible, the source of the plague, such as rats, mosquitoes, and corpses, should be reduced as much as possible. Lime was a cheap and effective disinfection material. Therefore, in this era of frequent plagues, it was entirely possible to reduce the occurrence of plague in the kingdom. It was precisely because he had always insisted on teaching the doctors about this aspect in the kingdom and forcefully promoted it as the king. In addition, with the addition of Hippocrates, who had rich experience in treating plague, the kingdom of Dionia had never had a plague. Even during the drought last year, due to the attention paid by the entire kingdom, the people managed to avoid the common practice of a great plague must follow a great disaster. Therefore, at this time, most of the soldiers in the camp had only heard of the horror of the plague, but had not personally experienced it. In addition, with the personal guarantee of the Devers, a descendant of Hades, they did not panic. The order of the whole camp was still relatively stable. A day later, the defenders of Saturnicum officially surrendered to Dionia. The dictator of Rome, Camillus, also died of illness after the announcement of the surrender. The news of his death quickly spread throughout the city. All the soldiers of Rome and the residents of Saturnicum fell into grief. When the city gate opened, Camillus's body was placed on a carriage. It was the first to be carried out, followed by a team of Rome soldiers. They looked sad and nervous. They were not wearing armor or carrying any weapons. They only wore plain mourning clothes. The soldiers of Dionia were fully dressed in military attire, holding shields and spears in their hands. They covered their mouths and noses with linen. They lined up in 2 dense rows from the city gate to the newly built camp. In the middle was a spacious road. The soldiers of Rome marched along the road. When they were about to reach the end, they were stopped. The Devers brought the generals to the front of the carriage. The Devers looked at the withered body of Camillus lying in the carriage. He solemnly bowed to the father of Rome in his previous life. The generals and ministers behind him naturally followed suit. When the soldiers of Rome saw this scene, although they did not understand the meaning of the gesture, they could deeply feel the respect the king and ministers of Dionia had for Camillus. So, they quieted down one after another. At this time, the Devers, who were also covered in linen, turned to face the generals and officials of Dionia. He pulled down his mask and said in a clear voice, "Camillus, a citizen of Rome. Since he came of age, he has continuously participated in the wars between Rome and the surrounding city-states, and he has made many contributions in the battles. More than 20 years ago, the strength of the people of Rome increased, and they began to attack their most important enemy, Venus. When the generals of Rome were helpless to capture Venus, the Senate of Rome appointed Camillus as the commander-in-chief. After careful planning, he finally captured Venus, which was a city no smaller than Rome. However, his achievements were envied by some citizens of Rome. So, someone accused him of corruption and blasphemy in the General Assembly. As a result, the people who did not know the truth actually passed the proposal. According to the law of Rome, if he was convicted, he would be expelled. Although Camillus was angry at the result, he still accepted the punishment. He left Rome and settled in the nearby city-state of Latin. More than a decade ago, the Celts invaded the south and occupied Rome. Worried about his mother state, Camillus called on the people of Latin to rise up against the Celts' invasion. In the battle with the Celts, he gradually organized an army and finally defeated the Celts. When the people of Rome were grateful to Camillus for recovering Rome and bestowed him with great glory, he was thinking about how the people of Rome could defeat the powerful Celts in the future. So, he did not sit back and enjoy the credit, but chose a difficult path. He wanted to reform the centuries-old military tradition, create a new military system, and make the army of Rome stronger and more effective. In the end, he succeeded. After the reform of the military system of Rome, the Roman army trained by the Roman army repeatedly won the war against the surrounding forces. Every time Rome encountered difficulties and danger, the first person the people thought of was Camillus. And Camillus, regardless of his old body, repeatedly responded to the call of the Senate and led the people of Rome to conquer the East and the West. They were invincible, so that in less than 10 years after the recovery of Rome, Rome became the overlord of central Italy and the nightmare of other races. The Devers looked at the bright red flag of Rome on the carriage and said with emotion, if there was no kingdom of Dionia in the land of Italy, perhaps Rome, the Latin city-state that was nurtured by the Tiber River, would continue to grow stronger under the new military system established by Camillus. It might even become the overlord of Italy and the overlord of the western Mediterranean Sea. Amyntas, Matones, Lazaru, and the other generals behind Divers were slightly dissatisfied when they heard this, but they did not dare to interrupt on such an occasion. Aulus, who was behind the carriage, was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect the king of Dionia to be so optimistic about Rome. He suddenly seemed to understand why the king of Dionia dared to ignore Carthage's attack and personally led the army to attack Rome, which did not have a direct conflict of interest with the kingdom of Dionia. But would Rome really have as good a future as he said? Aulus was fascinated, but when he recalled the current situation, he could not help but sigh heavily. Megis, who was next to him, pushed him and whispered, "What are you waiting for? Help us translate." What did he say? The Devers heard the whispers around him, but he did not care and continued, after our army landed in Latin and captured Rome, this old dictator of Rome was still fighting tenaciously. He even ignored the danger his family was in. Even though he was seriously ill and bedridden, he still fought with all his might to recapture Rome. Even if he fought until the last moment of his life, he did it for the safety of the citizens of Rome. He did not care about his reputation and wrote the letter of surrender. Camillus has always loved his motherland and dedicated his strength to the people of his motherland. He is the hero of Rome. He should also be the role model for the generals and officials of Dionia to learn from. May his soul return to the kingdom of God and find peace. After the Devers finished speaking with a solemn expression, he raised his hands, palms facing the sky, and bowed again. Aulus did not expect that a foreign king would have such a high evaluation of Camillus. This made his face slightly hot. He could not help but think of the secret plot with Quintus to seize Camillus's command of the army. He could not help but feel guilty. He loudly translated what the Devers said. After Megis and the others heard it, they all looked sad and knelt on the ground. For a moment, the sound of crying shook the sky. The Devers turned around and put away his solemn expression. He said to Tormid, "Let's start according to the agreement." Soon, many Dionia doctors wearing long robes and cloth covered their faces entered the army of Rome. They carried out a detailed medical examination on these soldiers. Any soldiers and citizens of Rome who had any abnormalities would be brought to the newly built camp by the heavily armed soldiers of Dionia. They were not allowed to go out, and the doctors of Dionia would be responsible for the special treatment and care of them. The rest of the Rome soldiers and civilians who did not notice any problems were brought to another newly built camp. They were also not allowed to go out. The doctors of the Dionia would check on them from time to time. If they found any abnormalities, they would immediately be sent to the camp where the patients were staying for treatment. Due to the respect shown by the king of Devers and the others to Camillus, the people of Rome avoided a lot of conflicts during the inspection and escort process. Of course, this was also related to their helplessness after knowing that the plague was spreading in the city. The doctors and soldiers busied themselves for most of the day, and finally, the people of Rome settled into their respective camps. However, their work was not over yet. There were still many wounded Rome soldiers lying on the ground near the city gate. They would be carried to another newly built camp for the medical camp to treat and observe them patiently. After all of this was done, some heavily armored Dionia soldiers entered the city and poured tar everywhere in the city. They were going to burn the entire city down. This was the fastest way to eliminate the source of the plague. After reaching an agreement with Aulus, the Devers immediately sent someone to inform the Volsci people in the south that the city of Saturnicum would be burned down. When the Volsci people heard that there was a plague in Saturnicum, their expressions immediately changed. They were afraid that they would not be able to resist. At the same time that the entire city of Saturnicum was set ablaze, Camillus's body was also cremated in front of Aulus, Megis, and the other Rome generals. Aulus and the others felt a sense of loss. They stared blankly at the blazing fire, as if Rome was slowly turning into ashes like Camillus's body. Everyone shed tears because of this. When the Devers saw the dejected generals of Rome being escorted to the camp by the soldiers, he could not help but frown and sigh. This sudden plague will delay us a lot of time. After all, the Devers did not study medicine in his previous life. He did not know how long the incubation period of the plague was. To be on the safe side, he asked the army in the camp to continue to stay there for the full 15 days. On the one hand, he would supervise the other Rome soldiers in the other camps to prevent them from escaping. On the other hand, he would also observe if there were any sick soldiers among the Dionia soldiers so that they could be isolated and treated in time. At this time, Tormod advised with concern, "Your Majesty, it is enough to have us here. You should stay in Rome and stabilize the order of the entire occupied area. At the same time, you should plan for the war against the Carthage people." Tormod is right, Your Majesty. The last army of Rome has surrendered. Only Valette is left. There is nothing to worry about. The war in Latin is finally over. It is enough to have us here. You should return to Rome. Olivers also quickly advised. The Devers waved his hand and said in a firm tone, "We have discussed this matter. There is no need to persuade me anymore. I will stay with you and the soldiers. We will get through this together." After that, he looked at Clotho Catax and asked, "Clotho, what about you?" Clotho Catax replied without hesitation, "Father, you once said, the people have given the royal family great glory, but at the same time, it also means that we have to bear great responsibility. I will not be a deserter. I will stay here too." "Well said." The Devers showed a gratified smile. "Today's work is over. Everyone, hurry up and go home." Storo stood beside the engineer of Dionia and translated his words into Latin. The people of Rome who were demolishing the dilapidated houses on both sides of the street immediately put down the tools in their hands and cheered. The engineer solemnly reminded them again, "Be early tomorrow." The people of Rome promised loudly and then scattered in all directions. Storo did not leave immediately. He quietly watched the people of Dionia who had just arrived in Rome not long ago. Like the people of Rome, they were also rebuilding the streets. They carefully put away all the construction tools. After their leader asked the engineer about the construction schedule for the next day, they discussed together and confirmed the time for tomorrow's assembly. After clarifying the tasks that each person was responsible for, they left together. When they left, the people of Dionia even shouted at him in a friendly manner, "Storo, let's go and play football together." Storo rejected them with a smile. After the young people of Dionia moved to Rome, they also brought the sport of football to Rome. Storo had personally seen the football games held by the people of Dionia. The rules were complicated and interesting, and the scene was intense. It was very attractive. He even thought that it was much more interesting than the bloody gladiatorial games that were held in Rome. "Why don't you go with us?" A voice came from behind. Stolo turned around and saw that it was Minus, the new Raventine City District's demo officer and the person in charge of the slum reconstruction. "It's getting late. I have to rush back for dinner," Stolo said flatly. "It's still early autumn. There are still a few hours before the sky turns dark." Manes did not hesitate to expose Storo's perfunctory words. "I think you haven't untied the knot in your heart yet. You haven't taken the initiative to adapt to the new Rome." Storo opened his mouth, but in the end, he remained silent. Since Storo and Sextus were both prominent figures among the people of Rome, they had many dealings with each other and were considered good friends. So Menes, Sextus' father, spoke to Storo in the tone of an elder, "You are different from Sextus. You have a deeper relationship with the original nobles of Rome. It is said that your father is still resisting stubbornly in Saturnicum, while your father-in-law is still entrenched in Capitoline Hill. He even refused your advice to surrender. It is indeed difficult for you to be caught in the middle. But you have to make up your mind as soon as possible. Judging from the current situation, your father and father-in-law's resistance against Dionia will definitely fail. In the future, Rome will only be the Rome of the Kingdom of Dionia. We have to work hard to adapt to this new change, and new change means new opportunities. For example, people like me, like Sextus, will have an easier time obtaining the public office of the kingdom that we had never thought of before. I can feel that the people of Dionia value you more. You should also be able to get a good position as a new starting point in this kingdom. In the future, you can win more rights for yourself and the people of Rome. But you have to hurry up. The opportunity won't wait for you forever. Do you see those young people from Dionia?" Menes pointed at the citizens of Dionia who were leaving in groups and sighed. "You must have felt it after getting along with them these days. These new people of Dionia have received a comprehensive education. Not only are they strong, but they are also intelligent. They are also better at obeying orders and know how to work together. The work they are responsible for is always completed quickly and well. How terrifying. As far as I know, their parents were once poor people in the Greek city-states like us. They were poor and ignorant, and they were illiterate. No wonder Dionia was able to conquer Rome so easily. The only advantage we have now is that we are the people of Rome. We are more familiar with the people of Rome and the surrounding Latin region than them. But once they live here for a long time and become familiar with everything here, then..." Menes did not continue. Seeing the slight change in Stolo's expression, he knew that Stolo understood. So, he patted Stolo's shoulder gently and said solemnly, "Think about it carefully. For yourself and for the people of Rome, don't miss the opportunity." After Menes left, his words were still echoing in Stolo's mind. He walked slowly on the streets of Raventine and fell into deep thought. If it was in the past, Stolo would not have dared to be so absent-minded. The roads in the city of Rome were very bad, especially in the Raventine region. The ground was uneven, littered with garbage and dirty water. He had to be extremely careful when he walked. However, after the people of Dionia occupied the city of Rome, the new governor of Rome, Assists, ignored the ongoing war and quickly began to exercise his power. He promulgated many measures, one of the most important of which was to transform the city of Rome. He started with the Raventine region, which had the worst environmental sanitation. With the Dionia soldiers stationed in the city as the main force and the civilians of Rome as the support, he began a continuous urban transformation operation. Later, he allowed the citizens of Dionia who had migrated to Rome to join in. Today, after a month, it could be said that the transformation of the roads in the entire Raventine region was basically completed. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. The road surface of the neighborhood was filled and compacted. Sewers were dug on both sides, and the road was widened enough for two carriages to travel side by side. Walking on the road, there was a sense of security that had never been there before. The houses in the neighborhood were gradually being demolished. The reason why the houses were being demolished with great fanfare was that the civilians living in Raventine were basically assigned to houses close to the center of the city. Other than the Temple of Diana, the rest of the city was basically empty, so it was convenient for renovation. After the rubble and tiles were cleared, the houses here would be planned and rebuilt, and the previous crowded scene would no longer appear. Stolo's eyes swept across the unrecognizable neighborhood and looked at the brand new road. He could not help but sigh in his heart. The slums in the west of the city had tortured the people of Rome for 10 years. Every year, the Senate would have many debates on how to transform it, but after 10 years, it had not changed at all. However, under the rule of the people of Dionia, it had been completely changed within a month. Although they had some advantages from the war, it had to be said that the people of Dionia were indeed very decisive and efficient. They really wanted to improve the lives of the people of Rome. Recalling what Menes said, Stolo's heart did not seem to be so tangled anymore. Walking through the slums, he saw some people gathered in front of the arena in front of him. Most of them were the citizens of Dionia who had migrated here, and a small number of people from Rome. They were busy under the command of two priests in white robes. Stolo knew what they were busy with. It was said that the birthday of Hades, the protector of the kingdom of Dionia, the Greek god in charge of the law and the underworld, was coming soon. Every year, Delmia would hold a grand celebration for him at this time. 10 days ago, the governor of Rome, announced that Rome would also hold a celebration for Hades. Stolo did not feel much about it. Rome used to be a city-state that believed in many gods. There were many foreign gods, such as Etruscan, Sabine, Wolsey, and even many new gods. However, this event not only made the citizens of Dionia who had just migrated to Rome rejoiced, but also received positive responses from the Temple of Diana and many civilians of Rome. This was a little strange. However, after careful analysis, Stolo felt that it was reasonable. As far as he knew, after the priest of Hades came to Rome, he was gentle and friendly to the civilians of Rome. He often consulted and treated them for free, and actively provided help to the people who had difficulties in life. Therefore, although the Temple of Hades had not been built in Rome, and there was only a simple altar for Hades, more and more people went to worship him. Therefore, when the people of Rome heard that the celebration for Hades was about to be held, they were very enthusiastic. According to the announcement issued by the city hall, on the day of the celebration, not only would the believers solemnly worship the Hades, but according to tradition, some of the kingdom's slaves who had performed well would also be granted freedom. More importantly, the names of the soldiers of Rome who had joined Dionia and died in the war would be engraved on a stone tablet and enshrined in the Temple of Hades. Their souls would be blessed by the king of Hades after they died. These practices naturally attracted the attention of the majority of the people of Rome and the slaves. What was more, there would be a rugby tournament after the celebration. According to the announcement, each of the demos in Rome must send a team to participate in the tournament. In addition, towns directly under the control of Dionia, such as Venus, Gabii, Fidena, and other towns would send a team to participate in the tournament. It was not hard to imagine that it would be a grand tournament. Although most of the people who participated in the tournament were citizens of Dionia who had migrated to the Latin region, there were also some Rome civilians who liked novelty and excitement. Hence, the Piazza del Mars was bustling with activity these few days. The rugby teams formed by the demos in Rome were actively training there. To be honest, even Stolo himself was a little tempted. He wanted to come to the arena to watch the game. He wanted to see how the popular rugby game in the Kingdom of Dionia would perform in an official game. Stolo stood in the distance and watched the group of people working together to erect a tall statue in front of the entrance of the arena. They then began to fix the pedestal. The statue was of a man with thick black hair and an extremely strong body. He was holding a rugby ball in his hand and making a throwing motion. The gold foil on his body shone brightly under the sunlight. Was this the Hades that the people of Dionia believed in? Although Stolo was a little curious, he did not take a closer look. He squinted his eyes for a while before he turned around and left. As he walked further, the streets became a little more crowded because most of the people passing by were carts. The carts heading east were filled with freshly harvested wheat that had basically been shelled, while the carts heading south were filled with sacks of flour. September arrived with a bountiful harvest. The citizens of Rome who had joined the Kingdom of Dionia, according to the agreement they had with the city hall, harvested their newly distributed wheat. They handed over 2/3 of the harvest and kept the rest for their own use. Since the Dionysian army had occupied Rome, these farmlands were supposed to belong to the army. However, the assists had made this decision after careful consideration in order to win the hearts of the people of Rome and stabilize the order. At the same time, they also wanted to reduce the burden of food and material aid from the city hall to the citizens of Rome who had joined the Kingdom of Rome. This proposal was approved by the Devers. Not only could the citizens of Rome obtain all the harvests from their original farmlands, if they had any farmlands in the past, but they could also obtain the additional income for free. Naturally, they were overjoyed. What made them even more excited was that the fertile land would completely belong to them. They only needed to pay a small amount of land tax every year. Therefore, these days, Rome and the nearby towns that were occupied by Dionia were enveloped in the joy of harvest. A few days later, the city hall once again gave the citizens of Rome a surprise. The announcement clearly told them that the city hall had funded the construction of several water mills, which were designed and built by Dionia's engineers day and night. They could grind flour for the citizens of Dionia for free. In fact, the construction of the water mills was not as time-consuming and laborious as the announcement said. The materials were ready-made. After the attack on Rome, many siege weapons were discarded. The engineers and carpenters were also ready-made. The Devers brought a team of more than 500 engineers, and this number did not include the engineering battalions of the legions. The technology was ready-made. The water mills were developed more than 10 years ago by Martyres, the deputy dean of the School of Mathematics in Dionia, and it had become a common large-scale public facility in the cities of the kingdom. The only thing that was needed was whether the administrative officials could consider all these on behalf of the people in a timely manner. Not only did Assists consider all these, but he also immediately started to implement them. Finally, the construction of the water mills was completed just after the harvest ended. Assists had served as the chief executive of many cities in the kingdom. He understood the feelings of the people. He knew that although the harvest was joyous, it was a time-consuming and laborious task to remove the husks of wheat and grind the flour. Before the emergence of the water mills, the Greek people used stone mills to grind flour. The thick stone rollers had to be pulled by horses or donkeys. In order to prevent the wind, rain, and birds from pecking at them, they had to be carried out in a relatively closed hut, and they had to be watched by someone. The constant crunching sound of the rolling stones rubbing against the stone mills was not only unbearable to the people, but also to the animals. They would refuse to work, and sometimes they would even go crazy and hurt people. Therefore, for the slaves of the rich families, guarding the mill was the biggest punishment. Therefore, Assists believed that the introduction of the water mills would deepen the recognition of the people of Rome to the kingdom of Dionia. What was a water mill? When the people of Rome saw the announcement for the first time, they were puzzled. After all, Rome was an inland city-state. It was mainly agricultural, and its trade was not developed. In the past, it had little contact with the kingdom of Dionia in the south, and the people knew even less about the outside world. It was normal that they did not know about this new invention that had been widely welcomed by the people of southern Italy. However, since the people of Dionia came to Rome, they had gradually won the trust of the people of Rome through a series of practical actions. Therefore, many people of Rome drove the pack carts filled with wheat to the riverside of the Piazza de Mars. The engineers of Dionia had inspected the river near the city of Rome and found that the Tiber River near the island of Tiberina had a faster current due to the diversion in the middle of the river. Therefore, they built a few water mills here. As a result, they were pleasantly surprised to find that this magical device could rotate continuously. Not only could it grind flour, but it was also very efficient. The quality of the flour produced was also very good. There was no need for people to stay there all the time to watch over it, and there was no need to worry about the animals getting tired. Therefore, the news quickly spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to hundreds. The people of Rome all over the city, either carrying burdens or driving the pack carts, lined up by the riverside of the Piazza de Mars every day, just like now. The people who had just returned from the riverside of the Piazza de Mars were loudly boasting about the magic of the water mills to the people who were preparing to rush there. Some of them even opened their flour bags to show the results of their labor, which made the people even more eager to rush to the riverside. Listening to these people, the people sighed from time to time, no wonder Dionia is so powerful. Even the tool for grinding flour is so magical. Everyone seemed to be proud of the people. Stolo felt sour in his heart. He was afraid that not long after, the Rome that had raised them would be completely forgotten by them. Stolo hastened his pace home. When he arrived at the hill of Sirio, his mood improved again because there were people who greeted him in a friendly manner. "Stolo, you're back so early today." "Stolo, I just baked some bread with the freshly ground flour. It's still warm. It's very fragrant. Bring a few pieces back to try." "Stolo, have the houses in Ontine been demolished? I heard that the city hall is going to build bigger and better-looking houses." "Is that true?" "Stolo, I saw some people from the city hall at your house in the afternoon. Something might have happened." Words of warmth and concern warmed Stolo's heart. Even when he was locked up in his house by the Dionia, these people still tried their best to help his family. That was why he was willing to provide them with legal help at a low price or even for free. He responded with a smile as he hastened his steps home. "Stolo, you're finally back." His wife, Cornea, threw herself at him and hugged him tightly the moment he entered the house. "Aren't I doing fine? What happened?" Stolo caressed his wife's back and asked softly. "The people from the city hall came in the afternoon. They emphasized that you must go to the city hall after you return home to see that ACI. Administrator Asters." "Stolo, will something happen to you?" Cornea looked at him worriedly. "We've gone through the worst of it and survived it. What bad thing could happen?" The experience of this period of time had turned this innocent and adorable noble wife into a frightened bird. Stolo pinched her nose and pretended to be relaxed. "It's possible that the Dionia saw that I performed well and are giving me a more important mission." "Is that so?" "That's great." Cornea heard this and seemed to take it seriously. She said hurriedly, "Stolo, go to the city hall and see the administrator. You must tell him, can you let my mother and sister go home?" Stolo was stunned. Ever since the families of the Romans who escaped to the Capitoline Hill were forced to descend the mountain, apart from a small number of civilian families who were verified and released by the city hall, the rest of the noble families were imprisoned in the city and sent to Saturnicum to persuade the defenders to surrender. Stolo's mother-in-law was the wife of the famous Senator Ambustus of Rome, and Cornea's sister's husband was the Roman general Servius who was still leading the resistance in Saturnicum. Therefore, the city hall would not release them easily. Stolo had asked about this a few days ago, but faced with his wife's expectant gaze, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll ask the administrator." Cornea's smile blossomed like a flower as she personally served Stolo's dinner on the table. During this period of time, even at dusk, the city hall of Rome was still very busy. The allocation and transportation of food and supplies for the two armies, the distribution of land and residential arrangements for the newly migrated citizens of Dionia, the supervision of the autumn harvest and subsequent taxes, the urgent organization and preparation for the upcoming Hades celebration and the rugby match. A series of complicated and urgent administrative matters were placed in front of the assists and his subordinates, urging them to complete them day and night. So when Stolo walked into the city hall and saw the officials here working hard, he could not help but sigh. When Stolo was brought into the office of the assists had just sent off the inspector. He was almost 50 years old, and after working for a long time, it was inevitable that his back would ache. He stood up, stretched his waist, and paced back and forth in the room. When he saw Stolo come in, he signaled him to sit down while he continued to stand and talk. "I heard from Manas that you've done a great job these days, especially helping the engineering team resolve several major conflicts in a timely manner." "They didn't have any conflicts in the first place. It's just that there was a communication problem," Stolo said cautiously. "Different customs, different ideologies, coupled with the language barrier, the inability to communicate normally has led to conflicts between the new and old citizens. This has become the most troublesome problem in maintaining order in the city of Rome. This is not a trivial matter." Assists rubbed his forehead and said solemnly, "Just now, the inspector came here to complain to me, saying that there are too few citizens of Rome who can speak Greek and are illiterate to join their inspection office. This has always led to them being unable to stop and persuade both sides of the conflict when they are carrying out their tasks. Sometimes, it will easily lead to greater conflicts. In the long run, it's not good for the stability of Rome, so I've decided to let you go to the inspection office. As far as I know, you used to be proficient in the laws of Rome and often defended the civilians. So I want you to go to the inspection office and follow the inspection team to deal with various disputes in the city. At the same time, you can gradually familiarize yourself with the laws of Dionia and become an inspector in the future. What do you think?" Stolo did not agree immediately. He pondered for a while and hesitated before saying tentatively, "I heard that Dionia also has a position called Protector, which can help the people fight for their rights and protect their interests. I want to take this position in the future." "Protector?" Mayor Assists was slightly surprised and advised, "You may not be clear, but the Protector of Dionia is very different from the previous Protector of Rome. As far as I know, the Protector of Rome is a major way for the civilians to enter the upper echelons of the city-state, and they can even sit in the Senate. The protector of Dionia seems to have more power. He can sue officials of all levels, including the governor like me, and even the senators. He can also meet the king and point out the shortcomings of a certain law. However, once you become the protector of Dionia, it means that you can't inherit other administrative positions in the future, and you will be cut off from the political arena of the kingdom. This is to ensure the independence of the protector and not be influenced by the administrative officials. Therefore, the protectors of Dionia are basically the citizens of Dionia who have no intention of developing in the political arena but want to do something for the people. Most of them are middle-aged and elderly. Almost no young citizens who want to make a difference want to become a protector. Stolo did not know much about the details of the protector of Dionia. He was a little stunned when he heard this. Assists looked at him and more or less understood some of his thoughts, so he continued, in fact, you can rest assured that the kingdom of Dionia treats all the races in the country equally and will not deliberately be biased. Of course, if you really want to do something for the people of Rome, you can serve as an inspector or a judge, make outstanding political achievements, and become a senator in the future. Only then can you truly defend some of the rights and interests of the citizens of Rome of Dionia in the Senate. As far as I know, you are good friends with Sextus. He has made many military achievements and has been appointed as a captain. It is very likely that in a few years, he will become the head of the Rome Legion. He may even become a senator of Dionia before the age of 40. Are you willing to accept this? Stolo was shocked. Seeing the sudden change in Stolo's expression, Assists knew that his words had an effect. He walked back to his desk and sat down again. This matter concerns your future in the kingdom. Go back and think about it. Give me an answer in 2 days. I've asked you to come here because there's something more important I need you to do. Speaking of this, Assists looked straight at Stolo and said in a deep voice, I have just received a battle report from His Majesty. The garrison of Saturnicum has surrendered. Stolo was shocked. He could not help but ask, the garrison of Saturnicum has surrendered? Not only Saturnicum has surrendered, but Valette has also surrendered just a day later. Assist's words gave Stolo another heavy blow. He was stunned on the spot. Although he did not agree to go to Saturnicum to persuade them to surrender, he knew his father and Camillus well. He thought that even if they were at a disadvantage, they would still resist to the end. He did not expect them to surrender. As soon as Saturnicum surrendered, Rome's resistance disappeared. Rome had no chance of recovering. Assist saw Stolo sitting on the wooden chair with an uncertain expression. He coughed softly and said, although you were rejected the last time you went to Capitoline Mountain to persuade them to surrender, I hope you can go there again. But I want you to go up again. I think the surrender of Camillus' army will have some effect on them on the mountain. After a while, Stolo replied weakly. I will try my best, but I have a few questions. Speak. Stolo asked eagerly, is my father, okay? Assists pondered for a while and said solemnly, I don't want to lie to you, but you must swear to God that you will not leak what I say. Only then will I tell you. Stolo looked at Assists in surprise, then swore to Jupiter. In fact, there was a plague in Saturnicum. The generals of Rome had no choice but to. Before Assists could finish, Stolo screamed in shock, what? Plague? He immediately covered his mouth with his hand, but his hand was trembling uncontrollably. Assists immediately comforted him, the plague may be the most terrifying disease in Rome, but our Dionia's medical science is advanced, and we have a deep understanding of how to treat the plague. His Majesty is gathering doctors to treat the sick soldiers. I believe many will recover in half a month. Stolo calmed down a little, then asked eagerly, then did my father, did he? Assist said calmly, your father has been infected and is receiving treatment in a camp near Saturnicum. I suggest you not visit him now to avoid contracting the plague. Also, before the garrison of Saturnicum surrendered, Camillus had already died. Oh, and your brother-in-law, Servius, has also been infected. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean. Ancient Greece, Lord of the Mediterranean, can my father and the others really be cured? Stolo asked worriedly. There was doubt in his voice, but more than that, there was hope. Assists continued to comfort him, since you have been studying Greek culture and knowledge since you were young, you may know that the most famous plague doctor in Greece, Hippocrates, is now in Thurii. Although he is old and did not follow the army to Latin this time, many of the doctors accompanying the army are his students. They will do their best to save your father and the other Roman soldiers who have been infected by the plague. And you people in Rome often say that the plague is a seed sown by the god of death. Our patron of Dionia, Hades, is the lord of the underworld, and his majesty the Devers is his descendant. Since the Roman army has surrendered to us, his majesty will definitely give them the blessings of Hades. Stolo calmed down a little and suddenly remembered something. He asked, "My lord, my wife's mother and sister are still imprisoned. May I ask, what will happen to them?" Assists thought for a moment and said, "Since Servius has surrendered, his wife will follow him to settle in other parts of the kingdom. Of course, Servius will have to survive the plague first. As for your wife's mother, if Ambustus also surrenders, they will also settle in other parts of the kingdom. But if your father-in-law refuses to surrender, according to the current decree of the kingdom, your mother-in-law will be classified as a slave of the kingdom. However, she will have you and Servius as her son-in-law. That will depend on whether she wants to live with your family or Servius' family in the future." "I will go up the mountain tomorrow to persuade my father-in-law," Stolo said decisively. The next day, Ambustus watched Stolo's back as he staggered down the mountain. 2 lines of tears flowed down his old cheeks. A hand was placed on his shoulder. "What, do you regret it?" Ambrosius wiped away his tears and turned to look at Potatus. He shook his head and said, "I don't regret it. I'm just a little unwilling." When Potatus heard that, he was silent for a while. Then, he pointed at the foot of the mountain with his walking stick and said in a low voice, "Sigh. Think about Alba Longa and Venus that we destroyed. In my opinion, every race and force has to go through a process from weak to strong, and from strong to weak. Today, it's Rome. One day, it will be Dionia's turn." "Lord Potatus, it seems like you're not satisfied either." Ambustus sighed and looked back at the solemn temple of Jupiter. His face was shrouded in a layer of doubt. "I just didn't expect that the one who dealt us the final blow was not the people of Dionia, but the plague. It took the life of our dictator and destroyed the morale of our soldiers. Is this the punishment that Jupiter gave to Rome? So, there is no need for this temple to exist anymore. Who asked Jupiter to give up Rome?" Marugenance walked over with a face full of resentment. He reminded them, "Sirs, everything is ready. We should enter the temple." Potatus and Ambustus looked at each other with determination in their eyes. "Since everything is ready, let's go in." "Sirs." Scipio the Great, who was following behind Marugenance, said, "Some of my soldiers don't want to leave quietly. They prefer to fight their way down the mountain and die under the enemy's spears." Potatus furrowed his wrinkled eyebrows. "Haven't we already discussed this matter? Since we've already failed, let's not provoke the Dionians for no reason, lest they vent their anger on our families. Your Excellency Scipio, your soldiers are still very young. If anyone is willing to surrender, just let them go down the mountain," Ambustus suggested. Scipio the Great looked solemn. "They are the true warriors of Rome. No one will choose to surrender." Half an hour later, the senators of Rome gathered in the main hall of the Temple of Jupiter. Hundreds of Roman soldiers either stayed in the back hall or sat in the courtyard. Potatus looked around at the more than 100 senators of Rome crowded in the main hall. They had been trapped on the mountain for a few months. In the end, they ran out of food and water. So, not only were they emaciated and covered in dust, but their clothes were also tattered. They did not look like the vigorous and imposing manner they used to have in the Senate. But at this moment, they were all sitting upright, looking solemn, making the already solemn temple of Jupiter look even more solemn. Only Apuleius, who had just been released from the back hall, was lying on the ground with his back hunched, his lips moving non-stop. Finally, Potatus looked at Marugenance next to him and said in a deep voice, "You will say the last words." Marugenance smiled freely. "I have been fighting with you for decades, and this is the first time you are being modest to me. Forget it, I am used to it. You can do it. But when we go to another place, I will not give in to you again." Potatus nodded silently, then looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "My lords, 20 years ago, when the Celts attacked the city of Rome, Bulerius, Bibias, Titus, Emilius, and the other Senate ancestors blocked the way into the city and sacrificed their lives bravely. Today, Rome has fallen again. We must not let down the prestige of the senators of Rome and the nobles of Rome. In order to defend the city that our ancestors had gone through countless hardships to build, we will sacrifice our lives. Even if Rome no longer exists in the future, our heroic deeds will be remembered and sung by future generations. At the same time, we will constantly remind future generations that in the center of Italy, in the Latin region, on the banks of the Tiber River, there used to be a great city called Rome. When the senators heard Potitus' words, they subconsciously raised their heads and sat up straighter. Their eyes that were originally filled with despair were now filled with vigor. After Potitus finished speaking, he slowly looked at his colleagues with an encouraging gaze. Then, he glanced at them one by one. First, it was Maruginans, then Ambrosius, then High Priest Ulysses, and finally old Senator Lucicius. Potitus slowly sat down and gently put down his crutch. He flicked the dust off his clothes, closed his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Light the fire." There was a moment of silence in the hall. Scipio the Great shouted, "Light the fire." The soldiers outside the hall seemed to have woken up from a dream and threw the torches in their hands at the temple that had been splashed with olive oil. In an instant, the temple was set ablaze. Apuleius, who was originally lying on the ground, seemed to have been awakened by the fire. He jumped up, picked up a small stone from the corner, and threw it at the tall statue in the middle of the hall. With a paw sound, it hit Jupiter's head. Ha! 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 Apuleius laughed loudly and stomped his feet at the same time. "Damn Jupiter," he cursed. "Damn Camillus. Damn Rome. Ha ha ha. Damn Rome." Apuleius's crazy laughter and the screams of the senators and soldiers became the last echo of the fire on top of Capitoline Mountain. The self-immolation of the senators and soldiers of Rome meant that the resistance of Rome had completely disappeared. Other than the nobles and their families who had surrendered in Rome, and a few civilians like Storlo, who were sad, most of the civilians only felt sorry for the burning of the main Latin temples of Jupiter and Juno. They even cursed that these self-immolating senators destroyed the temples on top of Capitoline Mountain just to prevent the civilians from worshipping them. Of course, the arrival of the celebration of Hades quickly dissipated their frustration. Although the celebration in Rome was held in a hurry, the large-scale theatrical performance about the establishment of Dionia in the square was temporarily transferred from the Dionysian army stationed in Rome and lacked professional training. Not only were they poorly dressed, but the performance was also full of mistakes. However, it was the first time that the people of Rome had seen such a large-scale performance, and they found it very interesting. After that, in front of the simple altar of Hades, under the leadership of the priest, the believers performed a pious sacrifice to the Greek Pluto. After that, the priest solemnly announced, "From now on, Hades will protect the city of Rome." The cheers of the believers did not move the onlookers of Rome. But then, they saw a huge stone tablet engraved with the names of the reserve troops of Rome who died for Dionia. The soldiers of Dionia in full military uniform carried it to the altar. The priest blessed it and announced, "When the temple is completed, the stone tablet will be carried into the Hall of Valhalla to receive the worship of the people of Rome. Their souls will continue to guard Rome." This move shocked the people of Rome. Many people who had lost their loved ones shed tears. In the afternoon, in front of the altar of Hades, the governor of Rome, Assists, read out the order signed by the king of Devers in the name of Hades, granting freedom to many slaves of Rome who had performed well during this period. The freed slaves cheered and thanked Hades and the king of Devers loudly. At the same time, many slaves who heard the news were looking forward to joining the new kingdom. On the second day, the football match began. The curious people of Rome, some Vikings, and Phrygians poured into the arena with their families. Soon, they were attracted by the game. Although the teams were basically composed of most of the newly migrated citizens of Dionia and a few of the people of Rome, and the level of competition was not high, it was novel and exciting enough for the people of Rome who were watching the game for the first time. In particular, each team represented its own town or city, which made the spectators more inclined and invested in the game. Although they did not understand many of the rules, it did not stop them from cheering for the teams in their own region. They even quarreled with the spectators from other regions. As the football game continued, a strange phenomenon kept happening in Rome. The conflicts between the original Rome citizens and the newly migrated citizens of Dionia had decreased. Even after the game, they could be seen putting their arms around each other's shoulders and shouting the names of the players of their respective teams in their own language. On the other hand, the citizens of various demos had begun to quarrel with each other. While the people of Rome were celebrating, the soldiers of Dionia in the camp outside Saturnicum were quite depressed. To prevent the spread of the plague, they had to obey the order to stay in their tents as much as possible. They could not gather in the camp, nor could they hold various competitive sports in the camp. They even had to be checked by the doctors every day. It was the most boring day of the Hades celebration. The only fortunate thing was that the king of Devers would visit the soldiers in the tents from time to time. This was also the first time the soldiers had direct contact with the king of Dionia. The doctors and nurses were busier. They had to wear tightly wrapped clothes every day and run from camp to camp. They were busy with examinations and treatment, especially those who were sent to the camps of Rome suffering from the plague. They had to risk being infected at any time. But even so, many doctors still rushed to go because it was a rare opportunity for them to combine theory with practice. The medical staff of Dionia carefully treated and took care of the injured and infected soldiers of Rome, treating them like family. They gradually moved and eliminated the hatred of the soldiers of Rome against the people of Dionia. The chief medical officer, Stesichordes, often wrote to Hippocrates, who lived in Thurii, to consult him about the problems encountered in the treatment. When Hippocrates, who was already in his 70s, learned that there was a plague in Latin, he insisted on going by ship. He was dissuaded by his students many times and failed to make the trip. But later, the story of his willingness to risk his life for the sake of medicine spread and inspired countless doctors of Dionia. The Hades celebration and football games in Thurii were not as good as in previous years. The towns of Sicily could not send teams to participate because of the war. The best players in other cities were often the best soldiers. They were either with the king of Devers in the expedition to Latin, or under the command of Alexis in the mountains of Samni. In addition, the enemy appeared in the Apulian region. A fleet of more than 500 soldiers landed on the coast near Barum. They carried the flag of the former kingdom of Puceti and shouted the slogan, "Drive the people of Dionia away, give freedom to the people of Puceti," but they rushed into the nearby villages to loot. The people of the neighboring towns hated their banditry and quickly gathered the citizens of the Legion Reserve in the city to form an army of 600 people. Under the command of the 2nd Cavalry Legion, who rushed over after hearing the news, they launched an attack on the enemy entrenched in the village and defeated them in one fell swoop. From the captives, it was learned that there might be a few remaining forces of Apulia attacking in the following period of time. The Senate made a decision: the towns of the Apulian region did not need to send teams to Thurii to participate in the competition. They had to complete the autumn harvest as soon as possible and fully prepare for the defense. They also asked the Ministry of Military Affairs to inform the 9th Legion and the 2nd Cavalry Legion to be stationed in the barracks of Puceti. For the time being, they would be under the command of the commander of the 9th Legion, Tegtinos, to take charge of the middle road and be responsible for counterattacking the enemies landing from the various coasts of Apulia. The decision of the Senate aroused opposition from the people of the towns of Apulia, especially Messapi and Puceti. They sent people to the Senate of Thurii to plead with the senators and stated that sending teams to participate in the competition would not affect their defense against possible enemies. The Senate finally agreed to their request, but this incident aroused the resentment of the people of Apulia against the enemy. Under the situation where the people of Apulia were united against the enemy, the few people who were secretly in contact with the remaining forces did not dare to act rashly. During the celebration, there was one thing that the people of Thurii had been talking about. Due to the absence of the king of Devers, it was reasonable to say that the person in charge of the ceremony in the main temple of Hades on the day of the ceremony should be replaced by the scepter priest of the kingdom, Plazinas. However, Plazinas expressed his refusal. He insisted that on the day of Pluto's birthday, his descendants should preside over the ceremony to please the gloomy king of the night, so that he could better protect the kingdom in this special year. Most of the senators agreed with this, but the actual situation was a little troublesome. Not only were the Devers not in Thurii, but even his only adult son, Clotocatax, was not in Thurii, and the other children were still young. After discussion, the senators finally decided that Queen Christoia would be responsible for presiding over the ceremony. In the eyes of the senators, although Christoia was not a descendant of Pluto, she was the wife of the king of Devers. They were family, and Hades would not have too much of an opinion. Why not choose Agnes? The reason was simple. She was already the chief priest of the temple of Hera. If she presided over the ceremony, it would anger the two gods, Hades and Hera. Of course, Kristoya's influence on the senators was also the reason why the senators did not express strong objections. So on the day of the ceremony, the graceful Queen Kristoya stood in front of the altar in the main temple of Hades, solemnly reciting the sacrificial words to Hades. Her beautiful and noble face and clear and melodious voice became the most unforgettable scene of this ceremony. While the people of Dionia in Magna Graecia celebrated to get rid of the gloom brought about by the war, the people of Dionia in Sicily were gradually ushering in the most difficult time of the war. Margot led more than 50,000 soldiers over the mountains and entered the southern edge of the Catania plain. He built a camp between the city of Liatini and Paragonia, attempting to cut off the connection between these towns and isolate Paragonia. Therefore, during the construction of the Carthage camp, the garrison of Paragonia and the new barracks of Catani, not far north of Liatini, repeatedly sent troops to harass the Carthage army. However, because Margot was always on guard, they were unable to achieve great results. On the contrary, there was one time when the Carthage cavalry intercepted the army that came out of the new barracks to harass the Carthage army could not retreat in time and suffered a lot of casualties. This also made the commander of the 7th Legion, Beru, more cautious in using his troops. However, the Dionysian army's attack also caused the construction of the Carthage barracks to be roughly completed after a few days. During this period, Margot did not stay idle. He sent thousands of Numidian cavalry to break into the Catania plain in an attempt to plunder the people and supplies of Catani. However, Cypros and Leotychides had long expected this. Just before the Carthage army approached Paragonia, they had mobilized all the people of Dionia living outside the city to bring supplies and temporarily move into the city of Catani. The Numidian cavalry, who failed to gain anything, began to destroy villages, farmlands, and other facilities. As a result, on the Catania plain, piles of fire were ignited, and villages were reduced to ashes in the fire. The only fortunate thing was that Paragonia had successfully blocked the Carthage army for a few days, allowing the people on the Catania plain to complete the autumn harvest in time. The people hiding in the city of Catani were very anxious when they learned that their homes had been destroyed. They gathered together and petitioned the city hall, hoping that the army could repel the foreign cavalry that was wreaking havoc on the plain. Since the main force of Carthage was attacking from the south of the Catania plain, Leotychides had led half of the 8th Legion to retreat from Aegilion to the city of Catani. These days, Leotychides went to the top of the city to inspect the defense situation during the day and listen to the reports of the scouts. At night, he stayed in the study, looking at the map and thinking. When Cypros came to visit Leotychides, as he expected, the Sicilian commander was still in the study. "Prososus, the outside world is in chaos now, and you can still sit still," Cypros said half jokingly and half seriously when he saw him. Leotychides knew what he was talking about, and said in a cold tone, "War is not a fight between children. If you are bullied, you have to take revenge immediately. I don't need to listen to the screams of some ignorant people." Cypros heard this and frowned slightly. He advised in a gentle tone, "You have to understand the pain of the people losing their homes. Although their anger is a little irrational, I'm afraid that it will affect your soldiers. You have to know that the soldiers of the 8th Legion and the reserves are mostly Catani, and their houses and farmlands have also been destroyed. I'm afraid that this will have a significant impact on their morale, won't it?" Leotychides looked away from the map and looked at Cypros, and asked, "Is there anything unusual?" "I'm not sure about that, but I think the soldiers will more or less have some thoughts," Cypros replied awkwardly. "You think?" Leotychides raised his eyebrows. Considering that Cypros was the wartime governor of Sicily, he still needed his strong support to command the battle. He swallowed the sarcastic words that he was about to blurt out, and barely suppressed his emotions. He said, "I'll pay attention to the situation of the soldiers, but now the people of Carthage are hoping to lure our army out of the city, so that they can use their advantage in numbers to defeat us in the field, and reduce the resistance for the future conquest of Catani. So we have to stay calm and not fall into the trap of the people of Carthage. Lord Cypros, is there anything important that you came to see me for?" Cypros looked at the expressionless face of Leotychides, suspecting that the latter's last question was deliberate. His main purpose of coming here was to help the people of Catani repel the Carthage cavalry that was wreaking havoc on the Catania plains. He coughed dryly, and quickly thought of a new topic. We haven't received any news for a few days. What's the situation in the south of the Catania Plains now? Leotychides' interest was piqued at the mention of military affairs. Of course, the premise was that Cypros, as the viceroy, was qualified to know the whole situation of the war, and Leotychides also needed to explain his next strategy to him in order to gain his support. So, he gestured for Cypros to sit down. Then, Leotychides pointed at the map and said, "In the past 2 days, the scouts we sent out have either gone missing or returned with injuries. There is no new information at all. The Carthaginian cavalry is not only destroying the Catania Plains, they are also blocking our communication with the southern side of the Catania Plains. We don't know the current situation of the 7th Legion, nor do we know the situation of Paragonia, let alone Leontini. The only thing we know is that Tanis is surrounded by Syracuse, but the Syracuse army is not attacking with full force. This is the report that the Sicilian fleet makes every day. I believe you already know about it. But other than this. Leotychides pointed at Paragonia, Hina, Leontini, and the new Catania barracks not far to the north on the map. He then drew a large circle on the west and south of Catania, covering almost half of the Catania Plains. This large area has been completely covered by the Carthage cavalry. We don't know the situation of the 7th Legion and their allies in the south, and we don't know the position and movement of the enemy's main army. So, under such circumstances, if we send our troops out of the city to attack the Carthage cavalry, we might run into Carthage's main army not long after we leave the city." In the end, Leotychides returned to the previous question, but Cypros did not mind. Leotychides' words had made him feel the seriousness of the war. He asked worriedly, "So, according to your judgment, what could the Carthage army be doing now?" Staring at the map, Leotychides said with self-reproach and confidence, "Although I have neglected the fact that the huge Carthage cavalry will cover the entire battlefield, making it difficult for us to communicate with each other, and causing some of the previous plans to be unable to be implemented, I can still guess the movements of the Carthage army. They are either attacking Paragonia or Leontini, because they only have these 2 choices. If they take down Paragonia, not only can the Carthage army open up the flat road from Camallina to the Catania Plains, which will facilitate the transportation of their rations and supplies, but they can also support the other Carthage army that is surrounding Hina. After all, Hina is not too far away from Paragonia. As long as they take down Hina, the entire southwest region of the Catania Plains will be completely under the control of the Carthage army, and their army will be able to march straight to our city without any worries. And if the Carthage army attacks Leontini, as long as they take it, the Carthage army will either continue to the north, go around Lake Leontini, and attack our new barracks, or lead their army to the east, rendezvous with Syracuse, and attack Tanis. Once Tanis falls, their allied army will go straight to Catania." After listening to Leotychides' words, Cypros fell into deep thought with a solemn expression. He then asked with uncertainty, "From what you said, the Carthage army is most likely to choose to attack Paragonia?" As expected of the most capable chief executive of Sicily. Even if he's not commanding a battle, he can still find the right answer through his excellent political sense. Leotychides nodded approvingly in his heart. "I think that although the Carthage army and Syracuse have now joined forces to fight against us, Dionia, they have been fighting each other for decades after all, so it's impossible for them to be very close to each other. If the Carthage army chooses to attack Leontini and Tanis, then they will have to rely on Syracuse to transport their rations. I don't think any commander of an army will be able to completely entrust the food transportation line that concerns the life and death of the army to an ally who was their mortal enemy a few years ago. And after taking Paragonia, the rear of the Carthage army will be completely under their control. Not only will they be able to attack Catani without worry, they can also attack Hina, Agilion, and Hebida, occupying the entire Siccar Mountains. By then, they will not only be a threat to Catani, but also Naxos and Sicily. The Carthage army will have a lot of options to choose from." Cypros was even more worried now. He asked anxiously, "Can Paragonia be defended?" Leotychides hesitated for a moment, then said with certainty, "Lord Cypros, you should know that a few months ago, before the Carthage army really joined the war, we had already used Paragonia as a fortress to defend against the Carthage army's attack. We have been continuously strengthening its defenses and building a large number of defensive facilities. That's why Paragonia has been blocking the attack of the Carthage army for several days, and the Carthage army has not even been able to break through the outer perimeter of Paragonia. Originally, there were 2,000 reserve soldiers in the town of Paragonia, and a few days ago, the 7th Legion sent another 2,000 soldiers to the town. For a small defensive fortress, this number of soldiers is more than enough. Even if the Carthage army were to attack from the north now, even if they send all their troops, it will not be possible to take it down in a short period of time. And what we need most now is to buy time. Cypros understood that Leotychides was referring to the kingdom's reinforcements that would arrive soon, but he still looked a little worried. I don't know much about military affairs, and I don't know much about the current changes in the war. But if we just passively take a beating and hope that the Carthage army will do exactly what we want, I'm worried that there will be accidents. Leotychides raised his head and looked at Cypros. He said in a serious tone, Lord Cypros, do you really think that I've just been sitting at home and doing nothing these few days? Cypros could hear the dissatisfaction in Leotychides' words, but his expression did not change, and he did not respond. Leotychides looked at him coldly for a while, and continued, this time, the Carthage army greatly outnumbers us, and their combat power is not weak, and they are well equipped. It is true that we can't fight them head-on, but this does not mean that the Carthage army has no weaknesses. Their biggest weakness is the transportation of food, even though the autumn harvest has just ended, and the Carthage army has received food from the city-states on the south coast, and may even receive assistance from Syracuse, it is still far from enough for an army of up to 100,000 soldiers. According to my deduction, the food supply in Sicily can probably only last the Carthage army for a month or two, and they will need more food from Carthage. But look. Leotychides' finger pointed at the Carthage city icon on the map, and then moved across the western sea to the west of Sicily, and then along the southern coastline to Paragonia. His tone was still cold, but his eyes were clearly brighter. With such a long transportation route, the Carthage army cannot guarantee its safety. After the Carthage army's attack on Paragonia from the south was thwarted, I concluded that they were going to cross the mountains, so I contacted the Cycles and had them organize a group of warriors to infiltrate the mountains at the southern edge of the Catania plains, and wait for an opportunity to ambush the Carthage's grain transportation team. But unfortunately, there are many Iberian natives in the Carthage army, and they are very good at fighting in the mountains, so the Cycles have not been able to achieve any results so far. But as long as the Cycles are active in that area, the Carthage army will never dare to let down their guard, and this will take up a lot of their energy. Furthermore, the Sicilian fleet led by Cycurian is constantly patrolling the southern coast, and as soon as they discover the Carthage's grain transportation team, they can land at any time and send their infantry to attack. I have also discussed with Cycurian, and as long as he feels that it is feasible, I can send a few thousand soldiers under his command at any time, and they can board the Sicilian fleet to recapture any city on the southern coast, and even attack the Phoenician towns in the west of Sicily. The larger the Carthage army, the faster their army will collapse once the grain transportation line is cut off. At this point, Leotychides' eyes were like lightning, and he looked straight at Cypros. So we do not have to fear the Carthage army's fierce attack. Even if the village is burned down, it can still be rebuilt. Even if the farmland is destroyed, the land is still there. As long as we hold Catania and wait for the right time, the Carthage army will expose their Achilles heel, and when that time comes. Leotychides' right hand chopped down forcefully. After a while, Cypros smiled and said, I'm relieved to hear that from you, Lord Perseus. Don't worry, I will find a way to appease the people. After Cypros left, Leotychides was still looking at the map, his eyes focused on the icon of Paragonia. There was a worry in his heart that he did not mention just now. How long could Paragonia last? At this time, the adjutant Tagru came in and said, My lord, Acidames wants to see you. Leotychides' face darkened. I have told him many times that now is not the time for the cavalry to attack. Why does he not listen? Sir, he seems to be here for something else this time, Tagru said softly. Then let him in. Leotychides rubbed his eyes, but his expression did not relax at all. So, as soon as Acidames stepped through the door, he warned in advance, I hope you are not here to talk to me about the cavalry attack. I have already told you, now is not the time. Commander. Epsidemes was stunned and quickly explained, I have thought of a way to reduce the threat of Carthage's cavalry. Leotychides finally turned his head and looked at him, asking, what is it? Epsidemes said seriously, Commander, Carthage's cavalry is large in number, but most of them are Numidian cavalry. As far as I know, the horses these Numidians ride are short, but they can run very fast. Also, they have a special characteristic, which is that they are more tolerant of hunger. They can carry the Numidians into battle just by eating grass, but they have to eat constantly. Leotychides' heart skipped a beat, he leaned forward slightly and asked, what do you mean? Seeing that the bad-tempered commander was interested, Epsidemes immediately perked up and spoke more fluently, Carthage scattered thousands of cavalry on our Catania plains. I am afraid that it is not only to destroy our villages and cover our eyes and ears, but also to solve the food problem of these horses. It is now autumn, the grass on the ground has begun to wither. Since the Carthage have burned our villages, we can use the night to boldly burn the weeds on the plains. This way, the Carthage's cavalry will not dare to be so active on the plains. Burn the grass on the entire plains. Leotychides pondered for a while, then said hesitantly, Epsidemes, you are a Carthage, so you should be familiar with the situation here. Even if the plains are burned to the ground, as long as there is a rain or two, grass will quickly grow back on the ground. But it rarely rains in Carthage in September and October. Epsidemes had obviously considered this problem before, he quickly replied. Leotychides also quickly made a decision, Tagru, go and get Cypros immediately, I need to discuss with him. Yes, sir. Tagru immediately ran out, because Cypros had just left, so he should be able to intercept him on the way. As he ran, he thought to himself, Cypros is the governor of Sicily, he is open-minded and always takes the initiative to talk about problems. It seems like the commander is used to this, ordering Cypros, this is not a good thing, I have to find a chance to remind him. In the kitchen, Leotychides stared at the map and murmured, although I don't know if this method will really work, we have to give it a try. Even if the current situation is very unfavorable to us, we should not lose confidence. We have to work hard to find an opportunity. Sir Commander, you're right. As Leotychides analyzed, Margot had indeed targeted the attack on Paragonia. The north of Paragonia was also heavily defended, but compared to the south, the terrain was more open, which was more conducive for the deployment of the army. Margot had learned some lessons from the failure of the previous attack on the south, and when the camp was being built, he ordered the engineers to start assembling the ballistae, and after giving the order to attack, dozens of ballistae began to bombard the sentry towers in the trap area. At the same time, he also ordered tens of thousands of Numidian infantrymen formed by Carthage to dig up the soil. Because Paragonia was located at the foot of the mountain, the soil was harder, so the soldiers had to dig up the soil from a farther place, and then transport it back to fill up all the traps and trenches in the north of Paragonia, paving a wide and safe passage. While cleaning up the periphery, in order to prevent the enemy from sneaking out of the city, he also ordered his elite troops to line up in front, ready to attack at any time. Moreover, he also transferred 10,000 soldiers stationed in Gera, increasing the number of soldiers in Carthage's camp to 60,000 to ensure that he had enough troops to attack Paragonia, and at the same time, defend against attacks from the new camps in Leontini and Ionia. Although the garrison did not stop attacking, Carthage's soldiers did not suffer many casualties, and their morale was maintained. Although the siege on the periphery of Paragonia was slow, it had been steadily advancing. 3 days later, Carthage's army advanced to within 100 meters of the city, forcing all the defenders of Ionia to retreat into the city and stop attacking. Margot was finally able to observe the small city that had caused him a lot of trouble. After walking half a circle around it, he could not help but be surprised. This is the village that the Syracuse people talked about? The adjutant beside him explained, My lord, I remember that the Syracuse people only said that Paragonia used to be a village. Since a few months ago, when the Dionysian army moved into Paragonia and moved the villagers, no one was allowed to come close. They did not know what the current situation of Paragonia is like. Margot glanced at him and said, You sure know how to defend the people of Silicosa. The adjutant was so scared that he did not dare to speak again. Margot gazed at Paragonia in front of him. There was a white city standing in the middle of the densely packed stag. It was not big, but its shape was different from any city Margot had seen before. It was surrounded by a wall about 4 meters high. There were many protruding circular towers in the wall. Surprisingly, there was a circular building that was 2 to 3 meters higher than the wall. It was like a concentric circle within a big circle. Although Margot had never attacked such a strange city before, with his many years of experience, he also had a hunch that this small city of Paragonia was somewhat unusual. Subconsciously, he urged his horse forward, wanting to observe more carefully. Suddenly, he heard the guards on his left and right shouting, "My lord, be careful." A few black dots suddenly appeared in the air in front of him and whistled. Margot hurriedly clamped the horse's belly, but the war horse under him did not move. The guards beside him hurriedly stabbed the horse's hip with a spear. The war horse neighed and rushed forward, almost throwing Margot to the ground. At this time a few stones had already smashed down, and a few shrill screams were immediately heard. The area around Margot was a bloody mess. Brother Ma managed to control his warhorse with great difficulty, but it was too late to turn around. Seeing this scene, he frowned and said, "Retreat." In the process of retreating, he did not forget to ask the adjutant, where did the enemy stones come from? The adjutant shook his head to show that he did not see clearly. Margot glared at him again. Even if this young adjutant was a member of the Maginot family, he could not help but want to replace him at this time. "My lord, it seems like it was shot from the city," a guard said. Margot was stunned and asked, "Are you sure it was from the city and not from inside?" "My lord, I saw it too." It was indeed from the city, another soldier said. Margot pulled the reins and turned to look at the bloodstained stones on the ground. He then looked up at the walls of Paragonia in front of him. At this time, there was no movement, but Margot's expression became serious. At this time, on the tower of Paragonia's wall facing Margot, a Dionia officer wearing a helmet with a purple tassel was bending over and looking out through the gap between the battlements. "Not bad, the stone's landing point is quite accurate. It's a pity that the big guy escaped." He turned back and said with some regret, "Captain, do you want us to continue firing?" The ballista spotter asked. 10 years ago, the spotter of Dionia's ballista was exclusively held by the students of Dionia's Academy of Mathematics. They were responsible for providing the firing parameters and correcting the trajectory. 10 years later, as long as the spotter of Dionia's ballista was a citizen who graduated from a school in Dionia and was good at mathematics, this was the result of the popularization of education and the improvement of the ballista. The captain shook his head and said, "He's already alerted. It's impossible to launch a surprise attack. Don't waste the stone. When the enemy attacks the city, you'll be busy." "Captain, you don't have to worry. A few days ago, Carthage's ballista was rampant and destroyed many of our sentry towers. Now it's our turn to show our power." As soon as the spotter's voice fell, the archer beside him immediately said, "That's right, as long as Carthage's ballista dares to enter our range, we can destroy it." Their words caused the surrounding soldiers to respond positively. The captain was satisfied that the soldiers could maintain such a strong fighting spirit in the face of Carthage's army's siege. Of course, he knew that the source of the soldiers' confidence came mainly from this city. Half a year ago, Paragonia was a village with only a few residents. When Leotychides decided to use it as a forward base to resist Carthage's army, he didn't just strengthen the walls, dig trenches, and set traps on the village's foundation. Instead, he completely uprooted the village and built a fortress. The Ministry of Military Affairs had been researching and improving Dionia's military technology. In recent years, under the inspiration of the King of the Devers, the engineers of the Ministry of Military Affairs had designed a new defensive fortress and used it in the training projects of the barracks. Leotychides deeply felt the strength of its defense, so he decided to use it in actual combat. Not only did he gather the soldiers of the 8th Legion, but he also asked Cypros to mobilize the people of Katanize. Tens of thousands of people took turns to work, using ready-made bricks and wood from Paragonia, Devers cement made from Etna volcanic ash, plus a large amount of stone provided by Naxos. There were stone mines in Naxos near Tauromenion, and a large amount of wood provided by Hina and Agilion. Not only did he build a small fortress in just 3 months, but he also built a new military camp not far north of Leontini. Paragonia Fortress was not like the Law River Fortress, which was only used to set up checkpoints and collect fees. It was a real defensive fortress. A 5-meter wide and 5-meter deep trench surrounded Paragoria. The bottom of the trench was covered with sharp stakes, and both sides of the trench were densely packed with deer abatis, which made it quite difficult for the siege weapons to approach the city. Although the outer city wall was only 4 meters high, its structure from the inside to the outside was composed of rammed earth, stone bricks, stone slates, and cement. Not only was it thick and strong, but the walls were smooth and flat without any obvious gaps. The walls were also covered with thick lime powder. This was not for aesthetic purposes, but for a certain tactical purpose. The white walls would reflect light under the sun, which affected the attacking soldiers and made it more difficult for the antlers to climb the walls. At the same time, it could also reduce the impact of the stone bullets on the walls. The circular outer city wall could make it easier for the defenders to concentrate their forces on defense, and it could also make it easier for the reinforcements sent from the city to reach the top of the wall. At every section of the wall, there were round towers protruding out of the wall. They could strengthen the side attack of the enemy hiding under the wall or the antlers attacking the city. At the same time, the circular walls could also reduce the impact of external forces. The walkway at the top of the wall was not narrow, and the connected top of the tower was even more spacious. On top of each tower, there was a ballista and a bowler. On the ground were several boxes of stone bullets and iron. There were many soldiers guarding the battlements, so it did not seem crowded. Leotychides gathered all the ballista and bowlers in the Catanai military camp to Paragonia. They were not only placed on the tower outside the wall, but also on the top of the tower in the center of the city. This tower was more than 6 meters high, and it was also a circular building with a diameter of 50 meters. Not only were there many ballista and bowlers on the top of the tower, but a large number of soldiers could also be deployed. They were protected by the battlements and could attack the enemies climbing the outer wall or entering the city from a commanding position. There were also a number of windows under the tower, which could also be used by the soldiers to attack the enemies under the tower. What Margot did not notice was that between the outer city wall and the central tower, there was another wall that was as tall as the outer city wall. It surrounded the central tower. Once the outer city wall was breached by the Carthaginians, the Dionysian soldiers could quickly retreat to the second city wall to defend. If the Carthaginians thought that they could seize Paragonia by breaching the outer city wall, they would let down their guard and undoubtedly suffer a great loss. The captain who was talking to the soldiers operating the ballista on the wall was the commander in charge of defending Paragonia. His name was Temenides, a native of Locri, and he was the captain of the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion. It had not been long since he took over the fortress. He was very excited to see that the fortress, which he could only come into contact with during training, was actually used in actual combat. Moreover, the fortress was larger and had more complete facilities. He was very confident in defending Paragonia. These days, he had been leading the soldiers of the 7th Legion to familiarize themselves with the structure and facilities of the fortress so that they would not be flustered in battle. Today, there were nearly 4,000 soldiers in the fortress. They were the 1st Heavy Infantry Brigade of the 7th Legion, the 7th Light Infantry Brigade, and the Heavy Infantry Reserve Brigade and the Light Infantry Reserve Brigade of the Sicilian Legion. In total, there were 2,000 heavy infantry and 2,000 light infantry, not including the ballista unit and the medical battalion. Temenides felt that the number of soldiers and the proportion of soldiers was just right for this small fortress. Although there were 4 captains in the fortress, and Temenides was a newcomer, the 1st Brigade captain of the official legion had a higher status than the other brigade captains of the same legion. He was usually the future legion commander. According to the military law of Dionia, if the legion commander were to die in battle, the 1st Brigade captain would have to take over the legion commander's duties. Therefore, the other 3 brigade captains were more respectful to him, and in the fortress, he could do everything he wanted. Temenides walked along the walkway, inspecting the soldiers' defensive work. He would occasionally chat with them, mainly with the Sicilian soldiers. His purpose was not only to understand their condition, but also to familiarize the Sicilian citizen soldiers with him as a commander, so that they could command in battle in the future. The soldiers of Rockley in the 7th Legion were conscientious and hardworking, but they were introverted and taciturn. Temenides was the only exception. He was outgoing, amiable, and good at mixing with the soldiers. This was one of the reasons why Beru had sent him to Paragonia as a commander. He was able to bring the soldiers of Rockley and Sicily together. "Captain, the enemy may be attacking." A soldier pointed outside the fortress and said loudly. "That's great. The Carthage are ready to give us the credit," Temenides said with a smile. The soldiers around him also laughed. Their faces were full of excitement, and the tension in their hearts dissipated in the laughter. The officers began to urge them to prepare for defense. Temenides also stood behind the battlements and carefully observed the situation of the Carthage soldiers. Obviously, the Carthage people had realized that they could no longer use the previous method of sending a large number of soldiers to clear the ground under the long-range attack of the defenders in the city. So, Margot asked the engineers to make dozens of shield cars in advance. The Carthage soldiers lined them up to form a wooden wall and began to advance under the city. His plan was that every time the shield cars moved forward, the Numidian soldiers would carry soil and follow to fill the road. But things weren't that easy. Not long after, the soldiers pushing the carts were either stabbed in the legs by the wooden thorns or iron hooks buried in the ground, or the barricade carts fell into a trap and couldn't move forward. The wooden wall soon fell apart and was completely out of shape. The ballistae and crossbows of Dionia on top of the wall also began to show their power. Stone bullets hit the shield cars, and broken wood chips flew everywhere, becoming a nightmare for the surrounding soldiers. When the shield cars, known as the shield cars, faced the thick iron arrows that flew at them, not only did they have a big hole in the thick wooden plank, but the iron arrows that had not yet dissipated could still nail the soldiers pushing the cars to the ground. They died a miserable death. Not only the soldiers pushing the cars, but also the soldiers preparing to fill the soil in the rear were all frightened and fled, leaving only the injured soldiers struggling and moaning in place. Margot was unwilling to give up and ordered the army to push the ballistae out to suppress the ballistae on the city. However, the ballistae of Dionia occupied a high position and had a longer range than the opponent. Therefore, before the Carthage ballistae could be pushed into a suitable position, they were attacked continuously by Dionia ballistae. Moreover, they often concentrated 3 or 4 ballistae to bombard one, which improved the hit rate. Margot made up his mind and simply pushed out all the ballista cannons. He also let them completely spread out on the northern periphery of Paragonia city. He wanted to reduce the threat of the Dionic ballista cannons with the advantage of numbers and angle deviation and gain a certain advantage. But then he was surprised to see that not only were stone bullets constantly fired from various wall towers on the northern semicircular wall, but soon the high tower in the center of the city also began to fire stone bullets. After a while, more than a dozen stone bullets were fired from the southern semicircular wall, crossing the entire city and landing near the Carthage ballistae. The accuracy was not low. This was a large-scale ballista battle. While the soldiers on both sides were frightened, it was also a feast for the eyes. However, the thrilling scene of dozens of stone bullets whistling in the air and constantly crisscrossing each other only lasted for more than 10 minutes. 9 ballistae of the Carthage army were destroyed, and dozens of people were killed or injured. On the other hand, except for a few small pits on the outer wall of Paragonia, the defenders were almost uninjured. Margot's face was livid. He realized that he still underestimated the difficulty of Paragonia. He had to suspend the attack, return to the camp, and gather his generals to discuss how to take down this tough rock. In October, the weather began to turn cold, but the temperature on the Africa continent was still a little hot. In the past, at this time, the citizens of Carthage liked to take their families to the inland of Namibia for leisure. There were a series of salt lakes here, where they could swim or sit by the lake, enjoy the beautiful scenery, taste a variety of freshly harvested fruits, and enjoy the service of Namibian slaves. But this year, there were very few citizens who did so. As the Dionysian warships had been patrolling the western seas of Sicily for a long time, they would occasionally attack the merchant ships traveling between Carthage and Sicily. Not only did this cause the trade in the city's port to stagnate, but it also caused the Carthaginian merchants to be more cautious when they sailed their ships out to sea. Although the Carthaginian citizens had a bountiful harvest on the land in Namibia, the wheat and other crops that were harvested were mostly purchased by the Carthaginian government at a low price, in addition to being kept for their own use, to be used as military provisions for the Carthaginian army. Although the war between Carthage and Ionia had only lasted for a few months, the ordinary people of Carthage had already felt the impact of this huge war on their lives. Not only were they worried about the sharp decline in their family income, but they were also worried about their loved ones in the expedition to Sicily. Therefore, they paid close attention to the progress of the war in Sicily every day. The Greek kingdom, which was originally far north of Sicily and had nothing to do with them, had now become the target of their curses. Some time ago, when the people of Carthage learned that Margot had led an army to capture many Greek city-states on the south coast of Sicily, and invaded the Sicilian territory of Ionia, the city was filled with cheers. Everyone shouted Margot's name and blessed him, hoping that he could drive the Ionia out of Sicily as soon as possible, so that the Sicilian sea could once again become a free port for Carthage's merchant ships. However, in the Senate of Carthage, the atmosphere in the hall was not as relaxed as the people had imagined. Instead, it was very solemn. In the Carthage suffet election that had just ended in October, Orkton was once again re-elected. However, standing in the middle of the Senate hall, he did not feel the joy of victory. Instead, he said to the crowd with a solemn expression, "Senators, I believe you have received the news. Our Phoenician allies in Sardinia, Albia, Saros, Saint Iberia, and Calaris, have sent messengers to us to ask for help. Our judges stationed in Sardinia have also sent back detailed news. The people of Ionia, who are as greedy as hungry wolves, have set their eyes on Sardinia after conquering Alenia in Corsica. They have sent a fleet to patrol the waters of Sardinia, and they have also frequently landed on the coasts near the towns on the island. They have sent troops to attack villages, destroy mines, and even incite the slaves and start riots. Now the situation in Sardinia is becoming chaotic, and the people of the Allies are also panicking. As the leader of the Phoenician city-states in Sardinia, we, the Carthage, cannot see them in trouble. Senators, please give your opinion on whether we should send reinforcements immediately or not. Isn't that obvious?" Xianxia, the leader of the neutral faction, stood up and said solemnly, "The most important source of income for the treasury of the Carthage is the trade of precious metals. Sardinia and Corsica are one of the important sources of the precious metals trade for the Carthage, not to mention that Sardinia is also one of the important sources of business income for the merchants of the Carthage. Therefore, not only must we immediately send troops to rescue Sardinia, we must also recapture Alenia in Corsica." Xianxia had a high prestige in the Senate. In addition, Sardinia was indeed related to the fundamental interests of the Carthage, so his speech was echoed by many senators. "Elders, there is already a Phoenician army of tens of thousands on the island of Sardinia. The Ionia do not dare to fight against them. However, the cunning Ionia always use warships to avoid their encampments and attack the defenseless areas. Therefore, considering that the battle in Sicily is going on and that we are short of soldiers, we don't have to send troops to Sardinia, but we have to send a fleet to repel the Dionysian fleet that is constantly attacking Sardinia in order to ensure the safety of Sardinia. After defeating the Dionysian fleet, we will transport some of our soldiers and the Sardinian army to Corsica to take back Alenia." Many of the elders felt that Tapenrak's words made sense, but there were also people who raised their doubts. Previously, our fleet had already been destroyed by the storm. How is the progress of the new fleet that has been under construction? Are we ready to go to sea to fight? "I think it's more appropriate for our commander to answer this question," Ockerdon said to Anubis, who was sitting at the back of the meeting room. These days, Anubis had been busy between the ports of the various Phoenician states in Africana. He had only rushed back to attend the Senate meeting after receiving a message from Hanno. At this moment, he stood up and said loudly, "My lords, ever since the Senate issued the decision in June to the Carthage and the various states to build warships with all their might, all the shipyards in Carthage and the various Phoenician states in Africana have been speeding up the construction of warships. From what I know now, there are 195 three-decker warships that have been built. They are currently being manned and ready for sea trials." "How long will it take before they can go to sea to fight?" an elder asked impatiently. "Generally speaking, it will take at least 3 months for a new fleet to have the ability to go to sea to fight." When Anubis said this, he saw the disappointment on the faces of many of the elders present. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "However, the situation now is rather special. Because that storm destroyed our warships, it left behind a large number of experienced sailors. They only need 10 to 15 days to familiarize themselves with the new ships, then they can form a fleet and go to sea to fight." "That's great." The faces of the elders were filled with joy. some even shouted out loud. During this period of time, due to the threat of the Dionia warships in the northern seas, Carthage's people were trembling with fear even when they were sailing out to sea. They had never felt so aggrieved before. 15 days is too long. Our allies can't wait that long. I suggest at least 7 days. Within 7 days, Lord Anubis, please form a fleet as soon as possible, head to Sardinia, protect its waters, and repel the Dionysian fleet's invasion of Sardinia. Then return safely and protect the safety of Carthage and Sicily. Ocradon asked with a serious expression, Lord Anubis, can you do it? In fact, Ocradon had already discussed it with Anubis beforehand. Anubis even put on a look of deep thought. After a while, he nodded solemnly. I will do my best. All right, my lords, now let's reinforce Sardinia. Before Ocradon could finish, Pretacuba loudly interrupted him. Wait a minute. The newly built fleet should not be sent to Sardinia first, but to Sicily. Sardinia has more than 10,000 Phoenician soldiers guarding it. The Dionia only dared to harass them, but they did not dare to directly attack the cities on the island. Their safety was actually guaranteed, and the situation was not as serious as they made it out to be. Now, the most important issue that concerns the survival of our Carthage is not Sardinia, but Sicily. The 100,000 troops led by Lord Margo have already invaded Dionia's territory in Sicily and are engaged in fierce battles with the enemy. But the problem now is that because we do not have the advantage of the sea, food and supplies can only be transported by land. Due to the long distance and uneven terrain, we need a lot of labor. Not only has it increased the consumption of food, but we have also been attacked by the Dionysian fleet from the sea several times. Moreover, the main force of our army is far away in the east of Sicily, and the rear defense is relatively empty. The Dionia soldiers have circled to the west by ship many times and landed on the shore to harass us, threatening the safety of our territory and allies in Sicily. They have already sent messengers here to ask for help before. Why are we only discussing Sardinia today? I propose that the newly built fleet must be sent to the Sicilian Sea immediately to regain our maritime advantage and ensure that the army led by Lord Margo can smoothly drive the Dionia out of Sicily. Due to Margo's achievements in Sicily, Pretacuba was once again elected as Sophie this time, which also greatly increased the weight of his words in the Senate. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the meeting room, but no one clearly expressed opposition. At this time, Tepanlaco asked loudly, if the new fleet is sent to Sicily, when will Sardinia's request for reinforcements be resolved? Pretacuba glanced at him and said, at least wait until Lord Margo leads the army to drive the Dionia out of Sicily, then consider this issue. Tepanlaco sneered and said with a slight sarcasm, Lord Margo has led 100,000 troops, with the assistance of Syracuse, but so far, he has not been able to take down a small village in Dionia. Most of the soldiers are still blocked on the periphery of the Catania plain. How long will it take to wait for him to capture Catania and Naxos? By that time, I am afraid all the mines in Sardinia will be in ruins. Pretacuba immediately retorted, the reason why our army's attack is slow now is precisely because the transportation of rations is dragging us down, so it should be even more, our fleet must go to Sardinia first. A younger senator suddenly stood up and interrupted him loudly. Pretacuba took a closer look and saw that it was El Acra, a new elite of the neutral faction. His heart suddenly tightened, and he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Lord Pretacuba, you have just been emphasizing the importance of Sicily and requesting to put the new fleet in Sicily, but do you know how this fleet came about? El Acra waved his hand excitedly and said, a large amount of wood was cut from the Iberian Peninsula and transported by ship to the ports of Carthage and other Phoenician cities. Then, all the shipyards started and accelerated the construction. Do you know the most important reason why so many warships can be built in just a few months? It's money. Back then, you said at the Senate meeting, although your Maginid family controls the southern part of Iberia, in order to get the local natives to agree to us safely cut down a large number of trees, we have to make some concessions. In the end, you persuaded the Senate to pass the resolution. Carthage has to allocate a portion of the national treasury's income to support Iberia every month in order to obtain ship wood. Although we, Carthage, have high prestige and the various Phoenician allies are very cooperative, those shipyard owners and craftsmen stop other businesses and build warships for us every day. Is it free? Of course not. Even if they are willing, we, Carthage people, will not ruin our reputation. We have paid a large amount of gold and silver to ensure the quality of the construction and to ensure that they will continue to build warships for us. What about after the fleet is established? Hiring sailors requires money. Providing rations requires money. Money was needed to supply the entire Carthaginian army with rations and supplies. Lord Pretacuba, please tell me, where does this money come from? After hearing this, Pretacuba temporarily remained silent. As a senator of the Senate and the newly re-elected Sophie, he certainly could not lie with his eyes open and let others laugh at him. After listening, Pretacuba remained silent for the time being. As an elder of the Senate and a newly re-elected Suffet, he certainly could not lie with his eyes open and let others laugh at him. Before he could think of what to say, El Acra continued to speak loudly. As Lord Esaruba said, nearly 1/3 of our treasury revenue comes from Sardinia and Corsica. Now that we are at war, money is urgently needed everywhere. As the Suffet of Carthage, Lord Pretacuba, you should consider the huge war that our Carthage is involved in more comprehensively. First of all, you should consider how to protect the source of our treasury revenue to ensure that we can build more warships and buy more food in order to continue the war, instead of just satisfying Lord Margot's requirements. El Acra's words were straightforward enough that Pretacuba's expression changed. At this time, another newly promoted elder of the Maganid faction, Safakba, said angrily, "Don't you understand? The key to this war is in Sicily. It is in the east where Lord Margot is leading the army to fight fiercely with the people of Dionia. The consumption of this war is indeed huge, so we have to concentrate all our strength and fully support the army in Sicily. Let Lord Margot completely defeat the people of Dionia in Sicily as soon as possible so that he can free up his hands to support other battlefields. Otherwise, even if we keep Sardinia, the army of Sicily will be defeated because the food transportation line is not guaranteed. This will change the originally advantageous situation of the war, causing the war in Sicily to be unable to end as soon as possible. That will not be worth the loss." Compared to El Acra, Safakba's words were even more extreme. It immediately aroused the disgust of some of the elders in the hall. One of the neutral elders even said in a strange tone, "Lord Margot led 100,000 troops for half a month, but still couldn't take down a small town in Dionia. Wouldn't it take a few months or even more than half a year to attack Catanae and Naxos, which are more populous and have stronger defenses? With such offensive ability, how could he possibly end the war in Sicily as soon as possible?" Yes. The reason why we have to protect Sardinia first is because we have to consider that the war in Sicily will continue to drag on. We have to provide gold and silver for the army in Sicily first. Another elder said half seriously and half jokingly. "Is it because Lord Margot is worried that he can't drive the people of Dionia out of Sicily within a year? I'm afraid you want to help Lord Margot fulfill the promise he made in the Senate as soon as possible. That's why you don't care about the big picture and want to help him," another elder said with dissatisfaction. Safakba was so angry that he argued with them loudly, but Pretacuba found that more and more elders were expressing their dissatisfaction. Not only were there Hanoverians, but there were also many neutral elders. The whole hall became noisy. Only then did Pretacuba realize that he had made a mistake. Sardinia and Corsica had been the territories of Carthage for 100 years. All the nobles of Carthage had a close relationship with Sardinia. For example, El Acra, who had just fully supported the reinforcement of Sardinia, owned a silver mine in the mountains outside Saros City in Sardinia. 3 days ago, his family's cargo ship transporting silver from Sardinia back to Carthage was captured by Dionia's warship. He had been emphasizing the priority of the war in Sicily, but he had inadvertently pushed the Maganid faction to the opposite side of the other elders. This caused the neutral faction, which had been supporting them since the beginning of the war, to sing a different tune. Even their own camp seemed to have some differences. For example, Santapal and a few other Maganid elders had been silent since the beginning of the debate. Pretacuba suddenly realized that Akradin's proposal at the beginning of today's meeting was probably premeditated. During this time, the Maganid faction not only gained a lot of prestige among the people of Carthage, but also had a lot of support in the Senate. Many proposals had been passed. With everything going smoothly, even Pretacuba himself was a little complacent and had completely forgotten how terrifying that person was. Just as Pretocuba came to his senses and was anxiously trying to find a solution to the predicament, Hanover, who was sitting in front of the hall and had been quiet all this time, stood up. The whole hall quickly quieted down. Should the new fleet go to support Sardinia or Sicily first? Hanover looked around the hall and said slowly, whether it is the short-term effect or the long-term benefits for Carthage, reinforcing Sardinia should be the first choice. The difficulties that Sardinia has encountered are because the entire sea is controlled by the Dionia, so their defense is so passive. As long as we send our navy to repel the Dionia warships, Sardinia will restore order, and the trade route between Carthage and Sardinia will also be restored. However, the main problem of the war in Sicily is not just the problem of losing the advantage of the sea. The important thing is that our army has been blocked on land for a long time. Even if we send a fleet, they can't fight on land. The problem can't be solved immediately, right? That's right, Lord Hanover is right. Lord Hanover is still the one who sees things clearly. There's no need to argue anymore. We choose to support the new fleet to go to Sardinia. The hall suddenly became noisy. Pretocuba anxiously said loudly, Lord Hanover, you're wrong to say that. The key to our war with Dionia is still in Sicily. As long as Sicily wins, the other problems will be solved, so supporting Sicily, Pretocuba. Hanover shouted. Like a sleeping lion on the grassland suddenly showing its might, the whole hall became quiet. He looked straight at the head of the Maginid family in the Senate and said with a straight face, in order to let Carthage win this war, I have tried my best to cooperate with you, but your performance has disappointed me. For the sake of the interests of the Maginid family, you did not even hesitate to ignore the interests of the entire Carthage. This is clearly reflected in the issue of sending the new fleet to support Sicily. And the so-called reorganization of our Carthage army by Margot last time also reflects this. Why can such a large army not take down a village in Dionia for a long time? Isn't it because Margot replaced all the Carthaginian generals in the army and replaced them with Numidian generals who followed him in Iberia? That's why this happened. Can these Numidians be loyal to Carthage? Can they order their compatriots to fight to the death with Dionia at the risk of their lives? Margot led the army from the beginning to the current stalemate. Isn't the removal of the generals of the Carthage army without authorization the main reason for this situation? Then what makes me very puzzled is that the war has just begun. Why is Lord Margot so anxious to replace the generals of Carthage who are loyal to Carthage and insist on replacing them with Numidian generals who have been following him but have no feelings for Carthage? Under Hanno's repeated questioning, Pretocuba was speechless for a while, but he broke out in a cold sweat. Seymour hurriedly retorted, that's because the generals of Carthage are incompetent in battle. Only by replacing them can the combat effectiveness of the army be improved. That's why our army was able to successfully conquer the Greek city-states on the south coast. As soon as this remark came out, there was an uproar in the hall. The elders stood up and retorted, after replacing the Carthage general, why can't the 100,000 troops take down a small village in Dionia? This is called improving the combat effectiveness. I propose that the Carthage army, which has spent a lot of revenue from the treasury, must be made up of Carthage citizens as generals. Otherwise, how can the safety of the city-state be guaranteed? Now Lord Margot is leading an army composed of aliens, most of whom are officers. Is this still Carthage's army? We must reinstate the previously replaced Carthage general, otherwise we will no longer provide any support to this army. Faced with the surging emotions of the elders, Pretocuba's face completely changed. Also watching the scene, and deliberately looking at the solemn leader of the neutral faction, Asiaruba, Hanno sneered in his heart. He had been quiet for so long, just for this day. Margot had made a big mistake when he replaced the generals of Carthage, because most of the generals were Carthage nobles. But at that time, he did not let the elders close to him impeach him. As a result, today, the rampant Margot faction had indeed made a mistake in the use of the new fleet. Only then did he act decisively, forcing the neutral elders to see the true face of the Margot faction. As their support for him weakened, the leadership of the Senate would return to his hands. Thinking of this, Hanno said loudly again, "My lords, please listen to me." The noisy hall quickly regained its silence, but Pretocuba was alarmed. At this point in the meeting, the result is relatively clear. The new fleet will first reinforce Sardinia, and then look for opportunities to recapture Alenia. This is not only to ensure the income of the treasury, but also to enable us to continue fighting with Dionia. At the same time, we are fulfilling our obligation as the leader of all the Phoenician city-states in the Western Mediterranean. Now, not only are all the Phoenicians paying attention to this war, don't forget that there are also people from the mother country in Hadrumetum who are listening to the news, referring to the remnants of the fleet sent by the Eastern Phoenicians. If we don't do this, we will inevitably lose our prestige. Will we still be able to command the other Phoenician allies in the future? Hanno's careful political considerations made many elders involuntarily nod their heads. Hanno softened his tone and said, "Of course, Pretacuba, you don't have to worry too much about the fact that the Sicilian army also needs naval support. I remember that a few months ago, the Senate passed a resolution calling for the construction of 600 warships, and the 195 warships are only a part of it. After that, the warships that are built can be formed into a fleet and sent to the Sicilian Sea to provide assistance to our army." Pretacuba remained cautious and did not respond to Hanno's display of goodwill. However, it made Iciaruba and the other neutral senators secretly nod in approval. They thought that Hanno was still able to consider the overall situation in the face of a war that was related to the survival of Carthage. But don't forget, we are building warships, and the Dionia are also building warships. Their shipbuilding skills are not much worse than ours, and in terms of naval warfare, we have not gained any advantage so far. Am I right, Anubis? Anubis nodded awkwardly. So, Hanno said loudly, we should not pin our hopes on the navy. Our hope of victory is still on the army led by Lord Margo, and on the more than 100,000 troops that cost a lot of money from the treasury of Carthage. I want to remind you that because of the blockade of the coast of Latin by the Dionysian fleet, we are not very clear about the progress of the war there, but we have received some news from the Etruscan merchants in the north. After the fall of Rome, the Roman army has been defeated and has retreated to a few small cities to the west of Latin. They are being besieged by the Dionysian army, and I am afraid that they will not be able to hold on for long. Once Rome is completely destroyed, the king of Dionia may lead the army south to land in Sicily, and by then. Margo deliberately paused for a moment to take in the uneasy looks on everyone's faces. He then solemnly said, "That's why Lord Margo has to take over Naxos and Catanae as soon as possible. He doesn't have much time left. Although he once wrote to us that the reason he dismissed most of the Carthage generals was because they lacked the ability to command in battle. We don't understand the situation at the front lines, and we respect his decision. But I think that these Carthage generals who have been dismissed are the outstanding citizens of Carthage that we are familiar with. Are those ignorant and backward Numidians better than them? If that's the case, why are we ruling Numibia and not the other way around, Carthage?" "You're absolutely right, Lord Hanno." Many of the elders felt that their anger had been vented, and they loudly expressed their support. Without batting an eyelid, Hanno continued, "I suggest that we select a group of outstanding citizens of Carthage and have them serve under Brother Mara. Brother Mara will assign them duties according to their abilities. In this way, we don't have to worry about Brother Ma accusing us of interfering with his command and causing a setback in the battle. At the same time, we also give the young Carthage a chance to wash away the shame." I agree with Lord Hanno's suggestion. Lord Hanno is too thoughtful. As long as we give the young people a chance, they are much better than those lowly Numidians. Only Lord Hanno would dare to accuse Lord Mara of being biased against the citizens of Carthage. We absolutely support your proposal. One by one, the elders expressed their agreement. Pretacuba's heart was filled with bitterness and anger. Damn Hanno, not only did he create a big problem for Lord Mara, but he also provoked the dissatisfaction of the elders against Mara. At this moment, he saw Hanno throwing him a smile. While the Carthage Senate was fiercely debating about the new fleet to reinforce Sardinia, the Devers had returned to Rome. Because the news of the complete conquest of Rome had been detected by the surrounding races who had been paying close attention to the war, they had sent messengers to Rome, hoping to meet the king of Dionia. Although the entire Dionysian army had been in the territory of Saturnicum for 20 days, the Devers completely lifted their confinement when they left. Only the 5th Legion and nearly 6,000 Rome soldiers followed him back to Rome. That night, the Devers held a banquet in the Rome City Hall to entertain the messengers from all sides. The war in Latin has just ended. There are many things to do in Rome, and the people's lives are still relatively difficult. We can't prepare a more sumptuous dinner to entertain our distinguished guests. I apologize with this glass of wine. The Devers raised his wine glass high in the main seat of the banquet and said apologetically. Your Majesty, this is not right. The Wolsey messenger, Catamontelos, who was also the Archon of Polyvenrum, said loudly, the destruction of Rome is the best hospitality to us Wolsey people. When the people of Rome attacked the Wolsey territory, Your Majesty, at the risk of starting a war with Rome's ally, Carthage, did not hesitate to send reinforcements to help us Wolsey defeat the people of Rome, preventing the people of Rome from ravaging our territory for a long time. The Wolsey city-state alliance sent me as a messenger to Rome to meet Your Majesty, to tell Your Majesty that all the people of Wolsey regard the people of Dionia as our eternal friends, so this first glass of wine should be my sincere gratitude to you on behalf of all the people of Wolsey. As he spoke, he stood up, picked up a full glass of wine, and was about to drink it. Unexpectedly, another guest next to him hurriedly stood up and said loudly, Wait. This first glass of wine should be given to Your Majesty by us Helniki people. If Your Majesty had not personally led the army and taken great risks in the expedition to Rome and completely defeated the people of Rome, I'm afraid that we Helniki people would have perished. Your Majesty, you and Dionia are the greatest saviors of all the people of Helniki, and we Helniki people will always be loyal allies of Helniki. Seeing this, the Devers was moved. He said emotionally, distinguished guests, we Dionia were able to defeat Rome thanks to the full help of the Wolsey and the Helniki people. I made a small mistake just now. This first glass of wine should be given to me and the two of you to thank us for our joint efforts in defeating the people of Rome. I also wish that the alliance and friendship between Dionia, Wolsey, and Helniki will always be maintained. When the Devers finished speaking, he brought the glass of wine to his mouth. Your Majesty, you are right, this glass of wine should indeed be given to Dionia, Wolsey, and Helniki first. Catamontelos said meaningfully, then raised his head and drank the wine in his hand. In Latin, the Helniki people will fully support Dionia. Helniki's messenger, Nemery, promised loudly and drank the wine in his hand. When the messengers of the other forces saw this scene, their expressions changed slightly, or they were deep in thought, but in their hearts they understood the fact that not only did Dionia have a strong military and defeated Rome, it also had the full support of the two major forces in central Italy, Wolsey and Helniki. Coupled with the Latin city-states that had submitted to it, Dionia's power in central Italy was even stronger than Rome at its peak. Therefore, when the Devers filled the glass again and toasted all the messengers present, they all stood up and respectfully congratulated the Devers. Your Majesty the King, Devers. One of the messengers wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth and asked loudly, now that Rome has been conquered by Dionia, is Dionia preparing to support a new Rome? Or is it going to become a child state of Dionia? As soon as his voice fell, the Devers learned from the interpreter beside them the content of the conversation and the identity of the speaker. The speaker was a Sabine messenger from Crete. The Devers knew that the relationship between the Sabines and the people of Rome was complicated. In the beginning, Romulus, the founder of Rome, led the Latin exiles to this barren land by the Tiber River. They relied on robbing the nearby Sabine towns to survive the most difficult period. Over the past 100 years, there had been many wars between Rome and the Sabines. However, there were also many Sabine tribes that actively or passively merged into Rome and became citizens of Rome. Therefore, the Devers said with a straight face, Rome, Veii, Gabii, Fidena. These towns were all taken by the citizens of Dionia with their lives and blood. They will all become a part of the kingdom of Dionia. The kingdom will do its best to help the Rome and Latin people who have become citizens of Dionia rebuild these territories and turn them into prosperous towns in central Italy, so that they can live a prosperous life. After listening to these words, the messengers looked at each other, each with different emotions. Your Majesty the King of Dionia. Messenger Aqui could not wait to ask. In the past, Rome relied on its powerful military force to often invade the surrounding races, threatening everyone's safety. Now that Rome has joined Dionia, will it still be the same as before, provoking wars everywhere and greedily seeking more territories? As soon as he said this, all the messengers pricked up their ears and focused their attention on the Devers. The Devers saw their expressions and understood that although Aqui was asking about Rome, he was actually asking about the kingdom of Dionia that had suddenly invaded central Italy and had established a foothold there. What kind of foreign policy would the kingdom of Dionia adopt towards the surrounding forces? This was probably the question that all the messengers were most concerned about. He smiled and said in a clear voice, "If you understand the history of the founding of Dionia, you will find that Dionia has never taken the initiative to invade the territories of other city-states and races. Usually, it was other forces that came to invade Dionia first. Some city-states even went against their promises and suddenly tore up the alliance with us, brazenly invading the territories of Dionia and slaughtering the people of Dionia. That was why we, Dionia, were so furious that we retaliated and destroyed them." The Devers smiled and said in a clear voice, "If you understand the history of the founding of Dionia, you'll find that Dionia has never taken the initiative to invade the territories of other city-states and races. Usually, it's other forces that invade Dionia first. Some city-states even reneged on their promises and suddenly tore up their alliance with us, brazenly invading Dionia's territory and slaughtering Dionia's people. That's why we, Dionia, became enraged and retaliated angrily to destroy them." From this, it can be seen that we, Dionia, are not the former Rome. We are not tyrannical, nor are we greedy for other countries' lands. On the contrary, we love peace and are willing to get along well with our neighbors. Here, in the Latin region, Dionia will continue to uphold our consistent diplomatic attitude. We will live in peace with any force that wants to have friendly relations with Dionia. We will even sign some friendly agreements, carry out more extensive trade, cultural exchanges, and even mutual assistance. I would like to make a solemn promise to all of you here. Dionia's arrival in Latin is not to bring more wars to this war-prone land, but to eliminate wars and bring peace and prosperity. This does not only apply to the people of Rome and the Latin people under Dionia's rule, but also to you, as neighbors of Rome, who are also willing to get along well with us." Although some forces had received similar promises from the envoys sent by Dionia before, when these words came from the mouth of the king of Dionia, it undoubtedly made the envoys feel more at ease. Then, the Sabine envoy asked, "Can we, the Sabines, also form an alliance with Dionia?" "Of course." The Devers smiled and said, "As long as the Sabines are willing to be friends with Dionia, Dionia is naturally willing to form an alliance with you. When the banquet is over, you can look for our diplomat, Topyrus, to discuss the matter of the alliance." As he spoke, the Devers pointed at Topyrus, who was sitting in the middle of the banquet. Topyrus immediately stood up and greeted Sabine's emissary with a smile. The Sabine emissary hurriedly responded, breathing a long sigh of relief in his heart. Dionia had occupied Rome, Fidena, and Crucium had submitted to it. Dionia's sphere of influence now bordered the Sabines' territory. Among all the surrounding powers, the Sabines had also become the power closest to the central city of the kingdom of Dionia, Rome, in Latinum. For more than 10 years, the people of Rome had been suppressing the Sabines to the point of suffocation. Now that a more powerful Dionia than Rome had arrived, they felt even more terrified. Now, with the promise of the king of Dionia, they were completely relieved to be able to form an alliance. Not only the Sabinians, but other forces were also more or less fearful, so the messengers also expressed their willingness to form an alliance with Dionia. Devers expressed their agreement one by one. "Your Majesty the King of Dionia, I have a question," the Marsi emissary asked loudly. "If war breaks out between the two allies of Dionia. For example, Marsi has already formed an alliance with Dionia, and the conflict with the Herniki leads to war, and both sides ask for help from Dionia. Will Dionia help the Herniki who have a closer relationship with you? Or will it help Marsi who have just formed an alliance? We Herniki are busy rebuilding our homeland. How can we have a conflict with the Marsi who have helped us?" Although Nemri was complaining, he, like the other emissaries, was looking forward to the Devers' answer. There are many powers in central Italy, and their relationships are complicated. Conflicts and wars between them occur from time to time. In recent years, it is only because of the strength and rapid expansion of Rome that the surrounding powers are under pressure that they have to temporarily form an alliance. The Devers smiled. His voice was not loud, but his tone was firm. "As I have said just now, Dionia has come here for peace and prosperity. We will first stop the ongoing war and gather both sides to discuss the cause of the conflict. We will find a way to solve the conflict and restore peace between both sides. I believe that people of all races yearn for a peaceful life and do not want to be involved in a war that has no guarantee of life. If there is such a race that lives on war and plunder, then it will be a common danger to us, and we will definitely fight it together. Am I right? Your Majesty, you are right. If one day Wolsey has a conflict with other races, we are willing to listen to the messengers of Dionia to help us resolve the dispute. Catamontelos was the first to express his stance. We Herniki are also willing to listen to any decision of the messengers of Dionia. Nemri also said. The messengers of the other races, including the Marsi, understood that the king of the Devers wanted to establish a new order in central Italy with Dionia as the center, and he wanted the other races and forces to follow him. For them, this was actually not a bad thing, because according to what they knew, the Dionysian army did not pay too many casualties in destroying Rome, which they feared. Since the king of Dionia promised not to use such terrible force, but to solve the dispute through negotiation, they were much more at ease, so one by one they agreed with the decision of the Devers. At this time, someone said loudly, Your Majesty, the Celts in the north are the terrible force that lives on plunder, as you said. 20 years ago, they had invaded the Latin region, and now they are active in the north. Again. It is said that the former king of the Celts, Brennus, was still thinking about his defeat in Rome before he died, and repeatedly told the leaders around him to avenge him. Perhaps in a few years, the Celts will make a comeback, and I am afraid we all need to be prepared. What do you think of this? As soon as this was said, the messengers in the room quieted down. Although the Celts invasion happened 20 years ago, as the war lasted for a year, all the forces in Latin were more or less affected, so they all had a deep impression of it. The Devers looked towards the source of the voice, and the person who spoke was an emissary from the city of Fafluna. Fafluna was one of the 12 cities alliance of Etruria. This time, they represented the northern Etrurian cities that did not ally with Dionia, and they came to Rome. As these northern Etrurian cities and the Latin territory controlled by Dionia were separated by the southern Etrurian cities of Tarcona, Balchi, and other southern Etrurian cities that had just allied with Dionia, the two sides did not have any contact before, and there was no conflict of interest between the two sides. The Devers had been speculating about their intentions, and now he finally understood. I have said it just now, no force is allowed to destroy the peace and tranquility of this land. The Devers said without hesitation, if the Voltans dare to invade the territories of Valchi and Tarcona, Dionia will definitely gather their army, cross the Tiber River, and help their alliance to repel the Celts. The emissary of Fafluna was stunned, and he blurted out, what about northern Etruria? If the Celts attack northern Etruria, if Dionia does nothing, the situation will be very bad. The terrain of Etruria is flat, and these years, the northern Etrurian cities have only relied on the rolling mountains at the northern border to barely stop the Celts' invasion. However, if the Celts gather their army and invade the south, the northern Etrurian cities will have a hard time defending themselves. Once the Celts gain a foothold in the north, it will be easier for them to attack the south, and it will be even fiercer. When that time comes, the cruel Celts will once again attack Rome and Latin to avenge their old king, Brennus. The Devers had a troubled look on his face, and he said hesitantly, what you said makes sense, but Dionia does not have any diplomatic relations with the northern Etrurian cities. Even if Dionia wants to help, they will not dare to bring their army into your territory, lest the Etrurian people think that the Dionia are invaders just like the Celts. The emissary of Fafluna understood the meaning behind the Devers' words, and he immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to the Devers, saying, as long as Dionia is willing to help us defend Etruria against the Celts, we, the northern Etrurian cities, are willing to form an alliance with Dionia. The Devers gently nodded, and said in a clear voice, it is a good thing that the northern Etrurian cities are willing to form an alliance with Dionia, and I welcome it very much. When the banquet is over, you can also discuss the alliance with our diplomat, Topyrus, like the other emissaries. I have said that Dionia came here to make friends, and we are very willing to join hands with our new friends from Latin, Etruria, and other regions to defend against the foreign enemies. To defend the peace of our homeland together. My king, you have said it very well. Wolsey's Catamontelos raised his wine glass, and stood up again, saying in an excited voice, I propose that we toast the noble king of Dionia, and thank him for bringing peace to us. Catamontelos' suggestion was immediately echoed by the other emissaries. The Devers smiled and drank with them. Topyrus drank this glass of wine with him, feeling quite excited. Although he would be very busy in the future, this kind of busyness showed the value of being a diplomat. After being in the Latin region for half a year, he could finally show his skills. After the emissary of Fafluna sat down, he let out a long sigh of relief. What he said just now was not completely true. Ever since the Celts invaded the south 20 years ago, the strength of the Etrurian cities had been greatly weakened, and the cities in the north were even more severely affected. Although the Celts did not gather a large army to attack the south in recent years, small-scale invasions were very frequent. In the beginning, the cities in the north helped each other and joined forces to defend, but the repeated failures caused them to fight on their own and barely hold on. Therefore, when Rome attacked the southern cities of Etruria, the cities in the north could only watch helplessly as they were forced to submit to Rome. This was because they could not even take care of themselves, so how could they spare the energy to reinforce the south? When Dionia defeated Rome and forced the southern city-states of Etruria to surrender, the northern city-states were also watching from the sidelines. They were even worried that this southern kingdom, which was stronger than Rome, would become a great threat like the Celts. So when the news of the complete destruction of Rome came, the higher-ups of the northern city-states of Etruria could not sit still. They hurriedly sent messengers to Rome to inquire about Dionia's intentions. Now that they could form an alliance with Dionia, it was exactly what they wanted. The Devers put down his glass and looked around at the excited messengers. Suddenly, he remembered something and took the opportunity to say, "Consul Catamontelos, the 3 cities of Antium, Vellet, and Saturnicum that were forcibly taken away by the people of Rome last year have been recaptured by us, Dionia. Please go back and inform the exiled Wolsey citizens of these 3 cities to return as soon as possible and take over their city-states." One of the purposes of Catamontelos' visit to Rome this time was to discuss the ownership of these 3 cities, but he did not expect that the Devers would return these 3 cities to Wolsey without any request. For a moment, he did not know what to say. After a moment, he said excitedly, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your selfless help to Wolsey. Thank the people of Dionia for their great help to Wolsey. As far as I know, many of the warriors of Dionia were injured or even killed in order to help us recapture these 3 cities. For this, the Wolsey Alliance is willing to offer a large amount of wealth to Your Majesty to make up for the loss of Dionia. Although I know that these things cannot fully express the gratitude of the people of Wolsey to Dionia." After listening, the Devers said sincerely, "Wolsey and Dionia are allies, and Dionia is fulfilling its obligation as an ally to help you recapture your lost cities. I am very grateful for the gift of the Wolsey Alliance, and I deeply feel the friendship between Wolsey and Dionia. But I think that this batch of resources should be left to the people of Wolsey who have suffered from the war and urgently need to rebuild their homes." Hearing this, Catamontelos was even more moved and was about to say something. Nemery, who was next to him, suddenly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, we, the Helniki, are also very grateful." Devers waved his hand and interrupted him with a serious expression, "Nemery, if you're going to give Dionia any resources, you don't have to say anything. I know that in this war with the Rome, the Helnici have suffered the most losses. Not to mention rebuilding your homes, even food is quite scarce. I'm afraid that even getting through the winter will be a big problem for you. So, I've decided to give you a batch of food to help you get through this difficult time. If you encounter any difficulties in the process of rebuilding your homes, you can come to Rome and ask us for help. The governor of Rome will do his best to help you." Nemery was stunned. He wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his mouth. He moved his lips and soon began to choke. Catamontelos expressed his gratitude in a timely manner. "Merciful King of Dionia. The people of Wolsey thank you. We are extremely honored and proud to be an ally of Dionia." Seeing this scene, the other emissaries, who felt the same, also felt relieved. Not only did they greatly lower their guard against the powerful Dionia, but they also thought that if Dionia could treat Wolsey and Helnici like this, then when their own race also became an ally of Dionia, they believed that they would also receive the same treatment. Thus, the atmosphere of the entire banquet became even more enthusiastic and joyous, and the guests and hosts were all happy. For a period of time after that, Topyrus was busy negotiating with the emissaries and signing the Covenant of Alliance. During this period, something else happened. When Catamontelos returned to Wolsey and conveyed the words of Devers to the Wolsey Alliance, they began to mobilize the previously exiled Wolsey people to return to their homes. However, the people of Saturnicum refused to return. The reason was simple: the town was cursed by the demons and had a plague, so it was no longer suitable for them, even though the governor of Rome, assured the Wolsey emissaries that after a long period of observation by Dionia's doctors, the territory of Saturnicum was already safe and there would be no more plague. However, most of the people of Saturnicum still refused to go. After several discussions, considering that the war had caused the Wolsey population to plummet and that the entire Wolsey territory was now sparsely populated, the higher-ups of the Wolsey alliance finally decided to gift the territories of Vellet and Saturnicum to Dionia as a small token of appreciation for the selfless assistance of their ally. The reason why Vellet was added was because the Wolsey people were worried that if it was only Saturnicum, it would be more like an evasion of responsibility and would appear insincere. They did not add Antium because they considered that in the future, Antium would have close ties with the Rome territory of Dionia. As the Wolsey town closest to Rome, Antium would undoubtedly receive great development in both land and sea, so the Wolsey alliance was somewhat reluctant to give it up. While the Devers were entertaining the emissaries of the forces around Rome, Sextus, who had just returned to Rome and had just reunited with his family, strolled to the foot of Capitoline Mountain. Capitoline Mountain had become the Acropolis of Rome because of the temples of Jupiter and Juno, the Lord God of Rome. However, the vast majority of the people of Rome rarely had the opportunity to go up the mountain to worship, and this was also the case for Sextus, who was once a platoon leader in Rome. However, today, Sextus saw that although there were also soldiers standing guard at the checkpoint leading to the top of the mountain, they no longer prohibited people from going up the mountain. Therefore, the entire mountain path was bustling with people going up and down the mountain. On his way up the mountain, Sextus met some acquaintances. They greeted him warmly, of course, with envy and flattery. "Hey, Sextus, you're back. I heard that you're going to be a commander. Congratulations. Your father is now an official of Dionia. Your family is really rich now. Please take care of us in the future." "Sextus, congratulations on winning the war again. This time, you'll be able to get a lot of land." "Sextus, my son, Curtis, although he's not 18 years old yet, he's already stronger than an adult. Can you let him serve in the army in advance?" Sextus was too tired to deal with them. In the end, he had to walk with his head down to avoid being recognized. When he reached the top of the mountain, he quickly walked to the location of the Temple of Jupiter. The magnificent temple in his memory had disappeared, and what was in front of him was a large, clean, and flat open space paved with marble slabs. It was as if the statues of the gods in the temple were just an illusion and had never existed. Only the cracked black marble could be associated with the tragic fire at the top of the mountain that his father had mentioned. Sextus originally wanted to come here to pay his respects, but there was not even a trace of the ruins. No wonder people who went up the mountain rarely came here. Instead, they walked to the edge of the cliff and overlooked the panoramic view of the city of Rome. He looked around in a daze. Suddenly, he saw many people busy at the temple of Janus, the god of war of Rome, on the other side of the mountain. He could not help but walk over. As he got closer, he saw that many people were from Rome. They were cleaning up the ruins. There were also a few people from Dionia. They were using tools to measure the ruins and using wooden boards to record and draw. Among these people, Sextus saw a familiar figure. "Storo," he shouted. Storo turned around and saw him. He nodded in greeting. Sextus rushed up to him and looked at the young man, who was once known as the youngest and most promising of the Roman civilians, but now looked haggard. He could not help but ask, "You? How have you been recently?" Storo was silent for a moment and said softly, "I've joined Dionia. There's nothing to worry about. I heard from my father." Sextus said sincerely, "I'm very sorry about your father and your father-in-law. I hope you won't be too sad." Storo smiled bitterly and sighed. "My father was infected with the plague. It was a punishment from Jupiter. No one can be blamed for it. But I heard that he was well treated and taken care of by the doctors of Dionia in the barracks of Saturnicum." "That's true," Sextus interrupted. "Not only your father, but all the soldiers of Rome who were infected with the plague were well treated and taken care of by the doctors of Dionia. That's why many of the infected soldiers of Rome survived." "Yes. Even as a son, I could only stay away from my father who was infected with the plague. For this, I am very grateful to the people of Dionia. Storo said calmly without fear. And I heard that my arrogant relative who was infected with the plague has completely recovered after receiving treatment? You're talking about Servius, right? That's right. He has indeed gotten rid of the plague and has basically recovered. That's good news. At least my wife's sister doesn't have to stay in my house anymore. I can have some peace now. Storo smiled bitterly. As for my father-in-law, I've tried to persuade him to surrender many times, but he refused all of them. In the end, I was actually prepared for it. Speaking of this, he could not help but recall the importance and care that the great noble of Rome had for him. He could not help but look gloomy. He said in a heavy tone, "It's a pity that his body was burnt to a crisp and could not be identified from the other corpses. They could only be buried in the big tomb next to Mars Square. These days, my wife goes there every day to worship. I've heard about it." Sextus sighed. It's the tomb of the Rome men. It is said that the name on the tombstone was given by the king of Devers, and Camillus's ashes were also buried in it. I think, although the name is simple, it is a compliment to them. There was a moment of silence between the two. Sextus realized that he had said something wrong. If it was a compliment to those who fought to the death, what about those who surrendered themselves? Therefore, he quickly changed the topic. It's a pity that the temples of Jupiter and Juno have been burned down. I don't even know how long it will take to build them again. Rebuilt? Stolo shook his head and turned his eyes to the empty space in front of him. There was pain, reluctance, and a hint of hatred in his eyes. He said faintly, "There will be no more temples of Jupiter, Juno, and Janus here. I heard from the people of Dionia that they will build the temple of Diana here, as well as the temple of Hades and the temple of Hera of Dionia. Jupiter has given up Rome. I think it will not be long before he is abandoned by the people of Rome." Sextus was surprised. He looked at the empty space on the top of the mountain in disappointment, but he did not say anything. The temple of Diana was the favorite temple of the commoners in Rome. During his time with the Dionysian army, the people of Dionia often praised Hades, which influenced him to think that Hades was a powerful god who cared about mortals. After he came back, he heard from his father that Hades was also quite popular among the commoners of Rome. As for Hera, he only knew that she was a Greek goddess in charge of marriage and family, so she should not be too bad. I heard that you will soon follow the Dionysian army south to fight against Carthage, Stolo suddenly said. Before we returned to Rome, the king of Devers announced it to us. How did you know about it so soon? Sextus was a little surprised. I am now in the city hall to assist the officials of Dionia. The current governor of Rome asked me about the weapons and equipment of the militia of Rome, the daily ration, whether they can adapt to traveling by ship, how much weight they can carry when marching. He asked in great detail, so I guess you will be going south, Stolo said confidently. Since the soldiers had returned, the news of the expedition would soon spread, so Sextus had nothing to hide. He said frankly, the king of Devers has publicly promised that he will not send the army of Rome into a difficult battle. However, after returning victorious, the soldiers received quite a lot of rewards, and some of the soldiers who performed outstandingly were immediately promoted. Therefore, many people expressed to me that they were worried that they wouldn't be able to fight in the south and wouldn't be able to obtain more military merits. They hoped that when the time came, I would take the initiative to ask to fight. Stolo sighed. Dionia is very different from Rome. For the civilians, they have more opportunities to rise. Why? Are you tempted? Sextus said half-jokingly. You might as well join the reserve brigade of Rome now. I have a lot of things to do now. I am too busy, and I am afraid that the city hall will not let me go. Stolo complained, but there was a hint of pride in his words. I am also taking the time to familiarize myself with the laws of Dionia, so that I can pass their assessment and become a judge of this kingdom. May Diana bless you with success. Sextus wished sincerely. I hope that one day we can enter the Senate of Dionia and fight for more rights for the people of Rome. After hearing this, Stolo's spirit was lifted, and his face became a little more spirited. Let us work hard together. The two were full of ambition, and they looked at the city of Rome at the foot of the mountain. Rome, which was under reconstruction, was also full of vitality, but it was different from the past. At noon the next day, the Devers held another banquet. This time, the guests were the emissaries of the Latin Alliance and several Etrurian alliance. At the banquet, the Devers once again emphasized the responsibilities and obligations of the Latin Alliance in Daionia, and at the same time, solemnly promised that Daionia would not interfere in their internal affairs and would do its best to protect their territorial security. Now that Rome was completely destroyed, these city-states did not dare to be half-hearted. The emissaries rushed to express that they would absolutely abide by the covenant of the Daionia alliance. Since then, a huge alliance system with Daionia as the leader, the Latin city-states and the southern city-states of Etruria as subsidiaries, and Wolsey and Helniki as strong support replaced Rome and stood in central Italy, deterring the surrounding forces. That night, the Devers held a banquet for assists and Geogres in the house where he temporarily lived. I heard that this is the house of Cominius Maruginense, the patriarch of the largest clan in Rome. Although the location of the house is good, the interior decoration is very ordinary. It can be seen that the nobles of Rome do not advocate luxury, said the Devers casually after taking a sip of wine. Your Majesty, you underestimate Maruginense. He has several houses in the city, and this is only one of them. Besides, he has a bigger house outside the city, more than 600 acres of land all along the river, and hundreds of slaves. Assists briefly introduced Maruginense's property. The Devers did not take it seriously. Instead, he laughed and said, "It is precisely because of these nobles of Rome that the commoners of Rome are angry. This made it easier for us to win the hearts of the commoners of Rome. They even applauded our decision to forcibly relocate the surrendered nobles. For this, I really have to thank these nobles. Your Majesty, are you really going to let these surrendered nobles of Rome follow you to Sicily to fight?" Assists asked with concern. Yes. The Devers stopped smiling and said seriously, even if many of the surrendered Rome army died because of the plague, there are still more than 7,000 people left, excluding the wounded soldiers who have lost their ability to fight. This is not a small force. I'm afraid that after I lead the army out of Rome, they will suddenly change their minds and refuse to leave Latin with their families. They might even start a rebellion and destroy the new order that we have spent a lot of effort to establish here. This will always be a factor of instability. And I will use a larger army to guard them, so they will not dare to do anything. But after all, they are not the reserve soldiers of Rome. Those people have basically surrendered to the kingdom. They have resentment in their hearts, and this time they are going to Sicily. Rome and Carthage are allies. If they collude with each other. Assists expressed his concern. The Devers smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way." Since he had always believed in the ability of the Devers, Assists did not try to persuade him anymore. The Devers looked at him and praised, "ACI, since you became the chief executive of Rome, in just a few months, the political situation in Rome has become stable, and the order is good. The various departments of the city hall have gradually achieved results in the management of the city. The people of Rome have also gradually recognized Daionia, and they have begun to obey the various laws of the kingdom. Your achievements are beyond my expectations. Your Majesty." The assist said humbly, "There are still many problems with the governance of Rome. There are two most important problems. One is the language barrier, which reduces the efficiency of the execution of orders. The other is the conflict between the citizens of Daionia and the people of Rome. This is also the reason for the increase of conflicts in the city of Rome." The Devers gently nodded and said in a low voice, "The language barrier and the conflict between the new and the old citizens. These are the most common problems we encounter when we conquer a new race. You have served in Nudum, Canopetia, Messania, and Annona, and your political achievements are outstanding. I believe you have a lot of experience in this area, and you will eventually solve it well. Moreover, Geogres will give you a lot of help." "Ah. Me?" Geogres, who was quietly tasting the food at the side, was a little surprised when he heard this. "This time, you will lead the 5th Legion. To stay in Rome. Not only do you have to be ready to extinguish any possible riots, but you also have to ensure the rule of the kingdom here." The Devers looked at him and said with a serious face, "Since the war here has just ended, the order has not been fully restored. It is impossible for the Ministry of Military Affairs to immediately send out military trainers to avoid riots when the citizens are gathered together. However, with the 5th Legion as a guarantee, you can use the slack farming time after the autumn harvest to gather the citizens of Rome, Veii, Gabii, Caesarea, Fedini, and other towns for military training. Try to mix the migrated citizens of Dionia with the new citizens of other races. Let them gradually cultivate comradeship through strict training and intense ball games, and learn the simple language of Dionia through frequent contact. This is a great idea. The assists interrupted excitedly. Do you still remember, Your Majesty? In the beginning, we mainly used this method to make the Lucania warriors of Bagul acknowledge us, and finally fight side by side with us. Yes, of course I remember. The Dever said emotionally. That was almost 20 years ago. The assists had an idea and immediately said, I suggest that Latin's military camp be built south of the river port and granary. This way, the military camp will not only be located in the center of these towns, but it will also solve the problem of the river port and granary's security. You and Geogres can decide on this after you have discussed it. The Devers tapped the table with his fingers and said solemnly, ACI, you mentioned the river port just now. Now, the merchant ships from Greece to Rome use Caesarea and Antium as the transfer ports. It is very troublesome to travel to Rome by land or by water. So, for the better development of Rome in the future, Ostia must be rebuilt as soon as possible. As for the population problem, since we are going to return Antium, Valet, and Saturnicum to Wolsey, we can move the population of these 3 cities to Ostia. In fact, we can only move the population of 2 cities. There are not many people left in Saturnicum because of the plague. The assists looked troubled. He said, Your Majesty, your suggestion is very good. But whether it is rebuilding Ostia or moving the population of the 3 cities, it is beyond my responsibility as the governor of Rome. The Devers smiled. The Senate will probably send you a new letter of appointment tomorrow or the day after. You will be appointed as the wartime governor of Latin. The Devers' words surprised the assists. After all, the governor was recognized as the most powerful official in the kingdom of Dionia. Many senators flocked to this position, but so far, only Cypros, Antonius, and Cypros had held this position. These 3 men were outstanding, and each of them represented a considerable force. Now that he had squeezed into the ranks of the top political figures in the kingdom, he was both excited and nervous. His voice was trembling. Your Majesty. You mean? You want me to be the governor of Latin? Why? You don't want to? The Devers looked at him with a faint smile. Thank you for your trust in me, Your Majesty. I will do my best to fulfill my duties as governor. The assists immediately expressed his gratitude to the Devers. He knew very well that without the recommendation of the Devers, it would be difficult for him to sit in this position since he was less than 50 years old. If I am promoted to governor, I will have more power, but also more responsibility. The Devers said solemnly. Latin is the strategic center of the kingdom's expansion to the north. There are many races here, and the relationship is complicated. In the past, it was an area where wars frequently occurred. As outsiders, the people under our rule are mainly the natives, the Latin people. How can we ensure the safety of our territory here? How can we ensure the stability of the whole area? How can we make the people support the kingdom? These are the problems that you need to focus on and urgently solve next. I hope that you can unite and cooperate with Anthrapolis, Nicomachus, Taris, and other governors to strengthen the communication between the towns here, build our territory here into an iron plate, and lay the foundation for the next step of our northward advance. The assists nodded. He looked solemn and did not speak. Obviously, he was feeling the Devers' pressure. Divers patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. I believe that with your ability, you will be able to handle this new position well. If you encounter any problems that are difficult to solve, you can also write to me directly. The Devers' eyes lit up. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Devers turned to look at the commander of the 5th Army. Along with the letter of appointment from the assists, there is another letter of appointment issued by the Ministry of Military Affairs. Geogres, you will be appointed as the commander of the Latin area. Me? Geogres was extremely surprised. His mouth was half open, and he looked a little funny with food in it. He hurriedly shook his head. I can't. I can't. This position should be taken by one of Aminta's, Matoni's, Lazaru, or even Oliver's, because they have made a lot of achievements. Achievements and seniority are not the most important factors in becoming the commander of the Latin area. The Devers took a sip of wine and said seriously, but who is the most suitable? When I announced which army was willing to stay in Latin, you were the only one who volunteered to stay, and this position was already decided. We are at war now, and Latin is a region we have just conquered. The kingdom needs a commander here, but we don't need him to actively expand. Instead, we need him to strictly control the army, and at the same time, train the soldiers patiently, and carefully monitor the situation in the region to prevent any possible accidents. When the enemy does appear, not only will he have to command his own army, but he will also have to command the reserve troops of the various towns, as well as coordinate and command the armies of the entire Latin area. You happen to be the most suitable candidate. Congratulations, Georges. I also think you are the most suitable person to be the commander of the Latin area. I hope we can work together to maintain the stability of the region. The assists also sincerely congratulated Georges. Georges did not refuse. He expressed his gratitude to the Devers, and promised that he would fulfill his duty as a commander and protect the Latin area. The Devers sent off the two most prominent subordinates of the kingdom in the Latin area. After the servants removed the banquet in the living room and cleaned it up, only the Devers and Clotocatax were left in the living room. What do you think of their appointment? The Devers suddenly asked his son. Lord Assists has outstanding ability, and he deserves to be the governor of Latin. But Lord Georges. Although Clotocatax did not finish his sentence, he had already expressed his thoughts. The Devers looked at him and asked in a serious tone, before I came to Rome, you were also present at the military meeting in the Saturnicum barracks. When I mentioned that we need to leave a legion in Latin before we go to Sicily, other than Georges, did any other legion commander express this wish? Clotocatax answered straightforwardly, no. Even Lord Amintus thinks that Latin has been completely conquered, and there is no need to leave a legion to guard it. The Devers sneered, then, is this kind of practice that only cares about pursuing one's own glory and wants to gain more military merits, and is not willing to consider the overall situation and sacrifice one's own interests worth advocating? Clotocatax pondered. So, Father, you made Georges the commander of Latin as a reward for him, and also a silent criticism of the other legion commanders? The Devers nodded slightly and said, also, Georges seems a little clumsy, not like Amintas, Matonis, and the others who are bold and proactive in doing things, but he can complete every mission given to him, and so far, his legion has the least casualties. Clotocatax thought about it carefully. Indeed, the 5th Legion is the one with the most complete personnel. So, based on these 2 points, there is no doubt that Georges is the most suitable person to be the commander of Latin among the legion commanders. The Devers warned softly, Clotho, as a leader, don't let your personal likes and dislikes affect your judgment of your subordinates. Only based on their performance in practical matters and their actions at critical times can you make an accurate evaluation of them, and only then can you arrange suitable positions for them, so that they can play to their best. After listening, Clotocatax nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. The Devers coughed softly and asked again, do you have any other thoughts about Assists becoming the governor of Latin? Clotocatax was puzzled, and asked in return, Father, is there a problem with this appointment? The Devers looked at him with bright eyes, and said in a low voice, there is nothing wrong with Assists himself, he is indeed the most suitable candidate for governor of Latin. However, you should not ignore his background. His uncle, Antonios, is now the governor of Downey, his father-in-law, Vespa, is now one of the presidents of the Senate, and his brother-in-law, Bagul, has always been the governor of an important town in the kingdom. He has high prestige among the Lucanians, and also in the Senate. This time, Apulia was attacked by the remnants of the former fugitives, and Puccetti became the focus of the attack. Someone in the Senate proposed that Bagul, the governor of Silvium, be the wartime governor of Puccetti. If I approve this proposal, then there will be 3 governors and a rotating president of the Senate, and Assists, as the core figure of this power network, will inevitably become the most powerful person in the kingdom of Dionia, apart from me. What do you think about this? Clotocatax did not think of this before. He was surprised at first, and then fell into deep thought, but in the end, he could not help but advise, "Father, I heard that Lord Assists has been following you since you were in Persia, and he is one of your most trusted men. You should not be suspicious of him." The Devers's expression became serious. "Son, of course I know that Assists is loyal to me, and I even know that more than 10 years ago, he refused to support Antonio's choice of the governor of Naxos in the Senate. However, always being vigilant in the face of power is a basic ability that a king must have. Power tends to lead to corruption, and highly concentrated power makes it easier for people to become ambitious, abuse power for personal gain, trade for money and power, and even have rebellions and wars. I believe that you must have learned a lot when you studied the history of the Mediterranean countries with Ansatanos in the academy. So, there can only be one center of power in the kingdom of Dionia, and that's the king. We can't allow other centers of power to appear. Otherwise, it'll lead to confusion, and even civil strife. In order to ensure the stability and development of the kingdom, we must avoid concentrating too much power on one minister. Instead, we must disperse it. This involves another ability that the king must have: checks and balances. Checks and balances? Disperse the power and let the ministers restrict each other to form a balance of power. The Devers patiently taught, if a king can be good at checks and balances, not only can he ensure the stability of the kingdom, but he can also maintain the friendship between the ministers. This was the first time Cloto Katax listened to the Devers explaining in detail how to control the ministers. It completely refreshed his understanding of politics. For a moment, he fell into deep thought, causing his mind to be in a trance. The Devers lovingly patted his tender shoulder and said softly, "Clotho, don't think too much now. You can slowly experience it in the administrative affairs in the future. You have something important to do next, so you can't follow me to Sicily." "Why?" Cloto Katax was surprised. "In my heart, Rome is the most important city in the kingdom after Turiae. It has a wider and more fertile land than the Sabari Plain, a large population, and rich metal resources nearby. Therefore, in the strategy of the kingdom's northern expansion, Rome is even more important than Turiae. As a foreign race, the Romans and Latins are mainly farmers. They are hardworking, brave, and disciplined. They are one of the best sources of soldiers. However, they have just been conquered and have not completely submitted to the kingdom, so their recognition of the royal family is even lower. After the Assists rule here for a few years, I'm afraid that the Romans, Latins, Etruscans, and other races will recognize him more than the royal family. This is not good for the stability of the kingdom of Dionia. In order to avoid the malpractice of Antonio's territory in Sicily, it's best to have someone from the royal family working here. On one hand, they can supervise the Assists, and on the other hand, they can win the hearts of the people. This is checks and balances. You're almost 20 years old. It's time for you to take on heavy responsibilities." Devers didn't say anything else. He looked at his son expectantly. Cloto Katax hesitated for a moment before his expression turned resolute. "Father, I'm willing to stay." "Very good." The Devers showed a gratified smile and patted his son on the shoulder again. "Although this is your first official job in the kingdom, I'm not going to give you an easy job. I want you to be the low-level construction officer of Rome. You'll help the construction officer complete the transformation of Rome's urban area, the construction of the temple on Capitoline Hill, and the reconstruction of the Bridge of Rome, a series of public construction tasks. You'll be very busy in the coming days. Are you willing to accept this?" "Of course I am willing." This time, not only did Cloto Katax not hesitate, he was even a little excited. After all, as an ambitious young man, he always wished to take on heavy responsibilities. And to the Devers, after careful consideration, he finally decided to let his son be the construction officer with heavy responsibilities. This was because, be it the transformation of the urban area, the construction of the temple, or the construction of roads and bridges, these public projects would undoubtedly win the praise of the people of Rome. And as the construction officer, Cloto Katax would undoubtedly share this glory and attract the attention of the people. Furthermore, these construction projects required a lot of manpower. Most of them came from the people of Rome during the slack season. Cloto Katax frequently interacted with them. Not only could he understand the people, but he could also promote their good impression of the Dionia royal family. In this aspect, the Devers had no doubts about his son's charm. Of course, the only thing he needed to consider was safety. After Clotho-Katax left, the Devers remained in the living room. Before long, Amirius rushed in. "Your Majesty, I'm here." This thin intelligence chief was covered in sweat. He looked a little exhausted, but his expression was one of excitement. The Devers knew that ever since the conquest of the Latin region, in order to ensure the coverage of the entire region and the gathering of intelligence, the team led by Amirius had expanded rapidly with his permission. His intelligence work had become even busier, but the energetic Amirius enjoyed it. The Devers went straight to the point and said, "Amirius, in consideration of your contributions in the war between the kingdom and Rome, I appoint you as the kingdom's intelligence chief in the Latin region." Even though Amirius had always been in this position, and he had only officially received this title, he still appeared very excited. "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely continue working hard. There's one more important mission. You have to do your best to complete it." The Devers looked straight at him and said solemnly, "My son, Clotho-Katax, will be staying in Rome as a junior construction official. During his stay in Rome, you have to do your best to ensure his safety. Nip any ill intentions towards him in the cradle." If anything were to happen, as the Devers spoke, he clenched his right hand into a fist and suddenly slammed it heavily on the wooden table, producing a loud bang. Amirius couldn't help but tremble, but he immediately raised his right hand high with his palm facing the sky. He said in an extremely solemn manner, "O Lord Hades, I, Amirius, swear to you. I will do my best to ensure His Highness Clotho-Katax's safety. If there's any negligence, I'm willing to let my soul be punished to hell." The Devers was taken aback. He never expected Amirius to be so resolute. According to what he knew, Amirius was indeed a loyal believer of Hades. He coughed dryly and said, "Very good. When Clotho-Katax safely returns to Turii, my entire family will thank you." Amirius hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, ensuring your and His Highness's safety is my duty to begin with." The Devers nodded. What Amirius said was the truth. Although the salary of the kingdom's intelligence department was already paid by the finance department, it was still not under the kingdom's official jurisdiction. Instead, it was directly under the king. Even Aristyras still held the title of a royal herald and did the work of an intelligence chief. Therefore, to be precise, the entire intelligence department was a private subject of the Devers. Therefore, the Devers didn't elaborate further. When Amirius walked out of the living room, he couldn't help but clench his fists in excitement. Although this mission was indeed a heavy responsibility, it was a rare opportunity to get closer to the future king. Following that, the Devers summoned Marcius and got him to arrange a few loyal, reliable, and excellent guards for Clotho-Katax. The next day, the Devers returned to the camp in Saturnicum and gathered the high-ranking generals. He gave them the order to march to Sicily. At the same time, he issued an order: they were to disperse the nearly 7,000 Roman soldiers who had surrendered and incorporate them into all the units apart from the Mountain Reconnaissance Brigade, including the Roman Reserve Brigade. Although a few army commanders raised objections, they believed that incorporating these Roman soldiers who were completely unfamiliar with the Dionysian army's tactics, to the point of them not being able to speak the language, would result in a decrease in the army's combat strength. However, the Devers persisted in their views, and the order was finally carried out. In the simple hall of the chief's residence in Bovianum Vetus, the central town of the Caracini Empire, great leader Contrux sat beside a fire pit with a gloomy expression. A servant brought over some firewood and placed it in the fire pit, lighting it up. Although it was still October, the temperature deep in the mountains had begun to turn cold. Contrux's aged muscles and bones could no longer withstand the cold, but the burning bonfire couldn't drive away the chill in his heart. "Great leader, our tribe is currently lacking in food. If we don't think of something, I'm afraid we won't be able to survive the winter." On the other side of the fire pit, Chief Steward Vanni, who was in charge of managing the tribe's supplies, said worriedly, "Not only is our tribe lacking food, but the other tribes are also lacking food." Contrux sighed helplessly, his white brows knitted together. He couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. The Caracini were completely defeated in this war. Not only did they lose many brave warriors, but they also lost a lot of supplies. At first, they were able to organize an army because of the aid of the Carthage people, but since the attack on Dauni failed, the change in the war in Sicily, and Dionia's pressure on the Frentani, no more supplies passed through the territory of the Frentani. In order to continue the war, the four major tribes had to gather food from their own tribes and attack Campania instead. One of the reasons was to plunder more supplies. If it wasn't for the obstruction of the Dionysian army, the Simonians could be said to be a great success, but in the end they suffered a crushing defeat. In order to lead the warriors back to their territory safely, Contruc abandoned all the plundered supplies in Beneventum, and in the end, the Dionia obtained them. Now, not only did the Caracini tribe suffer many casualties, but they also consumed a lot of supplies. It could be said that they had suffered a heavy loss in this war. Contruc rubbed his hands hard, then comforted him. "I've already sent someone to Pentine to find their great leader, Bardani, and ask him to help us with a batch of food. Ahem." High Priest Rong-Ani, who was sitting next to him, coughed heavily. "Although they have surrendered to the Dionians, as fellow Simonians, they have always been close to us. I believe that they will definitely lend a hand this time." Contruc glanced at him and said in an even more serious tone, "Although they have surrendered to the Dionians, they have always been close to us." Not only did Penteni surrender to Dionia, but they also dared to refuse to recognize the priestly group and elect their own high priest. This is a blasphemy against the sacred tradition. Rong-Ani roared angrily. "I heard that it was a request from Dionia, and they had no choice but to comply. Are you going to punish La? Contruc sighed, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. He looked at the burning flames in front of him blankly. "Now, whether it's Bardani or I'm afraid the only thing we can think of is to let the tribe survive this difficult period. Savone will curse them." Rong-Ani said hatefully, and slammed her wooden staff hard. At this moment, a guard came in to report, "Great leader, Chief Theramonk is back." "Let him in quickly," Contruc said anxiously. A burly middle-aged man walked into the hall with heavy steps. Contruc saw his expressionless face, and felt uneasy. "Theramonk, you're finally back. Did Bardani agree?" Theramonk glanced at everyone in the hall, then shook his head, and said in a low voice, "Bardani said that the Penteni tribe had almost run out of food in the previous war, and now they're relying on Dionia's help. It's impossible for them to have extra food to help us, damn Bardani." Contruc's anticipation turned into disappointment, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. His father committed suicide 10 years ago. If it wasn't for our support, how could he have become the great leader of Penteni? Now that he's betrayed the Samanai alliance, forgotten our kindness to him, and ignored the ancient tradition of the four major tribes to help each other, refusing to lend a helping hand. Savone will never let this coward off the hook. High Priest Rong-Ani glanced at him, and said coldly, "Who was the one who spoke up for him just now?" "I've already said that these traitors are unreliable." Contruc snorted, but did not respond. "Great leader, don't we still have the Forentani? We can borrow some rations from them." Danny, one of his trusted subordinates, suggested. "They're even more of a bunch of cowards. Don't have any expectations for them." Contruc did not have a good impression of the eastern neighboring tribe that claimed to have the blood of Samanai. He said disdainfully, "Previously, because the Dionia pressured them, they refused to let us enter their territory. Now that they've seen us defeated, they can't wait to hide. Why would they provide us with help? Since they won't give, then we'll rob them," Danny said fiercely. The high priest and the treasurer didn't react in the slightest when they heard this, because the Caracini's daily life depended on hurting and plundering for a living. But at this moment, Contruc frowned. "Do you think the tribes below haven't thought of this? In the morning, I just received the news that yesterday, a few tribal leaders in the east led hundreds of warriors to invade the territory of the Fiorentani people. However, the Fiorentani people mobilized more people to counterattack and beat them back. They even lost some of their people. Now, the Fiorentani have stationed troops at the border and are on guard against us. No matter how cautious the Fiorentani people are, they are no match for the brave warriors of our tribe. As long as we gather all the warriors of the tribe, we will be able to defeat them and force them to hand over their food obediently," Danny said proudly. "Danny, you have a good plan. But go ask the tribes in the city and see if any of them are still willing to go to war." The leader of another large tribe, Theramunk, who was sitting beside the fire pit, suddenly sneered and said loudly, "The war with Dionia has caused many casualties in our tribe. Now all the tribes are short of resources and are unable to compensate the families of the tribesmen who died in the war. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the tribesmen to respond to the call. Besides, without the help of Pentni and Katini, can our Caracini tribe really defeat the Frentani tribe with our current strength? Besides, it would be useless even if they could defeat them. Don't forget that the Frentani were now affiliated with Dionia. They can ask for help from Dionia at any time. It's not just the Frentani people. It's reported that the Maxi people in the north have also made some movements in the past few days. They seem to be preparing to avenge their previous defeat." Even though Contrak was very close to the fire pit, he still seemed to feel cold. His body was curled into a ball, and he kept rubbing his hands with a worried frown on his face. His eyes were a little dazed. Although the Dionia people have left Pentni's territory, they are still entrenched in Benventum and may march north at any time. We are surrounded by enemies, and we still have to suffer from hunger. Beside him, High Priest Roan and Vanni were also frowning, their eyes filled with confusion. Only Theramund, who was standing opposite the fire pit, did not look worried, but his expression was uncertain. He kept glancing at the others, and finally could not help but say loudly, "There's only one way to save us, the Caracini people, surrender to Dionia." His words were like a clap of thunder that shook the three of them. High Priest Roan was the first to yell, "Even if all of us starve to death, we will never surrender to our mortal enemy, Dionia, who is trying to destroy our sacred tradition. No. We can't surrender to Dionia. I heard that they claim to punish the instigators of the war." While Van Ney objected, he looked worriedly at his great leader, Contrak. Theramund gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and stood up straight. He mustered his courage and looked straight at Contrak. "It's not a big deal to change some traditions for the survival of the entire tribe. Besides, if it weren't for your insistence, many tribes wouldn't have agreed to send warriors to invade Dionia's territory that doesn't share a border with us. There's an old saying in the Samanese, the one who attracts the crows is responsible for driving them away. Chief, you should take responsibility for the entire tribe that's facing extinction." "Theramund, how can you speak to the chief like that?" Vanni yelled in panic. Contrak stared at Theramund, and slowly stood up. His hunched and trembling body instantly became imposing, and he pressed down on Theramund aggressively. "You didn't go to Pentni for help. Instead, you went to the Dionia and prepared to surrender to them, didn't you?" Since the words had been spoken, Theramund decided to go all out. He stood where he was and did not back down. "Of course I went to Bartheni, but the Dionia also found me. You should know that our enemies are not only Dionia, Frentani, and the Maxi, but also the Valsi in the northwest and the Pentni who have cut off contact with us. The forces around us have all become allies of the Dionia. As long as Dionia gives the order, they will attack us. Chief, when you persuade us to start a war, you always say for the good of the Caracines. Now, the Caracines are facing a life-and-death situation. If you really think for the sake of the entire Caracines, shouldn't you do something for us?" After hearing these words, Contrak's imposing manner instantly faded, and a gloomy expression climbed onto his old face. He swayed his body and sat down dejectedly. The hall suddenly fell into a cold silence. Suddenly, a guard rushed in and shouted in panic, "Chief, there are a lot of tribesmen outside, and they want to force their way in. They said they want to propose to you." Van Ney subconsciously looked at Saramund and asked, "You did it?" "You overestimate me." There was a trace of sadness in Theramund's voice. "They just want to live." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a deafening cry outside, "Sue Dionia for peace immediately. We request to re-elect the chief." Hearing this, Contrak, who was already old, instantly looked even older. His face was pale, and he stood up shakily. He refused Vanni's help and staggered towards the courtyard door. The army of Dionia in Latin sailed south in batches, and the Third Fleet, which received orders from the Devers, returned to escort them. During this period, Caracini surrendered to Dionia. It was said that the former chief, Contrak, committed suicide at home, but only the current chief was present when he committed suicide, so there were also rumors that he was killed by Theramund. This caused quite a stir in Caracini. Max Brutus, a former aristocrat of Rome, was now a surrendered soldier of the 1st Company of the 2nd Brigade of Dionia's 2nd Legion. He had just been dispersed and had not had time to familiarize himself with this completely unfamiliar military environment before the army began to sail south. It was the first time in young Max's life that he rode on a ship. The ship rocked in the waves without a moment's rest, and he also vomited until he passed out. He was tossed around for an entire day. On the 2nd day, he was woken up by a comrade next to him. "Brother, don't sleep, we should go ashore." Max did not understand what the Dionia soldier said, but he followed the direction of the soldier's finger and understood what he meant. The ship was sailing towards a town on the coast. They finally reached the shore. Max let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. This was the first time he went to the sea, and he had never longed for land so much. He took a deep breath of the sea breeze, trying to get rid of the rotten smell in his mouth. The soldiers around him were talking and laughing excitedly, but he could not understand what they were saying. He did not know what the other people in Rome who were in the same situation as him were thinking. However, Marquez was eager to learn the language of Dionia and integrate into the environment. He could still remember the speech made by the king of Dionia who defeated the great Camillus. "Soldiers of Rome, Rome has been annexed to the kingdom of Dionia. You have been completely defeated. You can always harbor your hatred for Dionia. But please don't forget that when you conquered Villiers, you killed all the captive males in Villiers city. When you occupied Satnicum, Antium, Villiers, and other Wolsey territories, you either killed or enslaved all the Wolsey males you captured. But today, when you were defeated, Dionia did not deal with you the way you did in the past. It did not end your young lives early, and it did not turn you into lowly slaves. Instead, it gave you the opportunity to become a citizen of Dionia. I believe that many of you have had contact with your former compatriots in Rome. You more or less know what kind of rights and benefits a citizen of Dionia will bring you. You may not be as rich as you used to be, and you can no longer use your power to oppress other citizens at will. But you will become a citizen of the most powerful kingdom in the Mediterranean Sea, and you will be envied by the people of other countries. You will see a wider world and get more opportunities for development. Well, people of Rome, no matter what, the Rome of the past has been destroyed. You are facing a new beginning. Do you want to continue to hate and be suppressed and destroyed in the end? Or do you want to pick up your spear and shield and fight with us to win the respect of the people of Dionia and open up a new future for yourself and your family? It's up to you. It's up to us. Marquez muttered silently in his heart. At this time, a man appeared in front of him, patted him on the shoulder with a smile on his face, and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you okay now?" That smile always reminded Max of how the Dionic doctors treated him meticulously when he was afflicted with the plague and filled with despair. That was why he could live to this day in good health. That was why he didn't hate the Dionians too much. He believed that all the people of Rome who were cured by the doctors of Dionia would have such a feeling because it was the people of Dionia who gave them a second life. Marquez looked at the Dionia officer who had been concerned about him. Although he did not understand what he said, he roughly understood what he meant, so he quickly nodded. "Let's disembark together." The team officer pointed at the dock that was already within reach, and then picked up the wrapped shield, spear, and armor that were placed beside him. Marx wanted to stop them, but he could not speak Greek at all. Coupled with the fact that he had been vomiting non-stop, his body was indeed weak. He could only watch helplessly as the officer opened the bags and asked the other soldiers to help him carry one item each. This scene made him determined to learn the language of Dionia as soon as possible. In fact, Marquez's judgment was wrong. What he saw was not a town, but a Trine naval base. Therefore, when the other Rome soldiers who were not seasick boarded the passenger ship and entered the port of the naval base, all of them widened their eyes in surprise. In front of them was a port that was many times larger than the port of Ostia. Countless piers stretched out from the winding coast like a terrifying centipede. Huge warships cruised on the other side of the port, sometimes stopping in formation, sometimes sprinting. The slogans of the sailors echoed throughout the port. A few Latin soldiers in Legio III proudly told the people of Rome who were stunned, "There are 5 naval bases like this in the kingdom of Dionia. The first fleet has 2, Tarentum and Castellan. This is not the largest one." These former nobles of Rome were even more bewildered. They suddenly found that the strength of the kingdom of Dionia was far beyond their imagination. The unwillingness in their hearts dissipated under this powerful deterrence. The naval base of the Third Fleet was in Trine, but the military camp of Legio VI was not here. It was in Silatina. The two cities were dozens of miles apart. For the convenience of continuing south, the soldiers who went ashore were not taken to the Silatina military camp. Instead, they rested in the new camp outside the naval base. 10 days ago, the Devers had already made this plan. They wrote a letter to the Senate, and the Senate urgently informed Trine and the surrounding towns. The idle people were organized by the city hall to build a camp for the coming army. So when the army of the expedition to Latin arrived, the soldiers found that the camp had already been built and everything was in place. They did not need to do anything at all. Since the expedition to Rome, it was rare for them to enjoy a ready-made campfire without having to do anything. When they settled down, the officers announced another good news to them: His Majesty the Devers, in order to thank you for your contribution to the kingdom in Latin, has specially allowed you to hold a bonfire party to celebrate tonight. The soldiers cheered when they heard this. The whole camp was in an uproar. Of course, except for the Rome nobles and soldiers who did not know what was going on. In the afternoon, the officials of the Trine city hall led the organized people to deliver countless bottles of wine, hundreds of goats, and other food to the entire military camp. Of course, there were more people who came to the military camp to visit their loved ones in Legio VI. To prevent them from disrupting the order of the entire military camp, Commander Tratanost allowed the soldiers to meet outside the military camp. In this expedition to Latin, Legio VI suffered many casualties. The civilians who learned that their loved ones had been killed or severely injured were crying in sorrow. The civilians who saw their loved ones standing in front of them in perfect condition were crying in joy. In short, the area outside the camp was filled with cries, but inside the camp, there was endless laughter, forming a strange scene. At dusk, the soldiers of the various legions walked out of the camp under the leadership of the team officers and came to the wilderness that had been set up. There were hundreds of wheat mounds made of freshly harvested wheat grass. They were distributed in circles, and there was a relatively large open space in the center with a larger wheat mound. Every squad sat around a pile of wheat. The squad leaders brought a few soldiers to the supply camp and brought back a few jars of wine, a few large jars of stewed and hot mutton giblet soup, a goat that had already been slaughtered, cleaned, and cut up, a basket of fresh fruits, a basket of washed fresh vegetables, and a jar of dried fruits. The captain personally served the soldiers, filling the wooden cups in each soldier's hands with wine and the pottery bowl with haggis soup, although Max wasn't as excited as the other soldiers. In the squad to drink the Tilii wine, he still expressed his gratitude to the squad leader who looked even younger than him due to his noble upbringing. The captain saw that he had a good attitude and said some words of encouragement. Marquez, who did not understand the language of Dionia, could only nod slightly. In the end, the captain laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Then, he went on to serve the next soldier. The next soldier's attitude towards the captain was much more respectful, which made Marquez feel a little strange. Of course, he did not know that the captain's name was Adoris, and he was the adopted son of the king of Dionia. Just as the soldiers began to eat, the sky gradually darkened, but soon the wheat mounds were ignited one by one, driving away the darkness of the wilderness. Dong! Dong! The vigorous sound of drums suddenly sounded, and the originally noisy bonfire venue quieted down under the reminder of the team officers. Then, a sonorous and solemn chant reverberated in the air above the venue, causing the soldiers to put away the smiles on their faces. Then, they saw a group of people with strange appearances and different clothes appear in the center of the venue, next to the largest bonfire. It's the birth of Hades! Some of the soldiers had already guessed the song of the large-scale play and began to cheer. The large-scale play of Dionia had only been around for more than 10 years, but it had developed very quickly. Now, it had moved away from the original pantomime performance and had individual singing and dancing. Of course, this was inseparable from the enlightenment of the king's Devers, which made the performance of large-scale plays more diverse, and it attracted more people of Dionia. The song The Birth of Hades was one of the classics, and it was very popular among the people. Therefore, the soldiers present temporarily stopped eating and playing, and focused on the performance. The first act of the birth of Hades was about the siblings Hades, Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, and Hades defeating their father, Cronus, and began to divide the world. When everyone was arguing for more benefits, Hades took the initiative to go to Hades' purgatory to watch over and supervise the souls of the dead. The gods were puzzled by his firm decision, and they were ashamed that he did not fight for fame and fortune, and only focused on achieving his ideals. In the second act, Hades came to the underworld, which was very chaotic due to the lack of control. Hades invited Thanatos and Hypnos to be the god of death and the god of sleep. He also persuaded Minos, Rhadamandas, and Ajax to be the three judges. He subdued the three-headed dog, Cerberus, to be responsible for guarding the gate, and Charon to be in charge of the ferry. Finally, order was restored in the underworld. In the third act, the underworld was well governed. Hades married the goddess of fertility, Persephone. The humans thanked him for his contributions and worshipped him. Finally, he danced happily with his subordinates. The entire plot was meticulously compiled by the priests led by Plesinas. Most of the dialogue in the play was sung. The melody was composed by the famous music poet of the kingdom, the teacher of the Dionia Academy, Pharisaius, who led the students to complete it with great effort. The last group dance, which surpassed this era, was composed by the Devers. Hence, the birth of Hades was sculpted by the hands of many famous artists. When it was performed for the first time during Hades' celebration, it caused a sensation among the people of the kingdom. Because of the language barrier, Marquez was not as mesmerized as the other soldiers. However, the actors' exquisite costumes, superb acting skills, and beautiful singing attracted his attention. He tried hard to guess the plot. When the cheerful music played at the end of the third act, the actors quickly lined up in a neat triangle and began to dance to their heart's content. Marquez and the other Roman soldiers were wide-eyed. They had never seen such a strange dance before. Accompanied by the ups and downs of the music, the actors' movements were sometimes masculine, sometimes soft, and sometimes comical. They shook their heads, twisted their waists, and swayed their hips. These dance movements were something they had never seen or heard before, but they fit the music so well and were so uniform that it made everyone's blood boil. Their bodies trembled with the music, and they wanted to dance to their heart's content. In fact, when the music started, many Dionia soldiers stood up, hummed the melody, shook their heads, and swayed their bodies, and danced with the actors on the field. The drama lasted for more than an hour. When it ended, the audience burst into cheers. Even many Roman soldiers could not help but shout along with their comrades. But soon, the people of Rome stopped shouting, and the soldiers of Dionia cheered even more enthusiastically because their beloved king, Devers, was standing in the center of the hall. The Devers was wearing the same black shirt as the soldiers, holding a wine glass in his hand. He looked around and said with a solemn and loud voice, "Brothers, it only took you 4 months to conquer Rome and the surrounding city-states, saving our allies, and removing the threat from the north of the kingdom. You will be engraved on the stone tablet for this war, and be remembered by future generations. Your families will be proud of you, and the kingdom will be proud of you. Here, on behalf of the Senate and the generals who commanded you, I propose a toast to you, thanking you for your blood and sacrifice in this war." As the Devers spoke, he bent down and held the wine glass with both hands. He raised it high above his head and slowly turned around. At this moment, the field filled with tens of thousands of people was silent. Only the sea breeze could be heard. The Devers stood up again and shouted, "This glass of wine is for you, the heroes of the kingdom." Cheers. The field was suddenly filled with thunder. "Cheers, Your Majesty." The Dionia soldiers all raised their wine glasses and shouted excitedly. Some of them even shed tears. Devers gulped it down in one gulp and wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and gestured for the crowd to quiet down. Then, he said loudly, "Was the play I just performed good? Beautiful. Next, I'll also perform something for you, okay? Good." The soldiers shouted excitedly. "This is a song I wrote for you." After Devers said this, the soldiers became even more excited and expectant. Devers coughed twice, and the entire venue quietened down. "We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia. Brave warriors who defend the safety of the kingdom. Take up my dear shield and lance." He rushed to the battlefield without hesitation. "My parents were reluctant to see us off. the ardent expectations of his wife and children at home. With our longing, we rushed to the battlefield and won glory to share with them. We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionia. Devers had been preparing this song for a while. The original song came from the famous Soviet song Katyusha in his previous life. The melody was simple and beautiful, the rhythm was light, and there was a hint of romance in the heroic. It was very suitable for the soldiers to sing during marching and fighting. Devers took it out at this time in the hope that it could inspire the soldiers to overcome the fatigue of long-term fighting, reinvigorate their enthusiasm, and devote themselves to the next battle against Carthage with exuberant fighting spirit. Sure enough, the soldiers fell in love with this song after listening to it once. Due to the simple melody, many soldiers could quickly hum along. When Devers sang it for the third time, the soldiers could already sing it loudly. The entire venue was filled with singing and was unusually lively. After Devers finished singing, the surrounding singing did not stop. The soldiers were completely intoxicated. After a while, the venue became a little quieter. Devers asked loudly, "Brothers, is it good?" "It's very good, Your Majesty." "Do you want to know the name of this song?" "Yes. It's called the Song of the Legion of Dionysia." Not only the soldiers, but even the officers were surprised. "This song was written for us?" Everyone was filled with pride and pride. The soldiers who had stopped singing sang again in a louder voice. "We are soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia." They were so engrossed in singing that the fanatical atmosphere infected the Roman soldiers. Even though they did not understand the meaning of the song, they also hummed the tune softly. The song was really catchy. After singing it again and again, the soldiers of Dionia memorized the entire song and the lyrics. Devers signaled for them to quiet down again. He smiled and said loudly, "Next, the two commanders, Amintas and Martones, will perform wrestling for everyone. Do you want to watch?" "Yes." When the soldiers heard that there was such a good thing, they all shouted excitedly. Wrestling was one of the most common sports events in Greece. The Dionysian soldiers had been training since they were young, and wrestling was also a routine event to train the soldiers' physique. However, they had never seen two high-ranking army commanders wrestling, so they were naturally very curious. According to Greece's tradition, the contestants were supposed to be naked and covered with olive oil. However, the autumn night was a little chilly. The two commanders were not young, so they were wearing black shirts to prevent themselves from catching a cold. It did not affect the enthusiasm of the soldiers. When the two commanders stood in the middle of the venue, the cheers became even louder. "Are you ready?" Devers asked with a smile. Amintas stared at his opponent and raised his chin. "Martones, you always like to compete with me. Today, I'll let you know who the strongest warrior in the kingdom is." Martones blinked and said indifferently, "Old captain, you're older than me. Don't worry, I won't use my full strength." "Trying to provoke me?" Amintas grinned, but his expression soon turned serious. He took a small step back with his right foot, squatted down, arched his back, and opened his arms wide. He was ready to strike. Seeing this, Martones immediately got ready to wrestle. At this moment, Devers became the referee and shouted, "Begin." The two commanders roared at the same time and pounced on each other. The hall immediately erupted into an uproar. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Corps were desperately cheering for their respective corps commanders, while the soldiers of the other corps were also cheering for the two famous corps commanders. If there were no officers to maintain order, most of the soldiers would have probably rushed to the center of the hall. Even though they could not leave, they stood up and kept waving their arms, shouting and jumping. The scene was very lively. In such an atmosphere, Amintas and Martones had long forgotten about Devers's reminder that it was just a performance and not to take it too seriously. They became high-spirited and used all their skills, wanting to completely defeat each other. The two of them fought for a long time and were panting from exhaustion. Even their shirts were torn. In the end, Amintas, who was 6 years older than Martones, fell to the ground due to exhaustion and lost the match. Martones immediately helped him up. Amintas patted the dust off his body and said indignantly, "Kid, if it was 10 years earlier, you definitely wouldn't be able to defeat me. But now." "I'm old." Martones, who had the upper hand, did not argue with him. He only had a smile on his face. At this moment, Devers said loudly to the soldiers around them, "Soldiers, was the wrestling performance of the two commanders exciting?" "Exciting," the soldiers yelled excitedly. Devers pointed at the two who were patting the dust off and said seriously, "Commander Amintas is 54 years old this year, and Commander Martones is 48 years old this year. They are old, but they are still strong and agile. They are not weaker than you young people. This is the result of their persistent training. Therefore, all of you should learn from the two corps commanders. Persevering in training will not only improve your killing skills and gain more battle merits, but it will also keep you healthy and young. Am I right?" "Yes," the soldiers, especially the soldiers of the 1st Legion, yelled. The yelling dispelled the awkwardness in Aminta's heart. The next to perform was Epicthanus and Oliver's. Both of them were cheerful and lively generals. They had a handstand walking competition, which was indeed out of the soldiers' expectations. Their funny performance made the soldiers laugh. Next, Legio III's commander Lazaru and Mountain Reconnaissance's captain Izamu had a sprinting competition, cavalry commander Leds and Cusius had a horsemanship competition, Legio VI's commander Trotiras and Royal Guard captain Marcius had a heavy infantry competition, and the 3rd Fleet's commander Middleades and his crew cooperated to climb the mast. At this moment, the prestigious generals who commanded the army to charge and break through the enemy lines were doing their best in the center of the venue. Some were even shouting and yelling ungracefully. Their faces were covered in dust, which was a novelty to the soldiers. It also gave them some psychological balance. This was one of the main reasons why Devers insisted that the generals perform for the soldiers on this special night. However, for the soldiers of Rome's reserve brigade and the noble soldiers of Rome who had surrendered, although they were surprised that the Dionia generals did not put on airs and mingled with the soldiers, they were not as excited as the Dionia soldiers. After all, they were not familiar with the Dionia generals and did not have a deep impression of them. That was until Sextus stood in the center of the venue. The Roman soldiers who had been quiet all this while began to cheer, accompanied by the curses of the Roman noble soldiers. The Roman nobles still believed that the defeat of Rome was inseparable from the surrender of Rome's civilian soldiers to Dionia and their rebellion against them. As the leader of Rome's civilian soldiers, Sextus was naturally the biggest traitor. Sextus turned a deaf ear to the curses. He signaled the 10 Roman soldiers behind him to get ready. He then took a deep breath and led them to sing loudly, "O river Tiber, you are the mother of the Romans. You have held Rome in your arms for hundreds of years, and you have selflessly given us the sweetness of love." Marquez was stunned when he heard the familiar song. He subconsciously hummed along, but his eyes slowly turned red. "O river Tiber" was an old song that the Romans could sing since they were young. However, when it rang out at this time and place, it brought a different kind of bitterness to the Roman noble soldiers who were about to leave Rome to live in a foreign land. The curses became softer, but the song became louder. The mellow and lyrical song echoed in the wilderness, mixed with the faint sound of sobbing. "Look, the swollen river is roaring, the lone wolf is howling on the Capitoline mountain, the Romans are plowing the land touched by the river Tiber, hard but happy," Marquez sang emotionally. Suddenly, he saw the Dionia soldiers around him clapping their hands and humming along. "It's a beautiful song, isn't it?" The captain raised his glass and smiled at him in a friendly manner. The Dionia soldiers around each campfire raised their glasses to the Roman soldiers. That night, the soldiers drank and danced to their heart's content, venting their anxiety, sadness, fear, boredom, and other negative emotions from the previous war. The next morning, the senior generals led by Amintas and Matones gathered in the military conference room of the Trine Naval Base. "Matones, didn't you sleep last night?" The Devers frowned as he looked at the 2nd Legion commander who was slumped on the wooden chair. "Your Majesty." Matones hurriedly propped himself up and yawned. "Last night, Amintas forced me to drink with him. The bonfire party was already over, but he didn't stop. I was completely drunk. I didn't even know when I returned to the campsite." Hearing Matones' tactful rebuke, Amintas glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Puffing out his chest, he said proudly, "Brat, now you know who's old, right? Who was it that I threw to the ground yesterday?" Matones retorted. "All right, haven't you two had enough? Do you want me to give you a few more cans of wine for you to drink to your heart's content?" The Devers' expression darkened. The two immediately quieted down, but their eyes were still glaring at each other. Last night, you two led the soldiers to have fun to your heart's content. Don't forget to thank Middle-Aids. He arranged for the fleet infantrymen to maintain the order of the banquet and stand guard for the drunk soldiers to prevent any accidents. The Devers said solemnly. Although he only dared to hold such a large-scale bonfire party because the entire army was located in the hinterland of the kingdom, there were still some safety issues that needed to be considered. For example, if the soldiers let down their guard after the fun, would the surrendered nobles of Rome take the opportunity to make things difficult for them? Therefore, he ordered thousands of fleet infantrymen to be on standby and monitor the situation at the campsite so that they could pass the night peacefully. This also gave him more confidence in commanding these nobles of Rome. Your Majesty, it's the responsibility of the Third Fleet to station the troops here and take care of the safety, Middle-Aids said humbly. The Devers nodded slightly, took out a letter, and asked Henoboris to pass it to him. The Middle-Aids opened it, and his eyes widened. The Carthage will send a new fleet of nearly 200 warships to protect Sardinia? The other generals were shocked when they heard this, and they rushed to pass the secret letter to each other. What? Are you afraid? The Devers said calmly. The Middle-Aids smiled and said excitedly, Your Majesty, this is great. The Third Fleet can finally fight a real naval battle. The Devers looked at him and asked seriously, the Carthage have nearly 200 warships, and the Third Fleet only has 150. Are you confident in defeating them? Of course. The Middle-Aids replied without hesitation, although the Carthage have many warships, they are still using traditional naval tactics. Many naval battles in the past have shown that our naval tactics have a great advantage. Moreover, the Carthage has formed a new fleet so quickly, and they haven't even gone through a period of running in before they were hurriedly sent to the battlefield. When it comes to a real battle, whether their warships can cooperate well with each other is a problem. Also, according to tradition, the newly built warships need to go through a period of sea trials and repairs before their quality can be guaranteed. The new warships of the Carthage have obviously not gone through strict tests, and problems are likely to occur in intense battles. After hearing this, the Devers turned to ask Tormid, how's the situation with our newly built warships? 2 days ago, the Ministry of Military Affairs sent a message saying that 26 warships have been built in Thurii, 23 in Tarentum, 20 in Brindisi, 15 in Crotone, 17 in Trine. So far, the kingdom has built 213 three-decker warships and is undergoing sea tests. According to the normal procedures, they will be put into use by the end of this month. After introducing the situation of the new warships smoothly, Tormid asked, Your Majesty, do we need to put these warships into service in advance? The Devers shook his head. No, just follow the normal procedures. However, when these warships are put into service, allocate 50 of them to the Third Fleet first. When the Middle-Aids heard this, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Devers knocked on the table with his hand and said seriously, Carthage sent this new fleet to Sardinia instead of Sicily, which shows how important Sardinia is to them. What's more, the appearance of such a fleet in the waters of Sardinia is a great threat to the Latin region that we have just conquered and to the entire west coast of our kingdom. So, Middle-Aids, your task now is to find it and destroy it. Then continue to attack the coast of Sardinia and cut off the connection between Sardinia and Carthage. Your Majesty, the Third Fleet will definitely complete the task you have given us. Middle-Aids replied resolutely. But before that, the Third Fleet must first escort the army to land in Sicily. The Devers' eyes swept across the generals in the room and slowly said, along with this news about the new Carthage fleet, there is also a battle report from Sicily. The Carthage have captured Aegilion. Aegilion has been captured? The generals were all surprised. During their stay in the Saturnicum camp, they had a detailed understanding of the battlefield situation in Sicily, considering that they would soon be fighting south. They knew that Carthage's army had been blocked at Paragonia and Hina, unable to advance an inch. But now that they were about to land in Sicily, the situation suddenly changed. What is Prosos doing? How can he abandon Aegilion so easily? If Carthage's people occupy it, they can break into the Aetna region. Not only will Catani be threatened, but Naxos will also be threatened. Aminta said angrily. Prosos, as the commander of Sicily, not only was he able to defeat Carthage's first army, but he also defeated Serenus and disturbed the enemies in the west of Sicily. After that, he faced the sudden attack of the 100,000 Carthage army led by Margo and the people of Syracuse. With such a huge difference in strength, he was still able to resist the attack of Carthage's people, ensure the safety of the main cities in Sicily, and buy time for us to land in Sicily. It's already not easy for Prosos to do all this with just the military forces of Sicily. We shouldn't be too harsh on him, the Devers said softly. His generous praise for Prosos, Leotychides, made Amyntas feel a little awkward. Although there were some generals who were not convinced, they remained silent at the moment. Your Majesty, the loss of Aegilion won't affect us much. Printos had always sat in the corner during military meetings in the past, but his glorious achievements in Latin had raised his status significantly. Not only did he sit beside the large wooden table with a map engraved on it, but he was also not far from the Devers. He also took the initiative to speak. Looking at this map, we can see that the capture of Aegilion by Carthage's people doesn't have much of an impact on our territory in Sicily. This is a mountainous area, so it's difficult to transport food. Even if Carthage's people enter Aetna through Aegilion, as long as Naxos and Catanae defend the cities, their attack won't last long. Moreover, Hina and Hebita are still a threat to their rear. Printos, don't forget about the people of Sycars. Tormid finally found an opportunity to refute his colleague. Although Aegilion hasn't been annexed by the kingdom, it used to be the center of the people of Sycars. It's very important to them. Now that it has fallen into the hands of Carthage, I'm afraid that the Sycars in the east will lose their confidence in us. Didn't you say that the Sycars in the east have always been close to us and are almost annexed by the kingdom? They wouldn't surrender to Carthage so easily, would they? Olivers objected. Without Aegilion as a barrier, Prosos won't be able to take it back. The Cycles are being pressured by Carthage's army, and they don't know that reinforcements are coming. Moreover, the Carthage are adept at fighting in the mountains. Faced with such a predicament, it's hard to predict what the Cycles will do. Talmud said with a serious expression. However, if the Sycar tribe that lives on the western edge of the Sicily territory surrenders to the Carthaginians, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble for our Sicily territory. Devers slammed his hand on the wooden table and said in a deep voice, I've decided to have the entire army disembark on Catanae and repel Carthage's army head-on. Your Majesty, when we were discussing at Saturnicum, didn't you plan to have the army disembark on the western border of Sicily, which is defenseless, and cut off the retreat route of the Carthage's army? Matones asked. Yes, I proposed such a plan before. However, the premise of implementing this plan is that the Carthage have lost their naval power, and they won't be able to threaten our landing fleet. Devers pointed at Sicily on the map on the wooden table and explained calmly, however, the situation has changed now. The Carthage's new fleet has already been put into use, and we don't know how many warships are being built in the shipyards of the Phoenicians. I believe that everyone still remembers the situation when we disembarked on Latin America. The number of warships carrying our legions is so large that it's impossible to hide from the Carthage's eyes and ears, and it's impossible to launch a surprise attack. When the time comes, the Carthage will mobilize all their naval power to stop us from disembarking. Everything went smoothly when we disembarked on Latin America, and it took us almost half a day. However, if we disembark on the western border of Sicily, the Carthage will try their best to stop us from disembarking. After all, that area is under the Carthage's control, and it's more advantageous for them to fight. Even if we can gather the Sicilian fleet and the Third Fleet together, we might not be able to gain any advantage. And even if we manage to land in the end, such a large army will require a large amount of food, and we will still have to rely on sea transportation for food supplies. This will be another big problem. Devers looked around at the crowd. Seeing that they did not refute but were deep in thought, he said loudly, also, the territory of Sicily is being destroyed and threatened by Carthage's army. The people are eagerly waiting for us to go and rescue them. If we disregard their safety and would rather take a huge risk to land in the west of Sicily, what will they think? So, the most important thing now is to chase the Carthage people out of Sicily so that the people can quickly rebuild their homes. Hearing this, everyone felt that it made sense and nodded in support. Your Majesty, the plan to send the entire army to the west of Sicily has been cancelled, but we can send 1 or 2 legions, Epitones interjected. Devers glanced at him and said, this problem will not be discussed today. 3 days ago, the Ministry of Military Affairs has informed the reserve soldiers of each city to gather at the military camp of Silatina. Your task in the next 2 days is to replenish them into your legions as soon as possible. 2 days later, we will set off for Catanai. What about the Rome soldiers who have surrendered? Amintas asked. Devers had already thought about it and said, keep them in their respective teams, and each team will have one more Rome soldier. With the addition of the reserve soldiers, the proportion of Rome soldiers in the army will be diluted. I think this will be more conducive to the stability of the troops, and it will also be more beneficial for these Rome soldiers to integrate into the army. Lord Mara, look. Our soldiers have occupied the city wall. The adjutant was so excited that he was dancing. It was no wonder that he was so excited. Tens of thousands of Carthage soldiers besieged the seemingly small city of Paragonia. After more than half a month of attack, apart from many casualties, they had not made much progress. Now, they had finally gnawed this hard bone. Mara, who had been gloomy these days, finally showed a smile. He said loudly, blow the bugle to attack. Let the soldiers seize the opportunity to continue to attack the city. Break the second wall of the Dionia and kill all the Dionia people in the city. Yes. Woo. Margot listened to the loud bugle and watched as hundreds of soldiers swarmed into the city of Paragonia. The sounds of fighting from the city were getting weaker and weaker. Mara clenched his fists. He was eager to break the inner city wall that had caused a lot of trouble for the besieging soldiers. The Carthaginian soldiers who occupied the top of the city wall quickly rushed down from all directions. They roared as they rushed into the city, chasing after the fleeing enemies. They were extremely excited, but they rarely noticed that the water flowing in the ditches along the crisscrossing streets was not stinky sewage, but sticky tar. In the empty houses, a large amount of wheat grass that had just been harvested was piled up. Standing on the inner city wall, the captain of the 7th Legion of Dionia looked at the enemies that were rapidly approaching the city like a tide. He decisively ordered, close the gate. Captain, there are still many brothers retreating to the inner city. They will arrive soon. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. The commander of the 7th Legion on the side pleaded anxiously. Gritting his teeth, Temenides hardened his heart and said, it's too late. Before they reach the city wall, the Carthage people will rush into the inner city. By then, everything we have worked hard to arrange will be in vain. At this point, he raised his voice and shouted, close the gate. After giving this order, he then raised his right arm and waved it down. Fire arrows. More than a dozen arrows were shot into the ditch under the city wall, and immediately a circle of flames rose, and quickly spread out along the connected ditch. Captain, here. The guard handed the wet linen to Temenides. Temenides looked around at the soldiers who had already covered themselves with linen, took it, and covered his mouth and nose with it. Not long after, the entire outer city had become a sea of fire. The Carthage soldiers who had been advancing aggressively now panicked and wanted to retreat, but the narrow streets and crowded crowds made it impossible for them to do so. So, as they pushed and shoved each other frantically, and even killed each other, flames and thick smoke shrouded them. In the sea of fire in the outer city, shrill screams could be heard everywhere. Among these screams, there must be the Dionia soldiers who had not retreated into the inner city in time. Temenides closed his eyes in pain, holding on to the battlements, and slowly knelt down, silently chanting in his heart, O great Hades! You are the protector of the kingdom of Dionia, you are the just and strict ruler of the underworld. I beg you to give a fair trial to these warriors who died for the kingdom, so that their souls can receive the protection they deserve. Not only was Temenides praying, but all the soldiers on the inner city wall were doing the same thing. Even though the solid wall blocked the fire from spreading, the rolling heat waves were suffocating, but everyone remained kneeling, facing the burning sea of fire and praying devoutly. The Carthage people who were watching the battle outside the city were originally cheering because they were about to break the city, but when they saw the fire rising from the city and quickly enveloping the whole city, they were all shocked. Soon, their shock turned into panic. Oh my God! The Dionia people have gone crazy, they've set the whole town on fire. Quick! Quickly withdraw the troops. Look at the fire. It's too late. The soldiers are desperately rushing in to gain merit, blocking all the city gates. This is not something that can be withdrawn in a short time. Victory was so close, but it turned into despair in the blink of an eye. Margot suddenly felt suffocated, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. He immediately snatched a spear from a guard and threw it at a Namibian soldier who had just escaped from Fire City and was fleeing in this direction in a panic. The spear pierced his chest. Margot looked around at the soldiers with a ferocious face and roared, "All of you, shut up." His entourage suddenly fell silent. In the evening, Pamilka walked into the tent of the Carthage barracks. Margot, who had a face full of resentment and was unapproachable during the day, was now munching on the cooked lamb leg with a calm expression. Seeing Pamilka come in, he picked up the half-eaten leg of lamb and said, "Agrigento's lamb is really delicious, would you like a piece?" "Thank you, I've already had dinner." Pamilka pulled a wooden chair, sat opposite him, and asked softly, "Next, what's your plan?" "What do you mean?" Margot looked at him and asked rhetorically. "Lord Margot, the Dionia people have burned the entire outer city of Paragonia, and we have suffered heavy losses. According to the statistics that have just come in, nearly 2,000 soldiers have been burned to death, and more than 2,000 soldiers have been burned. Since we besieged Paragonia, the number of dead and injured soldiers has reached 7,000. As Pamilka continued to state the facts, his originally calm tone became heavy. "We can't do anything to a small Paragonia, let alone the Dionia barracks, Leontini, and Catanai, which are larger and have more soldiers. We can't go on like this. Otherwise, when Dionia's reinforcements arrive, I'm afraid we won't have enough strength to fight them head-on." "What the hell are you trying to say?" Margot's face darkened, and he asked impatiently. "I believe you have received news from Sardinia, a huge fleet of Dionia carrying soldiers from Latin to the south to Trine. I'm afraid that the Dionia people have won the war with Rome, and their army is about to land in Sicily. Should we temporarily stop the attack on Catanai and fully prepare to fight the main force of Dionia? Literature Museum, stop attacking Catanai?" Margot's face was full of hatred as he said angrily, "Don't forget, the Senate is forcing me to drive the Dionia out of Sicily within a year. Time is running out, so I need to strengthen the attack. We can't attack anymore, Lord Margot." Pamilka hurriedly advised, "I will write to the Senate and explain to them in detail why we should stop the attack." "It's no use, Hanno, and the others will not listen to your explanation." Margot sneered disapprovingly. Pamilka, however, heard a hint of loosening in Margot's words. He then said, "But Lord Esiaruba will support me, and there's also Preta Cuba." Hearing this, Margot put down the leg of lamb in his hand and said indifferently, "Well, as you said, let's retreat to the west first." Pamilka did not expect Margot, who had always been stubborn, to agree so readily. For a moment, he was a little stunned. Of course, he did not know that Margot had already felt a little uneasy after the failed attack on Paragonia. He had already realized that whether it was Serenus or Paragonia, the Dionia had shown a terrible defensive ability. The Carthage army with many cavalry, especially the Iberian army, had given up their expertise in fighting in the wild and in the mountains, and carried out one cruel siege after another. In fact, they had given up their strengths, and it was not worth it at all. Today's fire had made him make up his mind. "You mean retreat to the west of Sicily?" Pamilka then came back to his senses and looked surprised. He just suggested to stop the attack, but he did not think of completely giving up the achievements of the past few months. "There's nothing we can do about it." Margot did not hide the hatred in his eyes. He slammed his fist on the table. "We are deep in the east, and the transportation line is quite long. The dominance of the Sicilian Sea is still occupied by the Dionia, and the Senate has sent a new fleet to Sardinia. We can only rely on land to transport military food. You should be aware of the size of our army. The amount of rations we consume every day is naturally enormous. Now, we still have to factor in the labor of transporting rations. If not for our rations reserves and the aid from Syracuse, I'm afraid our rations would be extremely tight. Now, Dionia's fleet is intensifying its attacks on our food convoys and our empty rear. As you said, Dionia's defense is very strong. It's impossible for us to capture Catanai in a short period of time. Moreover, the main force of Dionia is about to arrive. If there's a problem with the transportation of our rations..." Margot did not continue, but Pamilka could not help but shiver and fell into deep thought. Margot continued to nibble on the leg of lamb until Pamilka made up his mind and said, Since the situation is so serious, I agree with you. I will write to Lord Esiaruba about the situation here. He is experienced and wise. He will definitely understand our current situation and intercede for us in the Senate, reducing the criticism of us by the other senators. However, once we retreat to the west, what will happen to Syracuse? Margot sneered and said disdainfully, Syracuse wants to be an ally of Carthage. That's just wishful thinking on their part. The noble Carthage will never be friends with these cunning and shameless Syracuse people. They think I don't know that for such a long time, they did not move in Taunus and did not pose any threat to the Daionia allies at all. Are they fighting against Daionia? The casualties of Carthage's merchant ships in the past 10 days due to the storm at sea is more than the number of people who died in the battle at Taunus. Since Syracuse wants to take advantage of our battle with Daionia to preserve their strength and reap more benefits. Haha, they are only fit to be used by us to hold back the reinforcements of Daionia, preventing them from advancing westward at full force. Pamilka looked at the resentful expression on Margot's face and suddenly remembered that Margot and his cousin Hamilco had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Syracuse more than 10 years ago. It seemed that Pamilka had been brooding over this, so it was not surprising that he had such an attitude. Moreover, the actions of Syracuse during this period had indeed displeased Pamilka. Therefore, he did not want to persuade Margot to fulfill the covenant. He only reminded him, without our support, Syracuse will likely choose to surrender when facing the attack of the Dionysian army alone. Surrender? Become the second Tarentum? Margot suddenly laughed. These shameless Syracuse people think that they are the masters of Sicily and are born nobler than the people of other Sicilian city-states. Will they easily surrender to Daionia? Indeed, for more than 10 years, Syracuse had been surrounded by the increasingly powerful kingdom of Daionia and its allies and friendly city-states. There were even occasional conflicts, which showed how unwilling the people were. Pamilka pondered, but Margot continued, as long as we, Carthage, maintain our strength, Syracuse will not easily surrender to Daionia. So before we retreat, we must attack Paragonia with all our strength tomorrow. Pamilka was startled and hurriedly said, the Numidian army has been attacking Paragonia for the past few days and has suffered great losses. With today's fire, if they don't rest and reorganize, I'm afraid that if we want them to immediately attack Paragonia, tomorrow, let the Iberian army and the Phoenician army be in charge of the siege. Margot's sudden interruption made Pamilka choke. The more than 10,000 Iberian troops who followed Margot to the Catania plain were very strong. But these days they had been guarding against the reinforcements of Catani's Daionia and Leontini's barracks to Paragonia. They had not participated in the siege battle, but only fought a few battles with the enemies from the north. The losses were very small, and they could be said to be a fresh army. In order to capture Paragonia, Margot was finally willing to send his own troops to the battlefield. And with the cooperation of the Phoenician army, who was not weak in combat. Pamilka criticized in his heart, but continued to say, who will defend the enemies from the two directions of Catani and Leontini? Relying on these troops who have suffered a lot of losses and low morale after many sieges? Margot heard a hint of blame in Pamilka's words. He sneered, although their siege is blocked, they can still defend. After all, the number of soldiers is greater than the enemy. Haven't the young officers sent by the Senate been clamoring to lead the troops to the battlefield? I will give them a chance. Pamilka was shocked and was about to dissuade him when Margot suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, I have sent a messenger to Aegilion to inform Hasdrubal to come here early tomorrow morning with the army. If the enemy of Catani really dares to attack, we can take advantage of the victory. Speaking of this, Margot looked straight at Pamilka. Even if we have to retreat, we must let the soldiers understand that there is nothing in Sicily or the western Mediterranean that can stop their attack. Therefore, Paragonia must be destroyed. Bang! Margot slammed his fist on the table. Adjutant Tagru hurried into the hall. Commander, I have just received a report from a cavalry scout. Brelo led 4,000 soldiers to Paragonia. What? Leotychides, who had always been expressionless, could not keep calm at the moment. He said angrily, didn't I already order him to stay in the camp and not to lead the army to attack? How dare he violate the military order? Damn it. After all, Tagru was a broody man, and Brelu was also a broody general whom he respected. He could not help but want to defend Brelu. Maybe it is because Carthage did not rest after the fire at Paragonia and launched a fierce attack on Paragonia today. Brelu is probably worried that Paragonia will be difficult to defend, so he sent troops to disturb the Carthage people and make them not dare to attack the city with all their strength. Although he led few soldiers, he led several attacks these days and was able to return safely. I believe there will be no problem this time. Stupid. Leotychides said coldly, in the past, Carthage's cavalry was stationed in the south, and it was difficult for our cavalry scouts to find out the situation at Paragonia. But this time, we can easily get it. What does this mean? Moreover, because we burned the weeds on the Catania plains, Carthage's cavalry has been less deep into the hinterland of the plains. Today, a large number of Carthage's cavalry ran to the west of Catania, cutting off our communication with Hina, and we can't find out the enemy's movements in Aegilion. What does this mean? With Leotychides' hint, Tagra thought for a moment and was immediately shocked. This is a trap? Brelu is in danger. Commander, you should lead troops to save them. Leotychides' face was livid and he did not respond. 2 days later, in the same hall, Leotychides, Tagru, and a few others were no longer there. Amintas, Matones, Lazaru, Olivers, Tertiras, Brelu, and Leotychides, the 3 cavalry commanders, Leds, Cusius, and Asidames, the commander of the Sicilian fleet, Cyprian, the commander of the mountain scouts, Izamu, the 2 advisors, Tormid and Printos, and the governor of Sicily, Cypros. The hall was packed to the brim. In the middle of the shining star sat the king of Dionia, Devers. In the past, even in an important military conference like this, the atmosphere would still be lively to ensure that everyone could express their opinions without restraint. But today, the atmosphere of the conference was quite solemn, and even the coughing was suppressed as much as possible. Only Brer's voice echoed clearly in the hall. The commander in his 50s was standing in the middle of the hall, his head lowered in dejection, and his face expressionless as he recounted the battle 2 days ago. Brero led 4,000 soldiers to reinforce Paragonia. Although they initially defeated the enemies who tried to stop them, it did not take long for them to be surrounded by the Iberian army that rushed over from Aegilion. He urgently arranged the army into a circular formation and tenaciously defended. The battle lasted for more than 40 minutes, and when it seemed that they could not hold on any longer, Leotychides arrived with 10,000 soldiers, but they were soon surrounded by Carthage's army. After fighting for a while, Carthage's attack on them suddenly weakened. Later, they found out that it was because their ally, Leotychides, had also sent 4,000 reinforcements. Taking advantage of the fact that Carthage's defensive troops were attracted to the north to fight the Dionia reinforcements, they quickly attacked Carthage's siege troops from the east. Carthage, who received the news, hurriedly sent troops to intercept them, thus giving the Dionysian army a chance to breathe, allowing them to persevere in the battle until evening. Cypros saw that the troops that went out of the city had not returned for a long time, and he decisively ordered the defending general to follow the plan that Leotychides had prepared for contingencies. He led the second wave of 6,000 reinforcements formed by most of the remaining troops in Catani and the new barracks to rush to the battlefield and attack the Iberian army, causing a certain amount of chaos. Leotychides took the opportunity to issue an order to break out of the encirclement. Due to the darkness, the power of the Carthage cavalry was greatly reduced, allowing the Dionysian army to finally retreat to Catani. After listening to Bream's account, Devers's face was still solemn. He turned to Leotychides beside him and asked, "Is what he said true?" As the commander of a theater of operations, his rank was higher than that of a legion commander. Therefore, Leotychides, the junior high-ranking general of Dionia, sat at the head of the table with Cyprilos, the governor of Sicily, and Sicilian, the commander of the Sicilian fleet. Facing the strange gazes of the other generals, his expression did not change. He answered indifferently, "True." Devers then asked, "How many casualties were there?" Leotychides thought for a moment and said, "As of yesterday, a total of about 6,000 soldiers have not returned." Everyone's heart trembled. Devers sighed, 6,000 people. Perhaps more than half of them were only injured, but because of your defeat, they became Carthage's captives. At this point, he looked at Brera with a sharp gaze. "Tell me, why did you disobey orders and lead the army out on your own?" Brera moved his lips but did not answer in the end. Devers stared at him for a while without blinking, his right hand began to tap on the back of the chair. He said coldly, "As a legion commander, you may have thought that it was necessary to rescue the legionnaires who were alone in the city of Paragonia. Perhaps the previous few attacks were relatively smooth, so you were confident that you would succeed this time too. Therefore, you ignored the orders of your superiors, ignored the abnormal changes on the battlefield, and rashly led the army out on your own. Not only did you put the 7th Legion in a dangerous situation, but you also forced Persosus to lead the army out to rescue you. Because as a new commander, if he did not move and let you and the soldiers of the 7th Legion die on the battlefield, even if he had a reason, it would be a stain on his military career. Not only would it make his colleagues unhappy, he would also have to endure the abuse of the citizens, and I'm afraid that he would not be able to stand in the army in the future." Hearing this, Leotychides was a little touched. Not only did the king of Devers fully understand his situation at that time, but he also explained to the generals on his behalf why he had to take the risk of leaving the city to rescue Breru, because these were things that Leotychides could not say directly. Fortunately, Persosus responded appropriately, and the army was eventually able to retreat back to the city. But the disappearance of 6,000 people and the burning of the new barracks. This is still a considerable loss. Devers tapped on the back of the chair harder and harder. He had originally led the army to Sicily with great ambitions, but he did not expect to receive this bad news as soon as he landed. It was as if a can of cold water had been poured on his head, and every time he thought about it, he would be angry and unable to calm down. Tormid, according to the military law, disobeying military orders and causing heavy losses, what punishment should be given? Devers suddenly asked loudly. Tormid's heart tightened. He looked at Breru, who had his head lowered, and said hesitantly, according to the military law of Dionia, disobeying military orders and causing defeat in battle, a light punishment will be dismissal, and a heavy punishment will be death. Amintas, Matones, and the other generals broke out in cold sweat for Breru. Although he was a Brudi, he had been leading the army for more than a decade, and with his honest and hospitable nature, he got along well with these mercenary elders, be it in the army or in the Senate. Then first dismiss Breru from his position as the commander of the 7th Legion. A more detailed punishment will have to wait until after the war is over, and the Ministry of Military Affairs will make a ruling based on the losses caused in this war. Although Devers's tone was cold, Tormid heaved a sigh of relief. Devers chose the lightest punishment. Although he wanted the Ministry of Military Affairs to make a detailed ruling and punishment after the war, how could the Ministry of Military Affairs dare to make a harsher ruling on a Senate elder, a representative of the Brudi? Therefore, Devers raised his club high and hit Breru lightly. However, to Amintas, Matones, and the other commanders, being stripped of their positions was undoubtedly the greatest punishment. Therefore, they felt sorry for Breru, but no one dared to defend him when Devers was furious. "Breru, do you accept this punishment?" Devers asked coldly. "I accept." Breru raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said, "But I beg your majesty to allow me to continue to participate in the war against the Carthage as a soldier." Hearing his answer, Devers's expression softened a little. "Forget about being a soldier. The 7th Legion needs a new commander. You can temporarily be the 2nd adjutant of the 7th Legion and help the new commander to better command the 7th Legion. Are you willing?" Although Breru was a little disappointed to be demoted from a commander to a 2nd adjutant with no real power, to be able to continue fighting with the soldiers of the 7th Legion was already an extravagant hope for him now. Therefore, he immediately replied, "I am willing. Before the new commander arrives, you will temporarily act as the acting commander of the 7th Legion, so you can return to your seat and continue to participate in today's meeting." "Yes, Your Majesty." As Breru returned to his seat, everyone gave him comforting looks. He nodded in acknowledgement, but he did not feel regret in his heart. In addition to the 2 reasons given by the king, there was another important reason why he disobeyed orders and fought without permission. Back then, when the Battle of the Ramada River failed, in order to cover the retreat of the soldiers, Legio IV's commander, Dracos, led the 1st Brigade to stop the pursuers. In the end, they were surrounded by the enemy, and they were either killed or captured. Dracos also died in humiliation under the city, and Breru was lucky enough to be rescued in the end. But over the past 10 years, the scene of despair when they were surrounded by the enemy appeared in his dreams countless times. Countless times he thought, if there were reinforcements at that time, Sir Draco's and the 1st Brigade would not. This became a knot in his heart. Therefore, when the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion under his command was trapped in the city of Paragonia and faced a desperate situation, no matter how dangerous it was, he would never let himself stand by and watch. At this moment, the Devers did not care about what Breru was thinking. He looked around at the crowd with a serious expression and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, in the upcoming war between us and Carthage, the winner will become the overlord of the Western Mediterranean, gaining vast lands and more wealth, while the loser will not only be greatly weakened, but may even face annihilation. Therefore, whether it is Carthage or us, Dionia, we have to go all out. This will be a long and costly war. Whether it is us, or Carthage, the number of people involved in the war will exceed 100,000 people." This was not just a huge number, it meant that the scale of the war would increase dramatically. It meant that the consumption of the war would increase dramatically. It meant that the difficulty of controlling the army would increase. It meant that the difficulty of commanding the army would increase. Therefore, in order to ensure the final victory of the kingdom, to avoid the prolongation of the war, and to increase the burden on the kingdom and the people, I request that everyone hear. The Devers' sharp gaze swept across the faces of the generals with distinctive personalities such as Aminta's and Martoni's, and he suddenly raised his voice. "During the military conference, we can discuss, but once a decision is made, even if there are objections, we must execute it meticulously. Only in this way can we ensure the smooth operation of the entire army. If anyone disobeys orders, or does not do their best to execute orders, I can guarantee that the punishment they will receive will be heavier than Breru's." The last sentence of the Devers that was filled with murderous intent made everyone's heart tighten. Even the arrogant Amintas subconsciously did not dare to make eye contact with the Devers at this moment. Suddenly, the hall fell silent. The Devers touched his chin and said in a gentle tone, "Tormid, send a letter to the Ministry of Military Affairs and immediately summon Xanthi Paris to Catanai as the commander of the 7th Legion. He has worked hard to establish the Lucania Reserve Legion, and previously defeated the Simonians in Campania. He has made brilliant achievements. It is time to give him an official appointment. At the same time, let the Ministry of Military Affairs inform the Lockley Barracks to organize reserve soldiers to Catanai as soon as possible to replenish the number of people in the 7th Legion." "Yes, Your Majesty." Breru clenched his fists with a slightly gloomy expression. "Everyone." The Devers looked around and said with a serious expression, "When we were fighting in Rome, the Carthage army pretended to besiege Selinus with a large number of troops, but secretly defeated the Scythian army with a strategy. They led their elite troops to invade the defenseless rear and easily occupied Agrigento, forcing the Persosa's army to retreat. After that, they attacked Gera. With roughly the same number of soldiers, they defeated our Sicilian coalition in a head-on battle. After that, although they went through many bitter battles, they finally conquered the city of Paragonia that we had painstakingly built and retreated to the west in time before our main army arrived. From the performance of the Carthage army during this period of time, it is a strong and resilient army. Their commander, Margot, is not only decisive and ruthless, but he also does not lack intelligence. Therefore, they will be a strong opponent for us." Amintas, Matonis, Lazaru, and the other high-ranking generals heard this, and their expressions were also solemn, but their eyes were bursting with fighting spirit. The Devers saw this and felt gratified. He said loudly again, "However, the Carthage army has gone through many bitter battles. Not only are their soldiers tired, but they have also suffered many casualties. They have chosen to retreat to the west to rest and reorganize their troops. They want to reduce the difficulty of food supply, build more defensive facilities, and even take down Selinus. They want to be fully prepared to deal with our upcoming counterattack. However, we will not give them enough time to prepare, so I have decided that all the troops will only rest in Catanai for a day and march to the west the day after tomorrow." The generals heard this and immediately became spirited. "Izum." The Devers looked at the mountain reconnaissance captain and ordered, after the end of the meeting, "Send your men to the south coast and into the central mountains to investigate the movements of the Carthage army and the situation of the Scythian tribe that betrayed us. Report to me at any time." "Yes, Your Majesty." Lazaru and Epitines. The Devers continued to order, the day after tomorrow morning, both of you will lead the Legio III and the Lucania Reserve Army to the west into the Central Mountains and take back Enna. Take back Capharoition. Reconquer the Psychir tribe that rebelled against us, then wait for an opportunity to threaten the Sican people in the west and the flanks of Carthage's army. Wait for my next order. The Devers looked at the two of them, paused, and said, Lazaro will be in charge of commanding the army, and Epicthenes will be assisting him. Any objections? Epicthenes shrugged. I have no objections. I will follow Lazaro's orders. It was not a lie that Epicthenes agreed so readily. It was because he did not have a strong desire for power. Otherwise, he would not have taken on any administrative duties other than attending Senate meetings after leaving his position as legion commander. Instead, he had gained the reputation of being fond of handsome men in Thurii. Moreover, the smart Epicthenes understood that the Devers' decision was not because he was biased, but because it was reasonable. After all, the Legio III was a regular army, and he was only the temporary commander of the reserve army. Of course, only Lazaro, the commander of the Legio III, could be the commander. Besides, most of the soldiers in these two armies were Lucanians, and they were more willing to follow the command of Lazaro, who was also a Lucanian. Your Majesty. Lazaro was not happy about the appointment. Instead, he said, I have a request. Speak. Lazaro said seriously, the Legio III and the Lucania Reserve Army are indeed good at fighting in the mountains, but the biggest problem in fighting in the mountains is the terrain. If the soldiers are not familiar with the terrain, they will easily fail no matter how elite they are. So, I hope that your Majesty can send us some Psychir people as guides. The Devers smiled. You and I have the same idea, but I will not only send you a few guides. As he spoke, he turned to Cyprilos, the governor of Sicily, and said, I heard that when the Carthaginian army invaded our territory, the governor of Hina, Crelu, performed outstandingly and successfully defended against the Carthaginians? Yes, your Majesty. Crelu led the Hina garrison to repel the attacks of Carthage's army several times and defended our territory. According to preliminary estimates, at least 2,000 enemies were killed, Cypros said honestly. After the meeting, I hope that you can appoint a Hina governor adjutant to take over his position temporarily. I need him to organize a Psychir army under Lazaro's command and attack the west together. I understand. I will arrange it immediately when I get back, Cypros replied. The Devers smiled and asked, Lazaro, are you satisfied with my arrangements? Lazaro originally only wanted a few guides, but he did not expect the Devers to give him an army. He could not hide the joy on his face and quickly said, This is great. Thank you, your Majesty. Amyntas and Metones looked at him enviously. 2 legions and a Psychir army, Lazaro must have more than 20,000 soldiers under his command, the Devers continued, the day after tomorrow, I will lead the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, Legio IV, 6th Legion, Rome Reserve Brigade, 1st, 2nd, and 4th Cavalry Legions to the west along the south coast. Our final destination is Serenus. As for the 7th Legion and 8th Legion, the Devers looked at the commander of Sicily who was not far from him and said, Prosos will be in command. Your mission is to lead these 2 legions, as well as the allied armies of Leontini and Tanis, as well as the allied armies of Agrigento, Gela, Minoa, and other allied armies to attack Syracuse. This would also be an army of more than 20,000 soldiers. When the generals looked at this rising star of the army with complicated gazes, Leotychides maintained his poker face and only said softly, yes. Even the Devers could not help but look at him again. He then turned to the commander of the Sicilian fleet on his right and said, Sicarian. It's the Navy's turn last, Sicarian said excitedly with a hint of complaint in his voice. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Perhaps in the Dionysian army, Sicarian was the only one who dared to speak to the king of Devers in such a tone. The Devers did not mind and said, It's precisely because the Navy's mission is the most important that we put it last. Let me ask you, how many warships are left in the Sicilian fleet? There are 70 warships that can actually fight. Among them, 23 are Raven warships, 19 are fast warships, and the rest are captured Carthage's 3-tiered or warships. Sicarian answered seriously. The 3 fleets that fought against Carthage only had these few warships left, and 2 high-ranking navy generals had died in battle. It seemed that the navy had suffered the greatest loss in the war against Carthage, and had also exhausted the nation's resources the most. The Devur sighed in his heart, but maintained his composure and said, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Within a month, the newly built warships will be added to the Sicilian fleet. This will increase the number of warships under your command to at least 300. Sicarion was not surprised by this news. In fact, ever since he returned, he had been paying attention to the construction of warships in the kingdom. Also, it's not just this month. The newly built warships will be added to the Sicilian fleet one after another until the war ends." The Devur's next words finally made Sicarion smile. However, the Devur's expression became even more solemn, and his voice became even more powerful. "However, as the Sicilian fleet becomes stronger, you will have to shoulder more responsibilities. You have to actively cooperate with the land forces and continue to harass western Sicily. Continue to defeat Carthage's new fleet. After completely controlling the entire Sea of Sicily, he would further obtain the dominance of the sea between Carthage and Sicily. He would cut off Carthage's material transportation route to the west of Sicily, and he might even be able to threaten Carthage's territory in the future. This is my request for the Sicilian fleet. Can you do it?" Sicarion felt a sense of pressure at first, but then he became excited and said loudly, "Your Majesty, even if you add another request, for the Sicilian fleet to independently attack the affiliated towns of Carthage or the towns of its allies, the Sicilian fleet will definitely be able to do it." Some of the generals present were displeased. What did Sicarion mean by this? Did he want the navy to take away all the work of the army? The Devurs very much admired Sicarion's confidence. He nodded and continued, "This time, I will lead the army to the west. You will also lead the fleet to escort the ships carrying supplies along the south coast and accompany the land forces to ensure the absolute safety of the ships when they dock, unload supplies, build camps, and so on." "Yes, Your Majesty," Sicarion replied straightforwardly. The Devurs then turned to look at Cypros on his left and said seriously, "You will be very busy as the governor of Sicily. The number of soldiers participating in this war is unprecedentedly large, which means that the consumption of rations and supplies is equally shocking. Whether they can be collected and transported well, you will need to build an efficient team to ensure the supply of the army in a timely and rapid manner. This is my responsibility as the governor of Sicily. Previously, when Commander Prosos was fighting at the front, I led the officers in Catanai to ensure the supply of rations and supplies to the army under his jurisdiction. I have accumulated a lot of experience, and I believe that this time, we will be able to successfully complete the task." Cypros said confidently, "And I will maintain close contact with the Senate to ensure that the rations and supplies from all over the kingdom will be delivered to Port Catanai in a timely manner." The Devurs had no doubt about Cypros's ability, so he only gave him a brief reminder before he shifted his gaze to the front and said in a heavy tone, "Everyone, before we march towards Carthage's army, we and all the soldiers who are about to fight against the enemy have an important thing to do. Go to Paragonia and pay our respects to all the soldiers of the 1st Brigade of the 7th Legion and the 2 reserve brigades of Catanai who defended the city tenaciously and finally died heroically in battle." After the military conference, the Devurs stayed behind to express their sincere gratitude to Cypros and Leotychides, thanking them for shouldering the heavy responsibility of defense alone when the main forces of Dionia were unable to reinforce Sicily. Not only did they successfully resist the invasion of Carthage's army, they ensured the integrity of the territory of Sicily, but they also dealt a heavy blow to Carthage's army, which greatly exceeded the Devurs' expectations. In the face of the Devurs' generous praise, Cypros was very humble. "Lord Prosus contributed the most to Sicily being able to hold on until Your Majesty arrived. If not for his decisive attack, defeating Carthage's army in Minoa, capturing Selinus, and disrupting the entire western region," Leotychides interrupted, "if not for Lord Cypros's full support and guarantee, I would not have dared to lead the army to attack, especially when Carthage's army invaded the Catanai plains. It was all because of Lord Cypros's understanding and reassurance of the people in the city that I was able to defend Catanai until today." The Devurs looked at the two of them with a smile and said, "Everyone says that Prosus is difficult to approach and not easy to deal with, but I see that both of you are working very well together." Cypros looked at Leotychides and defended him. "Your Majesty, everyone may have misunderstood. Lord Prosus is not sociable because he devotes all his energy to military research. Of course I know that. Devers smiled, then took the opportunity to change the topic to the upcoming battle. What do you guys think about attacking Syracuse? After staying in Catanai for so many years, Leotychides had, of course, pondered over how to attack this neighbor that had many disputes with Catanai in his spare time. He even disguised himself and went south several times to secretly investigate the city defense of Syracuse. After receiving the appointment from the Devers, he had a preliminary plan of attack in his mind. Therefore, he immediately said, "Your Majesty, according to previous intelligence, Syracuse can organize at least 20,000 soldiers. If it is to defend the city, the number of soldiers will only be more. However, the citizens of Syracuse lack sufficient military training. Moreover, they have not experienced any major battles in the past 10 years, so they lack sufficient combat experience. They definitely do not dare to leave the city to fight us. They only know how to defend the city. Although the walls of Syracuse are tall and sturdy, I am confident that I can take them down." At this point, Leotychides turned around and yelled at Tagru, who was waiting outside the door, "Bring me the defensive map of Syracuse from my room." Leotychides suddenly yelled in front of the Devers. This behavior was extremely rude, but the Devers did not mind. He even stopped Henoboris from reprimanding him and listened attentively to the young commander who was already immersed in his thoughts. "As your Majesty will lead the army to the west to fight against the Carthage, the east is temporarily free from the threat of the Carthage. Moreover, it is currently the slack season. We can gather more people from Naxos, Sicily, Catanai, Leontini, Tanis, Sycere, and even Agrigento and Gela, who have fled to join in the siege of Syracuse." While Leotychides was talking incessantly about his ideas, Tagru had already brought over the wooden map. He immediately placed it on the table and pointed at it, saying, "Your Majesty, please take a look. Syracuse is a large city with a large area. Its walls are not short either, but more than half of them are built on the coast and hills. There are two main sections that are suitable for an army to attack the city. The first section is the eastern wall, mainly the section near Herxa Gate near Tanis. This section is about a mile long. The other section is the western wall, from Pusksa Gate south to the main port of Syracuse. This section is about 4 miles long. My plan to attack the city is, the main force formed by the 7th and 8th Corps will set up camp here." Leotychides pointed at the flat area between the west of Syracuse and the Aripus River on the map. "But there is the Luxemi swamp nearby. It is very easy for the soldiers to be infected with the plague." Cypros, who was also looking at the map, had a change in expression. He loudly reminded, "You must know that Carthage's army had attacked Syracuse twice in the past, but they were all tormented by the plague and eventually suffered a crushing defeat. Of course I know the dangers of the Luxemi swamp." Leotychides explained confidently, "It is almost November now. The weather is starting to turn cold, and the number of mosquitoes has decreased. Moreover, the citizens of Syracuse have been constantly developing the swamp, and its area is much smaller than it was 10 years ago. Moreover, our soldiers have been specially trained to deal with such harsh terrain in their daily military training. I think it will not cause any problems for the army to set up camp." Upon hearing this, Devers recalled the battle report he had received from Samones when he was in Rome. Alexis led the army into the mountains and also set up camp near the swamp. There were no major problems. So, he agreed and said, "As long as you are fully prepared, I think it should not be a problem for the army to set up camp here." Continue. "Another army made up of some of the reserve soldiers from our Sicilian territory, the soldiers from our allies will be stationed near Tanis. According to the treaty, the commander of such a mixed army must be a general of Dionia, and the high-ranking generals have basically all been appointed. In order to ensure that the attack on the east of Syracuse can be carried out smoothly, I think." Leotychides hesitated for a moment, which was rare for him. "Can Breru temporarily take up this position?" Both Devers and Cypros were shocked when they heard this. Devers looked at him with interest. "They all say that Prosos is cold. But I didn't expect him to be so compassionate. He wants to use this opportunity to let Breru perform a meritorious deed and reduce the public's criticism of him, so that he can reduce his punishment after the war ends." Being stared at by divers, Leotychides felt slightly unnatural. The reason why he made this suggestion was partly because of the upcoming battle, but more importantly, it was to make up for the guilt in his heart. Because in this military conference, he suddenly realized that under the pressure of the Carthaginian army, no matter who was in Breru's position, they would face the same predicament. Breru led the 7th Legion to help, and it just so happened that he took the brunt of the problem for him. Devers coughed dryly. I can understand your feelings of wanting to help Breru. But if we let him lead the army, it will confuse everyone, and the previous punishment will be meaningless. So, I cannot agree to it. The commander of the army on the east can be Xantiparis. He led a mixed army to conquer the towns of Samnice and Campania, and should have some experience in this. During the attack on Syracuse, you will temporarily take his place as the commander of the 7th Legion. Yes, your majesty. Leotychides's expression did not change. I heard that when your majesty led the army to Catanai, there was a team of a few hundred engineers and skilled craftsmen. I hope that your majesty can let this team assist us in building various siege weapons to reduce the difficulty of the siege, and thus put more pressure on Syracuse. Of course, that's not a problem. Devers nodded in agreement, and then asked, your attack will be focused on these 2 sections of the wall, but I'm afraid you won't neglect the other sections of Syracuse's walls, right? As expected of a general who had won every battle, his senses were sharp. Leotychides thought for a moment and said, apart from the wall on the coast, the other sections of the wall are built on high ground, making it more difficult to attack. However, I'll also send soldiers to attack, distract Syracuse's forces, and confuse them. On the map, the east and west sections of Syracuse's walls were along the edge of Epel Highlands, extending diagonally to the north and finally converging, looking like a pointed hat. Leotychides pointed at the point where the walls converged, and said in a deep voice, it said that when Athens besieged Syracuse, the people of Syracuse realized that they must not let the enemy occupy the highest point of the city, Epel Highlands. Therefore, after Dionysius became the overlord, he mobilized the people of Syracuse to surround the entire Epel Highlands with walls, making it a part of the city. The highest point of the city is the west side of the Euryalus Peak. Dionysius called this place the key to Epel and Syracuse, which was why he built a fortress here. However, Epel was sparsely populated, and this place was even more uninhabited because it was 5 to 6 miles away from the main city of Syracuse, making transportation inconvenient. Although Dionysius believed that its location was important, no enemy had attacked this place all these years, and the people of Syracuse didn't seem to care about it. I've investigated this place a few times, and the walls on the west side of the Euryalus Peak have been in disrepair for many years. The number of sentries on the walls never exceeded 10, and most of them stayed in the fortress, rarely patrolling the entire section of the wall. It seems like they're very confident in the defense of this area. However, the west side of the Euryalus Peak isn't more than 200 meters high, and it's not difficult to climb. End of chapter 950. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.